Su Qing has traversed into a novel, finding herself transformed into the male protagonist's malevolent counterpart, whose intent is to steal military secrets from her husband, Shen Zichen. Additionally, she is bound to an all-knowing system that coerces her into completing various tasks. In order to survive, she must elicit 100% favor from Shen Zichen. Shen Zichen, who is already aware of her true nature, immediately presents her with a divorce decree. "Your Highness, are you truly certain about divorcing me?" Having been stripped of his throne, blinded, and rendered crippled, were it not for the will to survive, she would have preferred to depart. Ninth brother, do not be deceived by this woman. It is best to rid yourself of her promptly. She cast a glance at Shen Zichen's third brother, who serves as the Minister of Revenue. A vast expanse of green grass above him, the national treasury's silver gone missing, banished to desolate lands, with naught but bones left. Ninth brother, this woman is a calamity. She must not be allowed to remain. She glanced at Shen Zichen's fifth brother, who is employed at the Imperial Academy, selling examination questions, imprisoning candidates, spreading plague, and burying bones in dungeons. The proud seventh princess remarked while holding Su Qing's hand, "Ninth brother, your wife is indeed remarkable. The elder sister is quite decent. It is unfortunate that she fell prey to the prince consort schemes, exchanging her illegitimate child for her own, who was then sent to the palace to become a eunuch. Ultimately, she herself was poisoned by the illegitimate child, inheriting the vast wealth of the princess's estate." Su Qing merely yearns for a tranquil second chance at life, yet unbeknownst to her, the entire family of the ninth prince can hear her innermost thoughts, utterly dismantling her aloof persona. Chapter 1. Just as she arrived, she had to prepare for reincarnation. Take the divorce decree and leave. The cold voice echoed within the opulent chamber. Su Qing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing upon a pair of feet clad in white shoes. She found herself seated upon the carpet, her head bowed, throbbing painfully as if it might split. On the ground lay a sword, glinting ominously. Looking up, she beheld a tall figure clad in black, standing under the harsh glare of the lights. The man held his head high, allowing her only a view of his silhouette. He exuded an aura that forbade approach, akin to a deity of death. Such an imposing presence she had only witnessed among the formidable leaders of various factions in the post-apocalyptic world. Su Qing steadied herself against the wall and gradually rose, swiftly filtering through the memories flooding her mind. She had become ensnared in a novel titled The Tyrant's Pet. The crux of the matter, she is not the pet, but rather the self-destructive female antagonist. The original Su Qing was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of War, born under the ominous prediction of being a star of calamity, and was sent to the ancestral residence. Fearing the revelation of her identity would tarnish the carefully cultivated reputation of virtue, the Su family brought the protagonist, Su Yu, into the household to assume her name. Su Qing grew up in the ancestral home, enduring bullying that fostered her tempestuous disposition. During an outing, she encountered the crown prince, Shen Zi. Not only did Shen Zi accept her without disdain, but he also painted grand visions of her becoming the empress, luring her into dreams of grandeur. He persuaded the Su family to bring Su Qing back to the capital under the pretense of being twins. He further drugged Shen Zichen, casting Su Qing onto his bed, and spread the incident throughout the entire capital. Shen Zichen, left with no choice, had to marry Su Qing. After marrying Shen Zichen, Su Qing not only pilfered his military secrets but also drugged him, intending to render him a eunuch entirely. A man incapable of procreation holds no right to inherit the throne. The emperor favored Shen Zichen, the ninth prince, while Shen Zi, as the eldest son, sought to eliminate him. Now, Su Qing finds herself in a scenario where her drugging of Shen Zichen is discovered, leading to her imminent demise. Upon awakening, she transforms into the traversed Su Qing. Having organized her thoughts, she dusted off her garments and gradually raised her head, revealing a strikingly handsome profile. She picked up the divorce papers and approached the man directly opposite her. Shen Zichen's gaze was sharp, dark as a deep abyss, towering over her due to the disparity in their heights. "Get out." Shen Zichen's look bore a sinister intent, as if he wished to eliminate her swiftly. Su Qing was about to retort when a transparent panel materialized before her eyes. A series of texts appeared sequentially. System. The all-knowing system, Su Xiaoqing. The host has successfully bound the system and is privy to all affairs of the world. The host is required to earn Shen Zichen's complete affection within a year. Failure to do so will result in the host's demise. Upon task completion, the system will assist the host in realizing one wish. Su Qing. What is this contraption? In the apocalypse, she possessed supernatural abilities. Now returned to ancient times, she found herself endowed with a system. Failure to fulfill the task would cost her life. Below, there was nothing more. Su Qing was exasperated, inwardly cursing, "What nonsense is this? Would adding a few more words lead to ruin?" The system promptly displayed another line of text. The system must align with the host's attributes. Su Qing. So, this implies she is taciturn. In the apocalypse, she fought fiercely to become the leader of her base, cultivating a habit of speaking less. Talking would not resolve issues. If something displeases her, she would act. Su Qing, if it weren't for the favor of the Minister of War, you would be dead today. Leave the palace, and do not let me see you again. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Su Qing's mind. Hatred value, 98. You can speak. The system replied, I must align with the host's attributes. Su Qing had no time to argue with the system. Instead, she focused on the line of text that appeared below. Hatred value 98, disgust value 100, indifference value 100, affection value 0. Only by reducing the first 3 values to 0 can the affection value begin to increase. Su Qing plopped down onto a nearby chair. How long would it take to achieve that? Su Qing gazed at the man before her, who looked as if he wished to butcher her, and silently sighed. According to the plot, the medicine given to Shen Zichen was a secret recipe from the palace, rendering him not only infertile but also incapable of functioning as a human. Shen Zichen would ultimately become a waste. A sharp pain erupted in her lower abdomen, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The effects of the medicine were taking hold within her. Shen Zichen's body swayed, collapsing to the ground. His blood-red, peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Su Qing. He felt as if he had heard her speak. Yet, she had not uttered a word. She claimed he would become a waste. What kind of drug had she administered to him? Shen Zichen gritted his teeth against the wave of agony surging through him, striving to remain calm. Su Qing, what kind of medicine did you use? Observing the man's desperate struggle, Su Qing recalled the subsequent events. Shen Zichen, after being rendered useless, would become increasingly sinister, descending into madness, killing at the slightest provocation. Within 3 years, he would be reviled by all, branded as a traitor, and take his own life. His corpse would be displayed at the city gate to dry, then discarded in a mass grave, where dogs would gnaw at his bones. He would fare worse than a zombie. This almost perfect hatred value was truly deserved. Just 2 more points, and he would perish. Preserving her own life was paramount. Shen Zichen furrowed his brow, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying, as he clenched the carpet tightly. Wretched woman! How dare she curse him! He vowed to hang this woman at the city gate to dry, then toss her to the wild dogs for their consumption. She truly was Shen Zi's dog. Not only did she wish to render him useless, but she also desired his death without a proper burial. The pain intensified, overwhelming his senses. Drawing upon all his strength, he suddenly rose, his hand reaching for Su Qing's neck. Su Qing instinctively dodged. Bang! His hand collided forcefully with the wall. Shen Zichen cradled his hand, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He glared viciously at Su Qing. You know martial arts? Normally, he should be the one strangling this woman and pressing her against the wall, so how had he ended up crashing into it? Who was this woman? He had never known she possessed such prowess. Disdain was evident in Su Qing's gaze. Not only do I know martial arts, but I also possess supernatural abilities. I am a master of all disciplines. Dare to provoke me again, and I shall summon lightning to strike you. The system, hatred value, 99. Su Qing was instantly doused with cold water. The amusement at Shen Zichen's expense evaporated. One more act, and she would achieve full marks. She could only step forward to assist Shen Zichen. If it weren't for her own survival, she would absolutely disregard him. Su Qing grasped Shen Zichen's arm with one hand and forcefully tossed him onto the bed. Before he could react, his clothes were shredded, leaving him without even his undergarments. Su Qing, I will slay you. The system. Beep beep beep. A red light at the top of the system flashed rapidly, accompanied by a countdown. 60, 59, 58. The system. Hatred value maxed out. The host is about to depart. Prepare for the next reincarnation. Location. Modern pigsty on Blue Star. Centralized breeding. Chapter 2. Destruction awaits. Transformed into a swine. A pig? Her next life was to be a pig. Su Qing's heart let out a howl of despair. System. Your performance is unsatisfactory. This is your punishment. Su Qing turned to the figure on the bed, ablaze with indignation, and forced a smile. Administering poison was never my intention. I was framed. I can save you, and then eliminate the true culprit. As she spoke, her gaze roamed over Shen Zichen's muscular torso. Shen Zichen scrutinized her with evident skepticism. You would actually save me? System. 30, 29, 28. A thunderous alarm sounded in Su Qing's mind. Less than half a minute. No. She resolutely refused to become a pig. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached towards Shen Zichen's lower regions. Su Qing, are you seeking death? Shen Zichen's hand swung toward her. Su Qing deftly intercepted it, her fist unable to advance. Yet, the crucial area was already grasped firmly in her hand. If he didn't want it, then he had to comply. Shen Zichen had no choice but to yield. How could such a woman exist in this world? Utterly shameless. Lie down. Su Qing had no time to wait for him to act. She forcefully pushed the still enraged man down. with her left hand resting on his abdomen. Her healing powers began to activate. A warm current flowed through, softening the furrow in Shen Zichen's brow. What internal art did you use? Shen Zichen's eyes widened with suspicion. According to his investigations, Su Qing had grown up in the old estate, knowing nothing. I don't wish to disclose that. Su Qing applied more pressure. Beads of perspiration forming at her temples. System 10-9-8. Host, if the animosity level continues, it will begin counting down from 7. The countdown finally ceased.
Suin exhaled deeply.
At last, she need not become a pig. As the leader of a base with tens of thousands, becoming a pig was preferable to meeting a fatal end. She merely needed to ensure Shen Zichen no longer harbored hatred toward her. Glancing at the smooth figure lying on the bed, an immense pressure enveloped her. This seemed somewhat challenging. Why would you save me? Shen Zichen, regaining composure, began dressing. This physique is unparalleled even in the apocalypse. Is Su Qing a fool? Ignoring those 8-pack abs and V-lines for that skinny monkey. This man's blood-red eyes are even more alluring. Those long legs are simply too straight. System 7-6. Su Qing. Am I not allowed to look? Perhaps I should just become a pig. Su Qing had never felt such frustration. In her past life, she was the leader of a base, free to do as she pleased. She was invincible in the apocalypse. Because people in the apocalypse suffered from malnutrition, men were as thin as dried chickens. She hadn't seen a man with such a physique in decades. Because she was never impressed, she had not sought companionship until her death. This was the first time she found a man appealing. Though, strictly speaking, it was his physique that captivated her. But what did it matter? In the apocalypse, the most useless things were emotions. Conscience, compassion, kindness, sincerity. There were still 5 digits left. She had to make an effort. Addressing the crucial question. Do you desire revenge? Shen Zichen turned around, his eyes widening with growing doubt.
Speak.
Shen Zichen's life hung in the balance. And the system's countdown halted at 3. 3 gray numbers lingered. 2, 1, 0. Su Qing's heart finally settled. The one who provided me the poison deceived me, harming you in the process. We share a common enemy. Su Qing stepped closer, her gaze level with his chin. She tilted her head up, catching sight of the dark stubble hidden within his pores. His fair skin was delicate and smooth, even surpassing that of a woman. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily, and a faint fragrance of magnolia wafted around them. Have you seen enough? A deep voice resonated from above her. She lifted her gaze, meeting his dark, profound eyes, his long, thick eyelashes framing them. If only there were a hint of warmth in those depths, it would be perfect. Her right hand slowly rose, moving towards his enticing lips. Just as she was a finger's breadth away, a large hand firmly grasped her fingers. If you don't want this to end, behave yourself.
Su Hing regainet her komposure.
His dark eyes brimmed with fury, pure anger, not hatred. That was still bearable. At least there were 3 numbers remaining. Try to break it. Su Qing smiled provocatively, and Shen Zichen reluctantly released her hand. Su Qing, you'd best keep your wits about you. What's the big deal about looking a few extra times? She laughed nonchalantly. If you don't want me to look, I'll just go outside and observe. She had fully embraced the memories of her original self. In this world, where resources were abundant, beauty was not in short supply. Shen Zichen's countenance turned cold and sinister, a blend of danger and allure. As long as you remain my princess for even a day, you shall not. He was still alive. She planned to go out and admire others. Su Qing picked up the divorce papers and tossed them at his face. Not anymore. As the words left her lips, the torn papers scattered across the floor. It still is. Su Qing laughed as she sat before the mirror, examining the visage of her new life. Her pair of phoenix eyes sparkled with vitality, an unmistakable symbol of wealth and nobility. Her gaze was deep as the ocean, her skin fair as snow. A beauty mark on her lower lip added an extra touch of allure. She removed the gaudy ornaments from her hair, letting it cascade down. Taking a blue ribbon from her vanity, she fashioned a low ponytail with her outermost locks, allowing the rest to fall gracefully over her shoulders. She intended to secure it all, but, remembering this was the ancient era, she settled for half. She wished to conform to local customs, yet she could not replicate any of the hairstyles she recalled from her memories. You deceived me. Shen Zichen entered the frame with a disgruntled expression. Su Qing glanced at the scattered paper. Indeed, I wouldn't deceive you. If you divorce me now, who will I gain favor with? At that point, I could leave this place and behold the world's beauty. I must take advantage of still being the princess to amass wealth for the latter part of my life. to support more beauties. Shen Zichen turned and marched towards the door. In high spirits, Su Qing began to style her hair. With that intellect, does he even dare to contend with me? If he were even slightly clever, he wouldn't have a whole slew of siblings and a mother meeting the Grim Reaper. And that pitiful old emperor ultimately poisoned because of him. His entire family are merely stepping stones for the male lead. Just as Shen Zichen stepped out, he nearly collided with a pillar once more. At that point,
When?
he was still alive, and she was already contemplating using his wealth to support other men. This woman was too ruthless. He would ensure she would not obtain a single silver coin. Whatever she wished to do, he would thwart her plans. He turned back. Stepping into the room,
Swing.
Su Qing, engrossed in her hair, looked up in confusion. What is it? She found Shen Zichen to be quite amusing. He was incredibly easy to provoke. Just moments ago, he had been perfectly fine, but now he returned, seething with anger. Shen Zichen's gaze fixed on her, brimming with a desire to flay her alive. Do you wish to die right now? Su Qing flexed her wrists and stood. Who among us wishes to die? Are you threatening me? I've had enough. I might just send this fool to the afterlife today. She focused on the thought of giving Shen Zichen a good thrashing. Unbeknownst to her, the depths of Shen Zichen's gaze were profound and intricate. Threaten? Could it be she was genuinely threatened? What else was there he did not know? She had been abruptly brought to the capital and inexplicably found herself in his bed. All of this indeed warranted further investigation. Chapter 3. Everyone is dead, yet you remain. Su Qing had fought valiantly to become the supreme leader of the largest base in the apocalypse, and the most intolerable thing was being threatened. After arriving here, she was first threatened by the system, and then by Shen Zichen. Her patience had reached its limit. Even if she had to become a pig, she would never swallow this humiliation. She adopted a demeanor as if she were about to beat Shen Zichen senseless, yet his reaction was not the fury she had anticipated. Shen Zichen's large hand clasped her smaller one. Su Qing, you won't be favored in this manner. Su Qing smirked, pulling her hand away with force. I'm seeking a man who will obey me. Your affection is inconsequential. Although you are indeed quite handsome, I wonder if you are still capable of being of use. She cast a glance at Shen Zichen's lower region, recalling that the original owner had recently administered medicine there. Despite her healing efforts, she could not guarantee its continued functionality. Shen Zichen's eyes widened in disbelief, his face turning an ashen hue. Su Qing, write as many divorce papers as I desire, he declared, turning to leave. Su Qing watched him depart without pursuing further confrontation. If there was even the slightest possibility, she would refuse to be a mere pawn. She had already resolved that if her mission failed, she would activate her powers to self-destruct just before her memories faded. Even if it meant her soul would scatter, she would never allow herself to be reduced to a mere pawn. Su Qing returned to her seat, resuming her inventory of jewelry. You dare threaten me? I wonder how long you can keep up this charade. You are a heartless wretch, unable to protect your own kin. Tomorrow, you shall weep. Shen Zichen's footsteps faltered once more. Tomorrow? What could transpire tomorrow? He resolved to uncover the truth. Once your entire family is extinguished, I shall take the divorce papers you provided and claim your fortune. I shall indulge in every delicacy and behold the world's wonders. And let us not forget the handsome men. Shen Zichen's fists clenched in fury.
Fool.
If my entire family perishes, how could you possibly remain? You think to take my fortune and seek other men?
Dream on.
I shall never grant you that in this lifetime. He resolved to cooperate with her. Yet he hoped she would remain within her bounds. Su Qing, prepared for self-destruction, was taken aback by Shen Zichen's sudden change of heart. She sauntered before him, her finger lifting his chin. Let us hope for a fruitful collaboration. Since there is still hope, we must give it a try. I shall utilize the funds of the handsome prince to generate wealth, amassing a fortune. Then, I will acquire all the most beautiful men, one for each day. If Shen Zichen proves agreeable, I may even allow him to join my harem. Shen Zichen scrutinized the contradictory Su Qing, his confusion deepening. Who exactly was she? Why could he hear her thoughts? Did she possess some unspeakable sorcery? Or had he been tainted by something vile? Who, indeed, was the true monster?
For now.
It would be prudent to remain silent. If word got out, it would lead to endless troubles. He decided to take one step at a time. Noticing Shen Zichen's earlier arrogance had dissipated, Su Qing let her fingers glide up his prominent nose. So obedient. Are you awaiting my favor? Alas, I have no interest. Shen Zichen's countenance shifted immediately, anger flaring as he stormed out. Just as he reached the corridor, he spotted a woman entering Su Qing's chamber. He followed stealthily. I saw Shen Zichen leave just now. You didn't act against him, did you? The woman, Fang Wani, was the daughter of the steward in Shen Zichen's household and a pawn of Shen Zi. Her role was not only to monitor Shen Zichen, but also to keep an eye on Su Qing. Shen Zi had promised that once Shen Zichen was disposed of, Su Qing would become the legitimate wife, while Fang Wani would be the concubine. In a bid to curry favor with Shen Zi, Su Qing, despite being the daughter of the Minister of War, treated Fang Wani with courtesy, wishing to display her magnanimity as the primary consort, thereby asserting her suitability for the role of empress. How astute of the ancients, a mindset incomprehensible to one of modernity. The medicine she had administered to Shen Zichen earlier had been brought in by Fang Wani. Su Qing, do not jeopardize the prince's affairs. How dare this lowly steward's daughter speak to her in such a tone? The original owner had already sunk to the depths of disgrace. Affairs? Is scheming against your own brother a legitimate pursuit? Su Qing began to search for all information regarding Fang Wani within the system. This woman has even shared a bed with Shen Zichen, only to be cast aside. Thus, she has turned her gaze to Shen Zi, seeking to transcend her station. On what grounds does she presume Shen Zichen would grant her legitimacy?
What?
She has even spied on Shen Zichen while he bathed? She has witnessed his impressive stature. A certain eavesdropper outside the window was nearly driven to rage, itching to storm in and eliminate that shameless woman immediately.
Suin.
Did you, or did you not take action against Shen Zichen? When I saw him leave, he seemed remarkably spry, not at all resembling a poisoned man. Su Qing scrutinized Fang Wani, taking in her scent. Whose bed have you just crawled out of? You reek of promiscuity. Fang Wani's face flushed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. She had indeed just come from her cousin's quarters. Gazing at Su Qing's breathtaking beauty only fueled her resentment further. How could such a fool possess such unparalleled allure? Her cousin, Shen Zi and Shen Zichen. Why did all the men she favored gravitate towards this imbecile?
Suin.
What are you saying? You are the princess. How could you utter such crude words? Su Qing turned to her rightful position, sitting up straight. You are aware that I am the princess? How dare you address me so casually and presume to reproach me? A lowly steward's daughter. What gives you the audacity to contemplate my demise? Shen Zi, perhaps? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Fang Wani was taken aback, disbelief etched across her face. She had never truly regarded Su Qing as a threat, for Shen Zi had informed her that once Shen Zichen was dealt with, Su Qing would be eliminated. However, this secret was known only to her and the prince. How had Su Qing become privy to it? She cast a cold glare at Su Qing, vowing that one day she would eliminate this wretched woman. What are you implying? My sister is the daughter of the Minister of War. How could I dare? Once Prince Zi ascends the throne, my sister will reign supreme, and I shall be content as a concubine. Su Qing's father was the Minister of War, and Shen Zi fortuitously knew the reason for Su Qing's return to the old residence. In a bid to uphold his reputation, Minister Su Wuda had reluctantly acquiesced to Shen Zi's threats to bring Su Qing back. Shen Zi's true affection lay with Su Yu, as an alliance with the Minister of War would simultaneously eliminate Shen Zichen. It was a masterstroke, achieving two objectives at once. The sacrifice of one Su Qing was a small price to pay.
Get out.
Su Qing commanded without even glancing at her. Fang Wani wished to retort, but was met with an unprecedented aura of menace emanating from Su Qing. Very well, although perplexed, Fang Wani felt compelled to retreat under Su Qing's imposing presence, scurrying away on her petite feet. Su Qing gazed toward the rear window. My beauty, I have eliminated the traitor for you. How shall you reward me? Chapter 4. How tragic. He has been left high and dry. Shen Zichen was astonished that Su Qing was aware of his presence outside the window. His martial prowess was exceptional, and few could detect his existence. He entered the room, his gaze landing on Su Qing's simple hairstyle. A single blue ribbon adorned her hair, devoid of any embellishment, which instead accentuated her remarkable purity. He would never admit that his perception of her had shifted. He looked towards the seat of authority, which was rightfully his, yet Su Qing seemed entirely unwilling to yield. He could not be bothered to bicker with a woman, and thus spoke directly. Su Qing, do not forget the means by which you entered the royal residence. Once our collaboration is complete, you are to leave the palace. Recalling how Su Qing had surreptitiously climbed into his bed through underhanded tactics, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this scheming woman. Su Qing made no effort to lift her gaze, instead reaching for a teacup. According to the original narrative, Shen Zichen would present Su Qing with a divorce decree tomorrow. The late emperor, in his quest to counterbalance the previous dynasty, ensured that none of the consorts were to his liking. Watching him grow feeble, All are scheming for the benefit of their own families. Later, he fell gravely ill. Yet it was not merely an ailment but rather poison. His once resilient body, under the long-term erosion of the toxin, deteriorated into a serious illness. Shen Zichen, the son of the crown prince, was also the most favored grandson of the old emperor. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable intelligence and exceptional talent. The old emperor even favored him as the future heir to the throne. As for Shen Zichen's father, the crown prince, the old emperor couldn't even bear to look at him. This very favoritism ignited further disputes among the court, the crown prince's firstborn, the various consorts in the harem, and the factions within the court. Qing swiftly investigated the current state of the royal family, attempting to discern the most advantageous direction for herself. Bypassing the crown prince, granting the throne to his grandson, was originally due to the crown prince's collusion with a general, attempting to stage a rebellion. The old emperor suppressed this matter solely to protect Shen Zichen. Yet, the crown prince, having preserved his life, remained restless, once again entangled with the daughter of the capital's garrison general. It seemed he was intent on making a comeback. However, this did not prevent Shen Zichen from being framed for treason, and a year later, he was hung at the city gate to dry. While the old emperor also breathed his last, Shen Zichen's expression darkened. How could she possibly know what even he was unaware of? What other secrets did this woman possess? What kind of sorcery did she wield? Ignoring her, Shen Zichen exited the room, his mind swirling with questions. Qing paid him no mind, instead savoring her tea. Such a luxury was something she could only read about in books during the apocalypse. Leaving the royal manor, Shen Zichen made his way to the palace, dispatching his men to the imperial pharmacy to quietly retrieve the emperor's medicinal dregs. After confirming that no one was aware, he discreetly departed the palace. Upon returning to the manor, he sought out the finest poison master in the household for examination. He was determined to uncover whether that woman's words truly reflected her heart. The royal manor was exceptionally quiet that night, the magnolia blossoms by the window exuding a subtle fragrance. Could Qing's words be trusted? If they were indeed her innermost thoughts, they should not be false. But how could he hear her thoughts so clearly? Would his family truly meet such a tragic fate? Would he really be left to dry like human jerky? Throughout the night, Shen Zichen remained restless, unable to find sleep. By dawn, his overactive mind had left him with a throbbing headache. Meanwhile, Qing rose from her bed, having slept soundly. In the apocalypse, she had long established a habit of rising early to exercise, a routine she still adhered to. As the time came, she naturally awoke. "Your Highness, you are awake?" A young maid dressed in green entered, coming to Qing's bedside. After assisting Qing in dressing, she turned to prepare breakfast. It was then that Qing noticed a note on the table. "Qinger, did you not take action against Shen Zichen? Did you not promise me? Have you forgotten our pact?" Qing felt a wave of nausea rising within her, her palm gently opening. A faint flame flickered forth, incinerating the note completely. "Your Highness, breakfast is ready." A maid in pink entered, her face distinctly different from the earlier one. "Where is the previous maid?"
Suining quiet.
The young girl appeared momentarily taken aback. "I did not see any other maids." The original infiltrator had come specifically to deliver her message. The security in this manor was truly lacking. "Your Highness, the prince is waiting for you at the main gate." Without having eaten, they urged her to leave. Qing glanced at the exquisite breakfast spread before her and unhesitatingly chose the latter. "I will go after I finish my meal." Sitting down amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, Qing began to eat. Such delicacies were a rarity in the apocalypse. How could she waste them? As for Shen Zichen, they were merely in a cooperative relationship. There was no need for her to indulge him. "Your Highness, the prince is waiting by the gate." Shen Zichen's attendant repeated once more. "You silence yourself until I finish." When Qing finally appeared before Shen Zichen, half an hour had passed. Entering the carriage, Shen Zichen's countenance was as cold as ice. Qing did not indulge him either, taking her seat with an equally frosty demeanor. When it came to coldness, she had never been outdone. As the leader of the greatest base during the apocalypse, maintaining authority was of utmost importance. Shen Zichen directly brought her to the palace. Upon her first entrance into the resplendent imperial palace, Qing felt a flicker of curiosity. In her past life, the world was filled with concrete and ruins. Such exquisite architecture was a sight she had never encountered. For years, she had lived in underground shelters to escape the harsh environment. Following Shen Zichen into a beautifully adorned palace, flanked by guards in yellow, they entered a grand hall filled with people. Qing quickly surveyed the scene. Grandson pays his respects to his majesty. This humble servant greets the emperor. Su Qing mimicked the gestures flawlessly, possessing the original owner's memories. She found these customs easy to navigate. During the brief interlude of formalities, she identified her place. At the center sat the old emperor, flanked by Shen Zichen's elder brother Shen Zichen and his beloved consort, Zhou Handong. At the far end was Shen Zichen's younger sister, Shen Ziyu. As Su Qing settled into her seat, Zhou Handong wore a smile, yet her eyes brimmed with disdain. Su Qing climbed into the bed of the ninth prince, and the entire capital became a spectacle. Had it not been for the influence of the Minister of War, she would have been executed on the spot. How could she still enter the royal gates? Su Qing raised an eyebrow. What is there to be so arrogant about? Everyone, aside from the accustomed Shen Zichen and the oblivious Zhou Handong, momentarily froze. The old emperor cast a glance at Shen Zichen, who subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. Just as Su Qing lifted the teacup, preparing to savor the royal tribute tea, she noticed the peculiar stares directed at her before she could even take a sip. Have I not washed my face? Why are you all looking at me? Or is my hairstyle peculiar? Indeed, her appearance was starkly different from Zhou Handong's ornate golden and silver adornments, and even more so from Shen Ziyu, who sported 2 hairpins. Was it so outrageous that she was not adorned with trinkets? What are you all staring at? Go ahead and look at Zhou Handong. Her child isn't of royal blood. The royal lineage has already been tainted, and yet you still have the leisure to critique my hairstyle? Shen Ziru's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards Zhou Handong. His narrowed eyes scrutinized her abdomen. Was that not his child? Chapter 5. The royal family is full of scandal. Your Highness, I believe it is time for you to take a concubine soon. To ensure the continuation of the family line, Su Qing leaned back in her chair, coldly observing her performance. How eagerly she wishes to dispose of me. You rendezvous with others, and when I discover it, you begin to spread rumors that I had relations with many before marrying the prince. Are you truly unafraid that when your child is born, Shen Ziru will see a green glow atop their head? Ultimately, it should be Shen Ziru dining with Zhou Handong in the palace, poisoned and miscarrying. Then, evidence will emerge, proving it was Su Qing who caused the miscarriage, eliminating any future threats. For the sake of her own future, she would even sacrifice her child. She is indeed a ruthless person. Shen Ziru, heartbroken for Zhou Handong, would thus fall out with Shen Zichen. This greenhouse was given to him by his most trusted friend. The most tragic part was that after the passing of the crown princess, Shen Zichen's mother, several brothers soon followed to the grave. Shen Ziru sought revenge, only to be betrayed by his friend, imprisoned, and forced to drink urine. Before his eyes, they bedded Zhou Handong, ultimately breaking his limbs and feeding him to wolves. Is my demise truly this tragic? Shen Ziru was initially taken aback, but soon his gaze towards Zhou Handong brimmed with hatred. Your Highness, what troubles you? Noticing something amiss with Shen Ziru, she feigned concern. I merely wish for Zichen to find a suitable partner soon, to enjoy the joys of parenthood, with no ill intent. Shen Ziruan beheld Zhou Handong's gentle smile and poised demeanor, only to feel as though drenched in a frigid cascade. How could Su Qing possess such profound knowledge of future events? Surely, she must have employed some nefarious sorcery to manipulate human minds. After all, she was originally Shen Zi's. One could only wonder what trick she was playing, perhaps preparing to confront us. The brothers shared the same mother, while the others were offspring of the crown prince's various consorts. Old Ninth, I hope you manage the princess well and regulate your own conduct, he remarked. Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to today. I take my leave. With that, Shen Ziruan departed the hall, accompanied by Zhou Handong. The remaining individuals offered no further glances towards Su Qing. Sister-in-law 9. What third sister-in-law said holds truth. Ninth brother is a prince, and shall have many wives in the future. There is no need to target third sister-in-law. She acts in the best interest of ninth brother. Her delicate oval face and the clarity of her eyes betrayed no impurities. She was the most innocent and decorous of princesses. Accepting concubines is merely a matter of her upbringing. She should not be blamed for it. In any case, this delightful princess shall one day wed the top scholar. That scholar, however, has a childhood sweetheart on the side, with whom he has fathered 2 sons, diverting her wealth to support his mistress. Moreover, he poisoned her, rendering her incapable of bearing children for life. Out of guilt, she refrained from reproaching the prince for his infidelity. She even brought the 2 children to live in her household, ultimately bequeathing all her assets to them. With the death of the crown princess and the emperor, she too shall. Alas, how tragic. Shen Ziyu stood frozen in horror, her eyes wide and unblinking, trembling uncontrollably. Would her fate mirror such despair? She had indeed developed affections for a scholar at the Imperial Academy, the most striking and talented individual she had ever encountered. He was the kindest and most modest of souls. How could he resemble the dire descriptions of sister-in-law 9? Surely, sister-in-law 9 must have been tainted by some malevolence. It was all too frightening. Perhaps it would be prudent for ninth brother to consult a few Taoist priests. Shen Zichen exchanged a glance with the old emperor, perceiving confusion within the emperor's gaze. The emperor evidently suspected that his princess had fallen victim to dark enchantments.
Shen Zichen regarded Swing,
whose adornments were simple yet distinct from her usual self, his eyes darkening with concern. Your Majesty, if there are no pressing matters, may I stroll through the palace? Qing yearned to explore the exquisite architecture she had only encountered in books during her previous life. The Imperial Palace. It was the most opulent and splendid place in all the realm. The emperor, eager to probe further, nodded slightly. Go ahead. I take my leave, Qing replied, her etiquette impeccable. As she departed, the emperor turned to Shen Zichen, saying, whether it be possession by a malevolent spirit or sorcery, we must tread carefully. We must ascertain the truth of her foresight. If Qing truly possesses the gift of foresight, it could prove invaluable to the imperial family. Shen Zichen assisted the emperor to his feet as they proceeded toward the imperial garden. Soon, Shen Zichen would be dining with the princess within the palace. Observing Shen Zichen's calm demeanor, the emperor inquired, are you not concerned your brother might be poisoned? If he were to perish, whom would Zhou Handong serve as a princess? If Qing's assertions held any merit, Shen Zichen was indeed safe for now. The old emperor fell silent, hastening his pace. Shen Zichen was his grandson. Alongside the emperor was Shen Zichen. Shen Zichen could only access the palace where he resided before reaching adulthood. Just as they approached the grand entrance, a voice rang out. At this time, the emperor has not been poisoned. How could he be assisted? Is there some alteration? Is the old emperor preparing for his final journey? The demise of the old emperor seems rather grim. Being an emperor is no easy task. The emperor shook off Shen Zichen's supportive hand, asserting his health. Why would I be on the verge of death? He had not anticipated that. Having spent his life commanding respect and authority, he might ultimately fall victim to poison. Shen Zichen scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss. However, since he could hear Qing's thoughts, it indicated she was not far away. The emperor too sought Qing, eager to uncover who dared to poison him after a lifetime of brilliance. Just how gruesome could his death be? Shen Zichen, unable to locate Qing, turned to see the emperor's displeasure. Grandfather, please do not take offense. If Qing's words bear any truth, his fate would be even more tragic. His entire family would suffer. That includes the emperor himself. I pay my respects to your majesty and the prince. As both pondered their future lives, a melodious voice abruptly interrupted their reverie. An alarm bell rang in Shen Zichen's mind. His martial prowess was unparalleled, yet Qing had managed to approach him without a whisper. How had he failed to detect her presence? Princess, you ought to address grandfather properly, Shen Zichen remarked, his tone frosty. I pay my respects to grandfather, Qing repeated her greeting, seemingly oblivious to Shen Zichen's chill. What brings you here? The old emperor regarded her with a hint of warmth, though Qing remained skeptical of its sincerity. It struck her as peculiar that the old emperor favored someone who had ascended to his bed through unscrupulous means. The water here was remarkably clear. Chapter 6, a mere knife? Shen Zichen glanced past Qing, noting the lush willow grove behind her. Beyond it lay a small stream, a favorite spot for many in the palace to seek respite from the heat. No wonder he had not seen Qing earlier. She had been hidden behind the willows. Relaxing by the water's edge necessitated company, lest one fall into the depths unnoticed. The emperor voiced his concern with a gentle admonition. I was not by the water, but rather in the tree. It is far cooler there. Her words elicited astonished gazes from both the emperor and Shen Zichen. In a tree? Shen Zichen exclaimed. She is my princess, and she dares to climb trees? Qing nodded slightly, indeed. In the apocalypse, even the color green was a rarity. The moment I beheld the willow, I leaped up. Is there anything wrong with that? Do you not remember you are a princess? Shen Zichen's voice brimmed with discontent.
Swing remained perplexed.
Was it improper for a princess to climb a tree? Observing her bewilderment, the emperor sighed. Ninth prince should arrange for someone to instruct the princess in decorum. Qing regarded the emperor's feigned smile with profound disdain. Decorum? What decorum? Do I require it? Before long, you shall be poisoned by your own kin. What good will decorum do? Moreover, Whose rules have I violated by climbing a tree? The emperor and Shen Zichen stood aghast, each reflecting the other's astonishment. The emperor's demise would come at the hands of his own kin, his own relatives. The emperor's countenance darkened. Su Qing always spoke in half measures. Why did she not reveal the full truth? He could not directly inquire. He had never felt such frustration in his life. At this moment, Su Qing had thoroughly sifted through the original owner's memories, finally grasping the nature of decorum. The original owner had grown up in the countryside, possessing little knowledge of the capital's customs. Upon entering the capital, the Su family had conducted intensive training overnight. The original owner had relied on rote memorization to retain everything, which ultimately benefited Su Qing. As she scoured her mind for the rules, she found no prohibition against climbing trees. Shall we proceed inside? The emperor suddenly spoke. Shen Zichen directed his attention to Su Qing, still grappling with understanding. You should accompany us. Should any new developments arise, it would be prudent for you to be forewarned. Grandfather, ninth brother, Shen Ziyu approached with a smile. Her steps light, and her face adorned with an innocent grin. Where have you been? The emperor gazed affectionately at his granddaughter. Seeing that they had matters to discuss, she quietly excused herself. She would not divulge to her grandfather and ninth brother that she sought solace after being frightened by ninth sister-in-law. However, recalling the unfinished words of ninth sister-in-law, she resolved to return. Perhaps she might overhear the remainder of the conversation. The emperor, feeling fatigued, decided to sit down. Shen Zichen supported the emperor, while Shen Ziyu walked beside Su Qing. Ninth sister-in-law, you haven't yet explored the palace, have you? Allow me to accompany you, Shen Ziyu declared, determined to do everything in her power to await ninth sister-in-law's spoken words. Of course, thank you, Su Qing replied politely. No need for thanks. I am the younger sister of your sister-in-law. It is my duty. Shen Ziyu's radiant smile had a contagious effect on Su Qing. In the apocalyptic world, individuals fought desperately for a morsel of food, rarely encountering such pure and untainted smiles. If the adorable little princess were not burdened with an extra finger, she would not face discrimination. Nor would she endure hardships, with the prince reluctantly marrying her, always resenting her as an ill omen. He, in his pursuit of wealth and status, forsook his childhood sweetheart, blaming all misfortunes on the princess. The emperor, during the grand wedding, even conferred the title of princess upon the little princess, hoping to bring her happiness, yet it all proved to be in vain. An extra finger is merely a slight inconvenience, easily remedied with a simple gesture. The emperor and Shen Zichen nearly stumbled at the thought. An inconvenience? Such were the words of a woman? Shen Ziyu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Since her birth, she had been deemed inauspicious for possessing an additional small finger. Had it not been for her mother and several elder brothers fiercely protecting her, she might not have survived to this day. The children of the palace would bully her mercilessly. Just because of that extra finger, the palace servants branded her as unlucky. She feigned ignorance, utterly perplexed by the notion of why she possessed one more than others. What misfortune could arise from an extra finger? It is one's own inadequacy that breeds resentment towards others. What nonsense! The emperor and Shen Zichen struggled to maintain their composure as they continued forward. They clearly heard Su Qing's inner thoughts. They had never perceived that an additional finger was of significant consequence, yet she was ostracized by all. The younger sister had always faced adversity. Even the servants attending to her held disdain towards her. Yet, Su Qing did not share that disdain for her younger sister. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Su Qing's mind. Congratulations, host, you have accumulated a hatred value of 50. Su Qing gazed at the figures ahead. What had she done? Had Shen Zichen's hatred value truly diminished? It had halved. Upon entering the courtyard, they stirred not a soul. As they walked along the corridor, they could still hear Zhou Handong's delicate voice. Your Highness, the ninth princess from the countryside is ignorant. We cannot neglect ninth brother. Shen Zichen observed Zhou Handong's pitiful expression and clear eyes, and he began to loathe himself. How could he have listened to that wicked woman Su Qing and misconstrued the affection of the princess for him? Ever since she arrived in the capital, ninth brother had not known a moment's peace. In her pursuit of marrying ninth brother, she employed every despicable means. What credibility could such a woman possess? She even claimed that his beloved princess had betrayed him. He would never believe that Handong would betray him. Shen Zichen gently fed Zhou Handong soup with a spoon, supporting her waist from behind, fearful she might tire. In a few days, I shall seek a great scholar to name our child, Shen Zichen said, his face brimming with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Just as the smile lingered on his face, Zhou Handong suddenly clutched her abdomen. Ah! Zhou Handong cried out in pain, then collapsed onto the ground. Beneath her long skirt, bright red blood flowed. Shen Zichen, seeing her bleeding, became utterly flustered.
Suin.
How could her words have come true? She said Handong would miscarry, and indeed she did. Imperial physician. Someone! Shen Zichen urgently shouted while carrying Zhou Handong to the bed. Su Qing, however, did not glance at the situation within but cast her gaze towards the pond in front of the corridor, where the koi swam joyfully. Feigning distress and playing the victim, these were skills honed in the apocalyptic world. In the absence of food, all means would be employed. Zhou Handong was merely of a low caliber. The Emperor and Shen Zichen simultaneously turned their attention to the room. It was inappropriate for them to enter. Zhou Handong's cries of agony grew louder. To poison oneself and yet suffer such distress. A woman who could harm her own child has no reason to wail. Shen Zichen furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhou Handong, who writhed on the bed, filled with doubt. Everything had been predicted by Su Qing. Chapter 7. The most inferior green tea. Seeing Shen Zichen staring at her, Zhou Handong's face flickered with panic. Your Highness, we cannot save our child. It was after I consumed the soup that this began. You must investigate. The culprit must not escape justice. Zhou Handong's complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color. Agonizing pain contorted her face, yet she gazed longingly at Shen Zichen. Witnessing Zhou Handong's suffering, Shen Zichen's earlier doubt vanished. How could she inflict such pain upon herself? Who would willingly endure such agony? The most inferior green tea exudes a low-quality fragrance. She, with her ruthless heart, feared Shen Zichen discovering her actions and killed the child. Shen Zichen is truly foolish. The poison she used is a concoction unique to the Zhou family. Finding an imperial physician with no ties to the Zhou family will surely uncover the truth.
Fool.
What are you still pondering? Shen Zichen was further perplexed by Su Qing's inner voice. The emperor, who had remained silent, decisively commanded, "Someone, fetch physician Su." This physician exclusively treated the emperor and could not be bribed by others. Even if Zhou Handong had bribed the entire imperial medical team, she could not sway physician Su, as he did not treat anyone else. Upon hearing the command, Zhou Handong was left in shock. The emperor? Why is the emperor here? Shen Zichen, preoccupied with Zhou Handong, had not noticed the emperor's arrival. He hurriedly rushed outside. I pay my respects to grandfather. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. The princess's well-being is paramount. You, a grown man, need not enter. Shen Zichen wished to say more, but a throng of maids rushed in after acknowledging the emperor. Directly entering the room, Shen Zichen was detained by the emperor, unable to proceed. Whatever Zhou Handong wished to do was futile. The emperor is astute. Zhou Handong's schemes are transparent to the seasoned elders of the palace. That fool Shen Zichen remains smitten with his princess. Even if Zhou Handong miscarries, it does not negate the child's paternity with Shen Zichen. The emperor, Shen Zichen, and Shen Zichen all silently listened to Su Qing's thoughts, eager for the latest developments. Shen Zichen longed to rush in and demand clarity, but was halted by the emperor's gaze and firmly restrained by Shen Zichen.
Meanwhile, Suin,
who was lost in contemplation while observing the fish, remained oblivious to the three men behind her. Zhou Handong's child was larger than usual. The maid should have noticed. Last month, Shen Zichen was away inspecting the levees and was not home. If approached from this angle, it should pose no problem. Yet, Your Highness, expel them all.
Out.
Your Highness, I am terrified. The cries of Zhou Handong abruptly interrupted the few who had yet to finish speaking. The emperor furrowed his brows tightly, while Shen Zichen rubbed his ears, finding the sound utterly grating. Your Majesty, I. As soon as Shen Zichen heard Zhou Handong's voice, he felt an overwhelming urge to protect her. In times of childbirth, men ought to keep their distance. What purpose did he have in entering? Despite his anxiety, Shen Zichen could only remain where he was. Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Dr. Su hurriedly approached, medicine box in hand. The princess consort is poisoned. I must enter to treat her, the emperor commanded coldly. Dr. Su swiftly entered the chamber. Upon seeing the emperor's personal physician tending to his beloved princess consort, Shen Zichen felt a weight lift from his heart. However, Zhou Handong, upon spotting Dr. Su, became distressed. Get out!
Get out!
I am the princess consort. How can I face anyone if you come in? The presence of the old matron is sufficient. Zhou Handong shouted vehemently, refusing Dr. Su's treatment. The emperor, hearing her protests, grew increasingly impatient. Someone, restrain the princess consort and allow Dr. Su to take her pulse. Two old matrons entered the room once more. Su Qing, intrigued by the commotion, turned around. She noticed the emperor's icy demeanor while Shen Zichen wore an anxious expression. Although Shen Zichen appeared stoic, there was an unmistakable glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Zhou Handong, pinned down by the matrons, allowed Dr. Su to take her pulse. Internally, she was a whirlwind of panic. She had meticulously planned, yet never anticipated the emperor's sudden appearance. Her child was far along, and the experienced matrons present. Would they discern the truth? What if they did? How would she explain herself? Zhou Handong's mind raced, yet it felt muddled, compounded by the sharp pains in her abdomen that left her at a loss for feasible solutions. A wave of intense pain surged through her lower abdomen. Princess consort, the child cannot be saved. I will assist you, the matron said, reaching beneath the covers. This marked Zhou Handong's first experience of such a situation, and she instinctively attempted to rise in alarm. Yet, having struggled for too long, she found herself immobilized by the matron's grip. She could only submit to the matron's intrusion.
No.
Your Highness. Shen Ziru's heart broke at the sound, desperately wishing to burst in, yet he was firmly held back by Shen Zichen. With the emperor present, he could not afford to unleash his anger on Shen Zichen. Moments later, basin after basin of blood was carried out. The elder matron emerged. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the princess consort was poisoned, resulting in a miscarriage. However, she hesitated to continue. The emperor's cold command rang out. Speak. What else? The matron immediately knelt, casting a furtive glance at Shen Zichen. Your Majesty, the princess consort's child was supposed to be 3 months along, yet the one that has been expelled is 4 months. Shen Zichen instinctively took a step back, astonished that it mirrored what the 9th princess consort had said, down to the very month. What a spectacle! They truly discerned it. The elders in the palace are indeed remarkable. How will Zhou Handong explain this? Your Highness, the matron must have misjudged. The child simply appeared larger because of its robust growth. You are my husband. How could I betray you? Your Highness, you must trust me. I hail from a prestigious lineage and would never engage in shameless acts. Shen Zichen stormed into the room, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Both the emperor and Shen Zichen recoiled at the odor, unwilling to step inside. Yet, the sounds within were unmistakably clear. Your Highness, the matron misjudged. The child merely appeared larger due to its health. You are my husband. How could I betray you? Your Highness, you must believe me. I come from a noble family and would never act dishonorably. If this had been in the past, Shen Zichen would have undoubtedly believed her, and would have found it impossible to scold her. Zhou Handong had grown up alongside him, and he had always held affection for her. He believed she genuinely cared for him. Moreover, she was favored by the emperor. How could the emperor possibly be mistaken? Chapter 8. The Three Fools, a rather amusing title indeed. Su Qing, observing Shen Zichen's expression, felt a surge of curiosity. In her previous life, amidst the chaos of an apocalyptic world, she had been preoccupied with survival, leaving little time to concern herself with matters unrelated to her. In this life, having become a princess consort and freed from worry over basic needs, she could indulge in delightful gossip. Could the three fools possibly still believe that Zhou Handong genuinely cares for him? Is it merely because they grew up together, or based on the old emperor's endorsement? Upon hearing the term three fools, Shen Zichen could hardly contain a grimace. The old emperor cast an awkward glance sideways. Shen Zichen's lips curled into a faint smile. Three fools, quite a fitting description. Zhou Handong's family had entered the capital 2 decades prior, her father then holding a mere 5th grade rank. Through diligent effort, he had ascended to his current position as the Vice Minister of Rights. The old emperor, in an effort to secure a foundation for Shen Zichen, had conferred real power upon his full-blooded brothers, arranging advantageous marriages with influential families. The old emperor favored Zhou Handong due to her father's assistance to Shen Zichen. Clearly, he had overestimated her. Zhou Handong married Shen Zichen only out of fear of defying the emperor's decree. In truth, Zhou Handong is quite ambitious. She has little regard for the minor title of princess consort, aspiring instead to be empress. Shen Zichen is quite naive. His military intelligence is something his brothers possess as well. Shen Zichen likely remains unaware that their military intelligence has been discreetly shared with Zhou Handong's lover. Shen Zichen, however, had his gaze solely fixed upon Su Qing, which was precisely what Zhou Handong and her lover desired. No wonder the crown prince's entire faction has perished. Their intellect is truly concerning. The expressions of the 3 generations of the Shen family darkened. Zhou Handong harbored aspirations of becoming empress? Shen Zichen could scarcely believe it. The throne belonged to the 9th prince, as decreed by the old emperor. Zhou Handong writhed in pain on the bed, yet Shen Zichen did not enter. Her anxiety only intensified. She struggled to don her blood-stained garments, forcing herself to rise from the bed. The surrounding maidservants and matrons offered no resistance. With such events transpiring, Zhou Handong's future was irrevocably sealed. As she stumbled toward him, Shen Zichen felt an overwhelming wave of compassion. He instinctively moved to catch her. What a foolish fool. How would he react if he knew that his cuckoldry occurred while she was giving birth in their chamber?
Yen Ziru haltid, fixated on sununtai Qing.
What did she mean? In his chamber? Zhou Handong had brought someone into their room. Did that mean the child had been conceived within his own residence? Su Qing scrolled through the system's records, revealing detailed accounts of Zhou Handong's clandestine rendezvous with her lover. How thrilling! So this is how children come into being. And the fool still treasures it? The process was utterly intoxicating. The system presented a video segment of the event, far more engaging than the cold text. Shen Zichen awaited Su Qing to elaborate further. After a lengthy pause, nothing more was forthcoming. What excitement! What was truly happening? Do continue. The emperor, seated in his rightful place, casually cast a glance at Su Qing before lowering his gaze to obscure his emotions. Su Qing's innermost thoughts had materialized into reality, solidifying her ability to foresee the future, a gift that would bear immense significance for his dynasty. From now on, he must treat Su Qing with utmost care. Su Qing is destined to become the most precious treasure of the court. He must exert every effort to protect her. No one shall dare to harm Su Qing. Shen Zichen boldly gazed at Su Qing. As a person of high status, he naturally understood the significance of Su Qing's capabilities. Yet, what confounded him most was that when Su Qing entered the mansion, he could not hear her thoughts at all. This phenomenon only occurred after Su Qing fell unconscious. Could there be a connection between the two? Su Qing was seated, savoring her tea, when she glanced up and met Shen Zichen's scrutinizing gaze. His dark eyes were as profound as an abyss, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Despite having been a leader in a post-apocalyptic world where she constantly battled human nature and treachery, she found herself unable to fathom Shen Zichen's true intentions. In the apocalypse, people had clear motives: survival, sustenance, and safety. Yet in this ancient setting, motives were manifold. Being new to this world, she was still unfamiliar with its intricacies. The previous owner of this body had a limited understanding, providing her with scant information. Suddenly, Su Qing recalled the system. Su Xiaoqing, do you know? I do not know. The system cut her off before she could finish.
Suin surrendered completely.
It seemed the system could only inquire about past events, remaining oblivious to human emotions. If she could not guess, then she would not. On the floor, Zhou Handong continued to plead pitifully, while Shen Zichen remained unresponsive. Someone, escort the 3rd princess back to the Wangfu, Shen Zichen commanded, arranging for the next steps. Should anyone dare to spread word of today's events, they shall face execution. Shen Zichen's words echoed the emperor's will. All the servants trembled as they retreated. Shen Zichen followed suit, returning to the Wangfu. Grandfather, let us return. Shen Zichen approached, having quietly observed the unfolding drama, never missing a chance to eavesdrop on her sister-in-law's thoughts. She was eager to learn Su Qing's fate, but Su Qing remained silent, leaving her in suspense. Come with me back to the palace, the emperor demanded, reluctant to let Su Qing go, wanting to learn more. Yes, Shen Zichen acquiesced, having discerned the emperor's intentions. The emperor walked ahead, with Shen Zichen supporting him, while Shen Zichen stepped back half a pace, positioning herself closest to Su Qing, as she was her sister-in-law, making it the most fitting arrangement. Su Qing observed Shen Zichen ahead of her. His purple robe, divided by a jade belt, accentuated his form to perfection. His broad shoulders and tapered waist were impeccably defined. The jade pendant at his waist remained still, adhering to decorum with unparalleled elegance. Standing at over 185 centimeters, his jet-black hair cascaded neatly over his shoulders, undisturbed even in motion. This sight stirred feelings in Su Qing, who had grown accustomed to the brutishness of the apocalypse. Especially captivating were the long, delicate hands that supported the emperor, which she recalled had once gripped her neck, revealing calluses, a testament to his strength. Now reflecting on him, Shen Zichen was indeed remarkable. Even amidst her wandering thoughts, honed by years of conflict, her eyes remained keen. She noticed a low-hanging branch ahead and swiftly moved it aside before Shen Zichen could pass. He cast a fleeting glance at her, continuing to assist the emperor without the usual coldness in his gaze. Su Qing's attention was absorbed by Shen Zichen's long legs and strong waist, unaware of his subtle change in demeanor. Congratulations, host. Hatred value at 20. What? It was 50 just a moment ago. How did it drop to 20? She pondered. Had she merely stirred a branch? If it were that simple, she could do it repeatedly to swiftly complete her task and then live her life freely. Long legs. Neither too thin nor too thick, so strong. No excess flesh at the waist, certainly functional. Solid chest muscles, an exhilarating sensation to touch. If given the chance, I would like to touch them again. How about another dose of poison? His typically stern expression faltered, as he shot a fierce glare at Su Qing. How could she possibly speak about what transpired in the room? He thought she needed someone to teach her proper decorum. Upon turning back, he noticed the emperor's face was flushed with suppressed laughter. He had always assumed Su Qing had used cunning to enter Shen Zichen's bed, but it seemed his grandson was also complicit. Otherwise, how could she have gotten so close? Clearly, his eldest grandson was adept at feigning disinterest while harboring affection. Shen Ziyu trailed behind Su Qing, her face burning with embarrassment. How could she hear such things when she had yet to marry? Grandfather, I shall visit mother. I take my leave, she blurted, fleeing as if pursued by a phantom. Shen Zichen continued to assist the old emperor forward, while Su Qing followed, finding no boredom in the majestic sights of the palace. Every corner revealed a new vista, captivating her gaze until it settled upon the old emperor. Though cunning and shrewd, he is kind to his family. What a pity if he were to be poisoned. If he avoided poisoning, he could live several more years. Should I warn him? Better not. Meddling brings swift demise. In the apocalypse, one could not afford to meddle in others' affairs. Kindness only led to harm, even death. Instead, I should find ways to earn more money, allowing me to witness the world's beauty. I could also encounter more handsome men, and if I fancy one, I could bring him home to enjoy daily.
Money?
Where to acquire it? Su Qing's gaze turned to Shen Zichen. A veritable cash cow. The emperor's designated heir must possess wealth. Before leaving, I should secure more, ensuring a life of luxury. Delightful. The mere thought is exhilarating. Shen Zichen could already sense the old emperor's body trembling slightly, undoubtedly from laughter. His princess was calculating his wealth to indulge in other men. Shen Zichen shot another fierce glare at Su Qing. You shall never extract a single copper coin from me in this lifetime. Receiving his murderous glare, Su Qing was utterly perplexed. How had she offended Shen Zichen? However, with the system silent and her hatred value unchanged, she found solace. As for the reason behind it all, it seemed inconsequential. The trio eventually arrived at the imperial study. Shen Zichen, wary of her potentially outrageous thoughts, intended to dismiss her. Upon hearing him suggest she leave, Su Qing's eyes lit up. My lord, I have yet to explore the capital since my arrival. Could you spare a few pieces of silver? As a princess, it was only fitting she request funds from her lord. The emperor chuckled. You are the princess. Should you not manage the Wangfu? Su Qing paused, recalling that in this era, women were responsible for household finances. Just how much money would that entail? Shen Zichen was fuming, his patience fraying. His princess desired his wealth to support other men, and his grandfather had unwittingly provided her with the means. Shen Zichen's gaze could freeze the air as he coldly retorted, no. Su Qing was infuriated, her temper flaring. When had she ever extended her hand for money? In the apocalypse, she had access to the greatest resources. When had she ever worried about scarcity? Here, she was forced to endure this scoundrel's indignities. Damn man. How dare you make things difficult for me? I've conquered countless men. How can I not conquer you? I vow to bring you to your knees, singing my praises and begging for my financial support, completely subservient to my sister's whims. I must admit, I am somewhat looking forward to that day. Su Qing, in a fit of anger, turned on her heel and departed with decisive swiftness, not even casting a glance at Shen Zichen. The imperial study was devoid of any outsiders. A faint smile lingered at the corners of the emperor's mouth. She has conquered many men. Will you too be ensnared? Shen Zichen felt an insatiable itch of resentment. He had delved into Su Qing's past. A girl raised in the countryside, brought to the capital by Shen Zi with the intent to harm him. She had married him, yet still harbored aspirations of being crowned empress by Shen Zi. What family would accept a queen who had been wed before? Especially to one's own sister-in-law. Such a simple truth eluded her understanding. She must be utterly foolish. Conquering men? Who could she have possibly subdued in such a rural setting? Farmers, laborers, or vendors of stinky tofu? The emperor ceased tormenting his grandson, gesturing dismissively. Let's not dwell on this matter. It would be prudent for you to investigate thoroughly. Regardless of whether your consort is possessed by malevolent spirits, her abilities could be of great assistance to us. Shen Zichen was acutely aware of the potential benefits that such abilities held for the royal family. Rest assured, grandfather. I shall keep a vigilant eye on her. The emperor shook his head. There is no need for vigilance, as long as she is your consort. She must remain by your side. Treat her well. I do not perceive Su Qing as a villain. Might there be some misunderstanding regarding her past? Shen Zichen nodded slightly. I shall investigate in detail. For the sake of those men Su Qing had once conquered, he deemed it necessary to probe deeper. The old emperor furrowed his brow, recalling Su Qing's mention of poison. Zichen, who would dare to poison me and succeed, especially at such a critical juncture? When I inherited the throne from the late emperor, the realm was in disarray. I toiled diligently to establish this era of peace. What sins have I committed to deserve such a fate? In his final moments, only those whom the emperor trusted most and held dearest could draw near. At that time, the crown prince's lineage, including his beloved grandson, Shen Zichen, had perished. Who was the true perpetrator behind this treachery?
Su demand cryptic.
Leaving him in a state of restless concern. Observing his grandfather's agitation, Shen Zichen poured a cup of tea. Grandfather, I am already investigating the matter of the poison. Su Qing's words cannot be wholly trusted. The old emperor sipped his tea, visibly calming. You are my most trusted grandson. Please take care. Keep Su Qing's words in mind. And we must unearth those who seek to harm you. Shen Zichen bowed his head in compliance. His greatest anxiety lay with the emperor's affliction. He had examined the remnants of the emperor's medicinal concoctions and had identified a chronic poison. It was uncertain how much the emperor had ingested. While he appeared healthy at present, the extent of the poison's assimilation into his body remained a mystery. If the ingestion had been excessive, it may not be long before calamity struck. Until he discovered an antidote, he dared not inform the emperor, nor could he alarm those behind the scenes. To apprehend the true culprit, he needed to act without raising suspicion. But who could possibly provide the antidote? Suddenly, a name flashed through Shen Zichen's mind. Su Qing. She had previously concocted an antidote for him. Perhaps she could save the emperor as well. Chapter 10. No one can teach me the rules. Su Qing returned from her wanderings, weary as dusk descended. Her constitution was not robust. After only a short while, exhaustion overwhelmed her. Upon entering, she hastily retreated to her chamber to rest. As she opened the door, a wave of warmth enveloped her. Behind the screen, a figure was vaguely discernible. Perhaps alerted by the noise, the person within sprang up abruptly, emerging from behind the screen. Shen Zichen's hair was still damp, and his attire hastily thrown on. His trousers clung to him, thoroughly soaked, revealing his perfect physique. A droplet of water cascaded from his muscular chest onto the floor. Su Qing's gaze lingered on his chiseled abdomen. Ancient warriors possessed an allure like no other, especially when compared to the malnourished weaklings of her previous world. His muscles were robust and well-defined, with flesh perfectly distributed. Areas devoid of excess, like his waist, and others, such as his abs, were splendidly sculpted. The definition of his V-line was simply tantalizing. I have never beheld such a flawless physique. It is truly a feast for the eyes. Strong and vigorous. In the prime of youth, such a rarity. This alluring physique is a pity to be wasted on others. Perhaps before I depart, I should indulge myself first, then seek out handsome young men. Shen Zichen had only risen upon hearing the noise. Years of peril had sharpened his instincts. Yet, as he stood hastily, he caught the essence of Su Qing's thoughts. Her eyes had roamed over him since his emergence, brimming with an insatiable desire to consume him whole. The glimmer in her gaze was akin to a pool of spring water. Her slightly parted lips exuded charm, stirring one's senses. Since regaining consciousness, Su Qing's hair was no longer adorned with ornaments. A blue ribbon held her dark ponytail, while the rest cascaded over her shoulders. The ribbon barely visible amidst the flowing strands, accentuating her delicate, fair visage. Her captivating phoenix eyes were utterly mesmerizing. Your Highness, your physique is remarkable. If you were to stroll through the streets, how many women would be ensnared by your allure? Donning the base's form-fitting attire would elevate your perfection to new heights. No wonder Fong Wani coveted him and even surreptitiously measured his dimensions. It turns out there is indeed something to behold. His soaked garments are nothing short of divine. Shen Zichen felt a surge of indignation, as if steam might erupt from his head. Upon noticing her insatiable gaze, he turned to seize a garment from the rack, draping it over himself, ensuring not a sliver of his abdomen or chest remained exposed. Su Qing, engrossed in her observation, was suddenly confronted by an ill-suited garment. With a sigh, she settled into a chair and poured herself a cup of tea, striving to calm her racing heart. Your Highness, you are not a bashful maiden. Why fear being seen? As long as you have not dismissed me, I am your consort. And it is only natural for me to gaze upon you. Shen Zichen, raised within the royal confines, had been molded by strict propriety. He had encountered many accomplished and genteel young ladies, but Su Qing's audacity was unprecedented. Tomorrow, I shall summon someone to instruct you in the ways of decorum, he stated, his expression stern. Su Qing gently set her teacup down upon the table and met Shen Zichen's gaze directly. No one can teach me the rules. She approached him, her delicate hand lifting his chin, a teasing smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes held an unsettling chill, devoid of warmth. Whoever dares to thwart my desires shall find themselves leaving in a most undignified manner. Her tone shifted from gentle to fierce, a murderous intent radiating from her gaze. Starkly contrasting the sultry Su Qing from moments prior, Shen Zichen instinctively took a step back, as if confronted by something formidable. Su Qing released him with a cold laugh, returning to her chair to sip her tea with refined elegance. In her previous life, amidst a world ravaged by a zombie virus, she had established the only female-led base, propelling it to prominence in the apocalypse. Her success stemmed from her unrestrained nature and ruthless resolve. In her past existence, no one could dictate her life or control her. Although this world was rife with rules, she would abide only within tolerable limits. Should anyone overstep, she would not hesitate to employ her own methods. Shen Zichen, witnessing her tranquil demeanor as she sipped her tea, regained his composure. Such words could not be uttered by a mere country bumpkin. The murderous intent in Su Qing's eyes was not feigned. It was the genuine gaze of one who had taken lives. Shen Zichen resolved to test her once more. Su Qing, this is not the countryside. We are surrounded by nobility and royal kin. Before you act, ensure you ascertain the identity of your opponent. Otherwise, your entire family may suffer the consequences. If Shen Zichen had not mentioned it, Su Qing would have forgotten that the original owner had family. The Minister of War. That old scoundrel. Ha. Thank you for the reminder. Giving birth to a child, only to heed the words of the outside world, and abandoning her own flesh and blood in the countryside, allowing them to be mistreated. And then finding a substitute, showering it with affection. Only when she sought to achieve a great merit did he remember his discarded daughter. He even deceived her into believing that if she assisted Shenzi, she would one day become the empress. A second marriage sister-in-law becoming empress. What a farce. Nevertheless, Shen Zichen's words proved to be quite useful. Tomorrow I shall consult the law to see which crime can annihilate 9 clans. Shen Zichen's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing this. Annihilate 9 clans? Is this something a normal person could conceive? He had always assumed Su Qing was willingly working for Shenzi. Little did he know, she was also being coerced by that old rascal, Su De, the Minister of War, driven to the point of contemplating the annihilation of 9 clans. It is no wonder her temperament is so violent. Alas, she is indeed pitiable. However, does annihilating 9 clans not include her? Congratulations, host. Shen Zichen's hatred value is now 0.
Suving, grateful sipping her tea, momentarily paused.
0? How could it suddenly decrease? A direct drop. Wasn't it still 50 today? What had she done right? She was just about to engage Shen Zichen in conversation to inquire further when footsteps were heard from outside. My lord, I have matters to report. Shen Zichen cast a glance at Su Qing before striding towards the door. Arrange for the Grand Canal transport, aiming to enter the capital before the new year. Salt? So, Shen Zichen has taken over the court's salt transport, but is smuggling private salt and has been directly demoted to a county prince. The crown prince and his sons are eyeing Shen Zichen like hawks. After such a major incident, they are pressuring the emperor to strip him of his princely title. Although later, Shen Zichen used other means to regain his status as a prince, he was still significantly weakened. It's pointless to even look. Wanting to find someone to teach me the rules brings no benefit, so I shall not divulge anything to him. Shen Zichen froze momentarily outside the door. He would actually be demoted to a county prince because of this matter. And this woman, seemingly wishing for his downfall, just because he didn't let her see. If he were to fall, it would appear as if she could take advantage of it. Wouldn't she be demoted alongside him? Upon reflection, Shen Zichen found it somewhat logical. A normal person would never conceive of using the annihilation of 9 clans as a means of family revenge. Yet Su Qing dared to think such thoughts. Chapter 11. If you dare to use me, you must possess the courage. While Shen Zichen was preoccupied with pondering Su Qing, she was diligently consulting the system for information. The chief family in the capital is a royal merchant and also a close ally of Shen Zi. Naturally, they would protect Shen Zi. Although the crown prince has yet to ascend, Shen Zi cannot allow Shen Zichen to live. He must alter the possibility of Shen Zichen being declared the crown prince before the old emperor passes away. If the old emperor leaves behind a decree stating that his father the crown prince ascends the throne, it cannot be changed. As the male protagonist of the story, Shen Zi is adept at utilizing every advantage. He knows that after Shen Zichen took over the salt transport, he colluded with the royal merchant chief family to meddle in the affairs, mixing private salt into the official salt and using the official salt's permits. The emperor would undoubtedly send someone to investigate upon discovering this. Although the emperor trusts Shen Zichen, the evidence is irrefutable, and everyone is watching Shen Zichen closely. Shen Zichen is more wronged than Do-yi. Shen Zichen's fingernails dug into his palms, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. The royal family places great importance on official salt. The emperor entrusted this matter to him out of fear that others would smuggle private salt. He had assured the emperor that there would be no issues. He had been exceedingly cautious. Yet he never anticipated that he would still be taken advantage of. Shen Zichen summoned his covert guards to thoroughly investigate everyone who handled the official salt. Even a single worker must be traced back 3 generations. After making arrangements, Shen Zichen stood by the pond. Under the glow of the red lanterns, the koi swam freely. He nodded slightly, and the koi swam towards him. Its upright posture resembled a solitary figure. Su Qing lay on the bed, quickly succumbing to sleep due to exhaustion. She had no idea how long she had slept, but upon waking in a daze, she found herself alone in the room. Did I scare you? Surely not. Or, are you afraid I might take advantage of you in the middle of the night? Indeed. Why should I wait? If I desire him now, I can have him. In the apocalypse, all high technology had been rendered useless. She had relied on the herbal medicine left from before the apocalypse to survive. For this, she had diligently studied medicine. As for traditional Chinese medicine, she wouldn't dare claim to be an expert, but she was certainly competent. Moreover, her system knew everything. A few prescriptions were hardly an issue. This is an ancient era where traditional Chinese medicine flourishes and medicinal herbs are plentiful. Compounding medicine is exceedingly convenient. Just as Shen Zichen returned from the pond, preparing to enter his room, a chill ran down his back. She actually intended to use medicine on him? She had already attempted it once, and wanted to try again. Was she still a woman? Even if she came from the countryside, she should possess some sense of decency. How could she lack even the most basic understanding of propriety? A country girl should know how to conduct herself. How could she constantly think about wanting him? What a disgrace. Shen Zichen withdrew the hand that was about to push open the door. The person inside frightened him. The last time she drugged him, it had nearly incapacitated him. If it happened again, he would be left completely unscathed. Inside the room, Su Qing merely opened her eyes for a moment before drifting back to sleep. In the apocalypse, she had never slept soundly. Here, she could finally sleep peacefully. As soon as she lay down, she would fall asleep. The bed still bore the pleasant scent of sandalwood from the man, making it impossible not to inhale deeply. The pillow carried a faint fragrance of magnolia. Breathing it in, she fell into a deep slumber without even dreaming. Underneath the pillow lay a note sent by Shen Zi.
King, I miss you.
Let's meet at our usual place tomorrow. Su Qing extended her palm, weak flames engulfing the note, incinerating it completely. She cast Shen Zi aside, without a second thought. He and the female protagonist, Suyu, were the main characters of the story, effortlessly overpowering others wherever they went. Better to keep her distance from them. She didn't harbor strong feelings for Shen Zi. She had no desire to end up like in the book, becoming a foolish and malicious female antagonist. She merely wished to eat well, sleep well, and acquire more wealth. After having slept with Shen Zichen, she would seek out the most handsome young man in the world. Once her favorability rating reached 100, she could soar away, realizing her dream of becoming a wealthy woman traveling the world. Su Qing turned over and continued to sleep, until a beam of sunlight squeezed through the window. The door was pushed open. An elderly maid walked directly to Su Qing's bedside. Without offering a greeting or even bowing, Su Qing leaned against the headboard and regarded her indifferently. The royal residence truly adheres to proper etiquette. The servants possess such audacity. They dare to enter her room without knocking. Su Qing rifled through her memories. Feng Wanni's mother is also the old maid brought out of the palace by Shen Zichen. She had cared for Shen Zichen's daily needs in the palace and had gained his trust. Thus, after coming out to establish the residence, she became the housekeeper. No wonder she disregarded her as the princess. She was aware that Shen Zichen did not return last night, which is why she dared to brazenly intrude. So audacious, yet her daughter merely dared to steal glances and had no means. In the dead of night, she dreams of being Shen Zichen's treasure. Just as Shen Zichen arrived at the door to change clothes, he overheard Su Qing's thoughts. He recalled her thoughts from the day she awakened. Feng Wanni often spied on him while he bathed and dreamed daily of being with him. How intolerable! It was utterly despicable and shameless. If he were to uncover this, he would personally eliminate both mother and daughter. Shen Zichen stepped through the threshold. So early. What brings you here? Feng Mama immediately retracted her arrogance, donning a countenance of benevolent simplicity. Your Highness, the kitchen has prepared breakfast, and this old servant has come to request the princess to rise. If the princess lingers any longer, the food shall grow cold. Su Qing cast a sidelong glance at her. This was a roundabout way of reporting Shen Zichen's behavior. The princess's reluctance to rise in the morning was a breach of decorum. Shen Zichen disregarded her words and turned to Su Qing. From this day forth, you shall attend to my bathing. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. What did he just say? He wants me to assist him with his bath? He wouldn't even allow me to look at him, so how could he be so generous? Could there be some ulterior motive? Or perhaps something has transpired, and his demeanor towards me has shifted further? Su Qing hastily checked the system. To her disappointment, while the hatred value was at 0, the disdain value remained at 100, stagnant and unyielding. She felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He dislikes me, yet expects me to serve him during his bath. I trust he cannot possibly be a masochist. What exactly is he probing for? Although I am indeed intrigued by his physique, vigilance is paramount. Though her mind raced with calculations, her visage remained a mask of neutrality. Even when instructed to assist with his bathing, she merely bestowed upon him a faint glance. Su Qing threw off the covers, letting her hair cascade as she rose. She flashed Shen Zichen a most enticing smile. Serving your highness is a privilege I cherish deeply. I am more than willing to attend to your needs. If you dare to use me, you must possess the courage. Whatever your intentions, I shall accompany you to the end. Approaching the vanity, Su Qing seized a red ribbon, deftly arranging her hair. Gazing into the mirror, she found her unadorned self even more captivating. At that moment, Shen Zichen's reflection appeared in the glass. The clothes you soaked last night must be washed clean by your own hands today. Chapter 12. The freshly washed garments must be hung in the parlor.
Su internet.
Her smile radiant as a bloom. It is an honor for me. I shall wash your clothes, provided you dare to wear them. In all my days, this is the first time someone has dared to ask me to do laundry. Listening to Su Qing's innermost thoughts, coupled with her image in the mirror, elicited an inexplicable sense of unease within Shen Zichen. Indeed, it was uncanny. Laundry. What a delightful task. If I were to add a little something to his trousers, Shen Zichen would never suspect a thing. Shen Zichen's expression darkened. This woman seemed perpetually intent on seducing him.
Suing.
I truly ought to find you a nurse to teach you some manners. Su Qing replied. I guarantee she will leave horizontally. The princess could easily dispose of a servant without issue. Su Qing's demeanor turned icy, her tone flat as she raised an eyebrow at him. Yet her lips curled into a subtle smile. Unadorned, lacking even a trace of powder, she sat upright on the stool, exuding elegance akin to a chrysanthemum. Shen Zichen's cold countenance gradually softened. Even his phoenix eyes, despite their ire, conveyed an alluring charm. To behold Su Qing's threats was akin to observing a cat brandishing its claws. The more he pondered, the more he found her resemblance to a feline. Slowly, the features of the cat and Su Qing began to merge in his mind. Their temperaments were indeed similar, proud, aloof, and quick to show their claws when provoked, yet incapable of inflicting significant harm. A smile involuntarily graced Shen Zichen's lips, as if his heart had been playfully scratched by a cat. Feng Mama observed the smile on Shen Zichen's face, her eyes darting back and forth. Could it be that the prince was truly enamored with this country bumpkin? Su Qing was aligned with the Yuang. If Shen Zichen had indeed developed feelings for her, events might unfold more favorably. Eliminating Shen Zichen would merely be a matter of time. Su Qing took Shen Zichen's white trousers to the outdoor basin, rinsed them thoroughly, and then brought them back out. Shen Zichen, preoccupied with matters of salt transportation, had little time to concern himself with trivialities. It was not until he noticed the emperor arriving with Shen Zichen and Shen Ziyu that he paid attention. The three of them, eager to hear Su Qing's thoughts, had come to join her. Why are ninth brother's trousers hanging here? And with a hole? Stop looking. That is not something young ladies ought to see, Shen Zichen remarked, shielding her sister. Your Majesty, ninth brother is truly outrageous. He usually puts on a facade of disinterest in women, yet privately, he appears quite the libertine. The emperor, displeased by the words regarding his beloved grandson, retorted sharply, Have you resolved matters concerning your princess?
Shen Zichen,
Handsome, yet possessing a rather irritable temperament and a hint of folly, had been born into royalty and enjoyed a life of opulence. However, as the son of the crown prince, with his father yet to ascend the throne, the emperor had already designated the third generation of heirs. Though his mother was the crown princess, she was of a timid disposition and lacked the ability to nurture them. From birth, they had been closest to their wet nurse. The most critical period of Shen Ziyun's need for care and warmth was filled by Zhou Handong's companionship. She had rescued him from a precipice during a hunting expedition, enduring great hardship to bring him back. Throughout his life, Zhou Handong had always been there for him, be it in studies, martial arts, or during times of illness. In a fit of anger, he had foolishly believed Zhou Handong had betrayed him. He would not waver in his loyalty to Zhou Handong based on Su Qing's nonsensical words. When he brought Zhou Handong back to the Wangfu and witnessed her pale face and tears of grievance, he realized the extent of his error. They reconciled, with Zhou Handong vowing under the heavens that she was forever his. Should she betray him, she would meet a dreadful end. Your Majesty, the princess has been wronged. I have already uncovered the truth yesterday. The old emperor regarded him silently, his eyes brewing with anger. Zhou Handong's actions had indeed tarnished the royal reputation. He merely wished to avoid escalation and preserve the family's honor. Yet, Shen Ziyun's belief in Zhou Handong and his decision to keep her around was an affront to royal dignity. Zhou Handong had effectively trampled upon the royal lineage. Such a woman needed to be dealt with expeditiously. However, the execution of a princess required careful consideration. It must remain concealed from the public eye. The royal bride must not be seen as having strayed. Thus, a discreet resolution was imperative. The emperor had already made his decision. Once Su Qing finished her tasks and changed into fresh attire, she prepared to head out when a servant announced, Your Majesty, Prince Run, and Princess, you have arrived. Su Qing had no choice but to proceed to the parlor to receive her guests. Upon her arrival, she overheard the bewildering remarks of the three young men. She felt disinclined to engage in conversation and mentally rolled her eyes. So easily deceived? Is he truly a prince? Is it that simple to fool someone from the royal family? Their intellect seems rather lacking. If anything, Zhou Handong's cunning is superior. I must ascertain her true nature. No wonder she is so astute. She is no ordinary individual. Her true identity is. Shen Zichen, madly in love, is actually. From now on, there will be quite a spectacle to behold. Su Qing's words resonated deeply within Shen Zichen, yet he could not articulate them. Su Qing awaited the unfolding drama. What was Donger? Why didn't she finish her thought? Wasn't she the daughter of a high-ranking official? What could possibly set her apart? Su Qing must be envious of Zhou Handong, shamelessly climbing into ninth brother's bed and spouting nonsense daily. She was surely possessed by some foul spirit. Shen Ziyu secretly observed her elder brother, pondering what Zhou Handong might have given him to drink. The general was blind to the obvious and seemed indifferent to the royal reputation. Su Qing noted the varied expressions of the individuals in the room, easily deducing the underlying tensions. Ever since the emperor entrusted the matter to Shen Zichen, she had anticipated such a turn of events. It was simply a matter of avoiding embarrassment and keeping things low-key. At that moment, Shen Zichen entered through the back door of the room. The emperor's gaze was first drawn to Shen Zichen. Zichen, your trousers are placed here inappropriately, he remarked. Shen Ziyu dared not raise her head, for she had yet to be married. It was only then that Shen Zichen noticed his white trousers hanging prominently in the hall, notably marred by a fist-sized hole, unmistakably indicative of mischief. The servants in the room bowed their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Shen Zichen's attire was typically reserved for a designated drying space, yet it had inexplicably found its way into the living room, now with a gaping tear. Below the hole, a hint of green protruded, reminiscent of aquatic vegetation. He needed no further contemplation to discern the architect of this calamity. Shen Zichen's countenance darkened instantly, a cold fury emanating from him. He swiftly approached, yanking down the trousers, only to turn and find Su Qing standing at the doorway. Enraged, he seized Su Qing and hurled her onto a chair in the corridor. Su Qing sat with a smile, smoothing her skirt. Your Highness, what troubles you? Who has angered you? I have diligently washed the clothes as per your request. Multiple times even. Chapter 13. Dare to touch me, and see what happens. Shen Zichen's face was a stormy black. This woman was clearly being mischievous. Who permitted you to dry them in the hall? Su Qing's eyes sparkled. I dried them in the room back in the countryside. Did you dry your clothes in the living room when you were little? Shen Zichen was acutely aware that Su Qing had been bullied by servants throughout her childhood, forced into labor daily. I had no living room, just a single room. Wherever I slept, that was where I dried my clothes. If you dare make me wash, be prepared to face the consequences. Shen Zichen, this is merely an appetizer. The main course is far more delectable. Is this all it takes to make you angry? It's hardly impressive. You can only grit your teeth and glare. How did I end up with such a piece of work? Still, my little brother behaves well. Shen Zichen's fists clenched, veins bulging. He glared at Su Qing's seemingly innocent face, his head buzzing with fury. She appeared pure, yet her thoughts were evidently consumed by a certain young man. Who was this young man that occupied her mind so? The main course? What did she mean? Shen Zichen suddenly recalled Su Qing's words, a chill creeping down his spine. Was there more to come? Su Qing, I warn you, if you continue to act recklessly, I shall administer family discipline.
Suinskov lightly, discipline?
You may do so at any time, but ensure you can bear the cost. Su Qing held a deep disdain for threats, yet Shen Zichen persistently tread upon her boundaries. Don't speak of your meager martial arts. Can you even catch me? Even if you could, dare to touch a single hair on my body. And I will ensure you regret it. Shen Zichen trembled with rage. No one had ever dared to threaten him before. This woman, coming from the countryside, had the audacity to provoke him repeatedly, clearly disregarding his status as a prince. I am curious. What cost would I incur? Su Qing surveyed the surrounding architecture. I would turn this place to ashes. Burn down the royal residence. She could undoubtedly carry it out. Shen Zichen's breath quickened, his eyes wide with disbelief. As if he could kill her with a mere glare. Su Qing, dare to burn it down and see what happens. Shen Zichen, dare to touch me and see what happens. System. Host, do not act recklessly. Be wary of becoming a pig. Get lost. Don't speak. I am not afraid. After all, there are still 100 points of resentment available to use. System. It hasn't he informed Su Qing that if she fails to complete her tasks, she too will transform into a pig. It regretted not selecting a more suitable host. The leader of the apocalypse base, a person of authority, would naturally not easily compromise. The survival rule of the apocalypse is survival of the fittest. At worst, they would perish together. The system was now on the verge of tears, mirroring Shen Zichen's utter exasperation. Shen Zichen was furious, every bone in his body aching. Su Qing, as a princess, you must be respectful, gentle, virtuous, and obedient to your husband. Yet, look at you. Do you still possess the demeanor of a princess?
Son Taiking blinker innocently. Mom.
Is there something wrong with him? Respectful? Gentle? What nonsense is this? I excel in killing and arson, and I take great pleasure in it. When he dies, I can assist in the drying. Why are you leaving? Shen Zichen did not wish to hear about being dried out. With a dark expression, he departed. Was she truly a woman? Not only was she not gentle as water, but she also harbored murderous thoughts daily. Was she truly just a girl from the countryside? Even if she was someone connected to Shenzi, there was no need for her to constantly think of murder and arson. Was there? Shen Zichen entered the main hall, sitting coldly. Su Qing followed. I pay my respects to His Majesty. She acknowledged the Empress Dowager, Shen Ziyu, with grace and decorum. Shen Ziyun, ignored by Su Qing, felt no particular way about it. After all, neither party held any regard for the other. The emperor, having witnessed a splendid performance, was in high spirits. His grandson had never faced such a setback. If Shen Zichen allowed Su Qing to approach him, it was evident he held an affection for her. Otherwise, he would not tolerate her audacity. Shen Zichen, now calmly sipping tea, remained composed. Were it not for the need to ally with Su Qing to eliminate Shenzi, he would have already driven this woman away. Su Qing settled into the seat to Shen Zichen's right, glancing at the old emperor. You don't look well. Could it be you are poisoned? The old emperor's heart skipped a beat. Shen Zichen suddenly looked up. He had just discovered the truth. Yet Su Qing discerned it merely by observation.
How can that be?
Is the timing wrong? Su Qing rechecked the system. The records only noted the cause of the emperor's death and the perpetrator, lacking specifics on the timing of the poisoning. All eyes turned to Su Qing, particularly the old emperor, who was eager for details. Everyone held their breath, their gazes frequently drifting toward Su Qing. She appeared to be savoring her tea, devoid of any thought. Only Shen Zichen, seated closest to her, noticed that when she lowered her head, her eyes gently closed. Su Qing extended her mental energy, slowly approaching the emperor. A slight headache began to form. Though her psychic abilities remained, they were considerably diminished. In her previous life, such proximity would have posed no issue. Only at a distance would she experience slight discomfort. Moments later, Su Qing withdrew her mental energy and opened her eyes. To outsiders, it seemed she was merely enjoying her tea. Indeed, he has been poisoned, a slow-acting toxin for over 10 days. The old emperor is in good health. This dosage will not be fatal in the short term. To aspire to be emperor while fearing discovery, caught between the wolf and the tiger. If it were me, I would eliminate the threat directly. With an army at my disposal, seizing the palace would be a viable option. Having gained control of the palace, yet remaining so cautious, one cannot achieve great things. A hint of disdain flickered across Su Qing's face. Her words sent shivers through several listeners. The emperor's countenance turned as dark as soot. He truly was poisoned, or perhaps his progeny were involved. Furthermore, they might have gained control of the palace and even military power. However, none were suited to meet these criteria. He had distributed military power to his offspring, yet the palace remained under his control. The Imperial Guard and the 10,000 elite troops were firmly in his grasp. Yet Su Qing claimed they were already under someone else's control. Had the Imperial Guard and the elite troops betrayed him? Shen Zichen shared this line of thought. He understood military power better than anyone. Throughout history, emperors had always kept control of the palace and the capital's military forces firmly in their own hands. On paper, military power resided with Shen Zichen. Yet many of his men had been dispatched by the emperor himself. Who, then, was Su Qing referring to? Moreover, Su Qing remained utterly still. How could she ascertain that the emperor was poisoned? Shen Zichen was utterly dumbfounded. Without moving a muscle, she seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything, even the intricate distribution of military power within the royal family. Apart from his father, the crown prince, there were several uncles who held military authority. Counting Shen Zichen, there were 5 princes in total from the crown prince's lineage, with approximately a dozen holding military power. How could one investigate such a web of intrigue? Yet, if Su Qing spoke the truth, the palace and the capital were far from secure. A betrayal by the Imperial Guard of 100,000 could easily seize the capital, leading to a coup at any moment. Chapter 14. Dried meat must be sprinkled with chili powder. Having lost military power, it was no wonder he would be poisoned. The old emperor began a profound self-reflection. It was his own poor judgment in choosing allies that led to his tragic demise, dragging his grandson down with him. Upon returning today, he resolved to conduct a thorough investigation of those around him, especially anyone eligible for the throne. His sons and grandsons would all be scrutinized. The old emperor glanced at Shen Zichen. The identity of Zhou Handong was also of great significance. Zichen, what do you plan to do about the matter concerning the princess? You have been bewitched, and I cannot turn a blind eye. Although it must not be made public, neither can it be disregarded. The dignity of the royal family is at stake. It cannot be overlooked. In ordinary circumstances, such matters within the royal family would be handled discreetly, with the external narrative generally attributing it to sudden illness. Yet Shen Zichen appeared to be under some spell, utterly unconvinced. Grandfather, the princess is wronged. She has clarified everything with me upon her return. That child is indeed mine. The old emperor's expression towards Shen Zichen turned to one of disappointment. It was fortunate he had not chosen him as the heir to the throne. How could someone so easily deceived by a woman be fit for such a role? Shen Zichen noticed his grandfather's sudden indifference and was perplexed. What had he said wrong? Su Qing lowered her head to savor the untainted, natural flavor of her tea. The 3 fools would probably never understand that the princess he believed in was once the foremost courtesan of a brothel. She was specifically at the service of dignitaries, and even her face was likely stolen from another's. In the hall, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. She could peel off someone's skin. What kind of cruelty is this? Shen Zichen's eyes turned bloodshot. Had it not been for Shen Zichen's firm grip, he might have lunged at Su Qing. She is no human. How dare she say Donger is a courtesan? Donger is cultured and gentle. How could she be compared to a courtesan? Su Qing set down her teacup, noticing several gazes fixed upon her. She turned to Shen Zichen. Is something the matter? Have they all been driven mad by Shen Zichen? If I encountered such a despicable family member, I would surely be furious enough to cause a ruckus. Shen Zichen glared at Su Qing with bloodshot eyes. Shameless woman, climbing into the prince's bed makes you the disgrace of the royal family. Su Qing shot back, am I a rabid dog, biting indiscriminately? Even a dog has more intelligence than you, mistaking a counterfeit for a treasure. The royal family's intellect is at rock bottom. The old emperor nodded in approval, casting a look of admiration towards Su Qing. Her methods of entering the royal family were indeed unsavory, yet he found her words rather pleasing. Shen Zichen, that scoundrel, was not even as astute as a dog, which could distinguish between good and evil. Shen Zichen was on the verge of apoplexy. He could no longer remain in the room. Everyone was disparaging his hand-ong. What a wonderful woman she was. How could they tarnish her reputation so? Old Ninth, do not be beguiled by her looks and forget how she climbed into your bed. Su Qing, unwilling to engage in a debate with a rabid dog, casually picked up a grape from the fruit platter and began to eat. Silly dog, the prince's residence will soon be an empty shell. Next, there will be various shops and all the businesses under his name, and in the end, even his life will be forfeit. Shen Zichen trembled all over. His mind a blank. He nearly fainted. Grandfather, I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. Shen Zichen exited, and the emperor did not stop him. He allowed Shen Zichen some time, but it would not be long. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the more people would become aware. After Shen Zichen departed, the old emperor pondered who had conspired against him. Su Qing, since you have entered the royal family, you have yet to meet all the royal relatives. Today, accompany me into the palace. I shall introduce you. Su Qing was suddenly overwhelmed with a headache. The emperor wants to introduce her to the family? All the royal kin. Hadn't the old emperor always despised her? Why was he acting differently today? As for those unimportant relatives, it would be entirely unnecessary to meet them. In any case, I have no intention of staying here long. Once my task is complete and I have enough money, I shall depart. Shen Zichen cast a glance at Su Qing. Complete the task? What task? Is it to assassinate me? Or to steal military secrets? She claims she wants to cooperate with me. What a fraud. Her words are utterly untrustworthy. Suddenly, he felt something lingering about him. Looking up, he found Su Qing's enchanting eyes roving over him. The legs of this handsome man are indeed long, strong, and well-proportioned. With fair skin, coupled with a robust waist, he exudes a latent power ready to erupt at any moment. Before leaving, I must not let him slip away. It would be a pity to waste such a catch. The next moment, she received a significant eye roll from Shen Zichen. His gaze was dark and frosty, radiating an aura that forbade any closeness. My lord, as a prince, one must maintain emotional composure. If you truly find me displeasing, simply give me money, and I shall vanish from your sight at once. If I wanted to survive, do you think I would wish to gaze upon you longer? I am but a piece of dried meat hanging from the city gate. You best not fall into my hands, for I shall surely sprinkle chili powder upon your dried flesh. Shen Zichu's face paled with fright, her body trembling uncontrollably. What use is chili powder on a dried corpse? Can it even be eaten? The old emperor looked at Shen Zichen with sympathy. His choice of wife was indeed formidable. In his lifetime, he had taken many lives, yet he had never contemplated cannibalism. Shen Zichen's wife actually considered devouring him. However, he had confidence in his grandson. No matter how formidable Su Qing was, she could never be his grandson's match. Seeing the old emperor's and his sister's gazes, Shen Zichen shut his eyes entirely. It was better not to look. Su Qing would always want to leave him high and dry. He would never give her the chance to sprinkle chili powder on him, whether alive or dead. Better to die than to live and be subjected to such irritation. I will find an opportunity to live and sprinkle. The old emperor was taken aback, but then he exhaled. Sprinkling chili powder on a living person should not pose a significant problem. After all, his grandson was a martial artist and would certainly endure it. Shen Zichu, however, recoiled as if she had seen something terrifying, retreating further into her chair. As a child, she had been mischievous and ventured into the imperial kitchen, accidentally encountering chili powder. That scene was one she never wished to relive. There is no need to cover oneself entirely. Merely getting some on your hands will suffice. Sprinkling a bit in the air will cause discomfort in the eyes. Rubbing them will only exacerbate the sting. If one needs to use the restroom, it would be quite the spectacle. It would feel as if one's very flower would bloom from the heat. Shen Zichen opened his eyes, his lips twitching. He would never allow Su Qing the chance to sprinkle chili powder on him, whether alive or dead. Chapter 15. The Shen Family, a House of Talents. Shen Zichen possesses a demeanor that is decidedly aloof, rendering him difficult to approach. His skepticism towards her is palpable, and winning his favor proves to be a formidable challenge. Yet, despite the arduous nature of her plight, she remains resolute in seizing every opportunity to survive. She is not one to yield easily, even if she finds herself perpetually teetering on the brink of self-destruction. However, in the final moments, she exercises caution. Your Majesty, after marrying him for so long, I have yet to glimpse the appearance of the key to the treasury, Su Qing remarked, her clear eyes blinking innocently, exuding an air of grievance. The old emperor was rendered speechless. With her checkered past, who would trust her with the entire royal residence? What misdeeds had she committed? Yet now, the old emperor perceived a change in Su Qing. If she could foresee the future, it would undoubtedly bode well for the royal family. Having lived many years and witnessed myriad events, this notion of foresight was a first for him. The old emperor stroked his cherished beard and turned to Shen Zichen. It is customary for a wife to manage the household affairs. Today, you shall hand over the treasury keys and the authority of the steward to Su Qing. Shen Zichen's countenance fell immediately. Your Majesty. Su Qing was always contemplating eloping with his wealth to fund her own indulgences. How could he entrust her with such power? Wouldn't he that facilitate her escape? Would he be financing his own humiliation? A man of ambition should not delegate household matters. Shen Zichen sensed that the emperor was intentionally setting a trap for him. Conversely, the emperor understood Su Qing's intentions well and even willingly placed the funds in her hands. Very well, Your Majesty, Shen Zichen conceded, stepping outside. Moments later, the keys and account books were delivered. Su Qing flashed a charming smile as she received the items and performed a standard bow befitting a princess. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. To her, it all represented wealth. Managing such a vast estate, amassing a personal fortune was hardly a daunting task. Shen Zichen averted his gaze from Su Qing, finding her cunning nature off-putting. Yet, Su Qing remained unfazed. As long as she possessed wealth, that was sufficient. Returning to her seat, she rummaged through the keys, discovering dozens of them. With so many keys, there must be numerous storerooms. I shall soon be wealthy. As a prince, Shen Zichen is not to interfere with the inner court affairs. All this wealth is mine. My appearance is undoubtedly enchanting, with a graceful figure and fair skin. Whether it be bosom or derriere, I possess all the desirable attributes, yet Shen Zichen remains unimpressed. If you do not appreciate me, I shall seek out those who do. Whether they love me or my fortune, as long as I am comfortable, that suffices. The old emperor, sipping tea, almost choked on his drink. His granddaughter-in-law was indeed formidable, perpetually scheming to ensnare Shen Zichen. However, judging by her demeanor, she dared only to fantasize. As long as she did not engage in actions that would tarnish the royal family's reputation, her thoughts were of no concern. Shen Zichen fixed his gaze on Su Qing, recognizing her constant desire for escape. Very well. Su Qing, do you wish to nurture a lover outside? I shall ensure you remain tethered to the palace for life. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyes out. With such a stunning beauty before you, those two fish eyes are of no use. Could it be that Shen Zichen has truly succumbed? That cannot be. After my last treatment, he stood tall. Su Qing's gaze wandered between Shen Zichen's legs. Ahem. The old emperor could no longer contain himself. He had indeed choked on his tea. Shen Ziu's face flushed crimson, while Shen Zichen's countenance darkened like a soot-covered pot. All his affairs laid bare. Damned woman. I shall make you aware of my capabilities. I shall ensure you cannot rise from bed for 3 days. And we shall see if you still have the heart for such trivialities.
Suin, behave yourself.
Shen Zichen could no longer tolerate her provocations and spoke sternly.
Suin,
just lifting the account book, noticed his words, and smiled gently. Your Highness, what have I done wrong? If you are lacking, why direct your ire at me? Your emotions seem rather unstable. Both the old emperor and Shen Ziu turned their gazes toward Shen Zichen, who found himself at a loss for words. How could he be deemed lacking? For a man to have his abilities questioned was a profound humiliation. If he were truly inept, the emperor would never have bequeathed the throne to him. What nonsensical thoughts occupied this woman's mind? Shen Zichen could not allow Su Qing to continue her ramblings. If the emperor took her words to heart, his status as heir would be jeopardized. Your Majesty, I shall take the princess below to rest. The old emperor waved his hand. There is no rush. Come with me to the palace now. The royal relatives must become acquainted with the princess. Shen Zichen had no choice but to follow the emperor into the palace. In the imperial garden, a multitude of people had gathered. The emperor had summoned all who could attend, including Shen Zichen as uncles. The emperor was constantly taking concubines, neglecting the empress, who had chosen to remain in the inner palace, illuminated only by the flickering light of a lone lamp. She would not appear unless there were matters of state. She had even pressured the emperor to confer the throne upon the crown prince. In their youth, the emperor and empress had shared a deep bond, but now he felt a twinge of guilt towards her. Although the crown prince was not exceptional, his son Shen Zichen was undoubtedly the most suitable heir. Out of respect for Shen Zichen, the emperor saw no harm in allowing the crown prince to hold the throne for a few years, as long as he ultimately issued a decree to establish Shen Zichen as the new crown prince. However, he did not anticipate the dissatisfaction brewing among the other royal family members. It was not that they had not foreseen this. Rather, they had grown weary with age and were reluctant to contemplate it. Shen Zichen, being capable, preferred not to invite trouble. Managing state affairs and dealing with the inner palace, he found himself increasingly disinclined to handle additional burdens. The old emperor firmly believed that with a simple decree, the matter could be resolved, and he felt no need for further inquiry. Yet, it was precisely this attitude that turned everyone into ravenous wolves, even giving rise to thoughts of poisoning the old emperor. A family that appeared harmonious on the surface was, in truth, already fragmented. The imperial family has never known true affection, a truth as old as time. Observing the gathering of around 10 individuals, Su Qing felt a headache coming on. She detested large families, which brought no real utility, but always seemed to attract trouble. She held little interest in the Shen family members, focused solely on completing her mission and then wandering freely through the world. Princess, the crown prince is my eldest son. These are your second uncle and aunt along with their 4 children, your third uncle and aunt with their 3 children, and your little royal uncle. The old emperor personally introduced everyone, bestowing Su Qing with considerable respect. This was a task that normally Shen Zichen would undertake. As the old emperor introduced the family, Su Qing's gaze fell upon the youngest son, Shen Chang'e. The Shen family is indeed filled with talented individuals. Upon hearing Su Qing's thoughts, the old emperor remained outwardly composed, yet a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Clearly, Su Qing had made the right observations. There were indeed matters unknown to him. The old emperor looked upon his descendants with a benevolent smile, secretly observing everyone's reactions. All appeared quite normal, presenting a scene of familial warmth and harmony. It seemed that only he could hear Su Qing's innermost thoughts. After all, he was the son of heaven, chosen by fate. Of course he was different. He must have saved countless common folk, which allowed him to avoid being poisoned in his twilight years and brought Su Qing, this fortunate star, to his side. Today, Shen Chang'e will present a woman to the old emperor, Li Wanru. She will become the old emperor's most cherished consort in his later years, favored above all others. She even bore him a son in his old age. The old emperor glanced at Shen Chang'e, who had no extraneous company nearby. What is his intention in gifting himself someone? Under normal circumstances, the old emperor would undoubtedly accept such a gesture. His descendants have presented him with companions before. Yet Su Qing's keen observation suggests that this is no ordinary occurrence. Might there be a connection between his demise and this Li Wanru? Ever since he learned that he had been poisoned after losing his military power, the old emperor has regarded everyone as a potential assassin. The old emperor, in his advanced years, finds solace in the vitality of the young. Older men tend to favor youthful and beautiful maidens, thus, his descendants cater to his whims. The old emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment, averting his gaze from Su Qing as much as possible. Which man is not susceptible to lust? Moreover, as the emperor, all women in the realm should rightfully belong to him. Father, your son has been preoccupied with official duties and has only just returned today. My greatest concern while away was your health. Seeing you in such robust condition brings me immense relief. Shen Chang'e's face radiated with filial piety. My child, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Performing your duties well is the greatest comfort to me. Shen Chang'e bowed respectfully. Yes, father. At that moment, a slender girl clad in pink approached the assembly, exuding an enchanting charm. Father, this is Li Wanru, whom I have brought back from the south. She is gentle, considerate, and gracious. I believe she would be a suitable caretaker for you. Shen Chang'e presented Li Wanru to the old emperor, fully aware of his father's preferences. This woman had been meticulously crafted for the old emperor's delight, having undergone years of training for this very opportunity, with her temperament and interests tailored to his liking.
Su Hing epresyon nesli liftet her teaccup.
The old emperor's days are surely numbered. The old emperor was taken aback. Could his death be linked to this woman? Is it possible that she could usurp control of the capital's military? Su Qing sipped her tea and leisurely reached for a banana from the table, savoring each bite. In the apocalypse, such fruits were a rarity. Since she was here, she intended to relish life's pleasures. It is quite thrilling that my son has bestowed such a gift upon me. Little does Li Wanru know how many times Shen Zichen has shared her bed. And now, she is being handed over to me, to serve within the palace. What a pity! What is the pity about? What troubles her? The old emperor leaned in, intent on hearing more. The old emperor nearly choked on his indignation. He felt powerless against Su Qing and redirected his gaze toward Li Wanru. Initially, she had seemed quite appealing, but the more he observed, the more he found her distasteful. Shen Zichen, how bold you are. Chapter 16. Not only is it possible, but it is highly effective. Though the old emperor maintained a smile, it was laced with an undercurrent of menace. His gaze swept over Shen Zichen and Li Wanru. He had always favored his youngest son, only to discover that he too harbored ambitions for the throne. Shen Zichen had anticipated the old emperor's delight, and perhaps even a reward. Given that Li Wanru was a remarkable choice, carefully selected and crafted to suit the emperor's preferences. Father, Miss Li possesses a charming disposition and is well-versed in the arts. She is far superior to those clumsy maids. Li Wanru, perceptive as ever, approached the emperor. However, the old emperor remained silent, his expression grave. Commoner Li Wanru pays her respects to your majesty.
Begone.
The old emperor interrupted her before she could finish, suddenly overcome with revulsion. He could hardly bear to look at her. He commanded her to leave immediately. Shen Zichen and Li Wanru were left bewildered. How could this be? Were they not supposed to win the emperor's favor? With Li Wanru as a consort, Shen Zichen expected royal commendation. Why did reality diverge so sharply from their expectations? Li Wanru could even sense a profound disdain in the emperor's tone. Shen Zichen was utterly confounded. Had he not crafted Li Wanru according to the old emperor's desires?
Why?
Then, had his favor dissipated so suddenly? The old emperor paid no heed to their thoughts. His attention was solely on Su Qing, who leisurely peeled grapes. What became of him? What a pity!
Stop eating. Speak.
You are driving me mad. He glanced at Shen Zichen, his beloved grandson, who was lost in thought. He had no hope for him. Princess, what is your opinion on Li Wanru? The old emperor took the initiative.
Su Qing struggled to swallow a grape.
Managing to do so just in time. Was the old emperor losing his sanity? His son presents him with a companion and then seeks her opinion on the matter? Furthermore, she was a woman despised by all in the capital, who had climbed to the prince's bed through unscrupulous means. Was he not adding fuel to the fire? All eyes turned to Su Qing. Shen Zichen's expression darkened further. What had transpired during his absence from the capital? He was unaware of the developments surrounding Su Qing's reputation. He had long known her name, and such a woman was hardly worthy of consideration. She was merely attempting to ascend the social ladder by clinging to Shen Zichen. What merit was there in consulting her? Yet the old emperor's inquiry implied something significant. Meeting the collective gaze fixed upon her, Su Qing swiftly composed herself. In her past life, she had led a base of over 100,000 people. This small gathering was a trivial matter. Your Majesty, I am but a simpleton, unacquainted with the arts. While I raised my son like a cherished treasure, I never suspected a thing. With such intellect, it is no wonder my son was deceived. Shen Zichen intended to place Li Wanru in his son's care to hasten her pregnancy, to ensure her swift conception. Shen Zichen had worked tirelessly for an entire month. Li Wanru's ambitions were even grander. She aspired to become empress, and naturally, she would cooperate with Shen Zichen. Su Qing continued to enjoy her grapes, yet suddenly felt a chill run down her back, a habit she had cultivated in the apocalypse. If someone were watching her, she would sense it immediately. She had been targeted by snipers more than once within a 2,000-meter range. Her survival hinged on her acute instincts. Suddenly, she turned to find her gaze locked with Shen Zichen's. He appeared momentarily taken aback, his eyes narrowing. Su Qing instantly understood that he was suspicious of her. Her reaction had been too swift. She smiled and offered him a peeled grape. Prince, please indulge. Shen Zichen accepted the grape, mechanically placing it in his mouth. Though his gaze remained fixed on Su Qing, his eyes betrayed scrutiny and inquiry. Even a prince raised at the heart of power was transparent before her. She could see right through his thoughts. As he regarded her, did he not find her rather appealing? Shen Zichen composed himself, forcing a smile. Your beauty is for my eyes alone. Should you dare to flaunt it before others, I shall ensure you truly understand beauty. Su Qing dismissed his threat with a playful laugh. My lord, there are so many people here. Do they not see me already? Is it your wish to hide me away? I would be honored. You think you can confine me for the sake of your desires? You ought to reconsider your own worth. While the women here may adhere to propriety, I am not one of them. You wish for me to remain at home while you indulge in the pleasures of the harem? Not a chance. I would never forsake an entire forest for a crooked tree like you. Shen Zichen's expression darkened once more.
Swing.
I believe it is necessary to summon a Taoist to exorcise your demons.
What?
Before Su Qing could process his words, Shen Zichen had taken her by the arm, leading her out of the imperial garden. How dare you forcibly drag me away? Do you truly believe I am made of paper? Shen Zichen, accompanied by Su Qing, exited the palace and promptly boarded a carriage. Su Qing fixed her gaze upon Shen Zichen. Despite her immense anger, she managed to suppress her fury. This was neither the apocalypse nor her stronghold. Some irritation could be endured until it became unbearable. To be fair, every time she beheld Shen Zichen, he appeared exceptionally handsome. His chiseled features were striking, and his three-dimensional visage was undeniably attractive. His dark eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss. The purple robe, cinched by a jade belt, was perfectly proportioned, accentuating his long legs. Sitting upright, he exuded an air of authority befitting a superior. One cannot deny that Shen Zichen was the most handsome man she had ever encountered. Aside from his somewhat irritable temperament and suspicious nature, there was little else to critique. Not only was he visually appealing, but he also possessed other commendable traits. Stop the carriage. Shen Zichen suddenly shouted. The driver swiftly halted the horses, causing Su Qing to lurch against the carriage window. Shen Zichen, have you lost your mind? She exclaimed, turning to him, only to notice a faint flush creeping onto his ears.
Leaning forward, so in sought clarity. Return.
Shen Zichen's sudden command startled her. Do not look at me, he exclaimed, sounding somewhat flustered. Su Qing resumed her seat, casting him a disdainful glance. Very well, she thought. If he forbade her gaze, she could simply divert her attention elsewhere. She seriously doubted his manhood, given his indifference toward a beauty such as herself. Shen Zichen's fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. This woman perpetually questioned his capabilities, and he vowed to demonstrate to her that he was not only competent, but exceptionally so. Chapter 17. The system is for gossiping. Just as Su Qing was on the verge of dozing off from the swaying of the carriage, they arrived at the royal temple outside the city, Debay Temple. The abbot, Master Huiming, was an old friend of Shen Zichen. Your Highness, do you suspect the princess is possessed by an evil spirit? The abbot inquired in a hushed tone. Su Qing, upon seeing the abbot, respectfully bowed, hands clasped together. Master, I greet you. Huiming returned the gesture, Amitabha. He scrutinized Su Qing with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. What does his highness wish to inquire? Shen Zichen glanced at Su Qing. You should enter and rest. Su Qing recognized his intention to dismiss her and refrained from further comment. She bowed to the abbot, saying, I take my leave. Su Qing always exhibited utmost respect for those of the monastic order. Once inside the room, she sat upright in a chair, closed her eyes, and focused her mind. Everything happening outside fell within her realm of perception. Upon hearing Shen Zichen planning to set up a magical formation, she withdrew her probing. It appeared he was suspicious of her. She had crossed over from another world, and this was her chance for survival. She could not afford to lose it easily. Born and raised in the apocalypse, her knowledge of Buddhism was limited to what she had gleaned from texts before the end times. However, she understood that both Buddhist and Taoist practices were effective against numerous malevolent entities. She was uncertain of her current status, whether human or evil spirit, but she was resolute in her desire not to perish again. When Master Huiming and Shen Zichen entered the room, Su Qing had vanished. They had just been outside, and there was no sign of her departure. How could she have disappeared? Shen Zichen scanned the surroundings. The window was ajar, revealing a tranquil expanse of green grass, utterly devoid of any presence. Damn it, this woman was far too swift. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of her. Su Qing rushed onto the street, intent on finding a place to eat. This body was indeed quite weak. After less than half an hour of running, she was already exhausted. Faced with a row of shops, she found herself paralyzed by indecision. What should she eat? Make way. A carriage sped through the marketplace, its hooves kicking up dust. The driver shouted for people to clear a path. Su Qing was too close to evade. The driver pulled the reins with all his might, and the horse's hooves were raised perilously above her head. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The hooves were about to descend, and the onlookers feared the worst. Just as everyone thought Su Qing had been struck dumb with fear, she extended her hand, positioning it sideways to form a blade. In the instant the hooves began to fall, she swiftly struck. The crowd barely comprehended what had transpired as the horse neighed and toppled to the side. People scrambled to avoid the chaos. With the horse down, the carriage followed suit, and the occupants leaped from the windows in the final moments of the crash. Here comes the fool. Shen Zichen, who had just jumped out of the carriage, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't fathom how he kept encountering her while shopping for gifts for Han Dong. Noticing the disdain in Shen Zichen's eyes, Su Qing lightly brushed her sleeves. It was unbecoming for a prince to gallivant through the streets. If events were to unfold normally, it would lead to Zhou Handong weeping and pleading, she mused, envisioning the scene where she would sob into Shen Zichen's arms. Your Highness, I can no longer endure this home where everyone mocks me. I am wronged, yet only you believe me. I wish to leave this place. The fool would then take Zhou Handong to his finest manner and present it to her, allowing her to claim it as her own. In Shen Zichen's final moments, he would witness her with another man, and she would shatter his bones and toss him into the latrine, soaking him in a vat of wine. Shen Zichen felt a chill run down his spine as he listened to Su Qing's wild imaginings. She had even claimed that Han Dong was a courtesan, with a face that belonged to another. Yet he had inspected closely upon returning, and Han Dong's face was undeniably her own. How could someone as understanding as Han Dong allow this woman to insult her so freely? Su Qing, today I was in the wrong and almost harmed you. Allow me to host a banquet to make amends, and I implore you to show some grace. He was determined to make Su Qing realize just how virtuous Zhou Handong truly was. Han Dong's culinary skills were unparalleled, surpassing even those of the imperial kitchen. Just as Su Qing was contemplating where to dine, Shen Zichen conveniently appeared. She would observe how Zhou Handong had bewitched Shen Zichen to the point of losing all sense. After battling for survival in the apocalypse, she had become more masculine than feminine. Now that she was free from the constant threat of death, she felt the need to embrace her femininity. When she ventured out in search of handsome men, she wished to be well prepared. A woman like Zhou Handong was always of utmost practicality. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Su Qing followed Shen Zichen to his royal residence. His manor was no less impressive than Shen Zichen's, complete with flowing streams and pavilions. It was a sight to behold. Being a royal child had its privileges, granting him access to luxuries that others could only dream of. Even a single pillar here could provide sustenance for a common family for half a lifetime. As Su Qing trailed behind Shen Zichen through the corridors, the simple act of walking felt dreadfully mundane. She wondered what kind of company someone as dim-witted as Shen Zichen could possibly keep. To alleviate her boredom, she consulted her system.
Suki,
An official in the Ministry of Revenue, is about to become embroiled in a corruption scandal. If this matter comes to light, his future will be irrevocably tarnished. Since reaching adulthood, Shen Zichen had been appointed to the Ministry of Revenue, serving as the deputy minister, a position favored by the emperor, considering he was Shen Zichen's maternal brother, intended to assist him in the future. After entering the Ministry of Revenue, Shen Zichen promptly replaced his subordinates. Su Qi was among those he brought into the ministry. Diligent and conscientious, he meticulously verified even the slightest errors. He maintained a pristine reputation, never venturing into the brothels or entertainment districts. How could such a person possibly engage in corruption? Moreover, Su Qi harbored a preference for young girls over adult women, frequenting only the most clandestine locales of the capital. It's no wonder no one suspected him. Yet such establishments are notoriously extravagant. Su Qi's meager salary was hardly sufficient. Life in ancient times was indeed vibrant and diverse. As Shen Zichen strolled along a small bridge, he nearly stumbled into the river. Su Qing was once again rambling nonsensically. Could she not remain quiet for even a moment? Even while walking, she couldn't be still. Su Qi also enjoyed various forms of entertainment, having even caused the demise of others. This one is unappealing. Let us move on to the next. Song Jin and Jiang Lin, two doctors from the Ministry of Revenue, were also Shen Zichen's trusted aides. The three shared a close friendship, their bond unwavering over the years. They were of the same age as Shen Zichen, having studied together at the National Academy. Heavens, so Shen Zichen is the greatest third party after all. Chapter 18, On-Site Learning. When he heard the term third party, Shen Zichen initially failed to grasp its implications. However, based on its literal meaning, he quickly pieced it together. The three were indeed the best of friends. Su Qing was again speculating wildly. It turns out Song Jin and Jiang Lin are a couple, often sharing a bed together. Fearing Shen Zichen might discover their secret, they pretended nothing was amiss in his presence. Both had wives. Yet they maintained their own residences outside. Is any of this true? No, it can't be. He was surely being deceived by Su Qing. This woman was becoming increasingly unreliable. Shen Zichen wished to distance himself from such distasteful gossip. Neither his capable subordinate Su Qi nor his good friends Song Jin and Jiang Lin could possibly be involved in the situations Su Qing described. Her malice was appalling. Not only did she wish for their line to be extinguished, but she also spared no one, including his friends and subordinates. He needed to speak with the ninth prince. This woman must be expelled from the Wangfu. Shen Zichen furrowed his brow, anxious and apprehensive, dreading what Su Qing might utter next. Thankfully, the subsequent stretch of road was devoid of any further comments, granting him some peace. As he walked ahead, traversing a grove, he finally arrived at Zhou Handong's residence. Princess of the Ninth, please enter. Shen Zichen turned around to find Su Qing absent from his side. No wonder he felt a sense of tranquility. She had simply wandered off. How utterly foolish to lose track while following. He couldn't fathom why the ninth prince would still tolerate such an unprincipled woman. Retracing his steps through the woods, he encountered Su Qing, who was approaching with an assortment of unfamiliar flowers by the poolside. Her smile was radiant, and the reflection in the water cast a glimmer in her eyes. With her fair skin and alluring red lips, she seemed to float through the flowers and willow trees. Truly breathtaking. Shen Zichen was momentarily entranced. Unadorned, Su Qing appeared even more beautiful than those who meticulously adorn themselves. In the capital, such beauty would surely stand out. Third prince, what troubles you? Shen Zichen suddenly snapped back to reality as Su Qing was now before him. He hastily dismissed the thoughts swirling in his mind. What good is beauty if it is wielded by a shameless woman who resorts to vile means to climb into the ninth prince's bed? She even aimed to steal his military secrets. Such a woman is unworthy of the ninth prince. The heir to the throne deserves a consort who is dignified, virtuous, and cultured, fitting of a mother of the nation. A woman like her would never see that day. The emperor would never permit such a woman to remain by the ninth prince's side, and she would eventually be cast out of the royal family, left to dwell in solitude. Su Qing noted the disdain in Shen Zichen's eyes and was somewhat puzzled. Had she offended him today? Zhou Handong is to be caught in the act today. How thrilling! Today was indeed fortuitous. Shen Zichen's legs felt weak, nearly causing him to fall into the water. What vendetta did Handong have against her? So virtuous a woman could not possibly deserve this. This woman was truly wicked. Shen Zichen clenched his fists, wishing to hurl her into the pond at that very moment. Su Qing, please enter.
Today,
I shall show you just how virtuous my princess is. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had just mentioned seeking her forgiveness. If that was the case, then she would witness Zhou Handong's virtue. Very well, Su Qing readily agreed. Learn how to please a man, and then try it on Shen Zichen. I wonder if it will be effective on him. Generally speaking, Zhou Handong's approach should appeal to any man. Shen Zichen, do you even need to learn? You've already climbed into someone else's bed. Your sordid tactics cannot possibly compare to my gentle and virtuous Donger. Shen Zichen led Su Qing into the room. Zhou Handong was resting on the bed. Donger, what troubles you? Are you still unwell? Su Qing lingered at the door, refraining from entering. The first tactic, feigning illness. Shen Zichen spoke gently for quite some time before Zhou Handong finally rose from the bed. As soon as she stood, she faintly collapsed back into Shen Zichen's embrace. Her jade-like hand rested lightly on her forehead. My lord, I feel utterly unwell. Could you bring me something to eat? Shen Zichen's forehead throbbed with anger. The servant has overstepped their bounds. I shall not let them go unpunished. As for the gossip outside, do not heed it. They are merely petty people. Who dares bully her in the Wangfu? She simply wishes to replace them with her own kind. The emperor himself finds her trivial affairs embarrassing, covering them up as best he can. She is the one who spreads them herself. She fears the emperor may secretly deal with her. If the matter were to leak out and she were to die, it would solidify the notion of a prince wearing a green hat. The royal family as honor would be lost forever. Shen Zichen shut his eyes, unwilling to hear another word. Which woman would willingly tarnish her own reputation? Su Qing was simply spouting nonsense. Second tactic, feigning weakness. Next, Zhou Handong would say, My lord, it is I who have caused your reputation to suffer. You should find a place to settle me. I truly cannot remain in this capital any longer. The third fool would automatically grant her the estate. Such women are indeed favored. The original Zhou Handong has long since perished. This impostor is merely accumulating wealth for herself. Once Shen Zichen is dead, everything can be converted into riches. Sure enough, Zhou Handong, tearfully diving into Shen Zichen's embrace, pleaded, My lord, it is I who have caused your reputation to suffer. You must send me out of the capital. If I remain, the emperor will make things difficult for you. Had he not heard Su Qing's innermost thoughts, Shen Zichen would undoubtedly have gifted Zhou Handong his grandest estate. Yet her words echoed Su Qing's sentiments exactly. Noticing Shen Zichen's silence, Zhou Handong lowered her gaze, concealing her inner turmoil. What is happening? Was he not supposed to comply readily? Why is this time different? Where did it all go wrong? My lord, the imperial edict cannot be defied. Perhaps it would be better for you to let me die. Third tactic, retreating to advance. This tactic is effective, evoking pity in men while also resolving issues. As long as Zhou Handong suggests leaving him, the third fool's world would be plunged into darkness. Shen Zichen's expression darkened.
Dongya, perhaps?
Su Qing stepped toward the door, gazing out at the scenery. A dignified prince merely loses an estate, his assets reduced to mere ingredients for wine, ultimately exiled to die. What does any of this have to do with me? In the apocalyptic world, the most fundamental principle is to forsake kindness and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Only those who are ruthless and selfish can survive. If it weren't for the necessity of completing a task to gain Shen Zichen's favor, she would never linger in this wretched place. The life or death of others does not impact her in the slightest. Shen Zichen turned around and saw Su Qing already in the corridor.
Donger?
Today my horse nearly trampled the 9th princess in the street. You must go to the kitchen and prepare several dishes to make amends. Upon hearing that she was to cook, Zhou Handong was immediately flustered. How could she possibly cook? Good heavens! Chapter 19. The Fool Awakens. Zhou Handong lifted her pale face to look at Shen Zichen, but her gaze fell upon Su Qing. The simple hair ornament, even without makeup, rendered her so beautiful that it was difficult for another woman to look away. Indeed, Su Qing was a gift from the heavens. How she wished that face could be hers. Had she encountered Su Qing first, she would never have settled for Zhou Handong's visage. However, Su Qing was raised in the countryside, possessing mere exterior beauty while being quite unreasonable. Lacking any guile, she could not even retain a man. Yet, she effortlessly toyed with Shen Zichen. Without the ability to win a man's favor, it wouldn't be long before Shen Zichen cast her out. The Shen family held no affection for her. By then, this face would rightfully belong to Zhou Handong. The more she pondered, the more pleased she became, even a hint of triumph gleaming in her eyes. My lord, I truly feel unwell. Standing is a struggle. How could I possibly cook? Zhou Handong feigned strength, rising to her feet, and gracefully bowed towards Su Qing. My lord did not intend to offend the 9th princess. As her sister-in-law, I apologize on his behalf. Zhou Handong had a way with words. If this were to spread, it would make Su Qing seem unreasonable, for after all, Su Qing had done nothing wrong. Seeing this, Shen Zichen felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly supported Zhou Handong. Su Qing did not mean it. You should lie down and rest. Shen Zichen always called her by name, but Su Qing pretended not to hear. After all, she had no intention of staying long. To her, the people here were merely tools to pass the time. This meal is not for me. It is your lord's desire to showcase your culinary skills. You have forfeited the opportunity to make him proud, and instead have embarrassed me. What a pity. Zhou Handong stared at Shen Zichen in astonishment. So, this was Shen Zichen's intent. What to do now? Had she inadvertently slapped Shen Zichen's face? Furious, Shen Zichen stood up and seized the decorative sword from the bedside, throwing it at Su Qing without a second thought. Su Qing caught sight of a painting on the wall and, in a bid to evade, leaned against it. The painting fell to the ground, revealing a concealed compartment in the wall. As the hidden compartment appeared, Zhou Handong's face turned even paler, her eyes filled with panic. Su Qing reached out to open the compartment, but Zhou Handong instinctively rushed to stop her.
Do not touch that.
Yet, why would Su Qing heed her? Not only did she open the compartment, but she also retrieved its contents, a rosewood box containing 8 porcelain vials, each of a different hue. What could these be? Hidden so discreetly? As Su Qing opened one of the vials, Zhou Handong rushed over to snatch it away, but Shen Zichen was quicker. He examined it closely. The vials bore no labels. Leaning in to sniff, he frowned slightly. Each vial emitted a faint metallic scent reminiscent of blood. Shen Zichen cast a puzzled glance at Zhou Handong. Zhou Handong immediately threw herself into Shen Zichen's embrace, speaking in a delicate tone. My lord, women age easily. I fear that if I become less attractive, you may come to despise me. These are beauty elixirs I had prepared. I merely wish to enhance my appearance. Upon hearing her explanation, Shen Zichen finally sighed in relief. Realizing that Zhou Handong cared for him deeply, His gaze shifted back to Su Qing, feeling a mix of disdain and disbelief. How dare she claim that Handong was false? It was utterly outrageous. Seeing Shen Zicheng's unwavering trust in Zhou Handong, Su Qing chose to disengage from the conversation. These are the very potions Zhou Handong requires to maintain her facade. Without them, she would soon be unrecognizable. She has even prepared several faces to keep preserved in the royal eye cellar. The entire lineage of the crown prince has perished. It is no surprise. From grandfather to grandson, none were particularly astute. Listening to Su Qing's thoughts, Shen Zichen gazed down at the weeping Zhou Handong. He had never harbored doubts about her.
Yet,
Su Qing's inner voice seemed to resonate with truth. He could not help but believe it. Studying the face in his arms, he felt an odd sense of dissonance, as if something were amiss. His gaze fell on the box again. Women's cosmetics are typically fragrant. Why did this one smell of blood? Should he investigate the royal eye cellar to confirm Su Qing's claims? Perhaps influenced by Su Qing's insights, the more he looked at Zhou Handong, the more unsettling she appeared. It was all too disconcerting. Ultimately, he decided to visit the eye cellar. If he confirmed her deceit, he could live without worry and inform his grandfather to dismiss this woman, allowing him to find a more suitable princess for the ninth prince. Zhou Handong, noticing Shen Zichen's dark countenance, felt her heart race. "My lord, what troubles you? Could he be suspecting something?" Zhou Handong cast a guilty glance at the box. Shen Zichen affectionately stroked her hair, cradling her in his arms. "Nothing, my dear. I am simply overwhelmed with joy at how much you love me. I scarcely know how to express it." Zhou Handong exhaled deeply. The foolish prince was easily deceived. With just a few words, she had him completely wrapped around her finger. He believed everything she said. Su Qing turned to leave, contemplating returning to the estate to inventory the storeroom. Today, the three fools will suffer. They will be limping for days, allowing for some peace. Shen Zichen's lips twitched. He was a prince. Who would dare strike him? This woman could not bear to see him enjoy even a moment of happiness. As Zhou Handong watched Su Qing depart, a smug smile crept across her face. Nestled in Shen Zichen's embrace, her eyes fell upon the bookshelf. The box contained Shen Zichen's fortune, which she had long desired to claim, but had always hesitated. Today, with Su Qing delivering it to her doorstep, she could not squander such a splendid opportunity. Once Shen Zichen left, she would hide the money and accuse Su Qing of theft. After all, Su Qing had come from the countryside. It was only natural for her to be tempted by money. The more she thought about it, the more elated she became, her smile growing increasingly sinister. This scene was precisely captured by Shen Zichen in the dressing mirror at the head of the bed. There was a small bronze mirror at the bed curtain's edge. Reflecting Shen Zichen's visage in the dressing mirror, the sinister smile sent a chill down his spine. He had never seen Handong smile like that before. Before him, she was always gentle as water, her smile warm and endearing. How could she suddenly appear so foreign? "My lord, did you not wish for me to cook? Once I move out of the palace, I shall prepare meals for you every day." As Zhou Handong's soft words washed over him, Shen Zichen found himself momentarily lost in thought. A proper matron would fiercely guard her territory, never leaving her husband's side for fear of someone usurping her place. Yet Zhou Handong was entirely different. She seemed desperate to escape. Only a concubine would reside in a separate residence. No legitimate wife would dwell outside. Even Shen Zichen, though naive, began to awaken to the reality before him. He had always believed that they had grown up together, and their bond must be profound. Alas, it was merely his unrequited affection. Zhou Handong's deceitful tactics were nothing short of masterful. Chapter 20. The Celestial Ninth Princess Consort.
Dongya.
The estate outside the city is somewhat lacking in essentials. "I have purchased everything today, and will take you there." Shen Zichen fabricated an excuse to divert the conversation. Zhou Handong nodded vigorously, gifting Shen Zichen the gentlest of smiles. Shen Zichen was indeed easily deceived, believing her words without question. No matter what she said, he would comply. In the end, she successfully entered the estate. She had done her research ahead of time. That estate was the largest in the outskirts of the capital, boasting hundreds of acres of fertile land. She intended to claim it all, for it was worth a considerable fortune. Once she moved in, she would ensure the estate was registered in her name. After Shen Zichen departed, Zhou Handong sat before the mirror, admiring her exquisite beauty. At that moment, a dove landed on the table. Shen Zichen, after leaving, did not venture far from the royal residence, but instead went to the main hall. Upon confirming that everything was normal, he proceeded to the ice cellar. He dreaded the potential outcome of Su Qing's heartfelt revelations but feared even more the possibility of being deceived until the very end, becoming merely a pawn in a game. The thought that the woman he had cherished since childhood had been lying to him was a heavy burden on his heart. As he pondered these thoughts, he arrived at the entrance of the ice cellar. Opening the door, a frigid gust enveloped him. Adjusting his clothing against the cold, he stepped inside. The royal ice cellar was vast, neatly stacked with blocks of ice. He sent the servants away, eager to confirm his suspicions alone. He ventured to the innermost corner, the darkest part of the cellar where servants would typically start from the entrance. The ice in the depths, being further from the door, would remain preserved longer. Enduring the biting cold, Shen Zichen traversed the massive ice surface. Just as his blood threatened to freeze, he finally reached the farthest point. Producing a fire stick from his pocket to illuminate the area, he discovered a small box nestled in the corner. Opening it, the contents caused him to drop it in shock. Shen Zichen collapsed onto the ice, terrified. Inside lay a collection of human faces. Swallowing hard, he forced himself to regain composure. Perhaps these were merely tools for disguise. Reassuring himself, he shakily lifted the box again, bravely extending his hand inside to discern the truth. Moments later, trembling uncontrollably, he realized they were indeed real human faces, authentic skin. They were not mere disguised materials. Gazing at these horrific objects, Shen Zichen's heart plummeted. He struck the ice with a fierce punch, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. Zhou Handong was indeed as Su Qing had described. Her face was a fabrication. She had skinned others to wear their faces. How cruel was that? Their relationship had been nothing but a lie. Zhou Handong, what are you truly after? He had no chance of inheriting the throne. Shen Zichen, feeling as though his soul had been stolen, stumbled out of the cellar, clutching the box tightly. How foolish he had been. He believed everything Zhou Handong said. No, this Zhou Handong was a counterfeit. The person he had loved had already perished. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. With a frenzied urgency, Shen Zichen dashed toward Zhou Handong's courtyard. Where was the real Zhou Handong? Had she already been harmed? He yearned to uncover the truth. Upon reaching the entrance, he found it eerily deserted. Shen Zichen cautiously circled to the back courtyard, peering through a window's crevice. What he witnessed would forever haunt him. Zhou Handong nestled in Meng Dong's embrace, playfully toying with his hair. Dong, once I move into the estate outside the city, you must find a way to join me. Then we can be together every day. Shen Zichen, burdened with state affairs, had no time to travel to the outskirts. His eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Here he was, a prince, overshadowed by a mere guard. Meng Dong, the head of the royal guards, bowed and scraped before him, unwilling to grant him even a glance. It turned out that the man he had looked down upon had placed such a vibrant hat upon his head. Shen Zichen felt an overwhelming urge to enter and slay Meng Dong, then drown Zhou Handong in the pond. Yet he restrained himself. Meng Dong was certainly not the mastermind behind Zhou Handong's schemes. The benefits he could offer her were paltry at best, perhaps only access to the royal residence. Once he regained his senses, no one would be able to deceive him again. If Zhou Handong were not an impostor, but rather the Donger he had grown up with, perhaps he would not have awoken to such bitter truths so quickly, still ensnared by the ties of their shared past. The thought that he had shared a bed with someone who donned the faces of others left his skin crawling. Su Qing had once spoken of Zhou Handong's true nature being grotesque and bloody.
Ugh.
He nearly retched his breakfast. Shen Zichen hastily vacated the area, struggling to compose himself. He left the royal residence and headed to the marketplace. Had he not overheard Su Qing's heartfelt insights, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to Zhou Handong's schemes, perhaps even facing exile or death in a foreign land. He found an inn, ordered a pot of wine, and gulped down several mouthfuls. When had the real Zhou Handong vanished? Surely she was no longer among the living. She had been the one he cherished above all. How had he failed to recognize her? Handong, where are you truly? After finishing the pot of wine, Shen Zichen stumbled out of the inn, his head spinning. Night had fallen, and the market was alive with activity. He wandered aimlessly, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, he was confronted by a crowd blocking his path. You are selling counterfeit goods. Come with me to face the authorities. Miss, I can compensate you for the loss. Why must we involve the authorities? Shen Zichen peered into the fray, witnessing a girl embroiled in a heated argument with a stall owner over fake jade.
Fake.
Another counterfeit. Was there anything genuine left in this world? Shen Zichen had no desire to linger and watch, so he turned to leave. Just then, something struck him sharply on the back of the head. Frustrated and confused, he turned around to confront his assailant, only to see a throng charging towards him, wielding sticks and shovels. "Stop right there. You are selling fakes." The stall owner took off in a panic, while the pursuers hurled a stick in Shen Zichen's direction. Caught off guard, the stick struck his leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground in pain. After him, before he could rise, a man with a club raced past him, leaving Shen Zichen face first in the dirt. Clambering up in a daze, Shen Zichen was mortified. He was a prince, humiliated at home by a false wife and assaulted by the common folk. How could he endure such indignities? Suddenly, he recalled Su Qing's words. Her prediction that he would be limping for days. How eerily accurate. Who was Su Qing truly? Her foresight was uncanny. From now on, he would never dare oppose her again and would seek to ingratiate himself with her to avoid further suffering. Chapter 21. The chicken flies and the eggs break. "Are you alright?" A bright voice rang out from above him. It was the girl who had been arguing with the stall owner. Dressed in a green skirt adorned with bamboo leaves, a slender waist cinched with a jade belt, and a single jade hairpin in her hair, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with concern. The fair visage bore an expression of concern, radiating an aura of approachability. Yuan Nanju, one of the 3 most talented women in the capital, was the daughter of a Hanlin scholar. He had encountered her once during last year's poetry gathering at the palace, which was essentially an event to facilitate royal and ministerial unions. Yuan Nanju possessed exquisite calligraphy skills and effortlessly composed poetry and prose, earning her the crown among the esteemed young ladies. Thus, he had etched her image into his memory. Little did he anticipate that she would chance upon him today. "I'm fine, thank you," he replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, as it was rather unfortunate to be seen in such a disheveled state by someone he knew, even if she might not recall him. Talented women like Yuan Nanju were never short of suitors in the capital. Just as he contemplated leaving, she gently suggested, "Perhaps you should wash up first." It was only then that he noticed a nearby inn. "Thank you," he said, feeling even more awkward, wishing for a chasm to swallow him whole. He hurriedly entered the inn, oblivious to Yuan Nanju's disappointed smile. She was already promised to another, and as the daughter of a Hanlin scholar, she could not become a concubine. Their fates were forever intertwined yet destined to remain apart. After washing up and changing into new attire, he emerged, reluctant to return to the prince's residence, and decided to seek out Shen Zichen in the palace. As the designated heir apparent, Shen Zichen resided in his own palace within the imperial grounds. Upon entering the palace, Shen Zichen attracted numerous curious glances, with the palace attendants treating him with utmost respect, yet he sensed their eyes lingering on his injured leg. "Third brother, are you hurt?" Shen Zichen queried, his countenance darkening, emanating an intensity that could freeze those nearby. "Your Highness, we pay our respects," said his guard, Ling Feng, bowing in greeting. Upon noticing Shen Zichen's leg, Shen Zichen's brow furrowed slightly. "Summon the imperial physician to Qingyuan Hall." After Ling Feng departed to fetch the physician, Shen Zichen assisted Shen Zichen to his palace to rest. What happened? Despite being 2 years younger, Shen Zichen exhibited a maturity beyond his years, having been raised in the imperial study, making him far more astute in handling matters than Shen Zichen, whose thoughts were uncomplicated due to the absence of concerns about succession. Shen Zichen's expression was awkward as he confessed, "Old Ninth, everything that Su Qing said is true." Su Qing had climbed into Shen Zichen's bed through unscrupulous means. Shen Zichen was destined to become the future emperor, and no one in the royal family thought highly of her. The title of 9th princess consort was not even bestowed upon her. At that moment, Shen Zichen genuinely believed that Su Qing deserved such a title, and more so, she was worthy of Old Ninth. Zhou Handong is a fraud, a wretched person who steals the identities of others. She has the audacity to be with my guard Meng Dong. No wonder the 9th princess consort always calls me the third fool. As Shen Zichen contemplated the future of being used as a material for wine, he felt a chill run down his spine. "Old Ninth, do you think I will truly end up as a material for wine?" Shen Zichen could not provide a clear answer, instead opting to comfort him. "Let us first attend to your leg." A prince wounded by commoners was not something to be publicized, fearing the family disgrace. Before long, the imperial physician arrived and attended to Shen Zichen's leg. Yet, thoughts of Su Qing still plagued his mind. The 9th princess consort can foresee the future. Do you think she might be possessed by an evil spirit? Shen Zichen took a sip from his teacup and gently set it down. "Do not dwell on such notions. Since you are aware of Zhou Handong's circumstances, what do you intend to do?" Shen Zichen surmised that a mere guard, Meng Dong, posed no real threat. Shen Zichen must have further motives for keeping them around. daring to replace Zhou Handong shows remarkable audacity. Shen Zichen sipped his tea and declared, I will uncover who is behind the false Zhou Handong and ascertain whether the Zhou family is aware of their daughter's substitution. Shen Zichen fell silent. Investigating the Zhou family would be straightforward. However, uncovering the force behind Zhou Handong remained a challenge. Old Ninth, you must not expel the ninth princess consort. She is undoubtedly our family's talisman for survival, Shen Zichen asserted earnestly. Shen Zichen smiled but refrained from responding. Expelling her was not in his plans. Regardless of whether she was possessed, her abilities were invaluable to the royal family. If she could maintain her capabilities, it would greatly benefit her ascension to the throne and governance of the realm. Though her temperament was somewhat irascible, he could endure it. As he pondered, footsteps approached, and Ling Feng presented a note to Shen Zichen. Your Highness, my subordinates have confirmed that a significant quantity of private salt has indeed been mixed with the official salt, amounting to as much as 80%. The mastermind behind this is Prince Yi. Shen Zichen tapped his fingers against the table, a cold smile gracing his lips. Su Qing's insights were indeed accurate. Since Shen Zi and the Qi family are conspiring against him, he shall be ensnared in his own trap. Your Highness. Ling Feng continued, my subordinates also observed the Minister of Revenue and Prince Yi reveling in a tavern. The Ministry of Revenue controlled substantial state finances and crucial accounts. To ascend the throne, wealth was imperative. Although the Minister of Revenue held the official title, the true authority lay with the officers and clerks beneath him. Shen Zi was adept at identifying key points. After all, the county magistrate was less effective than the current administrators. Upon hearing Song Jin's name, Shen Zichen sprang to his feet, limping over to Shen Zichen to whisper urgently. He relayed everything he had learned from Su Qing. The ninth princess consort's predictions are remarkably accurate. Her words must hold truth. If Song Jin remains, the consequences could be dire. The Ministry of Revenue is the lifeblood of the nation, and Shen Zi's dealings with its personnel aim to catch Shen Zichen off guard. Shen Zichen's lips curled into a smirk. Is there any movement from Zhonglin? If Su Qing's assertions hold, they must be acting in concert. Ling Feng replied, yes, another team has reported that Zhonglin frequently leaves the city and seldom returns home. They have a residence outside the city, hence their absence from home. However, his covert guards have only confirmed Zhonglin's absence and have not tracked Song Jin's whereabouts. It seems they are still well concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Zichen ordered, secretly apprehend both individuals and inform the Minister of Revenue that I require leave. Once Shen Zi presents his method for increasing grain production, we shall release them. Shen Zichen could not help but admire Old Ninth even more. Shen Zi held the method for enhancing grain yield but was reluctant to divulge it. He boasted that his lands yielded bountiful harvests due to divine favor. As long as Shen Zi surrendered his method, Shen Zichen would refrain from presenting the two to the emperor. Otherwise, if they were imprisoned in the dungeon, under torture, they could easily reveal Shen Zi's schemes. Hence, Shen Zichen preferred to confine them in his private prison. Even if Shen Zi managed to protect them, the emperor would inevitably learn of the situation. Whatever Shen Zichen said would never be questioned by the emperor. Although evidence was required for action, the emperor would still investigate privately. Shen Zi's strategy would ultimately fail. Chapter 22. Finally, wealth has arrived since departing from Shen Zichen's residence. Su Qing returned to her family estate to take stock of her possessions. The estate's steward and caretakers from various courtyards trailed behind her. Su Qing meticulously compared each item against the ledger. Although she was not well versed in the details, the system certainly was. In total, there were 7 storerooms brimming with gold and silver treasures, dazzling enough to leave Su Qing momentarily blinded. Your Highness, everything belonging to the estate is contained herein, the steward reluctantly admitted as they counted the items. No one wished to relinquish such a lucrative position, especially to an unorthodox princess consort. Yet, this was the emperor's decree, and even the prince could not defy it, let alone the servants. Despite the discontent expressed by the crowd, they dutifully followed Su Qing to complete the inventory. With a cheerful demeanor, Su Qing finished her task, only to realize that night had already fallen. She filled her pouch with silver coins and tucked away 200-tael banknotes before making her way onto the bustling streets. At last, she had money. Since her arrival here, she had yet to savor the flavors of the outside world. Now that she had funds, she planned to indulge herself leisurely. Nevertheless, she needed to find a reliable establishment. As she organized the inventory, she had the system appraise each item, and each was of considerable worth. If she could discreetly smuggle a few pieces out, it would suffice to ensure her comfort for the remainder of her life. affording her the luxury of choice. Su Qing arrived at the grandest tavern in the capital, the Misty Rain Pavilion. The name itself carried a hint of allure. She enjoyed the lively atmosphere and chose to sit in the main hall rather than a private room. She ordered several signature dishes along with a pot of wine. As she lifted her chopsticks for a taste, she marveled at the abundance of exquisite food and drink available in this ancient world. A stark contrast to the grim existence she had endured in the apocalypse. Her aspirations, aside from completing her mission and distancing herself from Shen Zichen, were to savor the culinary delights of the world and sample every fine wine. In the end times, as a leader, her meals were reduced to tasteless mutated creatures. And, at times, she was forced to scavenge even from the undead. Those days were a relentless nightmare. In this lifetime, she vowed to relish the pleasures of food and wine, as well as the company of beautiful souls. Being in the capital's premier tavern, she was surrounded by nobles and well-to-do patrons. Whether young masters or young ladies, all were pleasing to the eye, and none were unpleasant to behold. After finishing her meal and drink, Su Qing approached the counter to settle her bill. The proprietor, while deftly manipulating the abacus, couldn't help but steal glances at her. He mused about the identity of this remarkably beautiful young lady. "Miss, your total comes to 100 taels," he announced, causing Su Qing's expression to freeze in disbelief. 100 taels. How could it be so exorbitant? "Innkeeper, there must be an error in your calculations." With a smile, the owner replied, "My lady, the wine you ordered is 50 taels, and the dishes are another 50. There is no mistake." Su Qing could only sigh, for while the fare was indeed exquisite, it was equally extravagant. After reluctantly handing over a banknote, her heart ached at the expense. She had once learned that a pretty young official who performed arts, but did not sell her body, earned merely 10 taels, and these were the finest beauties. The cost of her meal could have fed 10 such young masters, although lesser officials were typically cheaper. She found it unbearable to compare herself to those who had entertained 800 suitors. Once the payment was settled and she intended to leave, she noticed several young ladies, accompanied by their attendants, descending from the upper floor. The one at the center wore a gentle smile, drawing the attention of everyone present. This was the female lead.
Suju.
"Miss Su, isn't that your twin sister Su Qing?" With her return to the Su family, Su Qing had been forever overshadowed by the title of Su Yu's twin sister, with claims that her poor health necessitated her upbringing away from the family. Yet, the stark difference in their appearances was evident to any discerning eye. Nonetheless, everyone acknowledged that Su Yu was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Minister of War, while Su Qing was merely an adopted child, taken in by the kind-hearted couple out of compassion. Yet, she shamelessly aspired to transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix, and even sought to become the consort of the 9th prince. Consequently, Su Qing became the subject of ridicule among the elite ladies of the capital. She was, after all, the illiterate Su Qing. Not only was she uneducated, but she also attempted to imitate others in dance. In every comparison to the illustrious Su Yu, who excelled in arts and letters, attended lectures by esteemed scholars, and possessed undeniable talents, Su Qing's aspirations appeared ludicrous. Regardless of her beauty, she was simply a pretty face devoid of substance. Upon entering the capital, Su Qing realized her lack of skills. After the venerable scholar Shen, having retired from court, opened an academy, he welcomed all eager to learn without discrimination. Although initially hesitant to risk embarrassment due to her illiteracy, Su Yu persistently encouraged her to attend. Thus, she became the source of amusement for the noble ladies of the capital. Unfazed by their mockery, Su Qing pondered the original owner's ignorance. Why had she so easily been swayed by Shen Zi's lofty promises? Was it not due to the disdain of the Su family, who cast her aside for unfounded reasons, even going so far as to find a more favorable candidate to assume her place? Even her own mother held her in contempt. Her return to the capital was merely a ploy by the Su family to elevate their status. Her brothers dismissed her, and upon her return, she sought to win their affection through hard work and sincerity. Instead, her efforts only reinforced their belief that she was unworthy of their regard. She was unable to integrate into the high society of the capital. The more naive and ignorant she appeared, the more it accentuated Su Yu's brilliance. Su Yu was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, displaying grace and gentleness in her demeanor. She was forgiving and kind-hearted, effortlessly garnering the affection of others with a few well-placed tears. In contrast, the original owner was doomed. Not only was she unable to articulate her thoughts, but she also frequently displayed her frustration loudly. Crude, impulsive, and ignorant, she only deepened the disdain of the Su family. The only individuals who treated her kindly were Shen Zi and Fong Wani, yet even they were merely utilizing her. Originally cast aside by the Su family, she had been raised by a humble couple in the countryside. The Su family compensated them with 10 taels of silver upon reclaiming her, and she dutifully returned, neglecting to even acknowledge the family that had nurtured her for over a decade. Su Qing believed the original owner had brought this upon herself. In her eyes, those who mocked her were mere jesters, and she paid them no mind. In her previous life, she had fought daily for survival, battling zombies, rivals, enemies, and anyone attempting to seize resources. In this life, she desired to live well and cherish the hard-won life she had been granted. She resolved to maintain a positive mindset, refusing to expend energy on irrelevant individuals. Each restful sleep and hearty meal was a gift from the heavens, and she intended to treasure every moment. As for those connected to the original owner, as long as they did not provoke her, she would regard them as non-existent. However, should they dare to interfere, she would not let them off lightly. Oh, dear. What is this? Chapter 23. The bone has no hard mouth. A girl in a green dress beside Suyu gasped softly, prompting everyone to follow her gaze to the ground.
Whose handkerchief is this?
If it were picked up by a man, it would only add to the ridicule. Suyu frowned slightly. It looked somewhat familiar. All eyes in the hall turned toward them. A group of young ladies, seldom seen in public, gathered, for the local customs were liberal, allowing women to dine and shop as long as they did not overstep societal boundaries. The handkerchief, a personal item, had historically been associated with romantic intentions.
Suin,
Doesn't this resemble something you would own? The girl who discovered the handkerchief wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Is it truly yours? You are already married. How could you engage in such shameless behavior? Su Qing had a history of entanglements with princes, and courting men was deemed normal. The others in the hall were captivated by the spectacle, while a few ladies flanking Suyu cast disdainful glances at Su Qing, as if they had witnessed her seducing men firsthand. Su Qing had no desire to entertain such trivialities. If this were the apocalypse, they wouldn't be worth her time. Suyu, I am now the princess consort of the 9th prince. Who gives you the audacity to speak to me thus? Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Shen Zi's desire to exploit Su Qing's beauty for espionage within Shen Zichen's household, the situation might have unfolded differently. Su Qing shall never hope to escape the confines of her rural upbringing. Ever since her return to the Su family, she has endeavored to appease every member of the household, never daring to speak in such a manner. After all, she is regarded as the family's lucky star, while Su Qing is seen as a harbinger of misfortune. Does she still not comprehend her station? She dares to act with the airs of a royal consort.
Suju,
Realizing the gravity of the situation, smiled and remarked, Sister, having grown up in the countryside, your ignorance of etiquette is understandable. However, while bearing the title of the 9th prince's consort, your indiscreet conduct tarnishes not only your own reputation, but that of the Su family as well. Su Qing picked up a pen used for counting, idly twirling it in her fingers, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she gazed at Suyu. As a member of the Su family, if I have already brought disgrace upon us, you may as well relinquish any claim to it. A chill crept over Suyu at Su Qing's seemingly light-hearted words. What did she mean by giving up the family's honor? This was absurd. Su Qing lacked any real capability. What was there to fear? Surely, she was merely posturing, bolstered by the entirety of the Su family behind her. What was Su Qing after all? Even her parents and brothers, not to mention her husband, held disdain for her. She fell victim to Shen Zi's deceit. How naive could she be? With thoughts of Su Qing's foolishness emboldening her, Suyu continued, Sister, I speak for your own good, as well as for the honor of the Su family and the 9th prince. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Such words are unbecoming of a lady of high birth. Suyu feigned innocence, adopting a tone of gentle persuasion meant to guide her elder sister towards reform. Her sycophant, trailing behind her, quickly chimed in, Miss Su, you are far too kind. Why bother with someone like her? I've heard she can't even read. And since her return, she has bullied you daily. Just ignore this shameless wretch. Suyu cast a soft glance at her sycophant, her eyes brimming with feigned compassion. She is my sister. How could I not care? She then turned to the steward, retrieving a silver ingot worth 10 taels from her purse. Steward, she is my sister, and I shall settle her account. Sister, I know you have no money, and the 9th prince would surely not provide for you. Allow me to cover your bill, she declared, embodying the archetype of understanding and virtuous womanhood. Su Qing observed silently, taking mental notes. So this is how women ought to behave. She thought of how similar Su Yu was to Zhou Handong. A wicked thought crossed her mind. What would happen if these tactics were employed against Shen Zichen? The steward, glancing at the silver in Su Yu's hand, smiled and remarked, "The 9th princess has incurred a bill of 100 taels. This is insufficient." Su Yu's expression shifted drastically.
What?
100 taels. Su Qing, what have you eaten? She had intended to showcase their sisterly bond before the onlookers, only to discover that Su Qing had consumed so much. Though she belonged to the Su family, her mother had allotted her a limited allowance. This mere 10 taels had been drawn from her private funds, meant to bolster her image among her peers. "Su Yu, did you not say you would pay for me? Then do it." Su Qing smiled at her. Su Yu was well aware of her own financial limitations. The steward, relishing the unfolding drama, chose not to reveal that Su Qing had already settled her account. "Su Qing, how brazen of you! Why should anyone else pay for your meal?" A woman in a blue dress interjected. Su Qing recognized her. Her father worked in the Ministry of War as a minor official. Naturally eager to curry favor with Su Yu, she said she would pay. "I did not compel her," Su Qing replied, leaning against the counter with a smile. Such spectacles were not as delightful in the dystopian world. "Su Qing, individuals like you deserve to be cast into the depths of disgrace. Any man would wish to seduce you. You are utterly unworthy of the 9th prince." The speaker, a woman clad in pink, was one of Shen Zichen's admirers, Li Yulan. What an unfortunate encounter for her today. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Su Qing's reputation was already tarnished. With pen in hand, Su Qing raised her head, smiling, only for Li Yulan to suddenly feel a chill at her gaze. In the next moment, Li Yulan collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath her. A profound silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to witness the pink dress, now stained crimson. Su Yu hurried to the injured woman's side. "Yulan,
How are you?
She lifted Li Yulan's skirt, her face blanching in horror. A pen had pierced through Li Yulan's kneecap.
Ah!
The onlookers recoiled, horrified. Ladies raised in genteel households had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Li Yulan, being the daughter of Su Qing's uncle, was also her cousin, having trailed after Su Yu since childhood, often assisting her. Since Su Qing's return, Li Yulan had taken to bullying her daily, spewing insults at every opportunity. Upon Su Qing's return to the Su family, having never been exposed to the broader world, she had felt deeply inferior, especially in the face of Li Yulan's taunts. Even as a mere cousin, Su Qing, the legitimate heiress, had not dared to retaliate. The other ladies present were so frightened they covered their eyes, trembling in fear. Yet, when they glanced at Su Qing, her smile remained intact, her expression devoid of warmth. Was Su Qing not a coward? When did she become so formidable? With a mere pen, she had pierced a leg. How much strength must that require? How had Su Qing accomplished such a feat? The others in the hall, including several men, felt a chill run down their spines. They doubted they could ever achieve such a thing, effortlessly piercing bone while conversing lightly. As the crowd gazed at her with expressions of terror, Su Qing approached Li Yulan and remarked, "If only your bones were as resilient as your tongue." Chapter 24. The Sweetness of Earned Wealth. Li Yulan, terrified, shuffled backward on the ground, her leg throbbing with pain, yet unable to halt her retreat. Su Qing was nearing her, and she feared that if she paused, the towering figure would tread upon her once more.
Her gaze darted to Su Yu. "Suju,
"It hurts so much.
help me."
Su Qing stood before her, grinning like a devil. It took Su Yu a moment to comprehend the dire situation. "Someone, quickly, take Miss Li back," she shouted repeatedly, yet no one answered. They had forgotten that they had ventured out alone, eschewing the company of servants to avoid hassle. "Quickly, someone help us return and summon aid. I promise a generous reward." Su Yu's desperation turned to panic as she relied on the onlookers for assistance. However, no one moved. They were far too entertained by the unfolding drama to concern themselves with such trivial matters. Panic set in for Su Yu, her complexion paling. "Su Qing, you're finished. Even I cannot assist you now. You have harmed Yulan so grievously. Prepare for the consequences." Su Qing leaned back against the counter, smiling. "I await your arrival." Su Yu had never anticipated Su Qing could be so formidable. Glancing at the horrific scene of Li Yulan on the ground, she felt a shiver of fear. Su Qing's brutality was staggering. The other young ladies had retreated to the corners, terrified that Su Qing might wield a pen against them as well. Seeing Li Yulan's plight, they felt the pain vicariously. As Su Yu saw no one was willing to call for help, she was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. If something were to happen to Li Yulan, her mother would not spare her. She was the one who had brought Li Yulan out and had insisted on leaving the servants behind. Who could have foreseen such an event? Just as her anxiety reached a boiling point, a deep voice broke through the tension. What has transpired here? Su Qing turned to find Su Rui, the eldest son of the Su family, descending the stairs with an icy demeanor, an ornate folding fan in hand. As he passed Su Qing, a fleeting expression of disgust crossed his features, as if her very presence sullied his eyes. Elder brother, Su Qing has injured Yulan.
Epan encountering Su Rui.
Su Yu felt as though she had encountered a great savior, her tears cascading even more freely. The moment Su Yu began to weep, Su Rui's heart ached profoundly. He hurriedly offered words of comfort. Do not cry. What has transpired? Su Yu's sobs caused her entire body to tremble, her eyes reddened from the weeping. It was a handkerchief belonging to Su Qing that had fallen, having been carelessly used to entice a man, when Yulan kindly attempted to alert her. She instead inflicted harm upon Yulan. Seeing the pool of blood on the ground where Yulan lay, Su Rui's heart tightened. So much blood. Could it pose a threat to life? If someone were to perish, the consequences would be dire. Su Qing, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? Is Miss Li someone you can so easily harm? Su Qing picked up a pen once more. Instinctively, everyone recoiled.
Suyu, in particular, sought refuge behind Su Rui.
I am the princess of the ninth prince. She has overstepped her bounds, and I am justified in dealing with her. Is there any injustice in that? One cannot deny that in ancient times, rank could indeed suppress life itself. The title of princess of the ninth prince was undeniably advantageous. With a frigid demeanor, Su Rui approached her, raising his hand as if to strike her face. In the next moment, the same scene unfolded once again. Another pen pierced through Su Rui's wrist. With a crisp sound, his other hand was shattered by Su Qing. His typically impassive and handsome visage contorted in pain, his body dancing on the spot in agony. With both hands injured, his feet were all that remained capable of movement. Someone help. The servants rushed over to support Su Rui. Su Qing, Su Rui longed to retaliate against Su Qing, but alas, not a single finger obeyed his command. The mirth in Su Qing's eyes deepened. Since her arrival in this place, each day had been fraught with oppression. A stark contrast to the freedom she once had to exact violence in the apocalypse. Here, the multitude of rules left her no outlet for her frustrations. Today, however, she had relished a small reprieve. Su Qing raised her hand, gripping Su Rui's chin tightly. Su Rui, do not provoke me. Her smile was bright, yet her entire being radiated an unmistakable air of menace. When had Su Qing transformed into such a figure? He remembered a time when she would shy away upon seeing him, trembling in fear if she could not escape. Yet now, she exuded an aura of lethal intent, as if she were looking down upon all. She was nothing short of deranged. What girl would not be terrified at the sight of blood? Yet Su Qing, with an unflinching brow, pierced through flesh and bone without so much as a flinch. From now on, when you see me, keep your distance. Otherwise, for every encounter, I shall ensure you suffer an injury. Not merely a beating, but true harm. Su Qing retrieved a folding fan from the ground and tossed it lightly. The crowd barely grasped what transpired before a carriage across the street collapsed with a thunderous crash, its contents spilling everywhere. The carriage had been quite far away, and in the cloak of night, it had gone unnoticed. Had it not been for the restless horses, no one would have realized another carriage lurked in the darkness. Eyes widened in disbelief. They stood frozen. Without pausing, Su Qing stepped forward. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, an unknown object brushed past their ears. After a series of screams, Su Rui's servants collapsed on the ground. Yet Su Qing remained with a beaming smile. You shall return unscathed. The carriage is ruined, and the servants incapacitated. The onlookers, reveling in chaos, found themselves entrapped in a sense of morbid curiosity. Su Qing had severed any route of escape for them, leaving them to endure their excruciating pain, crawling back as best they could. The innkeeper, terrified, hid beneath the counter. Observing everyone sprawled on the ground, Su Qing's smile deepened in satisfaction. Today marked her most joyous occasion. As she stepped outside, she was met by a carriage that had come to a halt. A flustered individual emerged. Young Master Su, the talisman you provided has been exhausted, and my mother shows no signs of improvement. You are well versed in the ways of the Tao. Please, assist me. Su Qing's system dutifully reported the individual's identity. Qin Jiang, whose family predominantly engaged in the silk trade, supplied the Minister of War's household with nearly all their silks. Although a merchant, Qin Jiang wielded considerable connections. earning him a measure of respect even from the Su family. Upon entering, Qin Jiang spotted Su Rui, whose hand was still bleeding profusely, and a girl lying half-conscious on the ground. Su Rui, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Qin Jiang. Your elder has attracted something formidable. There is nothing I can do. Prepare for her final rites. Those words rendered Qin Jiang utterly despondent. Young Master Su, please, think of a way, Qin Jiang implored. Su Qing quickly discerned that Qin Jiang was enveloped in dark energy, his brow shadowed, and his eyes devoid of life. It was clear that the affliction affected more than just his elder. The source lay within Qin Jiang himself, a silk merchant with substantial connections, precisely what she required. After leaving the royal residence, she could not afford to remain idle. Moreover, with Shen Zichen's cunning, it was uncertain how much silver she could extract. Earning her own income seemed far more prudent. Qin Jiang truly appeared to be a promising partner. Chapter 25. Su Qing's faith was not misplaced. After hearing Su Rui's words, Qin Jiang departed in despair.
Mr. Qin, wait.
As Qin Jiang turned back, he saw a girl approaching him. He frowned, recognizing her as the 9th prince's consort, a young lady of the Su family.
Su Qing nodded in affirmation.
Qin Jiang often interacted with officials, so it was no surprise that he recognized her. May I inquire why the 9th princess seeks me? Though he acknowledged her presence, he looked down upon her. For who would respect one who had entered royal circles through dubious means? Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of courtesy. Your elder can be saved. As Su Qing spoke, she produced a jade pendant, discreetly infusing it with her psychic abilities. One aspect of her powers involved soul enslavement. Qin Jiang stood agape. How could this young lady, raised in the countryside, possess such knowledge? As long as you wear this jade pendant, your elder shall be safe. Observing Su Qing's confidence, Qin Jiang felt a flicker of doubt. If my mother is unwell, why must I be the one to wear it?
Su Yin explained.
Because such entities will naturally seek to latch onto you. It poses no harm to you. Your elder is gravely ill, so why not try? Qin Jiang was bewildered. How could he have attracted such dark forces? Su Rui, the eldest son of the Su family, had studied under the Taoist priest of Qingyan Mountain. How could she, a mere country girl, be superior? Your Highness, life is at stake. This is no jest. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Do you have any other options? Despite his lingering skepticism, Qin Jiang realized he was out of alternatives. He had exhausted every avenue, consulting physicians, trying folk remedies, seeking Taoists, and turning to Buddhist practices, all to no avail. He decided to give it a chance. If my mother can recover, what conditions do you have? He understood that nothing comes without a price. No one would offer help without reason. Su Qing approached Qin Jiang, whispering in a tone audible only to him. I wish to partner with you in commerce.
What say you?
Qin Jiang immediately grasped her intent. The circumstances were clear. The Su family did not hold him in high regard, and the 9th prince, Shen Zichen, harbored disdain for her. It was entirely reasonable for Su Qing to seek a means of survival. While the crowd observed Su Qing standing beside Qin Jiang, they could not discern the nature of their conversation. Su Rui, sweating profusely from his pain, yearned for medical attention. Just as he reached his limit, he saw Qin Jiang nodding in agreement. As long as my mother remains unharmed, I shall comply. Su Yu felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety begin to stir within her. Su Rui, on the other hand, was utterly disinclined to speculate. Whatever agreement transpired between them was of no concern to him. His only desire was to ensure that the Su family remained unscathed, that he himself remained unscathed. Upon seeing the jade pendant belonging to Su Qing, Su Yu hastily applied some eye drops. Elder brother, where did sister steal that jade pendant from? She even gifted it to boss Qin. Su Rui was nearly consumed with hatred for Su Qing, the relentless pain in his hand only intensifying his animosity. Su Qing, I must tell you, you are the consort of the 9th prince. Do not be so indiscriminate in your affections. Qin Jiang furrowed his brow, impatiently regarding Su Rui. After all, they were both members of the Su family. How could Su Rui speak so harshly? Qin Jiang, who often tailored garments for the nobility of the capital, was well aware of the Su family's affairs. Su Qing was indeed the biological daughter of the Su family. How could Su Rui treat his own sister in such a manner? Su Qing, with her phoenix eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Su Rui. You ought to tend to your own hand. If you wait any longer, you might bleed out. Su Rui shot her a fierce glare and hastily departed. Li Yulan was also assisted away by several young ladies. Su Rui's servants clumsily scrambled to their feet, fleeing in utter disgrace. As the farce concluded, Su Qing returned home in high spirits. Both Su Rui and Li Yulan had sustained injuries, and after the commotion, it was already quite late. Consumed with rage, Su Rui had never suffered such a great loss, especially not at the hands of his own sister.
Su Yu, fearing Su Rui's threat,
Knew that her future would be bleak if he blamed her. She hurried to care for him. Elder brother, the leader of the Chaobang will be ambushed tomorrow morning. You must go to his aid. As a reincarnator, Su Yu was acutely aware of the unfolding narrative. After Su Qing married Shen Zichen, she would inevitably become a widow. The entire lineage of the crown prince would perish, and it would be Shen Zi who ascended the throne. Thus, the Su family chose to align with Shen Zi rather than the emperor's already designated Shen Zichen. Su Rui's ascendancy as a disciple of the Taoist master Yun Tian and his position in the astronomical bureau were entirely due to his sister, Su Yu. He was the first to attain such a high rank at such a young age. Therefore, Su Rui held a great deal of regard for this sister. Once Shen Zi took the throne, the Su family would bask in the glory of their achievements. At that time, they would enjoy wealth and honor. With a future bright and resplendent, the Su family aimed to attain a position of power, second only to the emperor.
where
You are a treasure bestowed upon us by heaven, he affirmed. You are far superior to your biological sister, Su Qing. As long as you prove useful, the blood ties are of little consequence. Su Yu smiled gently. To be a member of the Su family is indeed my fortune. Just as the siblings exchanged their compliments, Qin Jiang returned to the Qin residence, holding the jade pendant. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of wails. Master, you have finally returned. The matriarch has fainted several times. Lady Qin rushed over, weeping as she embraced her husband. Hearing this, Qin Jiang quickly made his way to his mother's chamber. The matriarch was nearing 70 years of age, having previously enjoyed robust health without any ailments. This should have been a time for her to enjoy her later years. Yet she had suddenly fallen victim to such a strange illness. If anything were to befall her, how could he, as her son, ever find peace again? Have you consulted Su Rui? What did he say? Did he manage to procure a talisman? Lady Qin inquired anxiously. Qin Jiang produced the jade pendant. Su Rui said that mother cannot be saved. However, his sister did give me something. Reflecting on Su Qing's character, Lady Qin was immediately filled with rage. Can we trust her words? That shameless country girl, what ability does she possess? Su Rui is the eldest son of the Minister of War and a disciple of Master Yun Tian. If he cannot help, how could Su Qing succeed? Qin Jiang grasped the pendant tightly in his hand, silently observing his mother. Resigned, he closed his eyes. We might as well treat a dead horse as a living one. Is there any other alternative? At that moment, a thick black mist began to emanate from Qin Jiang's body. Lady Qin was instantly struck dumb. Master, what is this? Has Su Qing summoned some malevolent spirit? Qin Jiang, with greater experience than his wife, mused that it could very well be a result of the jade pendant that Su Qing had given him. Soon, the black mist coalesced into a shadowy figure, followed by a piercing scream that caused everyone's ears to ring painfully. The shadow swiftly fled through a crack in the window, and the room immediately felt warmer. The matriarch's breathing improved significantly, no longer as faint as before. Bring the doctor, quickly. Chapter 26. The wife is about to flee. When the doctor arrived, he examined the matriarch's pulse. Master Qin, the matriarch is perfectly normal. There is nothing to worry about. Qin Jiang's eyes widened in delight. Is that true? She is truly fine. How wonderful. Lady Qin smiled as she escorted the doctor out. Master, I just saw a cloud of black mist escape from your body. Qin Jiang nodded. I saw it too. Su Qing mentioned that I was entangled with something unclean. Lady Qin clasped her hands together. Thank you, consort of the 9th prince. Thank you, consort of the 9th prince. Master, we owe her a life. We must pay her a visit to express our gratitude. Qin Jiang nodded. Had it not been for Su Qing, his mother would have met an untimely end. Moreover, had he remained afflicted, he likely would not have survived for long. In truth, Su Qing had saved both their lives and the entire Qin family. Without him, the Qin family would have been doomed. Thankfully, he had placed his trust in Su Qing. I will certainly express my gratitude to the consort of the 9th prince. You need not concern yourself with that. Su Qing's status within the royal residence was precarious, and he could surmise as much without thought. Otherwise, the consort of the 9th prince would not have sought to engage in trade with him. Merchants were among the lowest social classes in this world. Although they possessed wealth, they were still looked down upon. Regardless of how the consort of the 9th prince entered the royal family, she remained a member of the nobility. Her maternal family was also the Minister of War. Such a lofty status One could not imagine her deigning to engage in commerce unless driven to desperation. When the consort of the ninth prince sought his collaboration, he would ensure to offer her advantageous terms. In the Qin prince's residence, the guard Ling Feng was recounting all that had transpired at the tavern to Shen Zichen. Shen Zichen, who was accompanying him, listened with wide eyes. A brush pierced through bone, and with one strike, all the servants were taken down. Old ninth, your consort is quite formidable. Ling Feng, could you match her prowess? Ling Feng was the foremost guard under Shen Zichen, and also the leader of his covert operatives, possessing exceptional martial skills that were unrivaled in the capital. Shen Zichen could hardly believe it. The consort of the ninth prince, who appeared so frail, was actually so capable. He couldn't help but glance at Old Ninth, realizing that with such skill, Old Ninth would likely be no match for her. Moving forward, Old Ninth would certainly be at her mercy. However, he had often spoken disrespectfully to the consort of the ninth prince. The fact that she hadn't retaliated was truly generous of her. In the future, he would certainly behave obediently in her presence, even though she was his sister-in-law. Yet, in a world where strength prevailed, there was nothing shameful about that. After hearing this, Shen Zichen turned to Ling Feng. Go ahead. As Shen Zichen watched Ling Feng leave, he leaned back in his chair with a chuckle. Old Ninth, have you perhaps developed feelings for her? Ling Feng was undoubtedly going out to seek justice for Su Qing. Lady Li Yulan would likely find herself in trouble. Shen Zichen cast a sidelong glance. How could I possibly harbor feelings for her? Shen Zichen laughed mischievously. Not liking her, yet seeking her out for retribution? How very typical of you to say one thing and mean another. At that moment, Su Qing was in the royal palace, conversing with the elderly emperor. She had initially returned to the prince's residence in high spirits, ready to retire for the night. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was cheerfully welcomed into the palace by the eunuchs, who lavished her with praise that seemed to elevate her to the heavens. Looking at the emperor seated in the main hall, Su Qing could only maintain her smiling facade. Wasn't the emperor supposed to be exceedingly busy? How is it that she engages in conversation with her granddaughter-in-law every single day? Is this behavior considered normal? Qinger, what do you think of Zichen? It seems the old emperor is struggling for topics to discuss. You are well aware of Shen Zichen's character, are you not? Your eldest grandson is a scoundrel. Do I even need to mention it? He should have some awareness of his own grandson. He is utterly unruly. Ahem. The old emperor nearly choked on his tea, almost causing it to shoot out of his nose. How could his granddaughter-in-law speak of him in such a manner? All he desires is to know who has poisoned him. Why is that so difficult? Even after she has encountered all the royal relatives, she remains oblivious. Just as their conversation grew awkward, Shen Zichen arrived with Shen Zichen in tow. Upon hearing that Su Qing had been summoned to the palace, Shen Zichen rushed over immediately. Shen Zichen was merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Listening to the thoughts of the ninth princess was one of his greatest amusements. Is the darling of the three fools going to receive an extra hat today? Why does he seem even more foolish when he smiles? Shen Zichen's enthusiasm for the spectacle vanished in an instant, his smile evaporating completely. The old emperor noticed Shen Zichen's uncomfortable leg. Zichen, what has happened to your leg? A smile crept onto Shen Zichen's lips. It was injured by the common folk, and he was too embarrassed to admit it. Such a thing could only happen to a royal. To answer grandfather, it was merely a minor accident, nothing to worry about. The old emperor nodded, as long as it's not serious. Shen Zichen, recalling Su Qing's martial prowess, brightened up again. Ninth princess. I would like to reside in the royal manor. Could you find me a place? He genuinely wished to learn from Su Qing, whose skills surpassed even those of the ninth prince. Had he been more adept, would he have suffered such a beating from the common folk? Su Qing replied, there is no space. You brothers together must be conspiring against me. Having one Shen Zichen is sufficient. Do you really need another fool to make life even more chaotic? Once I complete my mission and accumulate enough funds, I intend to leave this place for the vastness of the world. For now, it is best to minimize troubles. Shen Zichen glanced at the ninth prince. Shen Zichen's expression remained impassive, as if he understood. Mission? What mission? His wife was planning to leave, and he showed no reaction. This simply would not do. He absolutely could not allow the ninth princess to depart. The key to retaining a woman lies in children. It was imperative that the ninth prince consummate his marriage with the ninth princess soon and produce an heir, ensuring she would no longer contemplate leaving. After hearing Su Qing's thoughts, the old emperor turned his gaze to Shen Zichen. Su Qing's foresight was of immense value to the royal family. Had this been in the past, he would have disregarded it. A ninth princess lacking in decorum. But now, Su Qing was a treasure of the royal family. How could they allow her to depart? Observing his grandson's indifference, the old emperor felt compelled to take action. No matter what means he employed, Su Qing could not be permitted to leave the royal family. Shen Zichen appeared unresponsive, yet he was seething with indignation. That wretched woman. Once again, she wished to flee. What is it about my presence that is so unbearable? Why does she obsessively contemplate escape? Am I so detestable? Does she find even a single glance at me excessive? Did she not express a desire to share a bed with me? And now, before it is even within reach, she wishes to abandon the idea? Or has she simply found someone more appealing outside?
Impossible.
My looks are unparalleled throughout the capital. Accumulating wealth? Su Qing. Without funds. I wonder how you plan to depart? Suddenly, Shen Zichen recalled that the manor had fallen into Su Qing's hands, and unease washed over him. The funds within the manor were more than sufficient for Su Qing to escape and live without worry for a lifetime. He must devise a plan to reclaim the money. Chapter 27. The heart of a man is as difficult to find as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Under Shen Zicheng's persistent pleas, Su Qing agreed to allow him to reside in the royal manor at any time. Congratulations, host. Your dislike value is now at 0. Su Qing was utterly astonished. She had merely permitted Shen Zichen to stay at the manor, and now Shen Zichen no longer harbored disdain for her. The change was astonishingly swift. Congratulations, host. Your indifference value has dropped to 90. As Su Qing listened to the 2 notifications from the system, she was left in a daze. What was happening? The dislike value had vanished, and the indifference value had plummeted to 90. This was perplexing. A decrease in the indifference value indicated that Shen Zichen must have developed some feelings for her. What kind of feelings? Before Su Qing could comprehend the situation, the old emperor spoke up. Zichen, you and Su Qing have been married for some time now. When will you present me with a great-grandson? Su Qing's mind was instantly overwhelmed. A great-grandson? What was the old emperor thinking? She still wanted to enjoy her freedom. Su Qing glanced at the rigidly seated Shen Zichen. A child? With this wooden block? To produce another little wooden block? Though he is indeed pleasing to the eye, he is far too stolid, lacking any sense of romance. Such beauty is a pity to waste, yet utterly flavorless to consume. A chicken rib. Shen Zichen raised his head, his alluring peach blossom eyes sparkling with intrigue. Am I merely a chicken rib? Is there such a thing as a beautiful chicken rib? I am the object of desire for all the noble ladies in the capital. This woman. I must make her aware that even a chicken rib possesses its own temperament. Both the old emperor and Shen Zichen struggled to suppress their laughter upon hearing Su Qing's thoughts. The 9th princess certainly had a way with words. The 9th prince was the pinnacle of beauty within the royal family, yet in the eyes of the 9th princess, he had become mere refuse. Ahem. The old emperor cleared his throat twice. Zichen is my favorite grandson. I wish to see a great-grandson during my lifetime. You two should put in some effort. Were it any ordinary granddaughter-in-law, the emperor would not be so courteous. But Su Qing was different. He must treat her with utmost care. Once she bore a child, she would no longer entertain thoughts of leaving. Su Qing observed Shen Zichen's frosty demeanor and suddenly recalled a few moves she had just learned. If applied to Shen Zichen, I wonder how effective they would be. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the old emperor's suggestion, Su Qing sat beside Shen Zichen, lifted her teacup, and smiled gently at him. Husband, have some tea. Shen Zichen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. What was this woman up to? Her thoughts had been utterly blank just moments ago. Husband, why aren't you drinking? Is there something I have done wrong? Su Qing blinked her enchanting eyes, exuding an air of tenderness. The clarity within her gaze brimmed with innocence and allure. The old emperor and Shen Zichen could hardly bear to watch. Her seemingly innocent face possessed an undeniable power to captivate. When they shifted their gaze back to Shen Zichen, they found him sitting in a daze, devoid of expression. His deep-set eyes were filled with anger. Just moments ago, she had disparaged him as a chicken rib. Now, she was attempting to seduce him. What was this operation? A blockhead, utterly devoid of understanding of romance. Su Qing's comment rang loudly in his ears. He does not comprehend romance. Today, I shall make you understand what romance truly is. Shen Zichen reached out to accept the tea from Su Qing, offering a fleeting smile. His peach blossom eyes glimmered with pleasure. Thank you, my lady. Su Qing was left momentarily speechless. Shen Zichen seldom smiled. When he did, it was a cold, official smile. Toward her, he typically displayed only a cold smirk. Such a warm smile had never been directed at her before. Shen Zichen's smile is indeed quite enchanting. It would be a shame to discard him. Perhaps I shall keep him around for now. Shen Zichen lowered his head, sipping his tea. He had sacrificed quite a bit for the royal family. The old emperor finally felt at ease. As long as Su Qing did not leave, everything would be manageable. How can one possibly fall asleep beside him early, so that when the opportunity arises, she can leave at any moment? The old emperor's smile faded as quickly as it had appeared. Must she leave after their union? Is it not true that a woman is meant to marry but one man for a lifetime? She is already tied to Shen Zichen. What reason could there be for her to depart? Shen Zichen gazed at Shen Zichen with sympathy. The poor ninth prince, his wife is prepared to flee at any moment. Shen Zichen's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He was ready to sacrifice himself, and yet Su Qing still contemplated escape? What had he done to offend her so grievously that she yearned to leave? Your Majesty, I shall take my leave, Shen Zichen declared before turning away. He had no desire to provoke further ire. He feared it might be his undoing. Su Qing stared in bewilderment as Shen Zichen departed. Just a moment ago, all was well, and now it has turned so suddenly. The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the sea, best left untouched. These words caused Shen Zichen, who had not yet distanced himself, to stumble momentarily on the steps. Su Qing then regarded Shen Zichen. The three fools have been treating me much better these past few days, perhaps due to Zhou Handong's peculiar state of mind. So, it seems you encountered Zhou Handong and the guards in a rather intimate exchange. Nevertheless, you have not been entirely foolish. You realize there has been no outbreak. She possesses evidence of your embezzlement. Shen Zichen's heart tightened in alarm. Evidence of embezzlement? What on earth? Although he worked in the Ministry of Revenue, he had never pilfered even a single tael of silver. Zhou Handong and Meng Dong actually have incriminating evidence against him. You allowed Zhou Handong unrestricted access to your study. She could seize your seal at any time. Using your seal, she has extracted a substantial sum from the ministry. With your seal, the ministry will assume the withdrawals were made by you. When the time comes, this will serve as one of the pieces of evidence leading to your downfall. If you dare to lay a hand on Zhou Handong, she will present this evidence to the Dali Temple. Shen Zichen's countenance darkened. The old emperor's expression was even more grim, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. How dare they target his grandson, causing him to be intoxicated and exiled? Exiled? Who issued such a command? Alas, the old emperor has fallen for the deception of those very evidences, personally issuing the order for his grandson's exile. Zhou Handong only captured Shen Zichen to torment him for her amusement, and when she grew weary, she cast him onto the path of exile. To inflict suffering upon Shen Zichen, Zhou Handong has generously compensated the guards. What a tragic tale it is for a grandfather to personally send his grandson away. Su Qing's words filled the old emperor with guilt as he turned to look at Shen Zichen. Had he truly been the one to send his grandson away? How could he have been so foolish? No, he must have been deceived. Zhou Handong, Meng Dong, who else lurks behind you? I shall not let any of you escape my wrath. The old emperor's gaze shifted back to Su Qing. Indeed, bringing Su Qing into the palace had been the right choice. Although he still did not know who had poisoned him, he had gleaned some new information. He would immediately dispatch someone to investigate who was truly manipulating Shen Zichen. Shen Zichen was left speechless. Was his plight so dire? Exiled and now to be tormented for amusement? Zhou Handong, I shall see you torn to shreds. Chapter 28. The princess attends to the bathing. Shen Zichen devised a plan to acquire the so-called evidence. Su Qing and Shen Zichen rode back to the royal residence in a carriage. Shen Zichen had intended to engage in conversation with Su Qing to deepen their bond, but as soon as they boarded the carriage, Su Qing shut her eyes and began to doze off. Shen Zichen could only remain silent. She wishes to sleep with him every day, yet when they are alone, she chooses to slumber. What manner of thinking does this woman possess? Upon their arrival at the princess's residence, Su Qing lamented, Alas, it is truly tragic. The rebellion of the Li clan has wrought such havoc upon the land. I am indeed unfit to be a general. My heart lacks the requisite hardness. The sound of hooves echoed as Qian Bongbing's horse trotted past, shedding a plethora of crocodile tears. Christine sensed the release of her hand, leaving her heart feeling vacant. It turned out this cold E truly had a wife, and not just one, but several, each more beautiful than the last. This time, they opted not for a violent charge, but rather to leap continuously, swiftly advancing using the large trees as cover. Yi Kai cast a glance at Du Meng. In truth, the secret teachings of Zhang Sanfeng did touch upon knowledge from traditional Chinese medicine, for cultivating true qi requires a significant understanding. And the annotations on such knowledge are quite detailed. Within a 10-mile radius, only Wang Hao remained, and they had witnessed the demise of disciples from the Black and White Academy. Subsequently, villagers began to visit the village chief one after another, indicating that the chief was still quite beloved. Then, he opened his palms and two short blades, formed of condensed demonic energy, appeared in an instant, their edges swirling with malevolence, a chilling aura radiating from their tips. Prepared, Wang Gonggong wiped the sweat from his brow, patting his chest. Today had brought unexpected events. Yet welcoming the emperor was a matter of utmost importance. Any mistake in the groom's arrival could not be tolerated. Guan Chaoxing chuckled. The annual gatherings were not organized without purpose. For this particular confrontation was meant to draw many attendees to the Poppy Conference. This technique did not belong to any swordplay of the vertical or horizontal sword styles. Nor was it part of the 18 sword techniques. In fact, I had never witnessed such a move before. Gao Zhanli gasped in astonishment, understanding the implications, which only heightened his surprise. Watching the man escape in disarray, Qian Qingxi smirked. The red corner of his garment vanished at the doorway, leaving the man's figure entirely unseen. Tianming, witnessing this, quickly rose to pursue Xiaoyu, only to be halted by Qingwu. Was she deliberately concealing something? Or did she truly not care whether Jun Jinyan had committed that act? Qian Qingxi appeared uncertain, tilting her body to peer through the door's crack. Spotting none other than the fourth prince of Bailey, Mu Rishu, whom she had encountered just days prior. Qingwu gently lowered her gaze, her fingertips still dancing lightly. A smile gracing her face. Sister Tianming, why do you not understand? I merely wish to prevent you from seeking out that rogue Xiaoyu. During breaks and extracurricular activities, the students practiced group dances, preparing for the upcoming school-wide dance competition. The man wore an expression of profound grievance, yet when paired with his striking features, it appeared quite odd. Qian Qingxi, possessing keen hearing, absorbed every word uttered by the sharp-featured man. As the system notification rang out, Qin Feng felt a surge of mysterious power enter his body, seemingly augmenting his strength once more. Task 3. In the realm of the Tang Dynasty's twin dragons, the youth Su Xiling yearns for a hearty meal and seeks to teach a lesson to the bullies tormenting them. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the short fellow's plight, first gasped in shock, then erupted into uproarious laughter, uttering numerous inappropriate remarks. Chapter 29. I shall diligently attend to my husband. Su Qing had initially thought that if Shen Zichen were to develop feelings, his affection would grow swiftly. She could then depart sooner. However, the system, Su Xiaoqing, remained utterly unresponsive. It seemed futile, truly a difficult being to please. Ancient princes were even harder to fathom than her post-apocalyptic leadership. Su Qing approached Shen Zichen from behind, gently resting her hands upon his robust back. His firm skin and powerful shoulders felt remarkable to the touch. Just as Brighter stepped outside, a chilling wind swept through, causing him, a Highlander born in the southern region, to shiver involuntarily. Luo Lai felt a sense of foreboding as he approached Lu Weilin, examining his wounds. During the frenzied assault by the bats, the focus of their attacks had predominantly been on Bai Yunfei and Lu Weilin. Despite their attempts to fend off the onslaught, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer number of bats, resulting in multiple bites on their bodies. It was evident that this convoy boasted formidable strength. With 20 high-ranking warriors stationed, ensuring their safety was largely secured. Earlier, while partaking in the meal, he had momentarily abandoned the decorum befitting an elder, indulging excessively and consuming far more than his usual portion, to the point of feeling uncomfortably full, a rarity for a martial artist who typically expended considerable energy and had a substantial appetite. Gui Yueqin, born in 1880 and a native of Xincheng, was the mother of Shen Ruoxi. In her youth, she possessed astonishing cultivation and was among the few experts in the Panshan realm in Xincheng. Shortly after marrying into the Shen family, her husband tragically succumbed to his own obsession with cultivation, leaving Gui Yueqin to raise Shen Ruoxi alone before retreating from public life. Luolai gazed at his pragmatic and somewhat mercenary uncle, his heart a tumult of disdain for Song Chongjin's character, yet he felt powerless to confront him, recognizing that collaboration was his only recourse. In the underground world, time seemed to accelerate at an astonishing rate. Though this phenomenon had no tangible effect on individuals, it could directly influence the realm of the metaphysical. At that moment, the foundation of the holy sect was ruthlessly exposed by Zhao Qinlu. And even the astute sect leader found himself momentarily vexed. This assertion held truth. Zhang Han had indeed made such a statement upon their first meeting, leaving Yu Tian and Feng Chun with no ground to refute, their smiles tinged with awkwardness, as they had not realized Zhang Han was speaking candidly. A master of swordsmanship, deprived of his blade, would see his combat prowess diminish significantly, particularly given the toll of previous injuries on his body. Industry insiders estimated that General Qing likely flourished during the Sui and Tang dynasties, or perhaps the Wei and Jin periods. Despite the fearsome appearance of the fourth master at that moment, she managed to compose herself, kneeling delicately before the bed. Mr. Mao was swift to activate his flying sword, aiming to pierce He's chest. Luo Bingbing also sensed the imminent threat to her life. As a mere second-tier monarch, she could not withstand even a single black spear. The 10th level of the Qianlong steel possessed the potential of a monarch. Throughout the myriad realms over millennia, only 2 individuals had ever ascended to this level. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when Su Peixing noted the silence within and instructed others to prepare water for the service. Just as he was about to depart the cave, returning to the intersection where he had battled the fiery beast, a cacophony of footsteps echoed ominously. Not only did he refuse to let go, but he also seized her chin with one hand, compelling her to kiss him. Intriguingly, it appeared that His Highness Helis was not the simpleton he had presumed him to be. Media cast several glances at Helis, who was currently channeling his fighting spirit to absorb the nearby fire elements. Upon hearing Media's remark, he even offered her a friendly smile. Wang Feng signaled to the group that they were now at the bandits' location, and after ensuring their equipment was in impeccable condition, they exchanged knowing glances with Wang Feng. These individuals occupied a circle of tables surrounding the hall, leaving only one in the center vacant, thereby maintaining a peculiar balance. Should they choose to sit there, they must brace themselves for the intense scrutiny of those around them. Chapter 30. This is entirely of your own making. Watching Su Qing suddenly look down upon him, a thunderous roar erupted in Shen Zichen's ears. He was a prince, the esteemed 9th prince. How could he be subjugated by a woman? This was utterly intolerable. Observing the woman above him lean down, Shen Zichen exerted force at his waist, simultaneously wrapping his arms around Su Qing to prevent her from falling. Yet, at that very moment he rose and extended his hand. Su Qing reacted almost instantaneously. Xiao Yiyang, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Upon hearing Su Xiaohai's words, he swiftly pinched Su Xiaohai's arm with such force that it nearly twisted flesh from bone. However, only a few exchanges later, Sun Chung was sent flying by a single blade strike. In terms of pure essence strength, he was far inferior to his opponent, a deficit not easily compensated for by mere martial experience. Although he sensed that Lin Yongxing was somewhat overlooked, he had also heard that he belonged to the Lin family. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse. As for Baker, despite his reluctance to waste time here, becoming familiar with the transformation of the tail-standing rat was undoubtedly the best course of action. No problem, but you're not deceiving me again, are you? After being tricked by Wang Yu repeatedly, Li Dagger's wariness had reached new heights. The opposition leader, Fu Yi, and the monk Fae sought to replace the Jinchuriki. Although their numbers were few, they had persistently acted, attempting to rally more supporters. Had the Air Force ever struck Qimulu? Or had it always been like this? Through the telescope, Qimulu appeared dilapidated, with some buildings collapsed and others emitting plumes of black smoke, starkly diverging from previous intelligence photographs. As time ticked away, there was still no movement from the wolves. We feared exposure and dared not approach the harbor too closely, opting instead to remain hidden at the edge of the jungle. Awaiting quietly, Wang Yu did not immediately rejoice. While he had resolved his own matters, the situation concerning the Wanjun Club remained unresolved. Since he had committed to aiding the Wanjun Club, he would see it through to the end. Look at you all. As soon as they surrounded me, you also encircled me, as if afraid others wouldn't know I was the leader. If they had guns, my corpse would likely be cold by now. Chang Fei shook his head, stepping out helplessly. The red boy declared, I no longer want a meeting gift. Father, please don't send me back. I shall take my leave now. You may converse with my master. With that, he dashed out, seemingly genuinely frightened that Niu Mo Wang would compel his return. Although it was not unacceptable, after fiddling with it for quite some time without clarity, Lin Jin could only conclude that this was a sign of the ancient mirror recognizing its master. For only spirit treasures that acknowledged their masters would become as light as a feather, akin to his fishing rod and Qinkuan bag. As for whether this was indeed the case, only heaven could say. Arriving in haste at Madame Zhu's residence, Zhu Gongdao did not bother to knock, forcefully pushing the door open. At this juncture, convening a shareholders' meeting was too late, and the equity distribution of Yajin investment was exceedingly complex. The parties involved were not united in purpose. Lei Hao had already become unassailable, having successfully entangled European capital. Only he could salvage the situation. Moreover, after reaping the benefits from shorting AT, Lei Hao would need to take decisive steps. Though he might not fly frequently, Chiu Yuding certainly would. Noticing Yuan Su's unusual demeanor, Madame Lu made her intentions known, and Madame Zhang wasted no time, quickly rising to take her leave. By the third round, despite Zhang Qinghui's utmost calculations, under Lin Jin's schemes and after a fierce battle, he ultimately faced defeat, resulting in a 2 wins and 1 loss scenario. At this point, Li Zi and Shilin had concluded their conversation and spoke up, "My lord, we apologize. Please proceed into the hall."
Now.
It was utterly absurd that someone would go to such lengths merely to sell off their stakes in the Korean market, all to drive thunder from the Korean capital market. Chapter 31 Money. It's all about money. Shen Zichen certainly did not leave, but followed Shen Zichen to the small lounge. Shen Zichen could not truly throw him out. He merely found himself reluctant to see him. For the first time in his life, he had been overpowered by a woman, and his own brother had witnessed it. He felt utterly humiliated. "Did you come here for something today?" Shen Zichen inquired coldly from his position of authority, not even sparing him a glance. Shen Zichen sat beside him, while Dongfang Mingzhu, devoid of any martial prowess, could hardly evade the hook unleashed in Iron Cheng's fury. The man known as Eagle Eye is none other than the third brother of the Eastern Master, named Dongfang Yijian. Upon learning of the demise of his second brother and nephew in Hanjiang City, he was resolute in seeking vengeance. However, the head of the Dongfang family opposed him, insisting on alerting the prominent families to organize a coalition against the Mu family. The valley is encircled by towering mountains, steep as clouds, making it utterly impossible for human efforts to surmount. The sole exit lies within a narrow tunnel carved into a mountain wall, providing a passage to the outside world. Every time these memories, deeply entrenched in his mind, resurface, Lu Qingyi cannot help but feel a pang of heartache, unable to suppress his seething resentment. Tears of joy cascade down, yet Feng Wushuang's heart is enveloped in indescribable sweetness, a happiness that nothing can replace. At that moment, Longsan's satellite phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing it was the old commander calling, he immediately answered. After listening to the elder's words, Longsan looked encouragingly at the handsome man. She has always treated her friends with sincerity, and should Situ how you ever require assistance, she would not hesitate to help him. Jiang Ming, feeling a twinge of regret for getting into the car, chose silence, refusing to respond to her teasing. Just then, a brawny man, brandishing a large sword, pulled on the reins, causing the horse to rear up dramatically, letting out a thunderous neigh, nearly trampling a rather imposing middle-aged gentleman. Though it sounds simple, the execution proves arduous. At your age, are you not also coming to the riverside to bask in the wind and indulge in self-pity? Jiang Ming does not find her particularly remarkable. Thus, Tuoba Wanlai is unperturbed, allowing Che Feiyu to fend for himself while he leads the soldiers in combat on the periphery. Fortunately, no soldiers were hiding at the explosion point of the high-explosive bomb, and 7 or 8 soldiers lying nearby narrowly escaped disaster.
Why? How
could Lord Xiaoyao possibly be unsealed in such a manner? The expression of the sky observer at this moment is akin to that of a parent watching their child, raised for over a decade, being led away by a smooth-talking stranger, filled with disbelief as he gazes at Shangguan Xiaoyao's legs. This scene evokes memories for many powerful beings of the time when Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai first emerged, and even the formidable beasts now residing in the primordial world are watching the sun star with trepidation. Li Hongzhong, being over 70 years of age, finally comprehends what he must do, thus mustering a strained smile as he ascends the plank bridge. Consequently, the mountain rock prepares to deplete the vigor of the anti-Woka forces using the 4 frontline regiments. Given that the materials are sourced from the human race, and considering the prolonged warfare between humans and the ape tribe, these 3 divine swords are truly weapons of slaughter, most suited for the battlefield. Xiaoyao remarks. At this moment, Shangguan Xiaoyao realizes that even if he truly understands the principles behind the creation of the pass token, the actual fabrication of such a token remains an unrealistic endeavor for him at present. In the office, Shirkong still sits in a chair 1 size larger, playing Tetris on the large screen. Perhaps due to improved meals lately, he appears to have gained some weight, with his face becoming rounder and his clothes seeming slightly oversized. The elder generation of the Celestial God clan erupts in fury, feeling overly constrained. They had initially thought to effortlessly suppress this great demon of the Huai River. Yet now they face extreme treatment, having been struck nearly into oblivion. Chapter 32. The 9th Prince harbors disdain for Su Qing. Although Su Qing is reluctant, she must yield the key when faced with the eldest of the Wang residents. This further intensifies her desire to earn money. It seems that money must be earned by oneself for lasting success. Shen Zichen, sensing discord between the two, chuckles, and attempts to mediate. Ninth Princess. I notice your collection of jewelry is rather sparse. De Yuxuan in the capital is mine, and you may select at your leisure. Thus, following Stampley's resignation, the council nominated Zhou Nan as one of the candidates for regent. Although he still has half a year before completing 5 years of residence in Switzerland, most seem to have forgotten this detail. The final struggle, a desperate bid for victory. Yet ultimately, they were outplayed by a mere timing miscalculation. Damn it! Who is secretly wielding the knife? The elder, having been beaten until he spat blood and lost teeth, his face swollen like a pig's head, finally collapsed, incapacitated and unconscious. Within a kilometer radius centered around Meng Feifei, no one else seems allowed entry. Otherwise, certain alarms or mechanisms may be triggered. 3 individuals from both the challenger and the defending side must represent the master, coach, and student respectively, competing in 3 rounds, with 2 victories required to deem the challenge successful. The drainage ditch on Xiaoming Mountain is far more neatly constructed than that of a Qin mountain, and as Li Wei slid, the front wheels of the vehicle became firmly lodged in the ditch. The man before him harbors no trace of inferiority or evasion in his gaze, a look evidently belonging to one of considerable status. At this point, Anu and the others no longer harbor doubts regarding Bai Gang's identity. While cursing inwardly, Tang Qi vanished in an instant, and with his departure, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Elder Yu received the plastic bucket from the cleaning robot, sighing. The potato vines within had withered completely, their roots exposed, with the potatoes plucked clean, leaving only a few shallow black holes. Li Wei never anticipated that Jiang Chuchu's serious inquiry would be so cliché, lacking any suspense. Gu Xintong is unwilling to let Zhou Bai Hui off so easily, yet employing other means seems too dishonorable, leaving her in a quandary. At that time, she had already been taught by the wet nurse about such matters, and upon hearing his words, her heart felt that happiness had arrived too suddenly. Ever since their last encounter at the Haowang residence with Lei Xiao and Lu Mei, Lei Xiao had seemingly gone missing. Murong Che cast a glance at Zhou Zheng, neither blaming him nor ordering him to kneel, simply raising his hand to instruct Xu how to leave the hall. She increasingly finds herself perplexed by Ji Chenxi. As if everything prior had never transpired, he remains as expressionless as ever, like a tranquil lake, revealing no emotion, his dark eyes resembling the vast sky. He continues to exude the same aloof nobility, radiating the aura of a sovereign, having shed the gentle warmth he once possessed, now appearing cold and haughty, emanating an invisible pressure upon proximity. Su Zio struggles to suppress his laughter, determined not to let it escape, yet his mirth is unmistakably reflected in his eyes. Clear to all who look. Ultimately, the audience is left in suspense, uncertain whether the newcomer is the male protagonist returning from the battlefield or the one delivering news of his demise. In the amusement park, aside from parents bringing their children to play, there are only couples in love, as if here, everyone can frivolously squander their youth. When Siheng is now a eunuch, his only child lost, he is convinced that it is his doing, and will undoubtedly seek ways to make her life difficult. The police finally arrived, inspecting the scene, taking photographs, and escorting the thug and Di Hongsheng away. Such a small group dares to charge forth. Tian Jianxiu leads a team to snipe them while Lu Zongmin continues the siege. As he gives the order, over 30,000 bandits surge forth from the rear camp, weapons in hand, charging toward Wang Chun. Chapter 33. The Su family hits a brick wall. Madame Su is directly imprisoned in the dungeon of the 9th Prince's residence, executed personally by Prince Run. Upon hearing of Su Qing's illness, the emperor himself arrives at the 9th Prince's residence to pay a visit. Minister of War Su Da, upon receiving the news, immediately leads his eldest son Su Rui, daughter Su Yu, and the Li Yulan family to the 9th Prince's residence. The emperor sits with a cold expression in the room adjacent to Su Qing's bedroom, having chosen this location to remain informed should anything arise. With the intervention of the divine and demonic armies, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The forces of the divine and demonic legions swept through the ranks of the Chaos Sky sect with an unstoppable momentum, seizing complete control of the battlefield before the Chaos Sky sect even had a chance to react. He was not particularly concerned about the meager amount of crystal essence. Rather, he felt that those who dared to target him should not be allowed to go unpunished. He believed it was imperative to make them pay a price, to impart a lesson that would ensure they remembered their folly. He was convinced that, following this experience, they would become much more compliant. Zhao Dong suddenly realized that while investigating the background of the Xinxianli Technology Development Company, he indeed discovered that the husband of the chairman of the Huihai Group bore the surname Sun, and was a civil servant. "I must take my leave," Jing Yuanying declared. raising her sword and striking at the concave wall with a fierce swing. The seven-colored dragon soared into the air, instantly reaching the side of the Golden Dragon clan leader, chattering excitedly around him. The Prince of Gong shook his head repeatedly, having no ambition for power, preferring instead the life of a leisurely prince. Just as he spoke, a beam of white light emanated from the clasped palms of the opposing party, whose temperature felt akin to molten lava, as if they might melt each other's hands away. After uttering her words, Grandmother delivered a merciless kick that sent him tumbling from the Fox clan into the realm of humans. "Huh, therein lies your error. Am I the traitor, or are you the inept ones?" Shun Fan scoffed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Much like the garments previously gifted to her by Wan Chi-chen, this outfit fit as if tailor-made for her, requiring no alterations, its style both simple and elegant. Both of them froze, gazing into each other's eyes. Mu Fengxi looked into Gu Yiheng's deep blue eyes, shimmering with familiar reflections, where she saw her own image mirrored back. When Ning Guogong beheld the scene, he cried out for help, only to feel a green mist ensnaring his neck, rendering him unable to voice a sound. Susan was truly tempted to deliver a sharp slap to Yongling's face, wishing to rid herself of his thick-skinned demeanor that constantly led to unwanted troubles. After all, falling from such heights of over 10 meters, even for those with abilities, could result in peculiar ailments despite the absence of fatality. Just as he forcefully blocked the dagger in Annie's hand, he prepared to draw his own blade to intervene. Ferong, perceiving Jiang Buwei's soft-heartedness despite his stern appearance, momentarily felt a surge of luck and deliberately elongated the final syllable of her words. Su Ping opened his mouth, intending to explain, but, upon seeing Jiang Chushue's despondent gaze, swallowed his words back down. So, when Xian is envious of me, a mere new disciple? Or is it merely a nominal title? Meng Zhuo chuckled, bemused. Little did he expect the Nangong family to be so ruthless. A grandmaster could be discarded at will. Gu Qingyao felt a slight shock. The winged tails managed the territory with a straightforward military hierarchy comprising leaders, demon generals, and demon soldiers, while the majority of demon leaders employed a similar structure to govern their lands. In truth, everyone was utterly flabbergasted by Xiao Peng's antics. Once they regained their senses, they couldn't help but admire Xiao Peng's eloquence. Indeed, being articulate is a valuable asset, a principle repeatedly validated across myriad professions, and even in domestic life. Recalling the earlier incident, Yunmeng Luo felt as though the soft sensation lingered on her lips. Unconsciously, her mouth curved into a silly smile. Initially, she believed that the Leaf Emperor's prowess at the sect level was already extraordinary, yet to her surprise, he possessed power at the sovereign level. Chapter 34. The retribution of the Su family is just beginning. Upon seeing that Su Qing was unharmed, the emperor inquired, "Qing, how should we deal with the Su family?" The emperor could dispose of anyone with a mere word, yet today he first turned to Su Qing for her opinion. This prompted everyone to realign their perceptions regarding the ninth princess, necessitating that they treat her with greater respect henceforth. Su Qing was equally taken aback by the emperor's inquiry. She glanced at Shen Zichen, who smiled gently at her. "What do you wish to say?" The fury of an ordinary man seemed to ignite the heavens, and in an instant, the world transformed, a terrifying hurricane descending from above and wreaking havoc. "We understand young Master Ye's intentions. During this time, we shall reside next door. And left minister, who will always be there to ensure your safety," Night Fragrance remarked with a faint smile. The two winged dragons spared Lin Fei not a moment's respite. With a powerful beat of their wings, swirling air currents rushed towards him once more. "Young sect master, are you alright?" King Crab exhaled slowly, approaching Yi Xingchen. These two golden-robed immortals were equally daft, riddled with arrows yet still fervently pursuing Lin Tian. Yi Xingchen surmised that the majority of elders were reluctant to engage. After all, it was futile to vie for the position of alliance leader. "Is it a blessing that you covet my possessions?" Yi Wushuang glared at the two, a cold smile gracing his lips. Were they plotting against him to showcase their abilities? This is difficult to verify. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Chang Tian suddenly nodded.
Why?
"Although I am quite handsome, my heart eternally belongs to my wife. You shall never possess it." Yi Lei tugged at his clothing, attempting to resist. "Indeed, this is our fate. Even if we acquire high-level powers here, without a proper venue to manifest them, we can only fade away silently with the passage of time. This seems to be the destiny of those who enter the Azura relics," Song Yen lamented. Cold Rain's expression shifted drastically as she lifted her gaze towards the depths of the Sea Temple, then turned back to the path they had come from. Vitruvius undoubtedly could not comprehend the beastmen's lamentations, yet he could fully sense that these beastmen were expressing something of profound sorrow, the tragedy seemingly rooted in their geographical location. Gradually, the crowd in the square ceased to pay attention to this ordinary name, ignoring someone they had never even heard of before. As he caught sight of the two, they, too, noticed the scrutiny from his gaze and turned to face him, gazing at the scorched wound on Sun Wukong's chest. He reached out to stroke the shattered remnants of his cloud armor. A tumult of emotions surged within Musi, as if he longed to take some action.
Wait.
Elder Song Yan suddenly raised his hand, signaling a pause at the moment he sensed Wang Sanxiang and the others preparing to launch an attack. The sky was exceptionally dark. The stars were reluctant to blink. Only a few dim ones remained visible against the illuminated high-rises. I begrudgingly made my way towards the balcony, each step feeling heavier than the last, each footfall causing my heart to bleed. Heaven, I beseech you, do not bring forth a gloomy day. It was evident that the mysterious fire strike induced by cold rain, fueled by ancient demon blood, was extraordinary, its intricacies far beyond what future generations could rival. The girl was upset. Should he leave her be and retreat into a safe bubble like a timid turtle? Wouldn't that only worsen their relationship? Observing the two youthful figures before her, admiring their radiant smiles, Janice's thoughts drifted far away. Shindong, accompanied by Huang Erniu and others, stealthily departed from Siming Town, making their way towards Qingping Town. Amidst the hazy moonlight, three figures clad in soldier attire leaped over the wall, one notably larger than the others. Jesting as they did so.
Chapter 35, I still preferred gentle kingar.
In the end, Su Qing pinched her nose and swallowed the medicine. She then enjoyed a delightful sleep. Upon awakening, she found the room completely deserted. Sensing something amiss with the medicine, Su Qing immediately summoned her psychic abilities. Under normal circumstances, she would never have fallen asleep after consuming it. Having endured many years in the apocalypse, she was always the most vigilant when it came to sleep. Any noise would rouse her. Sleeping so deeply was certainly not normal. Her mental energy gradually settled within her. This group of individuals, including Chun Fangmu, has been arranged by Lu Yu to spend some time in the coastal city, advised to remain inconspicuous, for their true identities are that of residents from Luo City. Lu Yu intends to allow them to acclimatize further before discussing other matters. Since, as Xian mentioned, the minor threats below pose no significant danger, there is little to worry about. However, before Yun Xiao could encounter the parchment of the mysterious technique, the sword qi enveloping it surged towards Yun Zhao's right hand with ferocity, akin to a fierce tiger. Jiang Xiao hastily assisted the elderly lady onto the bed, then settled herself at the head of the Kong, remarking, "Mother, you are utterly exhausted. You truly ought to rest." Yet, just as these thunderous chains were unleashed by Yun Xiao, Lu Rufa's blue spiritual energy had already made contact with him, and upon touching Yun Zhao's body, it transformed dramatically, seemingly constructing a boundary formation. At the entrance of the Peizu factory, they were greeted by Nicole, whose sweet smile appeared to have forgotten the events of the previous day. Subject 52, upon initial exposure to Angel, manifested signs of dissociative identity disorder, extreme emotional instability, a pronounced tendency towards self-harm and violence, and poor physical absorption, deemed unnecessary to continue. Recommended for termination. The concept of games does not exclude the absence of a teacher. It is indeed a rare sight to witness a teacher engaging playfully with students. Anya was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was somewhat unaccustomed to conversing with someone so straightforward and sincere. Senior Xiaoyao, you mentioned that someone lured you out of Jiang City. Did you see the appearance of the one who enticed you? I suspect that person is affiliated with those responsible for the extermination of my Yun family, Yun Xiao inquired. Initially, I did not recognize him, as my encounters with Qindong were exceedingly rare. It was only after seeing his face that I recalled, after much contemplation, that he is Qindong, assistant to Qiao Jingnan. Upon entering the camp, Yang Qing was captivated by the sturdy, towering trees lining either side of the path. As the cold dew solar term approached, the leaves had lost their verdant hue, exhibiting a rich tapestry of autumn colors in yellow and red, with many leaves helplessly falling. The once thick canopy now stretched out, fracturing the pure sky into patches of soft blue. That long vacant seat, which had gathered dust, was finally occupied once more, and fortunately, it was by him. As he settled down, returning like a king to his throne, the hearts of all present seemed to have been bound by a calming spell. With anxiety and unrest dissipating like wind, I felt a twinge of fear, sensing something amiss, yet the unsightly man had neither killed nor committed a crime, leaving me with no leverage. I recalled Lu Qianshou's words regarding the fourth individual being an anomalous entity. I now understood that his actions were indeed beyond conventional reasoning. After spending the afternoon in the hospital, Bei Wuyo found himself exceedingly bored. The place reeked of formaldehyde, a scent he found utterly repugnant. Zhang Jing, feeling exasperated, placed her work badge before Bei Wuyo, indicating he should take a look. Oh, and there's Li Tianchen. I quickly looked up, only to be confronted with an unbelievable sight. A haze in the air? Grayish? Had that scrawny fellow initiated the scale explosion?
I'm sorry.
Gu Wei deeply felt her pain upon seeing her eyes redden, tears of compassion welling up. Wang Ming was taken by surprise as dry powder sprayed across his face. Momentarily obstructing his vision, instinctively, he raised his hands to shield his eyes, preventing the powder from causing harm to his corneas. Chapter 36. Poor child. How are you faring now? Shen Zichen scrutinized Su Qing from head to toe. Despite this innocent little rabbit, Su Qing held a fondness for her. I am well. Merely experiencing a sudden heart ailment. Shen Zichen pouted. You must have angered the Su family. The royal family was most aware of Su Qing's situation. Ninth brother. You have merely usurped her stewardship. She ought to be relegated from wife to concubine, Shen Zichen exclaimed indignantly.
Suing.
In the Dan furnace. Amidst the yin-yang black and white lotus platform that evolved from the innate principles of yin and yang, radiant brilliance erupted, with countless traces of the innate principles spreading outward, hinting at the imminent emergence of a supreme divine artifact. At this moment, everyone felt utterly relaxed, for the final examinations were over, and the results were satisfactory. The winter break would afford them ample opportunity to rest. The fiery tirade did not incite anger within him. Instead, it graced his handsome visage with a hint of mirth. Her thoughts were far from this matter. However, upon being reminded by Huang Fuyi, she began to consider that he might indeed harbor such intentions. These two had repeatedly provoked her, and Yu Yi felt that sparing their lives was merely inviting unnecessary troubles. Today, she would be rid of them. Chu Qingran was stirred by his gaze, her heart racing as she forcefully withdrew her finger, shooting him a disgruntled glare.
Indeed.
On the second day after Pang Qi was beaten, Morong Fule vanished. We presumed Morong Fule had departed, yet he returned with others, confining us all under the guise of an investigation, effectively placing us under house arrest, alongside Pang Qi.
Good.
Huang Liangdong shared the sentiment, nodding in agreement. As he and Yao Hongya swiftly moved forward into the thicket, pursuing Hua Er and the others, Li Bituan, Zhang Jiancheng, and Li Ernie wore expressions of despair. Having spent an entire day at the training ground, they had yet to eat. Gazing at Gao Longji's receding figure, an inexplicable sense of desolation washed over her. After securing the perimeter defenses, Jiang Sun began to absorb the memories of the original owner, as if watching a film, playing out the narrative of the world in tandem. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, he diligently escorted Chu Sun to the hotel before he would relent. I shall commence first, Yunyang declared to Lin Feng and the others behind him, resolutely initiating his actions. Lin Feng abruptly approached the rear of Li Donghai's Mercedes-Benz. Casting a glance at the intact taillight on the opposite side, Lin Shuiwei contemplated carefully, eyeing the colossal python, a high-level magical beast, and felt a flicker of doubt. Your mind is perpetually preoccupied with trivial matters. Su Man's cheeks flushed crimson as she scolded playfully. My lord, she absolutely must enter. I shall bind her here. Lu Huai proclaimed with a bow. The others, now in a drowsy state, drifted back to sleep upon the return of silence. Fortunately, Jiang Sun had managed to stifle Wei Ling's voice in time, so the dorm supervisor remained undisturbed. Presently, apart from him, it is unlikely anyone could foresee the inevitable dissolution of the Soviet Union, including the Chinese government. Stop! A chilling and domineering voice resonated from not far off, as a man clad in a dark robe embroidered with dragons, adorned with a noble golden crown, presented a stern and unyielding visage devoid of any emotion. Amid the lively atmosphere following Jiang Ling's cell phone mishap, several dormitory rooms gathered in theirs to play cards, and she reluctantly joined the game to distract herself. The fish balls she once made were truly exceptional. Her teammates on missions adored her culinary creations. After two elemental spirits merged, a storm filled with countless wind blades tore through the spiritual space, causing him excruciating headaches. He felt fortunate that his spiritual space was vast and resilient. Had other cultivators endured such a tempest, their spaces would have been shredded into fragments. Chapter 37. The First Act of Assistance. Upon seeing Su Qing, Zheng Tingting shot her a disdainful glance. Raised by the Minister of War, a mere chicken transformed into a phoenix, yet still lacking self-awareness. Resorting to sordid means to ascend to the emperor's heir's bed, forcing even the illustrious ninth prince to marry her. While the crown princess remains so incensed that she refuses to acknowledge her. The crown prince, too, will not see her. A daughter-in-law despised by both parents-in-law. Yet she shamelessly roams about. Truly, a lack of integrity. Very well, as you are now married, your responsibilities have increased. I have some matters to entrust to you. Elder Mu continued. Listening to Mo Jiuqing's words, Jun Yanqing could not deny the stirring of emotions within him. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. In the past, Mo Jiuqing would not have contemplated such matters, acting solely upon his whims and preferences. He contemplated departing. Yet the tenets of propriety he had learned admonished him against such an action, warning that it would provide fodder for gossip and tarnish his dignity. The Crown Prince's directive for Yi Fei to seek out the portrait of the late Empress Shen likely stemmed from a belief in the resemblance between Xin Jia and the Empress. It appeared that a thorough investigation into past events was imperative, Helian Tao remarked solemnly. Meanwhile, Shen Naiko perched on the steps, her foot propped up, resting her elbow casually upon it. Wang Yuanwei, along with Yang Song and others, seemed unperturbed, but the three naval commanders, Yang Yu, Qing Yin and Sun Fangyan, were taken aback. Their gazes fixed intently upon Letian, their astonishment palpable, yet overshadowed by a fervent yearning for wealth. Alas! It is truly infuriating that you have failed to reprimand Yi Feng for such a long time. It is utterly vexing and drives me to despair, Chai Changming exclaimed. His eyes ablaze with fury, his fists clenched tightly, his voice booming like thunder. Reflecting on Zhao Guo's lack of diligence and subsequent impotence due to the threats posed by the Jin army, one could argue it was poetic justice. Although Zhao Guo had rendered himself ineffective in the third year of Jianyan, he had not been deprived of the means to act entirely. These matters did not significantly tax one's digestive capacity, so the burden they imposed was minimal, and I was not one to plunge into the waters immediately after dining. Preparations were essential. Well then, I shall speak no further on this matter. Your future course of action rests entirely in your hands, Eunuch Zhang remarked, casting Mo Jiuqing a look of potential before turning to depart. Fang Cheng had granted considerable authority this time, providing his subordinates ample opportunities to distinguish themselves. As recognition of merit was an indispensable policy, and one of the principles governing Fang Cheng's domain. After all, rewards for accomplishments and penalties for mistakes were the hallmarks of effective leadership. This was a truth I had not previously perceived, and Wang Qinyuan's words caused a pang of melancholy to strike my heart once more. Grandfather frequently cautioned against engaging in physical altercations, particularly striking someone from behind, as it could prove fatal. In that moment, I recited the incantation to the Earth God, suppressing the surging earthly energy, while swiftly channeling the secret technique of the spirit embryo, concentrating my vital energy into my arms. With a thunderous shout, I leapt forward, delivering a punch toward the blood Buddha puppet. Fang Cheng remembered distinctly, as he had requested 60 yuan for tutoring from his father, leaving a lasting impression. Just as they pondered this, the cannons below the city roared once more, but this time, the fire was directed not at the city gates, but at the warriors atop the city walls. The leader of the Four Happiness Gang was momentarily bewildered, caught in a whirlwind of joy, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had thought that performing for the Duke of Qing would be the pinnacle of his fortunes, yet he found himself poised to entertain the emperor in the palace. When King of Luoyang and his ministers rushed to the docks, the sight that greeted them was a sea of kneeling figures. Thousands of elite soldiers surrounded a young man standing with poise. Lu Xian, after a taxing day, felt the weight of fatigue. Yet he understood that rest was not yet an option. The 100 crystal cores in his possession were meant for summoning. And he took a moment to steady his mind before commencing the invocation. Chapter 38. The Innocent Younger Sister. Su Qing remained still, choosing to sit upon a nearby stone. With a flick of her palm, a small pouch materialized, enveloped in swirling black mist. The dark vapor gently descended to the ground, forming a translucent humanoid figure. Go! Su Qing commanded, and the black mist dispersed. This was a soul she had obtained from the Qin family. Her psychic abilities granted her dominion over spirits, akin to the ancient metaphysical arts. Perched upon a large tree was a sharp-eyed sniper, gripping a rifle. As he missed his shot aimed at the handsome figure, he cursed vehemently before preparing to leap down to a new vantage point. Such was the nature of snipers, who would swiftly relocate to avoid detection. The incident involving Song Xiuqing and Shen Qingyin had already become common knowledge, and there would be no skepticism regarding Shen Qingyin's condition. A wave of pain washed over, rendering Diao Chan unconscious, her heart heavy with profound sorrow, a subconscious urge whispering to her not to awaken, for awakening would bring suffering. Yet, there are always those resolute individuals who can resist the allure of the fragrant seduction. Clarity is not the domain of the ordinary malevolent. Lu Yan jested, refusing to be careless, and advanced with a flourish of his hands. Let us hope my magnanimity fosters harmony in their relationship, unwavering until death. Shen Yunshu remarked with a smile that was neither wholly sincere nor entirely disingenuous. After Long Feiyun departed, he vanished entirely, with no one aware of his whereabouts. Save for the knowledge that he last appeared at Phoenix Mountain Villa. Cheng Lingji grappled with doubt. Could someone as ordinary as herself truly earn his enduring affection? As Situ Haoyu waited for Chen Lingji to succumb to slumber, he tenderly kissed her forehead before stepping out, while Catherine remained in the living room, awaiting his return. Unexpectedly, before he could strike, a powerful kick landed from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground, immobilized. This fierce adversary was someone he wished to avoid offending. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. The household guards, while ostensibly loyal to the Morong family and enticed by a reward of 100,000, understood that wealth was of little use without life. Several guards lay crumpled on the ground, suffering the aftermath of Zhang Yan's brutal kick. Abing, her pallor still evident, seemed momentarily lost in thought. Upon hearing Zhu Xiang's offer to accompany her, she snapped back to reality, glancing between Lu Ming and Zhu Xiang, her lips twitching before sealing tightly. Hua Zhanbei's gaze was fierce as he admonished, "Consider this. You were once destined for marriage. In this regard, you and Chu Emo stand on equal footing. Did he not also forsake Qing Huan?" Xiao Yan sensed a terrifying surge of energy and promptly leaped into the grand formation. Though he was not one to shy away from danger, becoming a liability to the alliance and requiring the assistance of the Nine Tails was not his desire. The snow wolf seemed to sense something amiss, its ears twitching involuntarily, its indifferent wolf eyes casting a fleeting glance at Dong Tianhao. "Go to hell." Xiaoyan's long,
slender fingers playfully pinched Alizier's waist.
Sun Huixiang's fingers brushed against a sore, soft and filled with pus, yielding a considerable amount with the slightest pressure. Perhaps due to her newfound motherhood, Emperor Ju's heart brimmed with tenderness, deeply understanding the anguish of being reviled by one's kin. Even the eliminated warriors received time from Hu Biao to learn new combat skills from seasoned operatives. Upon their return to the unit, most would find themselves duly promoted and entrusted with greater responsibilities. Desiring to move yet paralyzed by fear, in such an intimate position, Tang Wei's vigilant and sensitive nature would surely rouse him. Chapter 39, Spending Money for Amusement. At that moment, Wu Chuyan stood frozen, immobile, engulfed in a state of bewilderment. He could only watch as Zheng Tingting approached him, her eyes brimming with affection, boldly declaring her feelings before an audience. Had Zheng Tingting lost her senses? As Zheng Tingting drew ever closer, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Just as he attempted to shift his footing, a faint black mist infiltrated his being. However, when his gaze fell from the card of Pan Jinlian and he withdrew from the card album, he suddenly spotted a radiant card shimmering with light, igniting a pang of regret within him. Faced with the tyrant's overwhelming strike, he summoned his strength and brandished the electrified Thor's hammer, opting for a head-on confrontation. The stone tablet stands at a mere height of half a man, resting upon a rather unremarkable quadrilateral base. Perhaps it is precisely due to its ordinariness that it has remained intact amidst the tumult of battle. In simpler terms, it is over. Ji observed Zheng Hengton forming an exile in the air with his hands, signaling the conclusion. The monotonous task of card crafting continued, yet Link maintained an air of calm composure. If one were to liken the Link of yore, residing in his rented room, to an old boy, then it is evident that he is now truly metamorphosed into a man, one capable of enduring solitude. After much contemplation, Qin Yu finally solidified his decision. If he were to choose, he would opt for the most expensive one. However, this choice was not made blindly, rather, it was the priciest option that offered a multitude of functions and broader applications, thereby rendering it far more valuable in comparison to others.
"Who are you?"
Gandalf questioned, gazing at Lan Zhe with an expression of perplexity, his deep-set eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate Lan Zhe's very essence. "Damn it! Why did you use my things without informing me?" Qin Yu seethed with unrestrained fury, his voice a low growl. Furthermore, Link currently possesses an abundance of 2-star heroes in his card collection. Should he manage to elevate them all to 3-star status, it would substantially amplify the strength of the Hope League. Although, given the prowess of the two of them, there remained a significant chance of escaping if they chose to flee alone. Nevertheless, for the sake of Koyuki Yutaka, they steadfastly refused to abandon Koyuki Momonosuke, even at the cost of their own lives. Wu Kai watched Qining depart, understanding that she likely wished to conceal her tears from him. Apologetically, he gazed at the staircase where her silhouette vanished before turning to exit the hall, boarding the vehicle that had long been awaiting him. Occasionally glancing back at the figure standing by the window above, growing ever more distant. Jiang Shan bashfully regarded Wu Kai, nearly incredulous that this young man was, in fact, her teacher's mentor. Yet, the reality before her left no room for doubt. Although she felt discomfort towards the condescending demeanor and threatening tone exhibited by Yin Kaiyuan, she could not deny the truth. Wu Hui's eyes dimmed upon hearing the news, devoid of any excitement, and after a prolonged silence, he finally divulged the truth. Since acquiring the broken copper mirror, it had inexplicably emitted a faint glow every Lunar New Year. I had thought it to be something extraordinary, he said, his urgency palpable. However, even Lazio's squad was not without its flaws. They grappled with their own set of vexing issues, particularly concerning the team's midfield linchpin, Zhang Xiang, who found himself largely relegated to the bench under the iron grip of head coach Bajiu. Wang had once intended to speak further, but sensing the murderous intent emanating from Gujiu Wuing, he realized that additional words would serve no purpose. Yun Piaoying was entangled in a matter of great significance. It could be described as a tool of utility, something that could be relinquished, yet not without a superior alternative at hand. He braced himself for the impending confrontation. Is there truly such a vast chasm between us? Kaka pondered for the first time, questioning his own capabilities. The Irish team's visit to China was merely under the guise of a national squad. Many players who had found success in England, such as Keane and Cobain, did not accompany the team. Chapter 40. Husband, let us return home. Shen Zichen set down his wineglass and approached the window, where he instantly spotted Su Qing surrounded by a throng of men. His expression darkened, his ebony eyes suddenly clouded. This woman had indeed come seeking a man. How audacious. Xue Tanglin, intrigued, mused aloud. Whose daughter is this? I was unaware. Cheng Nan cast a knowing glance at Shen Zichen, smirking, guess. Xue Tanglin rolled his eyes. It should be noted that A.E. had already vanquished the armored scorpion. If Yun Fei wished to triumph, he must hunt a beast far more formidable than the armored scorpion. After an invigorating night, Li Yang awoke the next morning still smiling, exchanging pleasantries with Li Xiaoli and Park Yizhen. Having asked me your questions, may I now inquire about a few matters? After another cup of tea, Long Gong shifted the conversation to new topics. He seated himself at the third clean wooden table on the left side of Jiang Nan, and despite his disheveled appearance, his face remained strikingly clean and resolute. They had come representing the 4 continents, and were expected to garner the attention of the masses. Yet Jiang Tian had stolen the limelight, leaving them with a rather unfavorable impression of him. Tang Shui arose and walked beside Ziling Tian. In the presence of this man, she felt unshakable, as if no calamity could ever frighten her. And so what? If you take a life, do people not feel anger? If they are indeed enraged, how will you endure the consequences? You may be permitted to kill, but you cannot escape punishment. Some assassins seemed rather chivalrous. The most crucial point was that Sun Shangwu, as the heir of Taiyan acupuncture, was unable to heal his own affliction, and even failed to accurately diagnose his condition. This rendered him a source of embarrassment in front of his peer, Chen Fan. The visitor was none other than the thousand-faced fox, Yin Saixin. Clad in the same attire as during the bonfire gathering, having made no effort to disguise herself, perhaps to aid Jiang Nan in recognizing her. I have yet to conclude my affairs. You may return first, Zhou Yuhao said without casting a glance at Tian Qianqian. The camel's transformation into a snake was not as grand as before. Primarily, it had just frightened the scholar, leaving him a tad apprehensive. A larger target would be easily detected, and at present, aside from his ability to morph into a snake, he had yet to explore any other capabilities. Thus, should he be discovered, his fate would be sealed. The cloaked figure stood with arms crossed, observing the challenger before him as one would a chosen prey. Upon hearing these words, Shen Yun felt a jolt of surprise. However, with only this scant information, he struggled to piece together any coherent understanding. Yu Jian fixed his gaze on Lu Bai. In truth, all the disciples were aware of the matter, and it was likely that Lu Bai was the last child in the village to learn of it. Tian Qianqian, do you believe that just because I am with Dong Sichuan, you can entwine yourself with Zhou Yuhao? Do not dream. You will never marry into their family. Xiao Han's words turned aggressive. Yin Zhen regarded Ji Wanrong with a look of astonishment. He had never realized her profound knowledge of culinary delights. Within the territory occupied by the Evil Hall, there lay a place known as Nightshine Gu Mountain. an area of absolute darkness that had never seen a single ray of sunlight since its inception. Yet, at this moment, based on the mere fragments of information provided by this noble lady, it was impossible to uncover any useful clues. In the neighboring residence, Xing Shizhou confirmed that Jian Nanfeng was indeed not at home. It was quite late, and her absence raised questions about her whereabouts. Thus, Xiao Zong's reclusive nature was not a matter of personal choice, but rather the result of protective measures taken by the entire monastery. For this reason, he appeared remarkably docile to outsiders, while privately, he had engaged in countless discussions with the temple's higher-ups through his mastery of Sanskrit. His voice carried sincere regret. Yuzi smiled gently, closing her eyes, exuding an air of leisure as if the weapon resting at her neck were merely made of paper. Chapter 41. Shen Zichen is indeed a pleasant companion. Su Yu instantly recognized the person cradled in Shen Zichen's embrace as Su Qing. Her fists clenched tightly, veins protruding, her eyes filled with hatred.
Why?
Why does that imbecile garner the affection of the esteemed ninth prince? Is it merely her pretty face? Sister? Even if Shen Zichen is exceptional, he will soon perish and Su Qing will accompany him. Do not be angry, Su Rue consoled as he approached, holding the hairpins Su Yu had chosen. Yi Xian's heart raced with excitement and understanding as he cast his gaze. The aura technique revealed before him the characters of a witch and a qi. However, Anna had yet to distance herself when Detective Dempsey, accompanied by an officer, apprehended her and placed her in the vehicle. Even if the nephew of King Salas had returned from foreign lands, he could scarcely hope to claim the title of the swift current fortress. With a crackling sound, the armor of the god King Renly retracted into his body, losing its previous ferocity, transforming instead into a graceful young man. Upon hearing this, Zheng, the master of Tainshiyuan, and the others exchanged glances, initially anticipating a fierce battle, only to discover that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by a single individual. The celestial steed not only ensnared Diao Kuei and Gui Yangzi but also ensnared the likes of Prime Minister Qin and Tai Wei in the scheme, revealing a truly formidable disposition. With a subtle shift in thought, Shigandang's primordial skeleton took a step towards the door. Malekith stood resolutely amidst the swirling plasma, maintaining his composure as the ethereal particles neutralized the weakened lightning strike. Observing Zhang Chao, he appeared quite refined on the surface, yet for some inexplicable reason, a palpable aura of menace lingered, reminiscent of a general forged in the crucible of countless battles. Old Taoist. When I departed, the Lord God was in fine health. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? Upon hearing this, Dai Si anxiously approached Xia Ruijua, gently cupping his face to meet his gaze. These memories were not mere fragments adrift in space, but rather the recollections of Jianghua's character, Li Xiaoyao. Thus, when Xiao Yumio's hastily traversed the spatial realm throughout the night, arriving at dawn, she discreetly exited the space in a secluded and uninhabited area. Bai Rushi looked down upon such cowardly rich scions, letting out a cold snort as she harnessed her mystical energy and charged forward. Therefore, at least while Nangong Xian remained alive and Nangong Yao had yet to ascend the throne, Nangong Yu was temporarily bound to this place. However, his stay would not be prolonged. This fellow, Nangong Xian, had at most 3 months left, provided that his sons possessed the patience to wait. In an instant, Luo Yu moved effortlessly, an unseen force enveloping her as she faced a myriad of flying petals, each a lethal weapon. Amidst a day still plagued by nausea and a lack of vitality, her mind wandered to chaotic thoughts as the afternoon clock signaled the end of work. Under the vast umbrella of the Shanhai sect, the market for spiritual cultivation supplies in Tianjixien City was even more expansive, boasting treasures unseen in Lingtong Xian City, celestial weapons, elixirs, spirit pets, and various magical artifacts that dazzled the eyes. These exquisite items boasted superior quality and commanded higher prices. Jinling understood that his actual strength far surpassed that of typical intermediate or even advanced celestial beings. He had no desire to attract undue attention. Imagine a novice celestial practitioner unleashing power far exceeding their actual cultivation. It would surely draw the gaze of many. With a plethora of secrets weighing upon him, his greatest fear was to be noticed. Song Ning had not anticipated this. Upon reflection, it made sense. She lifted Song and in her arms, glaring fiercely at Jinling before hastily departing to seek medical attention. Zhua Yingtian was not particularly strong. He merely possessed the ability to contend with high-level supernatural beings, his life essence insufficient to rival the might of supernaturals. Yet, his mastery of numerous secret arts allowed him to maintain a balanced standoff with Fairy Kai Chen. Chapter 42. A Secret Meeting with a First Love. The emperor, witnessing Shen Changxian's obstinate refusal to yield, was consumed with rage.
Get out.
From this day forth, Zichen shall have no father in you. Shen Changxian gritted his teeth, performing a courtesy gesture before turning to leave. The old emperor trembled with fury. What is this nonsense? It is rare for commoners to elevate a concubine to the status of a principal wife. Even if the principal wife is no longer present, one would remarry. To elevate a concubine in such a ludicrous manner. The vehicle was driven by Yi Junling from Kuan City, acquired through Ananto's connections. Had he attempted to drive it alone to Linsong City, the vehicle would have been left abandoned at the airport after his departure. Two fundamental conditions existed. One was to maintain a solid relationship with the military leadership and the commanding officer, and the other was financial backing. JWSS swiftly turned, swinging his long spear to deflect Lin Kai, who raised his sword to counter JWSS's assault, their weapons locked in a stalemate. The host had declared the match concluded, with Lu Wen emerging victorious. However, Lu Wen, now irate, could not possibly let this punching bag escape so easily. The chaotic sacred mountain harbored strange powers. My righteous aura could be of assistance. Count me in, Gu Chen added. Moreover, Liang Hongxia had nearly wed an old man. It was said that the heavens bore witness. Who could fathom what transpired next, as the Liang family unexpectedly withdrew? How can I assist you? Liang Levzu regarded Liang Dehai, struggling to muster any semblance of affection. Very well, Kai Qing. I shall leave this in your hands. Your mother, and I shall await the outcome. With that, she linked arms with Bai Shi, and the two departed the hall, deeply intertwined. After hearing this, Wang Xiuxiu indeed followed Li Rui's instructions, informing the doorman that she was the county magistrate's cousin with urgent matters to discuss. Su Jinxia, in her current state, responded to all inquiries with an air of uncertainty, feigning ignorance to obscure her thoughts from Shangguan Siqing. The onlookers, initially entertained, soon departed in disgust. There was little merit in remaining, and it was far wiser to leave than endure further boasts. Chen Dongqing, fully aware, sighed, lamenting that his family's kindness made them susceptible to bullying. Qi Wujin's gaze lingered on Yan Yan from across the arena for a moment longer before reluctantly shifting away. No matter how much Zhang Qingyue called out, Zhang Quan remained like a lost soul, impervious to her cries, standing resolutely before Long Batian. In that moment, Zhang Qingyue felt her heart rise to her throat, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, she covered her mouth with her hands, too afraid to utter a sound. The blood wolf possessed an acute sensitivity to blood. As the three cultivators on Xianling Peak contemplated how to lure it out, they fortuitously encountered Tai Nyo and his companion gathering herbs in the red maple forest. As for chicken wings, they were not sold separately. If one desired chicken wings, they would need to purchase an entire chicken, which felt excessive. At this juncture, he mustered the courage to speak, albeit with an internal sense of awkwardness. Nonetheless, he sensed that something had indeed transpired, even if he could not discern it. He understood the nature of Long Batian. Accountant Ding and the distributor reconciled the final payment, and Chen Dongqing felt a surge of relief, finally sealing the deal. Bai Fenghua hesitated momentarily, but ultimately accepted Tang Jia's proposal, leaning against his back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Aren't your two elder brothers capable of this as well? It's merely the transformation of internal energy, Shuelong remarked while sipping milk tea. Wei Xinhong smiled softly. She had yet to fully commit, but all her strength seemed utterly depleted, causing her to gently fall from the air. Reacting swiftly, Tai Xiong caught Wei Xinhong just in time, bringing a sigh of relief to Lei Hu. Chapter 43. The madness of revenge has just begun. As the male protagonist of the story, Shen Zi's physical attributes were comparable to those of Shen Zichen, standing at 185 meters. With a strikingly handsome and resolute visage and a pair of clear, expressive eyes that radiated tenderness. Quite good-looking, slender waist and long legs, and a pleasing voice. Needs 3 women to attend to him simultaneously each night. What a playboy. Shen Zichen sighed, lamenting how his wife seemed to know everything. In the darkness, the emperor's expression grew increasingly grim as he methodically approached the direction indicated by Ningzhao, a place that had become ruins after his earlier search. That is because you have yet to encounter someone you truly adore. Once you do, you will understand that love is not so simplistic. Jiang Yu understood that persuading Shan Shan and resolving their issues would be considerably easier, hence he exhibited a touch more patience. Gently stroking her forehead, Lin Tianyao smiled, embodying the image of a nurturing elder brother. Noelle, a princess of noble stature, exuded grace, yet before this man, she appeared strikingly bashful, allowing him to caress her forehead. The person on the other end of the line, upon receiving his call, pressed the answer button but remained silent. As Zhou Wutian arrived at Hongqing, the sky was suddenly filled with ominous thunder, heralding the tribulations he must endure upon his ascension to Tianquan. In the game, a copper coin equated to 10 cents, a silver coin to $1, and a gold coin to $10. Nan Gongming glanced at Chu Outyan. Aside from Qing, everyone present was gravely injured. Under such circumstances, it would be prudent to resolve matters swiftly, for delaying might provoke unforeseen complications.
Indeed.
The acceptance of a situation often reveals whether there truly exists a transformative significance in the present circumstances. Yes, clan leader, a master from the Hong clan nodded, continuing to encircle the banquet hall, thwarting any attempts to break free from within. Amid the somewhat dazed and panicked gazes of the station ninjas, Mackerel Fish Hanzo shattered the base's entrance, leading a throng of rain ninjas into a fray of carnage. This operation should be classified as personal, shouldn't it? He acts without regard for his identity. Honestly, I thought it was that Lin Taiyang again. If only I had another half an hour, Wu Yan whispered, his left hand conjuring a spell while his right hand shot forth a beam of white light towards Chun Chen's trap location. Yet Akko had a point. His level had fallen behind Knife Girl by 2, or even 3 levels. Even if Akko's blind champion were to venture to the lane, victory would not be assured, potentially hindering his own development further. Should he encounter Zhao Xian's ambush, it would not only be his downfall but would also spell disaster for Akko's jungler. You are merely a lecherous scoundrel. Your very existence illustrates that the Elysium Palace is but a haven for debauchery. Zhang Wuming shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. An endless wave of blood surged from Hao Yan's sword. With a sweeping motion, he cast a sanguine net across the void, roaring as he engaged in battle, causing the surrounding cultivators to succumb to his overwhelming might, resulting in substantial casualties in mere moments. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed in astonishment upon Han Shui, bewildered as to why she would harm that youth, leaving no one to attend to the bloodied figure suspended in midair. Fear not, just focus on treating Yu later. I will instruct Brother Jian to gather some funds, Mrs. Shin said anxiously, worried that Su Fong might refuse to treat Yu. When the two sides were 60 zhang apart, Bai Lingyun came to a halt, followed by Li Yuanba. However, he remained silent, merely resting his iron hammer upon his shoulder, his eyes radiating a fierce battle intent tinged with disdain. Lingxi harbored a deep aversion towards the Empress, but was astute enough not to publicly reveal her confinement by the Empress's orders. Not out of fear or concern for the greater good, but simply to keep hidden the fact that her own mother could betray her, while also being aware of the keys to all palace doors hanging in the cold palace-'s rafters. Chapter 44. A Proactive Strike. A gust of night wind swept through, chilling Shen Zichen, who was drenched in cold sweat. He had never anticipated that Su Qing would be so deranged. This version of Su Qing was truly frightening. Suddenly,
Su Hing similet, racing her knife.
The black mist reluctantly retreated into the jade pendant. Shen Zichen scrambled to his feet, heedless of everything, fleeing into the woods. Startled by fear, he stumbled after only 2 paces, colliding with something. At that moment, Murua noticed that both Butler Li and Fu Jian were casting her odd glances. Eventually, she voluntarily disclosed that a foreign metaphysician in the psychiatric hospital had approached him, proposing to take him as a disciple, to which he pretended to agree, only to turn the tables after 6 months of training. Upon their return from a hearty meal, Lin Jingyu and the others found Zhang Qian frowning deeply, occasionally examining a crumpled piece of paper against the sunlight, rolling it between his fingers in a rather neurotic manner. On Cheng Binghao's end, it grew intriguing. Happy Network was not set to be established until February of next year, yet it had surprisingly launched much earlier. The chewy texture intermingled with the meat brought a delightful surprise to everyone, greatly satisfying their taste buds. Crafting the entire sphere had already required considerable effort. It was impossible to sculpt the whole ball in a single day. Lu Ling smiled gently and said, Master Fan, to my knowledge, our Lu village bears no grievances with your Xing Mountain-S factions. The delivery service had long been separated from Renren, having no financial ties with Sequoia. Chun Pingjiang occasionally took pains to distance himself, ensuring that the personnel of Renren Network and Renren Delivery were entirely segregated. Meanwhile, Su Yun, Jia Su, and others, after dispersing toxins everywhere, leisurely arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. Xinjiang had no other choice. The 2,000 yuan per night cap was set, and the pair promptly headed to Weiyue. Cradling the fragrant warmth of a soft and alluring figure in his arms, he listened to the faint sound of Harry snoring beside the bed. Since Zhao Ming's parents had passed, his relatives had avoided him, even crossing the street to dodge encounters. fearful he might ask them for money. During the Battle of Hulao, Li Shimin had led the Xuanjia army into the fray without hesitation. Yet the current Empress Changsun and Princess Changel clearly could not replicate such valor. With a howl, the golden dragon let out a wretched cry, blood gushing from its head, staining the sky. Purple Emperor was taken aback, realizing that his battle dragon blade was even more formidable than the Juek sword. Qi Li remained silent. Over the past few years, the Will Empire had grown increasingly estranged from the Crimson Alliance, not solely due to the latter's retrenchment policies, but primarily because the Will Empire had voluntarily cooled relations between the two parties. Suddenly, a violent surge of primal energy seemed to obliterate the yellow-gold dragon, the force within the fist's wind overwhelming enough to change the man's countenance drastically, rendering it ashen. Mo Qingyu's eyes narrowed instantly, shifting her gaze to Gao Yang and Changel, revealing a meaningful smile. The laughter had yet to fade when the opposing blue whale warship once more opened its maw. But this time what emerged was not a squadron of Sea King mechs, but a staggering total of 400 units across 8 squadrons. Why didn't you send Sun Lang to search? The Dragon King's gaze sharpened, causing Hu Hui to feel as though he had been cut by a knife, his body involuntarily trembling. The coffee is spilled all over your shirt. Hiruaji attempted to suppress his emotions. A pair of enormous, skeletal wings unfurled from its sides. Green soul flames flickering between the gaps in the bones, creating a powerful current. Naturally, Hiruaji was reluctant to go, but upon witnessing the scornful gaze of the other, anger flared within him. It was only after exiting the dim and treacherous territory that his mind began to cool, yet the city gates had already closed behind him. However, the Karka tribe was merely a collective term, primarily divided into 4 major clans: the Teshita Khan, the Chechen Khan, the Zasakota Khan, and the Sain Noyan. Chapter 45. No Profit, No Deal. Just as her fingers began to slide lower, Shen Zichen suddenly opened his eyes. His large hand grasped her slender wrist. Su Qing met his alluring peach blossom eyes, while her other hand slowly caressed his chest. Shen Zichen's eyes surged with hidden currents, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. Su Qing, do you know what you're doing? The man's voice was deep, struggling to suppress something within. Unfazed, Su Qing's gaze remained steady. The ancient treasure chest would be unearthed in the South Zhou Sea, revealing a palace at the seabed, within which lay an ancient chest. With the exceptional attributes of the Yinzhuang martial spirit, Nangong Yunjian had risen to the rank of chief of the Third Hall, never having tasted defeat. After tidying up the ashes in front of the gate, Baizhen simply consumed a light meal before retreating to his room to sleep. Having encountered 2 strange occurrences throughout the day, he lay down but soon drifted into dreams. What good is gratitude? It would be more practical to just offer some gold coins. The murmurs that followed caused Sang Le's eyebrows to twitch. He sensed that showing respect to these individuals seemed quite wasteful. If one were to secure first place, what resources might be obtained? Wang Su is preoccupied with a dilemma, whether to adopt a low-profile or a high-profile approach. Given that the alliance has defected like Italy, the Axis powers no longer pose a significant threat. Numerous heroes have stormed Thunder God Island, dismantling the Zandalari trolls' ritual intended to awaken the ancient king, thus extinguishing the last flicker of hope for victory among the Mogu and Zandalari. Indeed, as the Lord of Riverbend City, you possess the autonomy to traverse your lands as you please. However, your presence in the eastern city may be more fitting at this juncture. Dule felt a sense of solace upon seeing the Messiah awaiting him and shook his head in response. As anticipated, with Yi Feng's firepower support, the overall offensive capability of the team surged dramatically. Observing the path ahead, it seemed that aside from the peculiar weather, the actions within the abyss were rather capricious compared to the Central Plains. Otherwise, it bore resemblance to the Central Plains in many aspects. The abyss is perpetually shrouded in rain, resulting in a lingering miasma. The eunuch gently lifted the curtain of the royal palanquin, allowing those inside to clearly see the blood fox in the hands of Dong Yuli. Yi Bai noted the expression on Qi's face and felt an immense gratitude towards Siu, knowing that compelling Qi to change his words at this moment would be exceedingly unwise. At that instant, the Shen family appeared to be overwhelmed by the reputation of Yi Zhanli, erupting into chaos as they pointed fingers at Ling Qingrui, as if this accusation could validate their claims against her. Since the elder brother's return to the capital, it has been a rare pleasure to see you. Tang Wanyan expressed her delight upon her arrival. The storyline captivated Zhao Hui and Li Zhenghua, who watched as Jane Eyre returned to the burning castle in the film's conclusion. Despite Edward having lost his sight, she could not resist embracing him. 3 semi-transparent long spears manifested in midair, launching towards the ghouls ahead. One magical spear pierced through a ghoul's skull, Another penetrated its chest, while the final spear struck its kidney. Recognizing the rotund figure, Su Yu, without needing to look, knew it was Ling En. She naturally pulled him into her embrace, planting a kiss upon his forehead. The events of today will surely draw the Empress Dowager's inquiry. I shall recount them truthfully. You need not worry excessively, for it ultimately does not rest upon your shoulders. If you were to contemplate deception, do you think you could conceal it? Tom Wanyan spoke gently. This gentleman must be General Yuan, the legendary commander governing the entire northern military district. Su Yu was aware that Su Yuanfang had ample savings, so his current predicament likely stemmed from having forgotten to bring money today. Indeed, I am Zhang Zishi, she replied with a smile, clearly at ease in such a setting. Chapter 46. Su Qing, are you done yet? Upon entering the palace, Su Qing found the emperor dining with Shen Zichen and Shen Ziyu. Ordinarily, the emperor would not dine with his juniors, but today was an exception. This unusual circumstance warranted attention. Qinger, join us for a meal, the emperor said, treating Su Qing with the affection of an elder. Su Qing did not dare to sit but instead maintained her decorum and offered her respects. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Ghost marriages are peculiar affairs for ordinary folk. However, for Chang He, it is merely work. Throughout his life, he has facilitated over 100 ghost marriages and has grown accustomed to it. It seemed as though he was guarding himself, yet now. Shi Chen's gaze appeared to pierce through Gu Guanqing. The other two Taoists raised a bagua mirror, which emitted a ray of light directed at a dark opening beneath a column of smoke. After exchanging pleasantries with Claudia, Mercator turned his attention to Azadus. Having previously received the gnome origin imagery and report sent by Claudia, aware that Azadus was one of the ancestors of the gnomes, he sought to strengthen the foundation, requiring sustenance from reality, hoping for a gradual process, and had always envisioned maintaining a delicate balance between real-world reinforcement and the power of faith. I pondered, why are these spirits so obstinate? It seems that speaking to them kindly is futile. They fear the wicked, and only a stern approach will suffice. Shi Chun and Fong Ziyu watched as Qi Rong performed. After a while, Mou Ji could no longer contain himself. Su Yunliang's talent was nothing short of monstrous. In their lifetime, they had never heard of anyone comparable to her. It appears I must share my fate with you. Freya, Isara's gentle voice resonated. Lu Chen displayed a hint of disdain, forming a seal with one hand, and the howling winds of spiritual energy immediately coalesced before him, transforming into a swirling wall of spiritual wind. At that moment, within Lin Han's oblivious consciousness, monumental changes were taking place. Generally, a profession grants players two types of enhancements. One pertains to base attributes, while the other concerns professional abilities. What do you mean by what? Focus on overcoming the challenges. If you can defeat yourself, unforeseen rewards await, the tower spirit remarked to Yang in a leisurely tone. Zhong Mingjun's words were exceedingly astute. As the chief of staff, leading his guards into the cave to execute the commander's secret orders to eliminate two subordinates after breaching the 5-layered underground palace, he would have to face the commander upon returning. The 6 individuals before him, though mere observers, were acutely aware of the implications. Rest assured, young master. Wang Qishan's expression brightened as he hastily seized the 2 individuals and left the great hall, evidently intent on using the soul-devouring magic seal to absorb their true essence. A rhythmic knocking echoed from outside. Feng Huang glanced at Lin Yu, seemingly seeking his counsel. Lin Fu Gui patted Lin Feng's shoulder, wishing to offer words of encouragement. But when the moment came, he found himself utterly speechless. Thus, Zhang Feng and the others stood up, at which point Lin Feng cast a glance at Zhang Feng, saying, Master Zhang, I have a matter to discuss. Let's step outside. With that, Lin Feng made his exit. After a brief moment of closing his eyes and then slowly opening them, he gazed at the figure in the yellow robe not far ahead, while the figure in azure smiled faintly. Some sword masters pursue the ultimate sharpness, akin to an eagle's eye. With a single stroke, they can cleave islands and sever mountains. The marks of thieves and the butterfly that does not cling to flowers merely glanced in that direction before continuing with their tasks. As Tianzhang's army dwindled, with each city captured, requiring the deployment of 10,000 clone soldiers for garrison duty, had it not been for the daily production of 50,000 clone soldiers within Lingtian City, he would have likely been reduced to a mere figurehead. Chapter 47. He has perished. You must transform. Shen Zichen typically exhibited a gentle disposition, his voice warm and soothing. His sudden outburst startled several individuals. Su Qing understood the reason behind Shen Zichen's anger, but feigned a look of grievance. My lord, have I done something wrong?
Shen Zichen sighed deeply.
Enough. I shouldn't stoop to a woman's level. I am a man, and a man must possess tolerance.
Shen Zichen.
Generally, the white porcelain vial contains antidotes. Although this is not absolute, however, for Yi Mei, it is unlikely that these robbers possess particularly potent toxins, as ordinary poisons pose no threat to his constitution. Injuries can lead to a significant loss of cultivation, and without several years, or even decades, one cannot expect to recover. Indeed, after a while, the grandmother finally spoke, revealing that the photograph was taken 2 years before the father's birth. In truth, Yu Wu Xia bore a closer resemblance to a seer. While Yi Hua carried a trace of the queen's aura, coupled with past regrets, the seer knew that Yi Hua had always cherished the throne above all else. Thus, until he witnessed Yi Hua's lifeless body, he had contemplated leaving the position of crown prince to her. Upon concluding the conversation, Lu Ziqian hung up the phone. Leaning back against the sofa with an air of defiance, cradling the child upon his abdomen, grinning mischievously as he played with the little one. Xiaoling initially believed that interacting with Mo Haoding would be quite challenging. However, to his surprise, as their conversation flowed effortlessly into casual banter, he found that Mo's demeanor, while not particularly cheerful, was also not difficult to manage.
Yet,
this seemingly harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the sudden emergence of a group of cloaked figures from the surrounding woods, disrupting the tranquility. Yun Qian, having just stolen a couple of kisses from Pei Jingran and was about to indulge in further mischief, was interrupted by Qi Yi. Though Yi Fuxing expressed his apologies, his actions belied his words as he hastily stuffed the check into his pocket, fearing that Zhou Shuren might reconsider. Pei Jingran's complexion flushed crimson as Yun Qian pulled him down onto the soft bed, showering him with several gentle pecks upon his appealing lips. Although his memories had ceased, Su Xiaotong's heart was tumultuous, gazing in astonishment at the devoutly kneeling Long Xiang, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had never imagined that Long Xiang and Ying Long shared such profound connections. Even the name Long Xiang was bestowed by Ying Long himself. As the pages rustled, Yan Ning noted that the script only contained a few simple directives. Listening to Emma's description, Mugo was also enveloped in a warm nostalgia, reminiscing about Emma's childhood. Sunlight streamed through the papered windows, casting a gentle glow, and everything seemed to revert to the 5 years past in Dongpa village. Yet that foolish individual, in his attempt to pilfer a chicken, ended up harming himself instead. Regardless of his ineptitude, he was still family and not a mere novice that could be easily dispatched. The two divisions had converged, and one would expect that Gu, the commander of the Tungtian garrison, would no longer harbor concerns. However, a large assembly convened in the conference room, deliberating for an extended period without reaching any conclusions, ultimately resorting to reporting to the division headquarters to address the defensive issues at hand. Su Man, disinterested in answering the call, donned her shoes, carelessly draping her shawl over the chair, and gracefully strolled towards a secluded corner of the dining hall, her every movement drawing glances from those around. This particular cultivator was not uncommon, nor were the magical beings. Ordinary humans had also witnessed their fair share. A balloon carrying a person through the air was hardly extraordinary. Long Jiang offered a faint smile, seemingly unfazed by his confinement, maintaining an air of composure and tranquility. She bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a spring-like radiance, her delicate skin blushing a lovely hue that suggested she could be squeezed for moisture. Chapter 48. The Best Wife. Shen Ziyu, eager to glean more information, departed the palace in the company of Shen Zichen and Su Qing in the same carriage. Shen Zichen wished to accompany them but deemed it inappropriate to share a vehicle with his sister-in-law, and thus resigned himself to solitude. Inside the carriage, Shen Ziyu nestled closer to Su Qing, producing an exquisite elongated box from her sleeve. Sister Jiu, I see you don't wear jewelry. Surely brother Jiu, hasn't he bought you any? I don't have much either, but this is the best. Fang Tianyou's malicious intent made her yearn to teach him a lesson. Yet as a member of the sacred hall of Xinghua and a son of the hall master, she could not act recklessly in such a public setting. She was no fool. Han Mai suddenly felt a void, perceiving that the large moth's wings appeared somewhat unsightly. Sakura 1 and 2 halted, drawing closer to Sakura 1. Upon noticing, Sakura 1 also paused and turned her head, uncertain of his intentions. Today, the music hall matron had tasked him with scouting for well-proportioned palace maids, and this dancer had been bound by the guards at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Bureau. He found her appearance quite charming and naturally alluring, thus discreetly recommended her to the matron. This was not surprising. Although Lao Deng was renowned in the wizarding world, his popularity, especially among pureblood families, was not guaranteed. when Renjiang dashed alongside Gu Fenghua to the innermost depths of the Great Hall, traversing a long corridor before pushing open a door and proceeding further inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Yishuan found herself in a rather uncomfortable situation, radiating a palpable low pressure that many trainees present could sense was amiss. After 20 minutes, 2 vehicles descended from Binhai Road and ventured onto a quieter route. Ping Jianfeng personally moved the chair for Zhang Songhan, assisting him to sit. Although Zhang Songhan was no longer in imminent danger, the exertion of climbing 6 flights of stairs with his aging body had left him somewhat fatigued. And he settled onto the tea table. There's no particular reason. I simply wish to engage in practical training with you, Lu Erlong declared, cracking his knuckles. Cheng Laosend opened his mouth, at a loss for what real estate entailed, yet this did not deter him from enthusiastically promoting the estate to Qin Fei, incessantly conveying that 20,000 taels of silver was an exceptionally favorable deal, embodying the essence of a property salesman. The 6th wave of sword energy surged forth. Qin Tian had contemplated for an extended period, striking forcefully without confronting a head-on, instead wielding the dragon spear to conjure a dazzling display of blades and swords. Suddenly, the Qilin pillar quaked violently, reverberating through the very confines of the Luo family's sacred ground. Qin Tian began to gain insight, or perhaps experienced an epiphany, as he envisioned his future path, or perhaps sought to create a martial art uniquely suited to himself, assimilating myriad techniques into a singular, exquisite form. If Yang Gang's eagle claw carved through the air like sharp lightning, then Zhao Zilong's Tai Chi produced gentle clouds of energy. The interplay of rigidity and softness resulted in a striking visual spectacle. While engaging in intimate conversation with the two, he intentionally spoke ill of Zheng Piaoxiang to avert any suspicion from the enemy. With Ah Sun aiding him in monitoring matters, Zhao Zilong sought not only to eliminate the threat, but also to cunningly ensnare them. After consuming this piece of apple, I shall reveal to you something you are eager to know. Qing Lian enticed her. TSK, why on earth would that fellow divulge such information to us? He pondered, furrowing his brow, unable to fathom the motives behind such revelations. Yet he understood that since Lin Feng had made such a statement, there must be an underlying purpose. Perhaps it was best to keep a low profile for now. Come now, showcase your strength and let me see your worth, he challenged, while enjoying meat and wine, comfortably conversing without a care, as Gui watched the exhausted blizzard Chong Kong and quipped lightly. Chapter 49. The Wife, Only I May Bully.
Sumo bowed respectfully.
However, his demeanor appeared somewhat perfunctory. Having studied alongside Shen Zichen, he had always considered himself to possess greater talent, with Shen Zichen merely benefiting from a more advantageous background. This time, Shen Zichen sought the true methods of cultivation, and Su Imo desired to involve himself as well. Food equated to wealth, and Shen Zichen had access to legitimate official channels. Su Mo's eyes gleamed with barely concealed pride. Isn't this exhausting? Ling Qian chuckled wryly, gazing at the white elixir emanating from the alchemy furnace, and then, with a swift motion, grasped the pill from the air, swallowing it before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. The most terrifying presence was Zhang Yan, despite the vast disparity in their ranks. Zhang Yan emanated an aura imbued with a pure essence of destruction that instilled fear. Although Yu Xian was not skilled in close combat, she did not remain idle. Seizing the moment when the man clad in golden armor turned away, she swiftly lifted a wine bottle from the table and struck him forcefully on the head, executing the action with precision and no hesitation. The Rooster brother, meticulous in financial matters, immediately changed his expression, solemnly calculating the implications. A day when one could hunt freely without restraint. I felt my blood begin to boil, unconsciously categorizing myself among the ominous entities. Lu Shengde felt a cold sweat break out. Given his physical relationship with Han Yuhe, this sudden betrayal would likely incite her deep-seated hatred. However, the leader of Tiandu has already declared that as long as he assists Feng Ling in establishing a firm foothold for the office and suppresses Gu Zhao, the position of power at the departmental level will be awaiting his election. Upon finishing his words, a red object resembling a jade seal appeared before Ling Qian, albeit much thinner than a jade seal. This was a master of thunder, wielding the will of lightning. The Thunder Cat conveyed a message to Zhang Yan, imbued with a sense of combat spirit. The most formidable asset of the Tianzhou clan is their physical prowess in battle techniques. Zhang Yan's laws were severed by Pacino's secret skill, a single shot piercing through Zhang Yan's chest, shattering his sternum. At this moment, Yume was grappling with insomnia. Ever since she took command of the space fleet, her sleep quality had significantly deteriorated. Especially after hearing about the incident involving Wu Chang this morning, Her ability to fall asleep had become even more elusive. You may not be fortunate enough to enjoy this ginseng root. It would be better to sell it to this esteemed gentleman instead, for those finances might barely suffice to alleviate your plight. However, sighing, Taoist Qinghua pointed at the chairman, then shook his head, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air. Thus, over the past 3 years, she had largely avoided such matters, fearful of revealing any flaws that might arouse suspicion. It was evident that while everything seemed fine at home, the moment she arrived at Yang Luer's place, rebellion ensued. It appeared prudent to minimize her interactions with Yang Luer to prevent any detrimental influence. As the words fell, a colossal fireball erupted forth from his mouth, rolling across the ground and scorching the earth itself. Stand aside. Do not compel us to unleash a massacre. The village elder of Jinsuan's eyes gleamed with a strange light, fixated on the passage behind me, attempting to peer inside. The group was animated, their busy activity culminating in a state of overindulgence. Emome's condition had indeed improved significantly. She appeared vibrant and revitalized, indicating that her high fever had completely subsided. Although Lu Xiaoga was not particularly fond of such simplistic attire, she remained enthusiastic about the new outfit trial. Even though he was not stationed at the naval headquarters, he was well acquainted with all the facts. Understanding that despite Qianjie currently being a reserve naval officer, only a direct command from the marshal could impose punishment upon him, owing to his extraordinary strength and boundless potential. This incident had left both Mayer and me on edge. Thus, we found it impossible to sleep soundly that night, simply waiting for dawn to break.
Chapter 50, Qing.
Accompany me. Shen Zichen cast a fleeting glance at Su Mo. My royal consort is not to be trifled with by others. As he spoke, his gaze lifted slightly, and Ling Feng entered from outside. Young Master Su, my apologies. Before Su Mo could respond, he was already dragged out the door. Qing, let us return to rest. Shen Zichen supported Su Qing as they departed, presenting an image of marital affection. Everyone, it focused on Yi Qian, equally intrigued by the latter, as this marked its first encounter with a being other than a rat, and one so powerful at that. Are you suggesting I should trust him? Zhao Zhen inquired, uncertain whether to believe you, Jingyan. I do not wish to return. I desire to see Banzhou Mountain. Huoyan nodded. Very well, I shall take you there now, and promptly led the Marquis to the place where Banzhou Mountain was detained. Zhang Yuanhao gleaned precise information about the Qingbi Mang shark from the merit token, resulting in a cold smirk escaping his lips. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanhao leapt onto the broad head of the purple-ringed serpent, being carried by this dragon-like giant snake as he gradually submerged into the depths of the water. For instance, Daoming the true person, along with a multitude of Taoist soldiers stationed over Mingyu Sea, were merely beautified remnants of the dead. Time trickled away, and fortunately, this universe was replete with mirrors. Otherwise, Yi Chen might well have faced starvation. It is worth noting that although physical cultivation thrived during the primordial era, flourishing for a time, and the methods of physical cultivation were numerous, through the vicissitudes of time and countless celestial calamities, alongside the rise of Qi cultivators, physical cultivation had long since faded into obscurity. The interior of the blood cocoon had become nearly devoid of space, utterly submerged in ceaseless destruction. Amidst the vibrant purple aura, a milky white halo flickered intermittently, and when a pristine white lotus flower emerged, all eyes were astonished, fixated upon the exquisite white jade lotus. Draped in flowing silk, Water Fu elegantly strolled to the center of the square, clad in translucent blue silk, fluttering gracefully with the wind, enveloping her alluringly delicate form, exuding an aura both perilous and mesmerizing. The method was straightforward, the objective clear. The first batch of soldiers performed admirably, many enduring hellish training marches, their destinies forever altered. After Li Xian concluded his introduction, his gaze fell upon Lan Minga, a strong impulse to inquire about the captain's cultivation level surging within him. The young master of the demon clan, Ya, and the demon master Kunpeng exchanged solemn glances after hearing the accounts of the 4 demon commanders. Ya and Kunpeng had already received word that the ancient 7 Buddhas of the Buddhism, led by Randing, had perished outside Yanjing City, with Randing's spirit utterly shattered. Throughout the river of time, regardless of one's vast powers, one cannot escape the constraints of fate's rules, unless one becomes the architect of such rules, existing above fate, thus freeing oneself from the constraints of the cage. I assisted Xian as we approached the final metallic password door. Unleashing my abilities, the password materialized before my eyes. This time, the password was composed of Chinese characters. Upon inspection, it read Chinese heart. After testing the strength of the hefty figure and employing the demon-slaying axe technique, She grew increasingly impressed by his latent potential. The single-bladed axe, weighing 360 pounds, felt as light as wielding a wooden sword in his hands, posing no challenge whatsoever. The 500-stone alloy giant bow's arrows failed to even rattle his frame, let alone inflict any harm. Pei Si's mood soured instantly, his expression darkening. Once the door was severed, cutting off his line of sight to Nanshu, his displeasure was palpable. Seeing Uncle Zhou insist on this, Shui Songxiang said no more. Drawing forth the water spirit whip, disregarding Chen Che and his brother, huffing in irritation as she hastened away. Chapter 51. That is the money of the ninth prince's residence. The trio made their way towards the inn. The lobby of the inn was remarkably clean, clearly having been tidied up. We ascended, with Shen Zichen leading the way. Su Qing suddenly recalled Shen Zichen's words. Zichen, are you here to see Zhou Yuan? Shen Zichen supported her, as if fearful she might stumble on the stairs.
Yes.
Does the consort have matters to discuss? Shen Zichen spoke gently, his gaze toward Su Qing brimming with tenderness. In such circumstances, Yi Jinhui remained rooted in place, immobile and uncertain how to respond to Zhang Feng's words. At the instant Jiang Sheng took action, Hui and the others instinctively prepared to employ sealing techniques against him, determined not to allow the entity within Jiang Sheng to awaken again. His expression grew serious, concealing emotions that Nan Wan could not discern. A sudden panic gripped him, and he dared not meet his gaze. In the corner of the courtyard, a swarm of four-winged frost bees had completed their evolution, all transforming into early-stage spiritual insects, with their queen's aura breaking through to mid-stage. However, perhaps even the government had not anticipated the scale and audacity of these individuals. Li Jiayan's expression turned frigid, and without waiting for the palace attendant leading the way to report, she stormed in with unexpected fervor. The individuals attempting to obstruct Song Yanyu and Li Jiayan collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony upon contact with Li Jiayan's poison. In truth, it was not that she did not wish to eat outside. Prior to arriving in B City, Yi Jinhui had meticulously researched the local delicacies, aware of what was delectable and what was not, with several establishments she yearned to visit. Yet, at this moment, her sole intention was to challenge Zhang Feng, compelling him to prepare the meals. Looming Mountain was a familiar place to him. In his previous life, he had purchased the land here and built an expansive villa. Ironically, it was also where he had met his untimely demise in a car accident. In the past few years, the original self had indeed shown considerable care for her, and the Zhao family was not known for ingratitude. However, the disheveled man seemed utterly oblivious to the reactions of Wang Chen's subordinates as he continued to drink heartily, incessantly beckoning to Fu Can. Just moments ago, Du Leng had sensed the eruption of warrior-level primal energy and hastened to investigate, only to unexpectedly encounter an individual resembling the prince of the Broken Army. News of the riot at the Blood Arena had already reached Sand City, with confirmation that the arena had been destroyed by volcanic fire, though the specifics remained unclear to Du Leng. This incident of privacy revelation was clearly orchestrated by He Shi, with the accompanying photographs serving as compelling evidence of his role as the mastermind. Yet, inexplicably, when Wang Bin witnessed the fleeting glance exchanged between Lan Yuming and Lu Qi, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a jolt of unease. An indescribable aura pervaded the martial stage, an unparalleled chill that felt like an invisible blade slicing through the hearts of the onlookers. Moreover, the reason the Long family could govern Songnan City was due to the sanctity of the dustless sacred land. And Tang Xiao was poised to enter the sacred grounds for cultivation instantly. The distinction between light and heavy was evident. Bai Jian fixed his gaze on Li Tianyu, his murderous intent surging as he trembled, unleashing 12 waves of sword energy toward Li Tianyu. Who is speaking? AI Air frantically scanned the surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Before them stood a colossal spherical metallic structure, covering an area of 10,000 square meters, with but a single entrance. A recognition device was affixed to the two metal doors. Upon placing the student badge on it, the doors silently slid apart. The essence technique was not a complete martial arts skill or secret. Rather, it provided a method for practitioners to absorb external primal energy, which was inexhaustible in the natural environment, forming the very foundation of this world. Chapter 52. To obstruct me is to prevent his ascension.
Swing post.
Glancing at Shen Zichen offered an awkward smile. I was just collecting rent for Lao Jiu at the suburban estate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much money on him. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. It was Lao Jiu who had sent him. Su Qing immediately turned to Shen Zichen. Why is he collecting money for my family? She had known during the apocalypse that many men had their own hidden stashes. Wang Yingping suddenly unleashed his blood-soul energy to its utmost limit, holding nothing back, even if his cultivation were to stagnate from this day forward. Or if he were to fall from grace or become incapacitated, he was determined to personally slay the demon who had slaughtered his entire sect. This miraculous scene instantly reminded Dak of the prayer he had previously offered to God, naturally attributing this miracle to divine intervention. Seeing her father's unexpectedly resolute stance, she understood that refusal was no longer an option, sighed, and followed her father. The Ghost King maintained his usual style of conduct, yet at such a late hour. He was easily mistaken for a thief. Bai Yu also jested, hastily tidying himself before leaving. Chu Na had driven herself, thankfully avoiding traffic. The most dubious theory suggested that senior brother Liang, aware of his current capabilities, realized he could gain no advantage in the inner court selection and thus withdrew at the last moment, fabricating an illness to evade the assessment. Various rumors circulated among the diverse ranks of cultivators, signaling chaos in the celestial realm. No matter how much noise the family made during their daily squabbles, when faced with troublemakers, the Su family stood united. I took a deep breath, hastily leading Nye Chunxian away, yet the wolves had likely not strayed far. So, I could not flee blindly. However, now, from the mouth of Yang Yibu, a mid-level expert in the nascent soul stage, he seemed confused by a question even a fool would comprehend. Dozens of Han troops had succumbed to the toxic fumes in the valley, resulting in their bodies decaying and instant deaths. Chun Xian recalled dining at the same table with these two elders earlier that afternoon, now separated by the veil of death, and could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. Fortunately, Tan Shan was currently engrossed in reviewing rewards, otherwise he would undoubtedly have been taken aback by the scene before him. If you're drunk, then leave. What are you doing causing a ruckus here? Chang Jiaming admonished loudly, prompting two military police to rush over and restrain the drunkard. His family members, of course, recognized the ice element of the Zhu family. Zhao Xian declared with an air of triumph, more delighted than when she successfully attuned her spirit, truly a worthy lackey. Chun Xian aimed to prepare himself for a direct confrontation with Immortan, intending to seize the opportunity to defeat him at his weakest moment.
What?
You still don't resent him for destroying your family business? Han Luoshu scoffed with a hint of mockery. Jiang Yun was akin to a hero who would rather die than eat leftovers, yet unfortunately, his stomach betrayed him as he watched Qian Can elegantly indulge in delectable dishes, the pangs of hunger forcing his gaze downward. Mo Jing's smile faltered, sorrow evident on her face, her emotions erupting. Chen, ask yourself honestly, how have I treated you? As Du Wanxiu prepared for seclusion, Ding Xing wished to avoid distracting her and press the talisman, intending to discuss it once she emerged. Yet, the only true threat to Yi Xingchen would undoubtedly come from the pinnacle forces of the true martial continent. This unprecedented breakthrough through the fourth realm left the descendants of the Yin Han clan in terror. The sword energy pierced through Yi Xingchen's body, striking the ground and creating a massive pit of 100 feet deep. Yi Wushuang leaped forward, traversing space-time as if in an instant, covering vast distances with astonishing speed, even startling the dragon cat. Circumstances breed heroes. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, and those who recognize the times are the true talents. In business, one cannot be overly harsh or cold-hearted. Otherwise, they cannot be a good boss. Recognizing people over money and valuing loyalty over profit are essential for making a fortune. Chapter 53. The princess consort constantly desires to annihilate the 9 clans. Shen Zichen noticed Su Qing had fallen asleep, realizing she was utterly exhausted. Third brother, I leave this to you. Shen Zichen tenderly lifted Su Qing and returned to their room. Su Qing slept deeply in his embrace, even as he carried her. She remained oblivious, indicating her profound fatigue. Shen Zichen carefully laid Su Qing onto the bed, gently covering her with a blanket. From now on, I shall never allow you to do this again. To avoid encountering Lin Yuji, Han Ning refrained from wandering into this gourmet establishment, fearing she would be caught and subjected to further coaxing. Qin Mu swallowed hard, immediately feeling a surge of desire, while at that moment, a pair of hands could not resist exploring Yi Qingyao's form. Subsequently, Fan Daong was also supported by someone. The elderly man, injured in the explosion, appeared to have sustained further harm and had fallen into unconsciousness, being carried by a police officer. Upon arriving outside the restricted chamber, numerous demon soldiers were already awaiting them, and among them were over a dozen diminutive elves. With this assurance, the treatment cost within 500,000 was entirely manageable. The desire to avoid embarrassment was merely a thought, but the reality of humiliation was undeniable, even as they attempted to discreetly conceal their physical reactions, striving to straighten their backs. Receiving a positive affirmation from Wu Qi invigorated the spirits of the five, diligently focusing on self-preservation. Is this the power of a father? Even the typically composed Koryagan was taken aback. Brother, where did you acquire this? Han Zheng inquired in astonishment, picking up a gold bar that bore no markings. Clearly not legitimate gold. Wang Sheng held no particular regard for the emperor, yet he consistently showed respect towards these grandmasters. If he were to summon a few elders to act, Wang Sheng would certainly make the trip himself. Why was it unfavorable? Song Hongda was uncertain. However, he couldn't shake a sense of impending danger, a feeling that intensified, even causing him to furrow his brow. With the thunderous explosion, the infamous madman Pan of the Huaxia underworld met his demise, along with Geng Shuefei's loyal hound. Yi Chun unleashed every conceivable means at his disposal. As the radiant essence of celestial principles shimmered fervently, coalescing upon his clenched fist, he struck with a force so tempestuous it seemed capable of shattering the very fabric of the world, tearing the void asunder. Bai Mohan leaned in close, murmuring a few words into Rong Lingtian's ear, igniting a spark of inspiration in Rong's gaze. What a splendid idea. Let us proceed as you suggest. Upon hearing Bai's proposition, Rong Lingtian pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, responding in hushed tones. However, their intimate exchange, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, appeared as a display of affection to others. He stood helplessly as his kin were mercilessly slaughtered, unable to conceal his presence, which rendered him all but invisible. The leader of the Qianquan sect, the Slaughtering King, once again orchestrated an ambush against the master of the Wujiman, as legions of Wujiman's star pluckers, alongside a cadre of sword shadows, transformed into a vast expanse, intent on annihilating the Qianquan sect's leader. The Starry Hall served as the abode of the Eastern Star Emperor, a palace said to float amidst the void, accompanied by countless celestial bodies, a sight many yearned to behold. How could one so formidable as the king of Chu be subjected to such indignities, particularly when his adversary sought to strike him? What would onlookers say? No. Even if I am injured, I must intervene. This is my command. Drive over there immediately. As the situation deteriorated, Helianze cast aside his reservations and issued the order, without hesitation. Qiantang, cease your nonsense. That boy has returned the ball with a backhand. Xiao Ilua. This shall be our first true contest. He aimed towards the left of Xiao Ilua. Chapter 54. Since you have arrived, you shall remain. Zhou Handong slumped to the ground.
Impossible.
How could Shen Zichen know of the forged evidence? I was exceedingly discreet. Shen Zichen raised her foot and kicked Zhou Handong squarely in the face. In an instant, a horrifying scene unfolded. Zhou Handong's visage was grotesquely disfigured. Her nose, mouth, and eyes had all shifted, rendering her a monstrous figure.
Ah!
Li Guanghan grasped the translucent mirror in his arms, heavy and chilling to the touch. He longed to leap into the sea with the mirror, sinking into the abyss, ideally preventing the fear of darkness from allowing the mutants to discover his remains. She approached the office door, her slender fingers rapping gently. No sound emanated from within, yet she pushed the door open and entered. The fate of the British patrol vessel mirrored that of the American patrol ship that had once attacked the British fleet outside Savannah. The French cannons effortlessly transformed the British ship into a flaming beacon. Currently, the first phase of the Grand Market's construction was nearing completion, with only the final touches remaining, while the inaugural Paris import and export commodities fair was set to commence here in a month. The Lakers' flight departed at night for San Francisco, a city remarkably close to Los Angeles. Facing the wind, he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply one final time, as the breeze seemed to carry the distant rumble of engines. It's merely an illusion, a figment conjured by the primal instinct for survival. Rationality suggested the number of fans was peculiar. Yet this chapter revealed an unusual vitality, appearing altogether normal. The madness goo had deepened my understanding of the sorceress techniques, for I had previously only grasped them in theory, aware of their mystique but lacking concrete comprehension. However, from this day forth, I would finally grasp the terrifying essence of sorceress arts. As for Joseph, he would utilize the finest materials available for the ship, regardless of the marginal performance enhancements they might yield. He was indifferent to the vessel's cost, as it was not his own coin at stake, though he hesitated to express his desires openly, maintaining a facade of congeniality with Feng Qing. 500 thunder soldiers ascended to the heavens alongside the deities of King Wanchen, unaware that their singular journey to the celestial realm would culminate in a trial of thunder's wrath. Sumi swiftly descended the elevator, anxious not to keep Xin Zhe and the others waiting. She hurried to the underground parking lot, scanning the area until her gaze fell upon two tall figures in the distance, panting as they approached. Among them were the marks left by Wang Ying and Mo Lei from their initial encounter, as well as the residuals from their previous altercation. Soon after, the two shielded Feng Jian as they soared rapidly from the divine Rime Mountain, while the remaining demon lords hesitated not, taking flight the moment they departed the spiritual realm. Bai Mingxi was taken aback, her expression laden with disbelief as she gazed at Madame He, her mood growing increasingly somber. Sumi was not the archetypal frail individual, however. Her constitution had inherited Chen Jing's weaknesses, rendering her inept in various physical endeavors. At that moment, the reign of Wang Quan was still in its infancy, only a few years into existence, with several years yet to pass before the emergence of their massed organization. Upon the boarding platform of the reincarnation paradise, Wang Ying's vessel landed steadily at the designated spot. As he disembarked, Candace followed closely behind, and once they were out, the crew inside breathed a collective sigh of relief. With resources scarce, purchasing goods from the supply and marketing cooperative necessitated coupons, leaving many in dire need of certain items, but unable to procure them legally, thus resorting to the black market. Our construction target is to level a 400-meter by 50-meter plane, a task of considerable difficulty. Wang Li indicated the design blueprint for the makeshift airport while gesturing towards the nearby Shirguan. Chapter 55. Let us share a loving embrace. The shadowy figure appeared momentarily taken aback before lunging towards Shen Zichen. As Shen Zichen opened his eyes, he leapt directly from the bathtub. A grotesque visage pursued him with malevolent intent. Shen Zichen had no time to flee, as the apparition swiftly closed the distance. A dark, clawed hand reached for his shoulder. Just as it made contact, a flash of white light repelled it, accompanied by a shrill cry that echoed through the night. The shadow. A single sword slave would typically number around 30,000, with a training period of 6 years, yet fewer than 10,000 would emerge as viable warriors. Many perished during training, some succumbed to injuries, others were devoured by beasts, some fell victim to their comrades, while others faced brutal fates at the hands of their instructors. All of you get out. Yi Xian waved his sleeve, unleashing a tempest that swept towards the 7 on the ground, simultaneously depositing a portion of rare materials into their storage rings. At that moment, I resolved to take the plunge. Initially, I had contemplated returning the serpent egg if the divine python spared me. However, upon witnessing the python's gaze fixed upon me, I understood that today's events would not end favorably. As for the other two, they joined forces against Ji Chong, who was no ordinary individual. Restraining him was no trivial matter. In the future, Haichen nodded, smiling as he reflected on his past self, astonished that he had once been unaware of such matters. This vitality was not indicative of the three-boned spiritual mysterious fish being alive, but rather that within its fossilized marrow lay an immense life force. If one could extract this essence and formulate it into a remedy, it could potentially cure all ailments. Noticing the silence among the crowd, Luo Song felt no surprise. After all, if any clan acquiesced so readily, he would have found it far more peculiar, perhaps even warranting suspicion towards such a family. Hai Shala was merely one of the 3 captains in Luozhou, while the true leader of the Luozhou Jin Yiwei was the inspector. Haichen flexed his wrist, glancing at the soft figure beside him, who was softly snoring. Cerelia had fallen asleep against his shoulder, and as he gently stroked her hair, he found himself puzzled by the depth of her slumber this time. As time gradually elapses, Yi Shuiying consumes her medicine, channeling her magical power into the fire dragon shield, steadfastly clashing against the lion head. She cannot possibly relinquish the fire dragon shield now. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief moment, he glanced at the boundary stone embedded in the ground, realizing they were approaching the borders of the Pingyuan County. The two of them were not fleeing as traitors. They still belonged to the Qianghua sect and had not fallen in rank after their journey to Penglai Mountain. Holding an official position was not the sole purpose or choice for these individuals, and the imperial examinations of this era were not merely designed to cultivate future officials. However, it was not solely Odin. Odelos and the other 2 members also exhibited an unmistakable urgency in their gazes. They remained at the former headquarters of the 7 Stars Gang, which, after undergoing reforms, was no longer a hotel or an underground casino. Yet, due to its somewhat remote location and limited visibility, coupled with their previous experience attacking the 7 Stars Gang, they naturally identified its shortcomings. It was akin to the Middle East no longer being the Arab Empire but rather the Ottoman Empire. Indeed, Sun Nan and Wu Xiarong, as well as Chu Long and Xing Shi, were initially oblivious to Jiang Mingzhi's condition. Nan and Xiarong, in particular, were completely unaware from beginning to end. Thus, Upon hearing this now, they were taken aback, astonished that Jiang Mingzhi had endured for so long. Collaborating with Lu Zhengli was driven by a singular purpose, to ensure Lu Zhengli's demise in Yanzhou. Once Lu Zhengli was deceased, Liu Bei, his collaborator, could rightfully assume control over Lu Zhengli's forces, thereby compensating for his own military shortfall. Chapter 56. Su Qing, grant me the antidote. Su Qing closed the door, leaving only the two of them in the room. Shen Zichen directly reclined onto the bed. After a night of turmoil, less than an hour remained until dawn.
Suin.
Noticing Shen Zichen's refusal to even get onto the bed, felt a twinge of displeasure. At this rate, how could Shen Zichen ever embrace her? How long would it take for her to accumulate enough goodwill? With only the two of them remaining in the room, and at such a moonless, windy hour. The White Flood Dragon, a formidable ruler within the realm of fifth-tier demonic beasts, the Cold Wind Dragon, coursed with a faint trace of dragon blood, thus garnering the favor of the Azure Flood Dragon King. Shower, upon hearing the depths of affection, smiled but said little, simply holding her tightly, both listening to each other's heartbeats and the rhythm of their pulses. It had already been half a month since Lang Hongxiang had entered seclusion, and his cultivation had approached the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Once he could break through, he would draw ever closer to the power of the sixth tier, especially since he had already discerned the pathway to ascend to the sixth tier, making it nearly devoid of obstacles. She once harbored thoughts of never marrying. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to Wang Feng, the dashing young hero clad in green military attire, accustomed to the invincible martial prowess of a special forces soldier, and accustomed to everything about Wang Feng, making it exceedingly difficult for her to adapt to anything else. Lang Hongxiang nodded, observing the tranquil gaze of the Wolf King. Remaining silent, the current Wolf King was not merely beyond his comprehension, he was utterly inscrutable. According to his expectations, the Wolf King should have advanced to the sixth tier a month ago, yet it had unexpectedly been delayed until now. Without discussing the costs, it was likely that the divine artifact had already entered the neighboring ancient grounds of the Wind Sword sect. The portly man in his 40s pondered deeply before speaking again, filling everyone's cups with wine. The colossal fire dragon vanished in an instant alongside the Qingquan seal, the two powerful forces clashing in a stalemate for several seconds. Yet, the 6 men clad in black robes did not cease their assault. Instead, they expertly unleashed a second wave of attacks.
Someone.
We have an assassin. Xiong Zizhou was utterly taken aback to realize that someone had stealthily approached him, leaving him speechless with fear. Hiss. The green gem-like creature rolled swiftly towards the black furnace's mouth, turning its plump head to let out a cry towards Yao Mu, while its emerald tail thrashed vigorously.
Today.
Song Shi donned a white shirt and a blue skirt, the first button of her shirt undone. As she leaned down to point at Yi Baizhi, he could easily catch a glimpse of the fair expanse beneath her neck, especially the alluring, deep cleft. With such thick skin, I reckon only the past could withstand you.
Su Lin Zian Zhuge.
As his words fell, the enchanting man, who beguiled all, swiftly opened the car door. Both of their chess skills were commendable, gazing at the board. It was momentarily difficult to discern whether Miao Yu or Jia Tsong held the advantage. Lin Daiyu, frail in health, suffered from ailments during every winter. Now, compounded by previous excessive sorrow, she could only remain in bed daily, medicating and recuperating. Qin Hao began to wander around the courtyard, occasionally casting spells that left imprints upon the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiao received a message from Meng Xinyan, but the call was abruptly cut off halfway. Though she heard a few words, Dantai Ziyu, with a flick of her mind, summoned a pair of black ghostly claws from behind to seize the towering figure of the underworld ghost, intending to perform a soul-searching technique. The betrothal gifts had all been exchanged, the banquet prepared, and now he suggested they remain friends. He was quite unwilling. As Jiang Weilan contemplated these matters, she inadvertently cast a glance at the surrounding crowd, only to find that several families remained as lethargic as before. Jia Tsong perceived that Qin Keqing seemed to be developing a sense of resignation, reflecting on how, after being taken by Jia Zhen in the original narrative, she dared not voice her resistance, perhaps stemming from long-standing disappointment in Jia Rong, leading to her eventual demise at Tianxiang Tower. Chapter 57. Here, the antidote. Upon hearing Shen Zichen's words, Su Qing chuckled. Her hand gradually climbed up to his neck. She leaned down, gently blowing a breath against his ear, causing a slight tremor in those beneath her. You're quite perceptive. How much better it would have been had you done this earlier. Shen Zichen suppressed the fury within him. Su Qing had a knack for tormenting him. Had this been the past, he would undoubtedly have cast her aside.
But now.
He for her, Yan Feng's love was akin to an endless ocean. She had once anticipated a welcome of death upon arrival, only to ultimately realize that she was but a fish in water, destined to return to the embrace of the other, regardless of how long she had been apart.
Meanwhile,
Inchio had recently begun to reveal its prowess in the martial world, unveiling the existence of 3 significant factions within the Inchio sect: I, No I, and Eradicate I. Upon witnessing this, the man found himself unable to continue the conversation, turning away to listen to Gu Qing discuss the latest office gossip. Thus, upon returning home, the two unwittingly retreated to their respective rooms without exchanging further words. The more he earned, the more he supplemented the treasury, naturally alleviating the burdens of labor and taxation for the common people. During this period, the Yi family liquor business monopolized the high-end liquor market of the Chu kingdom, raking in a fortune, a fact well known to all. Yet, unexpectedly, the figure emerging from the store was none other than the destitute old man Li. This was the first time Qin Ibai had encountered such a down-and-out figure among cultivators. Additionally, there were large, ornate platters typically used for serving dishes, filled to the brim with braised delicacies, each segment overflowing. The soft, silky texture vanished in an instant. Fu Zi felt a void in his hand, as if his heart had emptied a fraction. As the golden light erupted, Qin Ibai's swiftly moving body miraculously halted, before gradually retreating, astonishingly escaping the gaping maw of the massive creature. Upon closer inspection, Lu Ziyue discovered that her parents had frequently approached her for money lately. The last occasion was due to this month's allowance being delayed, leading to an argument when they failed to receive the funds. Xiao Noa promptly sat down beside Lu Yunzheng. Though he had become quite fearsome, others instilled even greater dread in her. Yet now, upon encountering others, tears began to cascade down like pearls that had suddenly been severed from their string. The narrow corridor was profound, and under the dim light, it felt as though the end of the passage remained shrouded in a tranquil darkness. The walls of the secret chamber were adorned with smooth gray plaster, polished to perfection. The delicate, sleek surfaces of the walls offered no concern for snagging one's attire. For the moment, there was no need to ponder excessively. Qianli diligently engaged in slaying monsters, accumulating points that translated into spirit stones, which in turn represented currency. Su Ziju's once restless heart was instantaneously pacified, soothed. The external clamor and untimely disturbances dissipated like smoke in the presence of her radiant smile. Thus, the Yu family of Zhejiang willingly pledged allegiance to the prince's residence, allowing it to stealthily envelop one of the 3 military camps surrounding the capital, the Tiger Ben army. "Shall we stretch our limbs a bit?" Long Zhe inquired, his gaze directed towards Mo Fu, who stood beside Yun Yuan. "Yengu." Lu Guijing expressed his discontent, unable to fathom her disregard for his presence, as she aimed to strike at Yun Shi. The future of the Qinghai royal residence was not of significant consequence. After all, he was a sovereign of considerable stature, not merely a father to one son. The body is the foundation for revolution. The more arduous the circumstances, the more imperative it was to safeguard one's health. Losing the spatial ring was unfortunate enough. If his body were to falter at this juncture, it would be an even greater loss. Tian Yuan chuckled bitterly before stealthily reaching out to grasp Zhang Manman's slender hand when she was unawares.
Chapter 58, Suin,
who perpetually yearned for a reversal. In the Elon Palace, the residence of the Crown Prince's secondary consort, Qi Miaoyun, the Crown Prince, Shun Chongxian, despite having numerous concubines, spent the majority of the year within these walls. Shen Zichen, upon entering the palace, resided here as well. He observed the return of the injured black-clad sorcerer. Incredulity etched in his eyes. "Where is my blood?" The sorcerer's cloak revealed nothing but a pair of serpent-like, venomous eyes. They were not merely resembling snakes. They were serpentine in nature. Yet, in contrast to these thoughts, Su Yi's mind was occupied with pondering how long the tires of his vehicle could endure. The following day, Zhou Honghao, accompanied by his elder brother and flanked by Sun Hongqing and Wang Niaofei, visited Xind Winery to pay respects to the CEO, Zhou Luoping. Ultimately, they could only hastily conclude their affairs, taking with them several 100,000 disaster victims, which could be deemed a timely mitigation of losses. However, this outcome was unacceptable to Mo Lihai. He was merely severely injured. Laying down a magical altar in the void beyond to harness the power of celestial demons to restore himself. Undeniably, he was a chameleon with a remarkable capacity for mimicry. After merely a couple of rounds, he had mastered it. Talent, indeed, held great significance. Though seated in a position of authority, half-slumped with his eyes half-closed, not a single individual present dared to harbor the slightest sense of disdain. The entire Longhing concert hall was abuzz with excitement, fans and admirers wielding glowing sticks and posters. After marriage, with a husband like Su Minghui, I must take the lead in every endeavor. I cannot rely on that slothful man, who only muddles everything.
No.
I derived this from illustrious deeds, Feng Zhao casually replied while examining the exchange list. Brother Luo, I miss you dearly. Have you thought of me? Yongqing Luo inquired with a twinkle in her eye, her joy palpable. The departure of Li Yong and his companion caused their faction to disintegrate, leaving Wang Bai to dispatch personnel to occupy the Bar Street and vocational school territories, awaiting only Deng Yulan's directive regarding the Yaoguang Entertainment City. As the children performed their customary courtesies, father and mother dining, grandfather and grandmother dining, and so forth, they found their mouths rather fatigued. No need for thanks. I am genuinely pleased to assist you. Yi managed a faint smile, discreetly stowing away the paper as if to preserve it as evidence. Few came to bid farewell today. Aside from the unexpected Zhong Nan, most were former students of Shen Zichen. Su Gua, having also resigned, arranged to return home with his fellow compatriots. Zhong Nan sensed he had guessed correctly. However, for prudence's sake, he felt compelled to verify with Liao Chuanhua. After all, Liao Qing had merely relayed what her father had told her. Though she was unlikely to lie, the gravity of the matter necessitated personal inquiry for his peace of mind. In this world, only the elite among a certain species held such qualifications. Your mother is insane. Pay her no mind. Chen Xiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement watching his wife laugh so uproariously. Indeed, I have arrived, Meng Xinghui responded with a matching smile, as if aware she had anticipated his arrival. Humph. Su Yang scoffed, dismissing the cunning aspirations and treachery of the prison demon lord as mere whispers in the wind, choosing to remain unyielding in his merciless resolve.
Cousin, how dashing.
Jin Yajong exclaimed loudly, almost as if intentionally. Although Ing Long primarily wielded mental power as his method of attack, the very mental energy that could overwhelm a data entity could conversely produce damaging data against the mental force itself. The patrol officers under the command of the Centurion had their own methods for staunching blood flow. Chen shouting instructed them, and they promptly sprang into action. Chapter 59. Su Qing, you shall never escape me in this lifetime. The exasperated tone only served to amplify Su Qing's amusement. Her hand forcefully pinned Shen Zichen's hand to the top of his head. Shen Zichen struggled to break free with all his might. This was no ordinary feat achievable by just any woman. Even Su Qing found it somewhat taxing. Yet she could not allow Shen Zichen to perceive her exertion. Were it not for her past experiences, constantly vying for resources with men, unwilling to perish at the hands of one, she would not have cultivated such brute strength. However, the question remained, how could she assist him in resolving this tangible power? As Lin Jun suggested, if even his father and grandfather could not manage it, what could he do? The only thing Lin Tianheng and his companions lacked was purifying power. They likely possessed the strength of the Holy Lake as well. This rule, on the surface, appeared rather lenient, allowing a demon king who had been defeated or gravely injured to appoint a sub-king to take on the next battle, seemingly granting the demon kings a chance for redemption. Who do you think you can bully? The audacious voice of the woodpecker, long gone from Lin Yun's ears, resurfaced once more. This was a choice most players would make when given the opportunity. Damn it. I intended to console you earlier, but you, Huang Jia, told me to shut up. Yes. After hearing a series of commands from Fleet Commander Qiu Jun, the messenger immediately relayed the orders to the signalman. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they shamelessly continued their insulting gestures toward Shenguang, mimicking slitting their throats with knives. Among them, a few loathsome individuals even made lewd gestures. As for the other piece of equipment, the long sword-like dark gold weapon, Lin Qin chose to keep it his possession. Thus, the imperial family of the Ice River Empire possessed only one warrior, rendering its royal power the weakest among all empires. Yet, each generation was exceptionally talented, which contributed to the Ice River's standing on the continent. The individual approaching was none other than Qiu Shaoza's direct superior, Shen Zishuang. For Qiu Shaoza was currently just an ordinary employee within the investigation team. Liu struggled to open his eyes, greeted by the azure sky adorned with scattered white clouds. Yi Chu and Fu Tiantian chatted as they walked, when suddenly, a voice called out to her from behind. Moments later, as the flames subsided, a massive pit of 40 meters in diameter appeared on the scene, curiously leaving the ground near Lin Yi seemingly unscathed. In truth, this was merely a deliberate act on his part. The harmless beauty of a young lad often garners greater favor from the world, thereby easing their vigilance and facilitating his nefarious deeds, is it not? Yet, as the cycle of power was unleashed, The celestial fist of the Taiji demon ancestor incessantly weakened, diminishing in strength. This very power, however, was subtly transferred to Yanjin's fist, rendering him increasingly formidable. The band of pirates was heavily armed and well-equipped, elusive in their movements, frequently plundering the merchant vessels that ventured into the sea. Lin Yi's iron sword, sharp by nature, coupled with an impressive attack power exceeding 70,000, rendered the mere branches and roots of those tree monsters utterly defenseless. Lin Lang tilted her head. Chess pieces, perhaps? She lowered her slender neck, instantly conjuring images of willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. Although the Xie family led the charge, the other families were not entirely negligent, which is why the Ding family would make such remarks. The representative from the Ding family this time was the 13th master, Ding Huadong. Lu Huai's current indifference towards her stemmed from his lack of understanding. If she were to engage him more in conversation, he would surely come to appreciate her. She observed Fang Yan ascending the stairs, a smile creeping onto her lips. Though she remained unaware of the radiant beauty of her face and the warmth emanating from her smooth, fair legs, as her consciousness gradually blurred. Chapter 60. His affection for her. Upon hearing those words, both Shen Zichen and Su Qing turned to him simultaneously. What am I thinking? How does he know? Could it be that he can probe into the minds of others? This is utterly terrifying. Seizing the moment of Su Qing's astonishment, Shen Zichen shook his head slightly. Shen Zili felt even more perplexed. It seemed that old Jiao was reluctant to let him speak, which provided Shen Zili with some relief, despite his lack of understanding regarding the situation. At that moment, the old man, disguised as a taxi driver, suddenly lunged at the elder, attempting to wrest the knife from him. Zhang Hao requested Athena to show him several clips of the experimental footage, specifically the segment where the scientist recounted the crimes of the test subjects. Juicy and Enian were the culmination of the elder's lifelong dedication, surpassing the quality of ordinary celestial swords. Yi Zhao longed to voice such sentiments, yet it seemed that even Zhuge Kongming was unaware of his own existence. The Ming Lantern? That seemed promising. I will take the children to my sister-in-law's place. You go lend a hand. Nearby, Zhou Jiao noticed Huang Suilan and Lin Juhua waving at her, and she nodded and smiled in return. In the eyes of humanity, there exists no fear, no desire, only pure gratitude and concern. As ageless and immortal vampires, their lives are interminably lengthy, wandering in solitude, with no one to comprehend their plight. Yi Shui's hand caressed Yu Xinghan's body with a gentle touch, causing her to tremble, as she desperately bit her lip to stifle any peculiar sounds. As the words fell, observing the nods from Huanshi and the warrior, Shalon hesitated not for a moment. With a swift gesture, a multitude of dark shadows surged forth from her, engulfing everything but Huanshi, the warrior, and Nightmare in an overwhelming sea of blackness. He was excessively stingy, to the point that I felt embarrassed. Dodo pouted, intending to twirl her tongue around Wanhongyi's name, but ultimately refrained from expressing it aloud. All right, I've prepared the white cloth. Yi Hong hurriedly returned with the cloth, only to find Emo Shirshir and Yi Zian engaged in discussion. What's the matter? Why has she entered the operating room again? Zhan Inxue furrowed her brow, listening to her sister's voice on the phone, while the three others stared at her in unison. However, Mr. Mo's condition was far from ideal. Having evaded the first question, it remained to be seen how he would navigate the second. Gu Lele frowned. As Sheng Mu had attempted to converse with her multiple times, yet she had remained indifferent, while Jianzhe's persistent chatter alleviated the awkwardness. You cannot reject something simply because it is not aesthetically pleasing. Yili smiled at Emo Shirshir, her gentle gaze softening the hearts of those around her. Such thoughts would propel one towards continuous improvement, Zhu La mused quietly to herself, disregarding all else. Then, is this the opportunity you await to eliminate Lu Chunlin? Emo Shirshir inquired, for though she empathized with Fei Yuan, she could not endorse such a life, akin to severing her own escape route. Yet, this was the person who resided at the very core of her heart. Even without looking, she could discern who he was when he embraced her. After dining, Zhang Dong escorted Tatiana back home. Suddenly recalling that she had not returned to school for quite some time, she drove to the campus. The vast majority of ghost slaves possess the ability to become invisible, prompting Chu Zhen to instruct the ever-changing old ghost to infiltrate Donghai City and eavesdrop on the plans devised by the high-ranking officials against them. Chu Zhen smiled in silence. In truth, his motivations were twofold: to enhance the combat abilities of the old ghost and to intentionally put on a show for the king of the corpse ghosts. You and I bear no grudge. Let us dismiss this matter. Yun Zhu waved his hand lightly, allowing the space to shimmer as it released Wu Yuan from his confinement. Please, Mr. Ping, enlighten us about task number 4. Li Ming, feeling dizzy from the banter, had to interject and urge them to get to the point. Chapter 61. The prophecy of the 9-princess consort comes true. Shen Zichen succinctly recounted the recent events. You mean Su Qing's heartfelt thoughts have come to fruition? Grandfather was poisoned? Did grandfather keep her around to utilize her foresight? Upon hearing the term utilize, Shen Zichen felt a twinge of discomfort. She possessed the ability to foresee the future, undoubtedly valuable. One must remain cautious. Shen Zili glanced back at the carriage, suddenly remarking, she knows. She must be aware that I am already married, yet she still uttered such foolish words. However, since this man possessed the ability to traverse the rivers of time, why would he still covet his own spring and autumn cicada? For when the elven army entered the burial grounds, they discovered the weaknesses of their adversaries. Even with her closest companion, Hong Wan, their interactions were transactional. Even when dining or enjoying tea together, it was always a matter of you treat this time. And I shall treat next. The simple utterance of thank you startled both Qin Chuan and Qin Dafeng. It was well known that Qin Zhen had previously taken everything for granted, as the concept of gratitude did not exist in her lexicon. With his intelligence, how could he fail to realize that, given Wu Liang had destroyed all evidence, the best course of action would be to apprehend him at the moment of his crime?
Who are you?
The man, straining to maintain his composure, gripped Qin Zhen's neck. His scrutinizing gaze fixed upon her. Let us temporarily set this matter aside. We must first ascertain whether Thanos is truly deceased, the Supreme Intelligence suggested. However, Song Shengsheng paid no mind to being disliked. In comparison to others' opinions, her own satisfaction was of paramount importance. A mere touch elicited complaints of pain. A bump prompted requests for affection, and eventually, she could no longer tolerate Fu Cheng's indifference and grew weary of conversing with him altogether. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Yi Feng Tian's staff suddenly descended, aimed squarely at his dantian. With a squelching sound, a mouthful of blood erupted forth, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying towards the approaching individual. Gu Ruabai suppressed her voice, unleashing a low growl of anger, while Gu Mo, perched upon his steed, beheld Gu Ruabai's helplessness with a sense of triumph. After Dong Zhao's departure, Yi Er lingered for a moment before also taking her leave. Unbeknownst to them, something had shifted between the two. In no time, a soldier led a black horse to the target range. The steed, unruly and defiant, shook its head vigorously, attempting to break free from the soldier's grasp. The soldier had no choice but to wield the whip with determination, and only then did the horse trot over with a clatter. Having secured the amber, the trio wasted no time, retracing their steps through the misty sea mountain, arriving at the bustling streets for a seafood feast before retiring to their lodgings for rest. All right, please feel free to ask any questions. He still needs Clarice to demonstrate her abilities, so these matters cannot be entirely concealed from the two of them. However, some things ought to remain undisclosed. The newcomer hall was already bustling with activity early in the morning, with all eyes focused on the dozen or so figures at the front. The Wu Yong family's residence is a unit-assigned property, not particularly spacious, just over 100 pings. Back in the day, considering that many employees had to care for both elderly parents and children, every family that settled down was allocated a 3-bedroom apartment. For reasons unknown, there was a hint of bitterness in Yuer's words, and a faint sense of disappointment lingered on her face. The equipment that Yi Yun donned was procured by the system. All standard-issue gear from the U.S. military. Yet, Yi Yun was neither a gun enthusiast nor a military buff, and thus he was oblivious to the name of the firearm in his grasp, though he understood its usage. After his initial strike missed, Xie Tianhao realized the situation was dire and sought to retreat immediately, opting to avoid the confrontation. Alongside the bustling night market square, numerous vendors were selling an array of fresh fruits and local specialties. Chapter 62. I grant this favor to the prince. He Pinglin noticed that the crowd had fallen silent. Slowly, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket. It was he who caused Chu Shi's demise, not I. All gazes converged upon the handkerchief. Old Master Chu took it in hand, revealing the embroidered intertwining branches adorned with Chu Shi's name below. He Pinglin snatched the handkerchief back, turning it to show everyone look. Hidden behind the intertwining branches is also the name Shen Zili. In an instant, he unleashed his power, disappearing with a flicker to 100 meters away. His visage twisted with rage, silently vowing to seek revenge against Feng Zheng in the future. What does this mean? My voice began to tremble. This time, I found myself struggling to comprehend what Zidi was articulating. Qin Xiong was somewhat incredulous, but he saw no harm in revealing the truth to Qin Hao. So, he recounted the events in detail. At that time, the war between the Federation and Bayou was intense, with the Khmer Star domain caught in between, suffering the ravages of war. Just as it was treated as a pawn, the Federation merely regarded the Khmer Star domain as a buffer zone in the conflict, a quagmire used to restrain and exhaust Bayou's forces. This is troublesome, although I am not entirely clear on the nature of the injury. It appears to be a chronic poison. No wonder you did not detect it immediately. The rat's brow furrowed, remaining silent as it hastily assessed the type of poison to find a remedy. They say a new official ignites 3 fires. Everyone else stood frozen, fearing to make a mistake that might lead to their downfall. I felt it was about time. I made my farewells and returned to CZ City. After dinner, I lost sight of Doghead. Upon my return, I called him. The two traveled for half a day, pausing briefly to eat. Liuxing Shuang remained seated behind Bai Yan, showing no signs of discomfort as she took the dried food Bai Yan offered. I discovered that all familiar sights had vanished. Where is Blue Moon? What of the mechanical imperial capital? The ground lay strewn with ruins, and the surroundings were engulfed in dark rock walls, resembling a cavern. They refrained from seeking trouble at the Third Jade Emperor Temple, as the other party had been alerted and heightened their defenses. To press on would only invite further trouble. In Xue Zhichen's team, the most valued member was Mao Bai, a grassroots talent whose compositions resonated with the sentiments of many young people, evoking a strong sense of connection. On the vehicle, aside from the driver, Li Xiaozhi, Patika, and Valerie occupied the front and back seats, respectively. Of course I won't forget. Wang Xiefeng chuckled, pulling her shoulder as they made their way to the door.
Sure.
The leopard-skinned man's entourage jeered, a cacophony of hushing sounds, and some even whistled inappropriately. Goji berries, as a herb with medicinal and culinary applications, are exceedingly common in daily life. One could say that nearly everyone is familiar with them. His joy stemmed from the fact that the person before him was the most gifted individual he had discovered using his precognitive abilities. The silver-haired man spoke at a deliberately slow pace, almost as if conversing with himself, his gaze fixed on Xiao He as if regarding his own possessions. Tang stood at the airport, watching the Victory Flying Swallow 2 ascend gracefully, finally disappearing into the night sky. He exhaled a sigh of relief, glad to have finally departed smoothly. Turning around, he was startled to find Tony Stark had appeared behind him, his eyes fixed intently, exuding an air of mischief. He was curious about Songji's past. Even a fragment of insight would deepen his understanding of her. The recruitment process for civil servants was proceeding in an orderly manner, with most of those able to recognize some characters being the guards around Li Yi. Ultimately, due to the inability to find suitable candidates, Li Yi had no choice but to draft his guards to fill the gaps, establishing the framework for administrative and security agencies. Chapter 63. The Cruel Truth. Fish dead. Net broken. He Pinglin was unaware of what was written in the letter. Upon hearing Shen Zichen's words, his expression stiffened slightly. The crowd grew, increasingly curious. Old Master Chu inquired, "Ninth Prince, may I have a look?" Shen Zichen passed the letter forward. He Pinglin instinctively took a step back. What does the prince mean by this? Shen Zichen sat in the prominent position, his expression sharp. Guards, apprehend He Pinglin. The guards rushed in. Yet it was of little consequence. After all, even in ancient mythology, deities existed in both the East and the West. However, upon witnessing Bai Jing's attitude toward the governing council, she instantly perceived that the so-called governing council was utterly insignificant. Hu Zhonghuai quickly fell silent, inwardly amused, thinking, these two truly are cut from the same cloth. Mu Qingyu wept bitterly, incessantly pointing at Mu Qingga, accusing her of maltreatment and insulting her. I refuse. Xiao Yu grimaced, turning away in disdain, unwilling to let him see. She didn't even consider whether she wished to show him. The couple, akin to wolves, disgusted him. Unlike the historical abduction of African individuals to America as slaves, modern-day Huagua, though in decline, still retained some heritage, not having reached the point of complete colonization. Foreigners could not freely prey upon the Chinese and sell them into slavery. Lingyi was quite curious as to why the torrential rain had suddenly ceased. Although he was a former deity, even wielding divine power, halting the rain would not be a simple task. The commotion it would create would be immense. Yet, the gathering was still predominantly filled with beverages. Perhaps not everyone was consuming alcohol, but rather basking in an atmosphere. Xue Tinghai's right face, stripped of skin, which had once been a horrific crimson, suddenly turned pale, as if all blood and flesh had been drawn away, leaving only a stark white skeleton. Suddenly, 2 ethereal banknotes floated silently into the air, coalescing before plummeting directly towards us. After dinner, the 4 set out under the cover of night. The rural moonlit night was serene, with only the chorus of frogs in the fields and the rustling sounds in the woods composing their unique symphony. Then, a white figure erupted from the ground, unleashing a powerful wave as it hurled a punch at the skeletal dragon above, the immense force creating ripples in the air. A white fist of compressed air accompanied by a deafening roar, shaking the entire cemetery world as it struck the skeletal dragon. Su-yi surmised that if every point of essence could augment an attribute point, those essence points would be far too easily obtained. The emperor of the Ming dynasty wielded a hammer and chisel, tapping here and carving there. In no time, a beautifully exquisite miniature palace, made of pure golden silk nanmu, was completed. Zhao Xian, equally bleary-eyed, sat opposite her. Upon seeing her, he attempted to smile, but his nose tingled, and he yawned. Ma Qiansheng had long since retrieved his Wanfeng spear from its sheath, brandishing it as he lifted the canopy curtain. Qin Shao and Adi were also poised with their swords and knives, ready for any eventuality. Is that so? Very well. Although Shui Yulan sensed an underlying discord, she could not pinpoint the flaw and thus settled down, awaiting the arrival of Manly. After Wu Bo finished speaking, he forcefully pinned Luo Jinlian beneath him, indulging in his desires with reckless abandon. The relationship was tenuous, as Old Master Yang did not invest much thought into the matter, and Old Master Qian exerted even less effort. Upon hearing that Gao Di had been promoted, the residents eagerly presented their genuine congratulations to Colonel Gao. A pang of anguish pierced through Mu Jingchen's heart, yet he understood all too well that he could not let go.
Now,
upon hearing the Crown Prince's proclamation of an audience with the Emperor, Lin he could hardly fathom that the Emperor of Shigua himself had come to this place. Given the tone and sound of the accompanying actions, his royal consort was truly exceptional. When Ping Lin was dragged away, he was utterly limp, his gaze despondent. His life was irrevocably shattered. Disperse for now, Shen Zichen commanded with an air of indifference. The Chu family still had funeral arrangements to attend to. Heavens! Miss Chu's eyes cannot even close. A voice from the crowd drew everyone's attention to the lifeless body of Chu Shi. Old Master Chu was seen gently closing his daughter's eyes. Yet, regardless, my dear girl, I navigated this world before you. So it is only natural that there are matters you do not comprehend, Tian Yi remarked, sticking out his tongue at Su Shuiyao. Fellow Daoist. Allow me a moment of playful jest, Lian Zhu Wuhao quipped, his hand weaving through complex gestures as his tone abruptly shifted, imbued with a faint undertone of murderous intent. All right, just send me a text later with a specific time, Yu Chuxian replied, not lingering on the matter with Si Qiu. Fully aware he could not outmatch Si Qiu's arguments. If you and Jiayin are at odds, then I have no obligation to respond, so please take your leave. In no way Yoshihiko continued speaking to Tian Yi. Most of the Chuanbei had become moldy, with several ginseng roots rotting down to mere stubs, infecting the others, while the agarwood had long lost its fragrance, riddled with wormholes. Tian Yi took a glance and discovered several bills on the ground. Although green, their value was not 50 but rather a rather conspicuous one, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. People were perplexed, as many had perished from thirst not far from the spring, a phenomenon so incredible that it defied belief. Song Zheng looked up, his gaze drawn to the ominous gray-black specter hovering above, a sense of heaviness settling in his heart, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. As he stared at that specter, he found himself inexplicably drawn into it, as if an unexplainable force were exerting a powerful pull. The battle against Sherlin Tay had entered its third day, and due to a leak of information, events were spiraling out of control. Tyrion began to feel a sense of unease, contemplating whether he should seek assistance from his brother within the Red Keep. He had been mulling over the matter of Luo Shuiying's affliction all day, increasingly convinced that her illness was indeed manipulated by someone, necessitating thorough investigation lest his 2 million go to waste. A moderately high-quality middle-tier magical artifact possessed 3 innate powers, and this price was indeed the limit. Just then, a resounding splash echoed as a white figure ascended from the water, slowly revolving, though its features were obscured. The flowing white garment, lively eyes, and a hint of tiger teeth, coupled with a smile that radiated joy, were unmistakable. Who else could it be but Yang Lu? Carlos strained to move his stiff neck, casting a glance to the right below. Another colossal extraterrestrial creature, gripping a rod-like launcher, was slowly approaching from a distance, a peculiar apricot yellow light flickering on the device. Before long, upon entering the valley, they beheld a massive black-feathered eagle perched by a stream, blood gushing from beneath its wings, mingling with the water and exuding a faint metallic scent. Every fool in love becomes a poet and an optimist, Xiao Menglu chuckled. From the moment Dong Zhanyun entered this place, he had been puzzled about its nature. And only now did he realize that he stood at the entrance to the extreme northern realm, the gateway to the underworld. To escape, one must vanquish the great sadness guardian elephant that guards this place and open the portal to the original world. After vanquishing Wang Ting and his companions, Cui Feng and Yulan Xian continued their journey towards the remnants of the Xianglua clan. Upon departing, they scavenged numerous valuable items from Wang Ting and the others. Chapter 65. The prince truly has an eye for beauty. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Su Qing went to rest. She communicated with Chu Shi using her spiritual energy and accepted her. The depletion of her mental strength had been excessive, necessitating timely rest. It wasn't until past midday that Su Qing was awakened by Chu Shi's spirit. My parents have already buried me. Please, take me to see them.
Chu Si Pelit.
Kneeling on the ground in a pitiful manner. Without Su Qing's permission, she could not venture anywhere, even if she possessed the ability. What do you wish to see? He Hong shot a dismissive glance at Xiaoyu, her crimson pupils widening slightly. Strands of wayward hair fell across her forehead, prompting Mu Yi to reach out to adjust it, only to feel a sharp pain in her right hand, discovering that her hand had been wrapped in gauze. A result of the knife handle she had gripped the night before, the fabric still imbued with a strong medicinal scent. After helping Yi Moli and Huashu until 10:30, she finally returned to her room. Due to the tutoring session, she had left her phone on the table. Consider this. My affection for Bao is genuine, Lan Songju said, suddenly halting, casting an awkward glance at Jiang Jili. Shui Qing sighed. I suspect that Jian Kengwu has stayed in Hong Kong for 2 weeks not merely to reject this father. Moreover, Jian's father's love is insufficient to compel Jian Kengwu to forsake his biological father. Truth be told, Chen Yu felt a twinge of discomfort, not from Chen Xing's kindness towards Yanran, but rather an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. If nothing were wrong, Chen Xing would never have called him back after having left, and upon his return, it seemed as if nothing had happened, further indicating the severity of the situation. The two mercenaries lightly placed their right hands on their sword hilts, a faint aura of menace suddenly emanating from them. Let us go. There shall be no next time, or I shall not spare you. Officer Sun forcefully slammed the interrogation room door shut and strode inside. A dragon? A demon of the abyss? Power derived from the blood sovereign? Or perhaps the divine favor mentioned by Christina? Is that so? Zhou Dao stepped forward, placing his foot upon the opponent's hand. With 600 pounds of armor on his legs, even without exerting force, this was beyond what the man could endure. With a single stomp, a cacophony of cracking sounds ensued, shattering the youth's hands. Survival of the fittest. The law of nature shall establish a new order. This is their calamity, yet also their opportunity. Thus, the garden of the Cherry family bore a semblance of beauty. Aside from the absence of flowing water, there was little else to critique. Qing Yu's luck was rather unfortunate, truly sharing a room with that Xingzhen. Of course, there were others in the room as well. 4 makeshift cots were arranged in a row, separated by a screen that provided only a modicum of privacy. The hall was already filled to capacity. While leaders from various counties and districts were sparse, the officials of Haizhou City had virtually emptied their ranks, easily filling the grand hall that could accommodate 1,000. The wedding invitations had been dispatched months prior, yet this occasion was ill-timed. The Bai-Hai realm was engulfed in chaos, rife with bloodshed, and plagued by rampant disease. While Xiao Sa had already sealed off the sole route to the demon realm, necessitating its reopening for the wedding to proceed. The emperor sighed in distress. The elderly matron had been deceased for many years, and the late empress had also passed away. Who in this world remains privy to the truths of yesteryear? The vehicle sped down the highway. The bulletproof glass of the Humvee had been shattered, and the surface of the car was riddled with pockmarked bullet holes. Fortunately, the backrest of the seat was sufficiently elevated and reinforced with steel plates, allowing Wang Gang to continue driving without the dread of being shot in the head should someone pursue them in a vehicle. A sudden clamor of a bicycle bell startled Chu Nanxiu, who swiftly pulled Li Tongni to safety, sparing her from a collision with the speeding bicycle. Chapter 66. Qing do you harbor feelings for me? The man's lips were alluringly sensual, captivating to the core. Su Qing wrapped her arms around his neck, gradually leaning closer to him. Her skin was fair and delicate, not a single pore visible. Her long lashes framed deep-set eyes that concealed hints of danger. Su Qing's breath cascaded over Shen Zichen's face, her natural beauty unadorned by makeup and her simple adornments enhancing her pristine allure. The clarity in her gaze, unmarred by the mundane world, shone with an untouched innocence. What if we were to extensively deploy combat robots? Posed an inquisitor. The celestial being Qingqiu, linked to the mystical artifact Ice Mountain, suffered a grievous injury to its primordial spirit energy, spitting blood as it was harmed, without engaging in battle. Alice's fist struck Arexi's scythe, the overwhelming force reverberating through Arexi's hands. Princess, do not act impulsively. You are no cultivator. Remaining here serves no purpose. It is best to retreat alongside His Majesty.
Han Feng candidly advised.
Everyone appeared as if struck by lightning, as if a bolt had fallen from a clear sky, each person rendered momentarily speechless. Countless days and nights spent in relentless pursuit, pouring their hearts and souls into their work, collapsing in the laboratory from exhaustion. And just as they eagerly anticipated their moment to shine, a sudden halt was called on the mission. This was utterly outrageous. Old Zhang, known for his strict upbringing, was incensed by Zhang Yunfei's actions, slamming his palm heavily upon the table in frustration. Nevertheless, Nangong Ao had to remain vigilant, should Lin Tian indeed vanquish General Dudu. Their army of 400,000 would face an imminent shortage of supplies. Due to years shrouded from sunlight, the air was thick with a rancid odor, exceedingly unpleasant. If a child's curiosity stems from ignorance of outsiders, then the individual she sought possessed a curiosity vast enough to encompass the universe, questioning everything. Haha. It is thanks to you that I could attend this academy. Typically, the guards do not allow entry to Bruno's. Chuckled the burly man as he departed with a hearty laugh.
You see,
he could rely on the innate formation that nurtured him to fend off the tumultuous calamities beyond the mountain. She entered the capital, sensing the direction of that vital energy, suppressing her exhilaration, and approached a noodle stall to order a bowl of noodles. Just before the might of the Zhurong battle armor erupted, he, drawing upon the 36 layers of the Devil's Tome, sacrificed his already irretrievable arm, severing it to propel himself away, ultimately evading disaster by hiding amidst the remnants of the building. Yet for Quan Shaoxing herself, at this moment, she felt that with this song, she had a genuine chance for a resurgence. She cherished the melody deeply, convinced that the public would also embrace it, brimming with confidence in her choice. A year later, the three contenders for the title of Chick had failed to reach a consensus. Instead, they each held steadfast to their own opinions, embroiled in contradictions and internal strife. In that yellowed old photograph was a chubby toddler, scarcely 1 year old, babbling with innocence. With a snuffle, he inhaled not only a mouthful of dust but also the mingled stench of blood and debris swirling around him, producing an indescribable foulness that made Zhang Yongdian feel slightly nauseated as a wave of rancid odor surged into his throat, which he struggled to suppress.
Now,
Qin Lang entrusted it to Xueqiu, intending to enable Xueqiu to accumulate merit for his own protection. The timing of the fans arriving at Jiang Junhe's location closely coincided with Jiang Junhe's phone call, during which he initially expressed apologies before subtly inquiring about her text messages. Darling, you are being too formal. We are the best of friends. Besides, I have done nothing wrong. You invested your own money. I merely provided you with a bit of information, Yuan and declined. Chapter 67. He desires not only the person but also the heart. Those words extinguished all of Shen Zichen's desires. Just as he intended to rise and retrieve his clothing, Su Qing forcefully restrained him. Su Qing, let go. He was unwilling to endure his dignity being compromised in such a manner. Su Qing pressed firmly against his legs, a smile gracing her lips. What if I refuse to leave? Hearing the footsteps draw nearer, Shen Zichen's heart raced. With Lin Juanhao's reminder fresh in his mind, Gu Xiongdong felt increasingly convinced that Li Miaomiao's origins were not ordinary. After all, she had offended Minister Chen upon her arrival, yet remained unharmed and lively. This, one could say, was Fukushima's final opportunity. Thus, as before, the attention of all Japan, and indeed the world, remained focused here. Perhaps due to an unintentional sense of joy, the corridor was sparsely populated with aberrant beings, with only a few faint shadows of them visible in the distance. This match was still that of the hedgehog-headed, white-haired A Liang. Tanaka Chiu was merely a bystander, albeit one who had accomplished many significant feats, yet still a mere observer. However, the words fell upon the ears of the Qin Yanbai siblings, causing their complexions to darken further. Within the Linhua Palace, a splendid banquet was already laid out, with bronze auspicious beast incense burners positioned beside the pillars, filled with silver frost charcoal, enveloping the entire hall in a warm, inviting ambience. What he owed her in his past life, he resolved to repay with all his strength in this life, thus alleviating a burden from his heart. Upon hearing Changsheng being spoken of in such a manner, he instinctively wished to retort, but was halted by Changsheng himself. Under the dark moon and gusty winds, Wang Ningji played a game of Go with He at home, ultimately winning through a strategic retraction, eliciting hearty laughter from He. Just then, he received a report from his troops and declined to continue playing, rising to depart. Aside from control abilities, another advantage lay in his mastery over flames. Compared to this, his knife skills were slightly lacking, belonging to the category where diligent individuals could match the talents of geniuses, whereas the perception of flames depended largely on innate talent and experience. Your choice is commendable. In the past 2 years, from my observations, the youth coach of Atletico Madrid has nearly zero utilization of lower age group stars, as the current lineup of the youth team is quite stable. Potter relaxedly stated as he set down the cup in his hand. This is the world-renowned Battle of the Paper Bridge. King Yu honored Liu Yongfu for his military achievements in the resounding victory at the Paper Bridge by promoting him to the rank of 3rd Defending Commander and bestowing upon him the title of First-Class Volunteer. The 2 alternate high-ranking priests were already aware of this, as they were candidates for the next high priest, Bolat remarked. Arriving at Song Weili's door, she knocked for quite some time without a response, and upon pushing the door open, she found Xiao's son organizing his belongings. Little did she expect that the coach would inform her of a mere 14-year-old boy with such an audacious personality. Had Ong Li been present, he would surely be taken aback, for the hulking figure before her was none other than the giant python she had encountered in the Devil's Triangle, which had previously abstained from contention over the Thunder Arrow, but was now present here. Approximately 20 minutes later, the red mist was nearly eradicated, and the beam emitted by the spirit tower gradually descended from the previously false god's chest, ultimately landing upon the crystal of the forge tower. Celinda, being a swordswoman, could not conceal her elation as she received the sword, her face radiating joy. Indeed, upon hearing about Qin Ming's connection to the inn, the demeanor of the individual outside markedly diminished. When news of the esteemed family patronizing Dongpa pork reached them, their tone became increasingly submissive. Subsequently, their disruptive antics during meals provoked the ire of the patrons, resulting in their expulsion. After descending the mountain, Su Mo inquired about the route from a local villager, then returned to the location where he had concealed his bundle, shouldering the substantial weight of medicinal herbs before embarking across the expanse known as Wanlin Beach. Chapter 68. The Need to Retain the Ninth Princess Consort. The Jadeite Pavilion, the foremost Jadeite establishment in the capital. Many exquisite vases and jade artifacts owned by nobles and officials were sourced from this very place. Su Qing had resided in the capital for a while and was somewhat aware of the daily revenue generated by the Jadeite Pavilion. Princess Consort. Had it not been for your timely intervention that day, I might have found myself unjustly accused of causing Miss Chu's demise. Although not likely to face criminal charges, he would certainly have faced censure from court officials. Your Highness, I am honored, the Prince of Etiquette replied. Su Qing received the document. Following this, Wu Yanran's gaze, sharp as a blade, first coldly scrutinized my face before settling upon Zhou Yaja, a sardonic smile curling her lips. Due to the rope, Yi Fei fell, though not from a great height, and refrained from crying out. However, Agu La landed heavily upon Yi Fei, causing him to scream in pain and spit blood. Fang Yu sensed the tense atmosphere, fearing for her son, and rushed over to console Chu Li. The entire affair remained rather joyous, imbued with a sense of romance, until Zhang Minglang received a phone call. Following Uncle Chong outside, Xiaoqi discreetly tucked the photograph of her unborn child into her pocket. Uncle Chong, may I return home briefly to gather my belongings? I plan to check in tomorrow. Would that be acceptable? Xiaoqi pondered before speaking. The skinning was brutal. Zhang Tianyi's cries were so harrowing that even the underworld spirits trembled. Observers were so affected that several lost their footing and fainted, while others retched uncontrollably. The king of Wu, Chu Li, was incensed by the incident and ordered Hong Liang to detain these individuals, punishing each with 30 strokes. Despite the midday rush, Tong En meticulously chose, ultimately deciding upon a particular piece. She believed the lake blue base complemented Zhong Yu's complexion exquisitely, with the silk floral patterns gleaming harmoniously alongside his usual dark suits. Unbeknownst to Ji Lingsheng, the target of the pointed criticism, he remained oblivious to the crown prince's somber expression, his gaze diverted as he meticulously examined an object of interest. Su Jingqi, realizing the gravity of the situation, managed a relaxed smile, though it quickly froze when a bandit, adorned with a red scarf, approached on horseback. With deftness, he grasped 2 individuals, whom he unceremoniously tossed before Su Jingqi, revealing the escapees Su Qinglin and Su Ji. That very night, the villagers of over 20 surrounding villages centered around Mingyue Mountain experienced the same dream. The clash of blades, particularly among the strong, offered a sumptuous feast for all cultivators. Regarding Master One's proposition, Junyan neither opposed nor endorsed it, leaving Master One perplexed as he awaited clarification. As Ji Lingsheng passed by, he took a closer look at the cage containing a youthful yet disheveled figure, lips blue with cold, hair wild as thistles, and garments stained with blood. The youth's gaze clouded and devoid of vitality. Yu Ziming clutched her chest, glancing at Ji Lingsheng, who struggled to crawl on the ground, before resolutely turning away and vanishing into the woods. The Iron Man did not pursue the fleeing Yu Ziming but instead turned his attention to the ailing Ji Lingsheng. Xue Wuhan fell silent, the celestial beings converging, one layer upon another. Li Changfeng, Dao Yuanqing, and others reached the second tier of celestial beings. For the sake of a serpent, one that is 100 times more venomous than the red serpent, Jin Shiliang remarked. Upon entering, he was taken aback. His son was already absent from the room, with a rope discarded on the bed. A massive Siberian tiger, over 2 meters tall, with a majestic golden coat streaked with black, regarded the few individuals with blood-red eyes, exuding a blend of human-like compassion and self-mockery. In that fleeting moment, she instinctively glanced back, only to be overwhelmed with terror. Chapter 69. The New Villain. The 9th princess consort is indeed a treasure of our royal family and must not be allowed to depart. The way to retain a woman lies in her man. As long as she is wholly devoted to the 9th, she shall remain by his side for all eternity. Shen Zichen furrowed his brow, questioning when his elder brother had adopted such tactics. Brother, this is not right. Shen Zichen rolled her eyes. What's wrong? Just wait until the 9th princess consort runs. Long Yi glimpsed through the rearview mirror, noticing a Hummer forcefully tailing their vehicle. With no time to end the call, she tossed her phone aside and gripped the steering wheel tightly. Once the blinding light faded, she found herself in an entirely different place. Her companions vanished. This area resembled a village. Adjo, shall I escort you back? The young master moved with exquisite grace, his motions fluid and captivating. Suddenly, with a flash, the stick struck and countless lashes rained upon Ingen, who vanished in the next moment. The fairy resided at the slightly distant falling immortal palace, a place perpetually adorned with the essence of spring. Cold moon traversed through the blossoms, reaching the inner hall. The fairy's belly had begun to show. Considering her length of stay, it seemed rather excessive. Unknown are the thoughts of my father. I dare not speculate, Jing Rong replied, her complexion pale, lips white. Yet dark shadows lingered beneath her eyes, presenting a picture of exhaustion. Just as he contemplated this, his subordinate turned the car around to depart. But as they passed by a figure, the headlights illuminated a stunning visage and striking figure. It was Qing Ming. What has happened? Why has my inner strength vanished? Ling Lanyu exclaimed, panic evident in her eyes. As the group began to scale the steep mountainside, they soon halted on a flat expanse. Observing Chen Yiji performing some task on an imposing rock, which resulted in a sinkhole forming beneath them. Leading the way with a torch, he descended first.
Jingle, astonished,
felt discomfort from the abrupt reprimand and shrugged, following suit. Ein Ming Whitebone Sword, Slay. The sword technique shifted. The Ein Ming Whitebone Sword, shrouded in darkness, transformed into a venomous serpent, ensnaring the power of the 10 Sands venomous eye, causing a violent explosion upon collision. Qi Xuani retreated 3 steps as the 100-legged venomous insect surged forth again, charging towards Qi Xuani and his companion. Plans were made for the following morning to attend the dance academy, as an unexpected matter arose with a temporary troupe, necessitating a schedule change. Though Master Ping beseeched Dean Pang to treat his son, offering to resign from his position, Dean Pang did not acquiesce. However, with time, who could resist the allure of power? Ultimately, it was inevitable to cling to it, reluctant to relinquish the scepter. An elderly voice resonated, followed by a figure soaring from the mountainside, gracefully landing in the center of the square. The crowd parted, revealing a youth of merely 17, handsome yet lifeless, sprawled upon the ground. Upon seeing the police, she exclaimed murder, prompting the officers to question her sanity. She felt certain that the truck driver was grinning at her, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Sister, I believe there is some misunderstanding regarding my intentions. Su Jiling spoke, pouring herself a cup of tea, slowly bringing it to her lips. Zhou Ji winked at Yuan Quan, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Though no words were exchanged, her gaze conveyed 1,000 sentiments, leaving Yuan Quan feeling subtly belittled. He walked over and beheld dozens of extraordinary talents, each sustaining over 200 layers of protective celestial energy, yet their faces were pallid and trembling from the cold. Their bodies marred by cracks, desperately holding on, their eyes brimming with despair. Chapter 70. A failed scheme. Shen Zichen's face darkened completely. He cast a glance at Su Qing, wishing to hurl her away. How audacious she was, even gifting him to the old woman. Shen Zichen took a deep breath. Deciding not to hold a grudge against Su Qing, he turned to Mo Cheng. Since you have made your decision, I shall not impede you. Just do not regret it. Upon hearing that Shen Zichen would allow him to leave, Mo Cheng exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao Song clutched the blanket, his heart pounding thunderously, followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps and the click of the room's light switch. A middle-aged man coming to greet him was momentarily taken aback, curiously glancing at the foot stepping out of the car, eager to discover the identity of the individual for whom Yi Kaiching personally opened the door. Thus, time slowly passed. And soon the century-long deadline set by the ancestral dragon and the various clans arrived. The mighty beings concealed in the primal wilderness released their divine consciousness, preparing to witness the spectacle. Because I cannot break free at the moment, I can only send you to convey the message, Yan Yan said innocently. Yet, the more she resisted, the more exhilarated he appeared, gripping her hair and brutally slamming her against the wall. On the northern shore of Lake Ontario in Oshawa, the breathtaking scenery of early spring instantly captivated Sophie. If you long to see him so much, why remain here with me? Simply leave the residence and let him marry you. Yenyu was indeed a bit irked. No one knew what transpired in between. However, since that event, the name Xiao Qing became a taboo in conversation. Have you decided how to treat that child with leukemia? Li Mengyao inquired with a face full of concern. Suddenly, something strange occurred. The Tai's sword shattered upon colliding with the piercing blade, fracturing like ice and falling from the sword emperor's grasp, sinking into the snow upon hitting the ground. Subsequently, just as the executioner was about to bring down the blade, he was counterattacked and restrained with energy. At the same moment, Wei Suo used his mental energy to sever the ropes binding him and Yang Wei. Meng Yan did not cry, behaving unusually well. As she fervently channeled her entire strength, the rejuvenating milky light surging into Su Feng's body, causing it to heal rapidly. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Su Feng's body still exhibited no vitality. Is everyone all right? Su Feng said with a beaming smile, which elicited extreme disdain from Lin Zifeng. The remark was utterly superfluous. Yet he dared not voice it, noticing everyone else laughing heartily. If he spoke, would he not be inviting trouble? Meanwhile, our protagonist thought to himself, fortunately recalling Wang Kai's words about treating her like a man. The journey was enveloped in silence until he parked the vehicle in front of a peninsula cafe near the roadside. He Yunyang's injury was not severe. His bones and meridians remained intact. After the physician applied ointment and bandaged the wound, he was free to summon the warriors to convene at the Yuanlu Hall to discuss the matter of troop deployment against Wei.
Now,
He needed a transitional period to deal with me, yet I must accomplish my task within this time frame. Suddenly, the National Master's face lost its joviality, replaced by a resolute expression. Oddly enough, there were no guards along their path, making it convenient for them to reach their destination. Xiao Jian had never heard such exquisite music. His body moved involuntarily towards it. To his astonishment, Lin Shui was also present, resting her chin on her hand as she watched her grandfather play the piano. Li Song could not help but secretly praise the recommendation of Li Sun and Qing Yi, illustrating that heroes often share a common vision. However, Pan Mingyang felt a wave of disappointment. The driver drove away. Zhang Yimou turned and entered the restaurant. With few patrons present, he chose a seat near the television. He ordered pancakes, dishes, and soup, then directed his gaze at the television screen. Chapter 71. She cannot be allowed to leave. Su Qing had just expelled the poison from her body, feeling considerably more comfortable. Her inner clothes were soaked with sweat, and she urgently needed a hot shower. Her body felt sticky. Stepping out of the woods, she witnessed two old women dragging a woman out of the back door. It was Jiang Xiaoyu, the seductress. Chu Shi's words made Su Qing chuckle. You are the young lady. Can you even use that term?
Juicy.
I took out the key to unlock the door, changed into slippers, and then specially retrieved a pair for him from the shoe rack before walking into the living room. I had always believed that my resentment toward him was what helped me endure the darkest days, and now I am told they are siblings? Lying under the covers. Zhang Zichen squinted, his phone wedged between his shoulder and cheek. I anxiously gazed at his forced smile, the cold wind gently tousling his short black hair. It was a face that had caused me pain, joy, and sorrow. I ran tirelessly, continuously reminding myself not to look back, not to shed tears. Yet, despite this, My tears showed no sign of abating. Yi Fan hurriedly called out to Yu Chen, who was about to set off, sneaking towards a place where Jin Yu was bathing. However, he was evidently too late, as he encountered the fully dressed Jin Yu halfway, the beauty sporting a faint smile, clearly aware of his intentions.
Hihi.
Miao Renfeng chuckled softly, then disdainfully grasped Di He's hand, taking one step after another, raising his head to see the stars even during the day. It's not simply about societal identity. The heart is of utmost importance. Jin Yeshuan gently held his coffee cup, smiling, which finally elicited a relaxed curve from Ollie's previously stiff lips.
Bang!
My heart tightened suddenly, my palms began to tremble violently. My gaze became chaotic. Yet it remained fixed upon the figure clad in a gray suit, furrowed brow, strikingly bright azure eyes, and a face as handsome as jade. It's because your school's people understand what it means to be embarrassed, hence they refrain from speaking too many figures, Chen Shuheng remarked. After he was anointed with holy oil on his forehead, chest, and hands, he passed through a series of holy barriers, entering the inner sanctum. Naturally, Yubo cannot be considered a normal player. Regardless, this individual must be eliminated to ensure smooth gameplay. Lin Shiming and Lin Xianji were not searching. At that moment, both opened their divine senses, as they needed to detect any powerful demonic beasts near the island immediately. What I know is that besides a few acquaintances, only the cultivators from the floating island sect can send me messages over great distances. Had it not been for Chu Yang's reminder, he would never have noticed that his son had been wearing such a jade pendant all along. Moreover, regarding the protagonist's character collapse, the author truly does not perceive it as such, for the protagonist's intentions have always been noble. Every couple successfully brought together is a rare find, often one in 1,000 or even 10,000. Felix lured Rasputin to St. Petersburg's famous Yusupov Palace, using the alluring beauty of his wife, Princess Yaina. Feng Xian nodded, retracting her protective barrier, and I enlarged my own barrier slightly to let her in for meditation and adjustment. Although she had not won many PK matches since the broadcast began, one glance at her ranking on the leaderboard revealed that the top spot belonged to someone named Floating Life. Zuozhu halted by a large tree, his crimson spinning hook eye capturing the two adversaries in front of him. Your father is reminding you that you are still young and might struggle to control yourself, said his mother. Legends say that the Higanbana blooms along the road to the underworld, and it is also known as Manjusaka. Chapter 72. Those who have hurt me wish to depart. When Shen Zichen beheld Su Qing smile, he instantly discerned her intentions to frolic in the water. He could only feign ignorance. It is late, my dear. You shall venture out to play tomorrow. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with mischief. This was an opportunity she would not let slip by. Husband, I wish to play right now, she declared, gesturing towards the bathing tub. Shen Zichen could only blink in astonishment. Eileen reclined gracefully on the sofa, her chin resting on her hand, her beautiful lashes fluttering in sync with the unfolding narrative. Clearly captivated by the tale. In the chaotic expanse of the Chaos Continent, which dwarfed the Five Elements realm, resided the Chaos Clan, composed of countless primordial demon gods. Their cultivation methods were haphazard, yet their power was formidable, frequently encroaching upon the territories of other races. The once silent magic apprentices, akin to cormorants waiting for orders, finally exhaled, revealing a flicker of vitality. At the age of 24, he had achieved remarkable prowess through highlight reels alone. One could only wonder why he had not pursued a professional career to attain fame and fortune. Do not meddle with professional players, the onlookers cautioned. From the Ascendant Saint to the Chaos Sage, Jiang Zhao's primary comprehension revolved around the law of thunder, with other laws still in the process of refinement. He could assert that he had grasped 6 to 7 layers of the remaining laws. Were he to fully comprehend them, he could directly attain the Great Tao. Embracing him tightly, she felt his warm, soft form nestled in her arms, his gentle breath brushing against her neck. Zhang Chenhang, for a fleeting moment, felt an impulse. His heart inexplicably quickened in response to the person in his embrace, compelling him to delve deeper into the sensation of his warmth and presence. However, with the absence of enchanters capable of crafting magical items, the entire scope of the Radiant Church had seen its magical artifacts become exceedingly rare and precious, relying solely on a handful of bloodline sorcerers and clandestine alchemists. Fortunately, just as Lady Loris was about to press further with her inquiries, the appearance of the old butler provided a timely reprieve for Carl. Lu Shu observed that Wang Shuli seemed rather magnanimous in his dealings, yet he saw no need to rebuff others' kindness. After their journey, they would scatter across the land. It was uncertain if they would ever meet again in their lifetimes. So, why take matters too seriously?
Kinmu, Huangbu, Yunlu.
and Qing each led teams that stealthily encircled the forces of Wu Meng and Ling Jiao from different directions, using the calls of birds as their signal for attack. Tong Guai finished washing the vegetables and piled the carrots, spinach, and other greens together, her left hand behind her back while her right wielded a knife, chopping rhythmically. In the room facing the entrance, Miss Qing Ye's complexion was pallid, her lips murmuring indistinctly. These beast tamers differed from those of the Shang dynasty, who had tamed numerous beasts for battle. Instead, they excelled at easily subduing the wild and aggressive cattle into docile laborers, showcasing a unique talent. Yu Feng stood at the doorway, observing the clash between the two, feeling a stark contrast to his own encounters. Although he possessed sufficient agility to evade most attacks, he lacked the cunning to outmaneuver his opponents, rendering his engagements rather passive. As Su Yining approached Xiao Yichen's office, everyone recognized her as his wife and greeted her warmly. "Now you seek my assistance? I am rather disinclined to help you now. I shall go see Su Jin," she retorted playfully at Zhong Lichen, making a face before exiting. Chu Zimo was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the stunning man who had appeared in her cell the previous day, whom Mu Yuanmeng had referred to as Zimo. Could it be that he was the very captivating savior who had rescued her? Hu Shunteng slowly shook his head, acknowledging his ignorance of the matter, yet from the old man's words, he inferred that he referred to figures such as Di Shirtian. Had the old man uncovered something significant that he had overlooked? Chapter 73. New Recruits. The shadow was knocked back, tumbling to the ground at Shen Zichen's feet. He kicked it twice, tauntingly saying, "Run, just keep running." To him, the shadow seemed like a mere toy. The shadow, terrified, scrambled to its feet, retreating on the ground. It had never fathomed that there existed a place from which it could not escape. "Shen Zichen, do as you wish, just grant me a swift end." The thought of missing her piano lesson left Ji Yu feeling disheartened, her neatly arched brows knitting together slightly. She longed to turn and flee at once. But the thought of Kai Yang, the tormentor, drained her of resolve. Zhang Sanfeng sighed as he rose, tidying his hair and freshening up, engaging in simple movements. He found a sense of comfort returning. At this juncture, Master Yun Tsang deliberately paused, glancing at Lu Fan, whose expression remained devoid of emotion, calm and serene. He could not help but sigh internally. Truly, he was a disciple of an extraordinary individual. "We will ensure that your azure returns to your side. Along with Brother Fong and Brother Yuhao, they shall all return safely." Xu Ning suddenly embraced Fong Weijin tightly. "Thank you, Your Highness. Please, Your Highness, advocate for us. We are wrongfully accused and are not the true culprits behind the poisoning," Qin Mei's father exclaimed, filled with agitation. "Brother Fong, are you all right?" She noticed that Fong Weinan was not walking as naturally as usual, and Xiao Zhe remained closely at his side. After leaving the Zhongxin Hall, Long Qing made another visit to the Red Seal Society, where he was greeted not by the young king, but by Duan Hongyuan. In the distant eastern lands where water met sky, the sun gradually ascended, painting the heavens crimson under Lu Fan's watchful gaze. Due to Lady Wang's frequent visits to the palace to see Yingchun, and because of Yuan Chun's dying wish, Yingchun had pondered carefully over Baoyu's future. A century later, Li Jinglong would no longer be in this world. Past grievances might hold little significance by then. Yet it was foreseeable that after Hong Jun and Li Jinglong's demise, Yang Guozhong would come to claim his demonic seed. A certain contented wife, thoroughly satisfied, nodded emphatically, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Though she typically loathed him for taking advantage of her, in this moment, his gesture brought her a sense of reassurance. She casually sheathed her sword and turned to the youth in purple, who lay motionless, drenched in blood, leaving her uncertain of his fate. The sudden demise of Empress Chongsun within the palace presented opportunities for some, yet crises for others. The most one might lose was a third of their power. Yet it was still preferable to being obliterated by the thunderous punishment that could destroy their celestial form. "Well, that's your affair. Is everything all right?
If not, I shall go craft a mask.
I have just conceived a splendid design. The mask I create this time shall surely surprise you." After this, the masked elder had already turned off the video. He sat alone on a long bench in a booth, a tall wine glass before him. Around him were a dozen young men, all impeccably dressed, tall and handsome, each holding a glass of wine, some lost in thought, others engaged in light-hearted conversation. This was a stone hall spanning dozens of yards, its ceiling high, adorned with thousands of stalactites that shimmered with a crystalline glow. Regardless of whether the police were vexed by Shang Xiling, Ma Yuan Millen never revealed the reasons or content of her quarrel with Hisu Bo Jiang. However, With Shang Xiling, Shang Xihua, and Shen Yuzhu providing alibis, the police had no choice but to absolve Ma Yuanmilu. Xian Yuanyu was greatly astonished. Within his eyes, which resembled black holes, a frenzy flickered. He was about to charge out recklessly, only to be thwarted by the barrier of the main hall. Chapter 74. The Most Handsome Prince. Qi Lian departed in astonishment, reverting to the guise of his black cloak as he returned to Shen Zi's side. Su Qing glanced at the eastern sky, now tinged with light, and cast a regretful look at Shen Zichen. What a night of spring! Alas! Such a waste! Shen Zichen stepped into the bedroom, opening the wardrobe to retrieve 2 sets of clothing, handing the women's attire to Su Qing. The wet garments could lead to a chill, he remarked. Su Qing accepted the clothes with a nod. Not far from Tianzhong, there stood a stone mountain where a Taoist priest sat in meditation, suddenly opening his eyes wide, emitting a brilliant light. Such a commotion, however, had gone unnoticed by the court, and even the northern marquis remained oblivious, underscoring the effectiveness of their strategy and the terrifying nature of their methods. Laozi, Li Dan, had implied that he could do nothing against the Tongtian sect master. Furthermore, he was expected to assist with household chores, while most of his remaining time was spent either with Song Yuan or rehearsing dances. Due to the unique nature of the system, any item information that appeared could be utilized directly, without the need for recognition. The onlookers suddenly realized how Yu Qiangu and the 3 grandmasters of the Yu family had succumbed to poisoning. Unfortunately, this time, he did not achieve his desired outcome. Aside from unexpectedly taking Long Su Hu as a disciple, his greatest gains were the god-slaying whip and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, which he cherished dearly. Though he did not place much importance on the whip itself, Ji Changyuan hastily silenced himself, while others who wished to condemn Ji Mingyue swallowed their words. I walked along the road until I reached the seaside, where I finally sat down on the sandy stones where I had spent the night before. I took out my slightly damp phone and texted Lu Nan's sister Nan. Did Li Jishua find out about what just happened? Li Jishua had observed everything. He was fully aware of my attitude and stance, yet he chose to remain silent. When I attended class, Li Jishua's phone was always turned off. The lack of disturbance inevitably left me feeling drowsy. What? He has really been infected? Zhang Ge, is there truly no other way? Do you intend to kill Sima? Meng Bairong seemed unprepared for this outcome, her expression shifting dramatically as she halted and gazed at me. Humph, Zhang Qiyuan, you must speak your true feelings. Even if not for Jiang Yufei, do it for the sake of Baihe. Lin Wei clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with unmasked fury. Lu Feng's wind-controlling ability was powerful, but regrettably, he had only just grazed the surface of this power. To act without restraint, he still had a long journey ahead. Regarding that individual who opted to forego vocal communication in favor of direct mental interaction, Mo Shui Xian felt a flicker of surprise, though she maintained a composed exterior. Li Jishua's previous words were invigorating and enlightening. I was no longer drowsy. It felt as though I had been rejuvenated. As I gazed at Li Jishua's face, the tumultuous emotions within me were beyond articulation. Jiang Yufei covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the now silent Yan and Jiang, tears cascading through her fingers. The meal I brought for you, give it a taste. Yan Jinxian smiled gently at Qin Li. He was a young man who had just graduated from university, handsome and clad in a suit, exuding an air that balanced between a successful man and a warm-hearted gentleman, leaving many of the crew's female members in awe. Indeed, it was he. Upon learning of her nemesis, Kai Linlin sat on the bed, her eyes vacant, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. About 5 minutes later, Xia Baihe finally ceased her actions, glancing at the bruised faces of the 3 ruffians. With a huff, she discarded the wooden stick onto the ground and dusted off her hands. Ajan, rendered speechless by my actions, merely scoffed and ignored me, intently observing Bentong and Lisa's every move, tacitly acknowledging my approach. Chapter 75. The Gift from the Prince of Rhyme. Upon meeting the Prince of Rhyme, Su Qing noticed Shen Zili in the room, her voice softening. It was no longer as loud as in the corridor moments before. Shen Zili cast a glance at Shen Zichen, seemingly recognizing that the temperament of the 9th princess was only directed towards the 9th prince. 9th princess, you have yet to dine. Please take a seat. Shen Zili courteously invited Su Qing to sit, as if he were the host. Su Qing, unfazed by the formality, was solely focused on her meal. As she took her seat, the following morning, Yang Yi rose from his slumber, beginning to dress, while Madame Rose had already awakened, lying motionless in bed. After Kai Yuanqi was expelled, these individuals continued living their lives in a state of drunken debauchery, unrestrained and decadent. The Lydian Castle. now bustling with the presence of the Cheetah Division's main forces, was experiencing the most prosperous, lively, and glorious time since its inception. The pallor of the people had not yet faded, their faces brightening like the skies of a liberated region. The implication was clear. Despite the disappointment of this competition, they had no reason to trouble others. As for my previous fainting in the woods, it was due to fleeing for my life. My mother had been killed while trying to protect me. Subsequently, Mu Yun recounted his experiences to the three, omitting details about his origins and his ties to my village, fearing that this information might lead to their demise. You truly do cause me concern. Breakfast is ready. Go eat, Gu Shifeng said with a resigned shake of his head. The blood-stained wooden stake grew increasingly animated, as if it had found fertile nourishment, the bodies hanging from it, and blood pooling on the ground. Once everyone exited through the main door, they plunged into the woods, relentlessly pursuing their target, indifferent to life and death. Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed in the night sky. He had been cornered by Mu Yun, a decisive figure. Orochimaru would not hesitate to defy the third Hokage's orders if necessary. Who would have thought that in such a setting, Yang Yi would dare to draw a gun? The greater mystery was how he had managed to acquire a firearm, as it was assumed he had none. Yagami Kusanagi remained silent, absorbed in his drink. Having made his choice, there was no turning back. Once a decision was made,
It was eternally right.
after speaking, Yagami Kusanagi downed his drink in one gulp, offering a comforting pat on Mingyu's shoulder. There was no hint of hesitation. Bai Haijun was well aware that Liu Yansong was not an easy opponent, so he unleashed his full momentum, aiming to psychologically intimidate Liu Yansong. TSK. Zheng Yi had nearly confirmed that he had discerned several distinct benefits from this snake meat feast. This was not due to his culinary sophistication, but because his heightened attributes had sharpened his perception of subtle differences. After pondering for a long while, Artoria finally voiced her concerns, fully aware that her dealings with this man were akin to bargaining with a demon. Yet, despite this knowledge, she could not help but attempt it, for she was utterly fatigued. She had accumulated a considerable number of low-tier treasure chests.
Now,
She merely awaited the conclusion of the Heart Demon Brother's activity time to return and open the chests, although she feigned weakness verbally. Her words immediately provoked discontent among all present, even drawing a glimmer of anger from the ruthless butcher. Now he understood that the barrier itself absorbed external energy, then transmitted it inside, functioning like a solar energy converter, converting sunlight into electrical energy, creating an almost endless cycle. Who would have imagined that today this individual, who had previously been underestimated, had reached celestial levels of power and even participated in the Heavenly and Earthly Bureau? Clearly, this person was far from simple. Chapter 76. Buy it. After all, it's her money. Her palm-sized face, untouched by powder, appeared even more strikingly beautiful. With fair skin and delicate features, even her lips, devoid of rouge, seemed irresistibly luscious. Clad in a purple gown, she exuded an air of nobility, sacred and untouchable. This was a far cry from the unsophisticated girl he had first encountered. She was indeed beautiful, yet regrettably a fool. In every regard, she paled in comparison to Suyu, merely a pretty face with no substance. Shen Zichen nodded. After all, Prince N is the very essence of the Inn residence. His absence had not been felt in the usual course of life, but now, with his sudden demise, they are left with an overwhelming sense of despair as if the heavens themselves had crumbled. Su Qingho unsheathed his sword to defend himself, just as the hidden vine staff of the Beast King emerged from behind the wall. Such a childhood, for Lung Shirling, felt akin to a hellish existence. Yet it was Mr. Lung who shielded her, guiding her through one ordeal after another. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with thick brows and tiger-like eyes that exuded an extraordinary presence, embodying the traits of a northern warrior. His piercing gaze radiated the wisdom characteristic of a man of experience. The looming tiger behind him drew ever closer, and the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of pursuit from all directions. 2 drones materialized in the sky, accurately pinpointing everyone's locations. Crimson Tea could not afford to turn back and destroy these drones, lest he be ensnared by the enemy. In a bid to restore the isolated Qiu Feng's ability to act, Zhang Ying resolved to lead the novice camp to a secluded location for recuperation. Qin Duo prepared a sumptuous banquet to welcome her cousin. After everything was arranged, she went to the living room to fetch her cousin, only to discover that her cousin and 2 servants had been expelled from the Piaohua manor by her brother. At this moment, her arms were both broken, and one leg was shattered. She resembled a ferocious beast stripped of its teeth, rendered powerless to flaunt her might. In the presence of this cultured gentleman, She appeared as a pitiful lamb awaiting slaughter. Fortune or misfortune, fate is inescapable. Zhang Ying understood all too well that sooner or later, he would have to confront the tyrant of the realm in a direct clash, thus he harbored no intentions of evasion. In the realm of martial arts, it is indeed challenging to compare the strategic acumen of common folk with that of seasoned generals well-versed in the art of war. When I called Jiang Qingqing to request leave, she initially refused. Eventually, I bluntly informed her that I was already in the Magic City and wouldn't return until Tuesday, leaving her to manage as she saw fit regarding any reprimands. After dinner, I resumed hunting ghouls, having spent an entire afternoon honing my skills. My control had improved somewhat, yet the time required to vanquish a single ghoul was still considerable. Thousands of celestial beings circled overhead, while Zhou Biying clung to Qing Etian, refusing to let him surface. Qing Etian, a poor swimmer, quickly found himself struggling for breath beneath the surface. Zhou Biying, employing both hands and feet, clamped onto him like an octopus, pressing her lips to his. In truth, the true standard was to pass through the first area, as their strength was all at the Qi Ming Wang level. Thus, it was referred to as the sixth area to assess your potential.
Hong Bin Chukit.
Li Mingyan's expression shifted dramatically, but with her technique already unleashed, retracting it would bring severe repercussions. Gritting her teeth, she raised her sword to meet the challenge. At this moment, we held the advantage in numbers, and they could not withstand for long before they crumbled. Ultimately, the second-year students, with their eyes aflame, charged into their dormitory, continuing the fray. Meanwhile, Xiaoye listened intently, lightly nudging Li Mengyan with his shoulder, a mysterious expression gracing his face. As dawn broke, just past the hour of the tiger, the sky revealed a pale light. Du Boyang, who awoke at this hour daily, had just completed a bout of training when Fu Qian rushed into the training room, exclaiming, "Chief, Chief." No sooner had he spoken than a pale Xiang Sanling barged in. The spiritual energy of this realm is significantly higher compared to the super new realm, although it is somewhat thin in comparison to the eternal cosmos. Haha, indeed, those surrounding him are truly exceptional beings. On the back of the Xianling Emperor Tortoise, Xiao Xiangzi glowed with vitality, reveling in his success, while those beside Shi Tian managed to smoothly pass the tests of the Storm and Lightning Grand Illusion Array, which greatly surprised him. Chapter 77. Jewelry, as long as one likes it. Upon hearing it was Shen Zi, Su Yu's gaze immediately shifted toward him. He purchased items for himself and for Su Qing. What does this mean? Shen Zi found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a clear response, and thus averted his gaze. The shopkeeper, observing the tense atmosphere, approached with a smile. This morning, the magpies have been incessantly chattering, for it appears that Prince Yi has graced us with his presence. The common folk have failed to offer an adequate welcome. Please forgive us, Your Highness.
Kill. Kill.
Prince of the North, let those treacherous ministers truly feel the depths of our suffering. This was the heartfelt sentiment of all the ministers after Di Bebe departed from Yendu. Have we truly encountered a specter? A soldier spat in disbelief, feeling as though he must have been dreaming. How could such events transpire in broad daylight? A sycophantic smile emerged on his face, as is customary in front of superiors, despite his desire to eliminate that scoundrel. Very well, very well. That accursed lecher not only obstructed my quest for the noble Wuhuar, but also spoke ill of my appearance. In the midst of slumber, Lu Qingyu smacked his lips, scratched his rear, and then unconsciously rolled over. The nights at the Theological Academy were as cold as ever, everything else merely brushed by, fleeting and elusive, rendering it difficult to grasp or perceive clearly, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to truly recognize the ephemeral moment of Muumu's brief presence.
Shattered?
The Holy Emperor was taken aback, disregarding his own injuries, fixated on the fragment of the gun handle in his hand, standing there in a daze. Luo Yixuan beheld Dongfang Yi transform into a wolf, his eyes a blazing red, and was struck with terror, shrinking into a ball and pulling a nearby blanket to cover her exposed form. Today, it seems, a genius may fall before us. Helian Nua coughed lightly, speaking softly. Beside him, Lei Shual lay too weak to speak, yet a flicker of regret passed through his eyes. Glancing at Yuhan, seeing no dissent in his demeanor, Mi Duo gestured for him to sit on the sofa, her gaze toward Ji Xiaorui tinged with scrutiny. Something felt amiss. Their previous relationship had been akin to that of sworn enemies, yet today, she displayed an unexpected reaction, especially after Yuhan had previously dragged her into the red light district.
Wah, wah.
The lofty heavens transformed into a resounding slap, as if the very earth were collapsing. As for the others, they lagged slightly behind, Qiao Mufeng was at the 5th stage of qi refinement, Zhou Haolin at the 4th stage, and Su Tongya at the 3rd stage. Nonetheless, for individuals of their age, this was commendable. In truth, Li Jie had only dispatched a single zombie. The remainder were eliminated by Liao Ji and Kuroki. Liao Ji had shot down 8 before close combat ensued, and during the melee, Kuroki's footwork and knife techniques invoked memories of bygone martial arts films for Li Jie. Zhao Yishan acted on the advice given, his mental prowess filling the space, revealing countless quivering lips that resembled maggots, a sight too grotesque to behold. Unsurprisingly, upon learning of such intentions, Lord Huang Jianqi harbored a newfound satisfaction with Jiang Yun and a sense of reassurance. After months of interaction, she had gained a fair understanding of Xie Feng, recognizing his character. Outwardly jovial, yet inwardly tenacious. How could one not comprehend the insurmountable chasm created by the disparity in their identities? In a matter of moments, the cave of Old Fish opened, and Liang Shan and Ji Chou remained still, stepping onto the colorful clouds, drifting slowly toward Zhao Yishan and the others. By the way, boss, I retrieved this for you. Su Yukai remarked, lifting his hand to reveal a dozen flying daggers suspended in the air. Following Yi Feng's directive, the bulldozer surged ahead, crashing through the cars obstructing its path, while a convoy of 40 vehicles trailed behind. Chapter 78. Self-Comfort. Being taken away by the 9th Prince's Ling Feng would undoubtedly not bode well. Su Yu, frightened, hastily retreated, fearing for her own safety. Su Mo was brutally dragged away by the guards of the 9th Prince's residence, his spirit shattered. He could not allow himself to be taken down so easily. If he were dragged onto the street for punishment, the Su family would lose all face. If taken to a deserted place, he would be left in a state worse than death. In his panic, he caught sight of Shen Zichen standing nearby. In a similar vein, if Sally were to charge in alone, she might initially seem invincible. However, as time passes, she would likely find herself beset by misfortune. Especially with the malevolent drow lurking nearby. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately swallowing his words. Feigning ignorance as he nodded to Li Sun before resuming his conversation with Shui Dailon. Oriental Yen, consumed by anger and humiliation, struggled fiercely to free herself from Lin Feng's grasp, only to find his hold as unyielding as iron chains. This matter could not be succinctly explained over the phone. Perhaps another time, during a video call, he could elaborate. By the way, are you not in your room? Wei Feng inquired. On that day, Yuan Jinxia successfully acquired the synthesis formula sought by Feng Senel from Chen Ainyo. This groundbreaking discovery could enable anyone to attain the Nobel Prize in medicine. Yet Chen Ainyo, without a second thought, handed it over to another, further deepening Yuan Jinxia's admiration for him. Upon witnessing the initially impatient expressions of the group of gem-laden red dragons, their faces instantly transformed, brimming with joy, though they nearly came to blows during the division of spoils. Once Yuan Jinxia made his decision, he felt a tumult of emotions. Yet simultaneously a sense of liberation and exhilaration washed over him, as if he were finally able to pursue an endeavor he had long desired but had previously hesitated to embark upon due to various reservations. Chun-Li approached the school gate, smiling as he greeted the security guard. It turned out that this night shift guard was actually his third uncle. Humph. On what basis should we trust your words? You claim that Killer Feng died over a month ago. Where is the evidence? Or, do you mean to say that you have already silenced him? Ling Fei interjected coldly. Observing Xu Daxian's diligent investigation, I felt compelled to remind him that it seemed there were others present the night Miss Qing was abducted. The man seemed to be speaking strangely, evading the point. It stood brazenly in the middle of the road, exuding an air of leisure, akin to a wild beast that had wandered into human territory. Its tiger-like eyes narrowed as it observed the approaching vehicles with keen interest. After a while, Su Tong had cried enough. She lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, yet within them flickered a glimmer of renewed hope. Shen Hong remained uncertain whether his words bore truth or falsehood. However, his expression provided no clarity. Considering that he had kept his fever a secret, Shen Hong sighed, turning to retrieve a decorative pillow from within. The cloaked figure, adept in martial arts, leaped over the wall with Ashui in tow, unleashing a barrage of light as plum blossom darts flew forth, each aimed squarely at Lu Qianqiu. The night sky echoed with the sound of whistling projectiles, showcasing the impressive skill in concealed weaponry. Ashui clenched his fists, the sound of knuckles cracking ringing out, before finally returning to the mountain after procuring some wine. A few fine steeds were tethered at the mountain gate, the very mounts previously ridden by Lu Qianqiu and others.
Bull Demon King.
he bellowed, wildly swinging his great axe, sending razor-sharp blades flying, which East King could not withstand, his body torn and hurled several hundred meters away. Resolved in his decision, Shen Zichen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he closed his eyes and sank into a deep slumber, exhausted from the recent tumult. After resting for many days, he still felt fatigued, as if he had yet to recover fully. At that moment, Yu Tang entered with a pot of rose tea, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, rich and intoxicating. Chapter 79. I am wealthy. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Su Qing was certain it was Su Yu. Were there no outsiders present, Su Yu would undoubtedly disregard Su Mo's well-being. However, surrounded by so many people, Su Yu refrained from acting recklessly. She pretended not to hear Su Yu's words, continuing her task. Su Yu, infuriated, felt her temper flare. This wretched person had the audacity to ignore her. She was to become the future empress. Yet, circumstances dictated her submission, and she lowered her head once more. In front of Su Qing stood the leader of the group, a somewhat panic-stricken voice from the monk, who seemed quite capable, trapped within the thicket of vines, yet still aware of an impending presence overhead. However, even the astute Yuan Ho could not discern where he was hidden. 5 minutes later, the game concluded without any suspense, as Qin Yuming and her team's base was shattered. After disembarking, Lin Ziliang, the host, was still in a daze. Didn't you say we were going for a seafood feast? Have we come to the wrong place? He had followed the navigation to a well-reviewed seafood restaurant, but halfway there, Zhang Yuxing had insisted on a change of route, leading them here instead. As the heavenly treasure settled in the heart of the tropical rainforest, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Even the old rogue continued his secluded cultivation to break through his physical limits, while Ah Huang showed little interest in advancing his skills, fixating instead on the complexities of high-level formations. Why did you return without a word? Do you know how anxious we were when we couldn't find you? Lan Yu choked on her words, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wei Han tirelessly analyzed the situation, his voice growing louder, garnering the attention of the surrounding medical staff and patients, while Zhai Jin's brow furrowed tighter with each passing moment. Ever since they had been imprisoned in the dungeon, merely a little over an hour had passed without any interruption. Perhaps their captors were awaiting someone to negotiate with or strategize how to extract information from them. In her eagerness to confess, Mi Xiaoxiao's voice trembled slightly, which only served to make Hai Bo perceive it as a sign of guilt. As Hai Bo began to dress, Mi Xiaoxiao realized he intended to leave. In a moment of desperation, she lunged forward to grasp his arm. To her surprise, Hai Bo did not relent, forcefully shaking her off as he stood by the bed, pulling up his trousers. The palace consorts, emboldened by the emperor's favor, had taken to bullying them without restraint. At last, someone had come to address her behavior, and the onlookers watched in disbelief as Ji Fengxiu endured various forms of mistreatment. The vehicle slowly passed by Han Yifeng, who caught a glimpse of Shi Shaya turned sideways in the car, gazing outside. Following the incident, anyone with the opportunity to poison was swiftly apprehended and temporarily detained. Yang Yunxi mused that such matters could hardly remain concealed, and there was no reason to obscure the truth for inexplicable motives. Peng Jian and Nalin Xian alternated in controlling the Tizot, while Lan Qian and Bai Yi flanked the Tizot, prepared for any potential beastly assaults. After speaking, she tilted her head to drink from her cup, only to realize, to her astonishment, that it contained not water, but wine. King Realm? Who exactly are you? We have only a few masters in the King Realm here, and I recognize them all. Are you an outsider? After the collision of his spiritual energy with the crimson figure, the red silhouette finally materialized before Mui. Have you been waiting long? I have arrived, Mui said as he bid farewell to Wu Xian and He Shi, making his way toward Jiang Yi. After walking for a while, he indeed spotted a graceful silhouette and promptly seated himself beside Jiang Yi. This shout was not only clear to those aboard the vessel, but also drew the attention of mercenaries bustling about the docks. If you keep saying this, I might just lose my temper. I originally seized a tremendous advantage, and now you're making a fool of me, my brother.
Bai Shan Bai Vi exclaimed in urgency.
Chapter 80. Ninth Prince, there is no need to perform the entire act. You lack funds. I possess wealth. The moment he laid eyes on Shen Zichen, Shen Zi understood. The ninth brother had come to vex him. Qing, what do you wish to purchase? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. The person who usually would not spare even a single cent at home was now willing to spend 100,000 on jewelry? She found herself questioning the authenticity of it all. Determined to test the waters, Su Qing resolved to give it a try, regardless of who wielded the funds. In the end, it was all her money. Nangong Xia Yan could go days without sleep, and having spent the previous night awake, she felt little impact from it. The moment Bai Wuxuang heard the address of my husband, her complexion flushed crimson, while Qi Jingyu felt a wave of contentment wash over him, readily accommodating the tailor's measurements. Li Rushi turned directly to prepare spicy hot pot for them. Yi Tian furrowed his brow upon seeing her turn away, but chose to remain silent. After all, Li Rushi was not someone of significance to him, and he felt no obligation to assist her. Despite her striking beauty, his heart had already reserved itself solely for Li Shuer, leaving no room for anyone else. You should return and rest. You've worked hard, Bai Wuxuang remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at Chao Chu-Chu, devoid of any desire to engage in conversation. Qin Songrua, her cheeks flushed and her face blooming like a peach blossom, leaned against Lu Yenying's shoulder as he guided her step by step down the stairs. Although Roma insisted that no grand arrangements were necessary, the fortunate survivors of the flood utilized every available ingredient to create a plethora of delectable dishes. The entire clan gathered on the prominent platform halfway up the mountain, preparing to pay homage to the heavens, the mountain deities, and their ancestors. Before Li Hong could respond, a series of anguished cries pierced through his earpiece, their numbers only increasing. She thought to herself that she was unbothered by the prospect of being unwanted. She had already made an agreement with her distant cousin, who would still take her once she freed herself from the clutches of that bandit leader. Thus, she felt no trepidation, only a desire to escape from the bandit's lair. Su Cheng, overhearing their conversation, felt a sense of exasperation, yet she trusted Chen Zheng. Given his physical condition, if anything were to transpire with that teacher Catherine, it wouldn't be confined to such a brief span of time. Jingwu, what's wrong? Are you alright? Bai Qianyu asked, believing that Jingwu had merely knocked something over as she prepared to enter the kitchen with the ladle she had just acquired. Those who navigated the underworld were inherently greedy, regardless of life or death. As long as they remained absent, the individuals on the shore felt an insatiable itch, fearing that this fortunate turn of events would elude them. Meanwhile, aside from a few military factories, most of the factories on the island had ceased operations, and the residents had been herded into these military establishments to continue working, many of whom were millionaires. To prevent Wei Shengman from growing suspicious, Qin Feng intentionally steered the conversation towards the friends and family attending the banquet. With a swift motion, Bai Jidong retaliated, shaking off Bai Jiyuan's grasp on his arm. Simultaneously, his weight pressed more heavily upon Qing Sunday. In the dead of night, Jihan was roused from slumber by the shrill ring of his mobile phone, prompting him to gather his wits before answering. Tiangu ventured into the kitchen, obtaining a 2-kilogram piece of meat from the cooking team, intending to feed it to Dabai and Air Bai. Zhu Ma felt a surge of joy and was about to continue the conversation when the words of the great shaman suddenly took a different turn.
Ayun.
Come over here. Bai Yi called out as he saw Imo Shuangjuan approaching, promptly pulling him to the side of the boat. However, the fact that such a precious jade had fallen at the site of Longyin Palace indicated something significant. He was more aware than anyone else of its implications. Establishing a robust industrial framework, the Germans understood precisely what Wang Hanzhong required. Thus, unless something particularly exceptional arose, he would refrain from further reminders. Should the Germans forget, it would not be too late to remind them later. If you do not trust me, it matters not. After I escort you out of the city gates, I shall take my leave. Shi Yong discerned the thoughts of Chu Bing. Chapter 81. Shen Zichen, how do you fly? Su Qing and Shen Zichen boarded the carriage. Downstairs, only a pool of blood remained. Su Mo had already been taken away by Shen Zi. The carriage slowly commenced its journey. Su Qing, overjoyed with her jewelry, exclaimed, 1 million. I've earned another million. Once I have the opportunity, I'll buy a few handsome young men and save them up. And when the time comes to leave, I'll take them along. I wonder how many I can buy with this million. Sister Qing, you didn't think like that. Wei Qi Baobao pouted, her dark eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow. Lin Yun let out a quiet sigh. When he awakened, he had already become Lin Yun. Could it be that he had usurped Lin Yun's body and thus become him? Warrior 1 was the vanguard of this troop, tasked with scouting ahead. Upon assessing the situation, they would promptly notify the command vehicle. Though they appeared to be a formidable force with 30,000 troops, in reality, they were a disorganized rabble. Should a battle ensue, they would likely succumb to fear and cause a rout, jeopardizing the entire army. When they were at the site of the 10 tremors, the Divine Clan suffered no losses. Although the Lin family ultimately profited immensely, the Divine Clan must have gained something as well. Perhaps the divine intent was never truly about the 10 tremors. Following the guidance of the woodpecker, he began practicing his flight speed around the fallen city. Feng Huang ceased his assault on his subordinates and gazed intently at the starry sky, where a large patch of deep black shadow emerged. Subsequently, the green-clad cultivator struck a palm toward Xiao Rang, mirroring the first palm aimed at Tang Xinjin, which vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xinjin broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of the terror encapsulated within this strike. Ordinary individuals could not hope to contend with it. 2 8-armed evil apes approached from either side, their 16 powerful arms swaying like iron chains in the air, encircling Chu Xiangfan. Perhaps it was due to his own indiscretion, thinking he needed to supplement. But why would a youth like Ying Fan require such? It was he who had grown old and needed to supplement. Who could say if it was due to the Tianqi sex influence, but the mountainside was abundant with elixirs and weapons, yet scarce in food. Mo Ningyao followed the direction pointed out by Ling Huangye and indeed spotted Luo Jiaowu beneath a large tree at the corner. Yu Jian's comments focused primarily on the connection between Wei Xiao and Durant, as he found the topic of the past more compelling than the subsequent thrilling alley-oop. Having never experienced love, Xiangbai felt somewhat at a loss. However, he was aware of his own feelings and had developed an affection for Lu Ru. But how should he pursue her? Tan Shuqing respectfully nodded, while Jiang Yuli beamed with delight, her face glowing as she exclaimed, "This is wonderful. In the future, I won't just shoot commercials, I'll also act and sing." She couldn't help but feel excited. "Nana, when we reached that place today, why did you ask me to make a wish?" Ouyang Muir inquired curiously of Anna. Xiao Yuer smiled sweetly, instantly bringing a splash of color to this place, reeking of bloodshed. Setting aside matters concerning her master, Mo Ningyao placed her trust in Mo Hang and entrusted the safety of Luo Xinzai to their duo. Upon hearing this, her junior sister instinctively closed her mouth. Yet she simultaneously noticed Jun Qingda's gaze, and with displeasure, adjusted the map in her hands to obstruct her view. Morning Star, not understanding their conversation, was too embarrassed to interject, merely straining to listen. The fact that she disappeared without even a greeting, with her avatar always appearing dim, left her feeling as though she had been forsaken, which was truly a most unfortunate situation. Chapter 82. Su Rui's Moment of Public Humiliation. Su Qing's words momentarily perplexed Shen Zichen. Su Qing possessed exceptional martial skills, capable of sending dozens on their way in the blink of an eye. How could she possibly lack lightness of foot? Yet upon further reflection, he realized he had never witnessed her employing lightness techniques. Su Qing had practiced metaphysical arts and was quite adept, but he had never seen her feet leave the ground. This was indeed puzzling. When Su Qing encountered Shen Zichen, he opened his eyes at that moment, appearing somewhat dazed, blurred, and sleepy, yet ultimately calm. Upon seeing him awaken, a flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes. "Don't say that. None of what you've mentioned has occurred. Rest for a moment. The housekeeper will prepare something to eat. You should take a break." Yili's eyes teared up once more, realizing that Qin Ling shared her fears. He too was afraid they might never see each other again. How wonderful it was. The scouts dispatched by these factions have vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the mire, with no tidings returning. Yet the dark crimson blade continues its relentless advance, quivering momentarily in the air before erupting into 3 streaks of fiery red light, each thrust more ferocious than the last, resembling 3 blazing meteors hurtling towards Lu Suifeng's upper, middle, and lower positions, compelling him to relinquish his sword's blockade against the scarred man. Year after year, month after month, day after day, those newly arrived must be painstakingly trained by the elders, each one subdued in turn. "No," is her resolute answer. She has contemplated a silent departure from life, but when confronted with death, she realizes that it is not the outcome she desires. What she truly seeks is liberation from manipulation and control, to attain everything she yearns for: Qin Lang, family, and career. Perhaps she could even carry away this patch of ground beneath him, seeking a tranquil place to ponder how to heal. For this is hardly an ideal environment for saving lives. Elon finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. "Abe, from now on, you must express yourself this way. It gives me confidence." She mused that Horsibe's bluntness could sometimes be unpalatable, and she must clearly remind him once to spare her ears from his occasional jabs that pierce her heart. What should we do during this time? We cannot simply sit idly by. There are numerous lives at stake within the palace. Bingxi, possessing a kind heart, is especially unable to accept the notion of significant casualties. However, ever since Yu Yi's father passed away, her memories have been intertwined with her mother, and it seems that neither side of the family has maintained much contact. Time is pressing for me. After eliminating several absurd beginnings, I have resolved to return to the realm of fantasy, diligently exploring the plot and world building, maintaining my style, and striving for improvement. The companions surrounding Longting were astonished to witness him soaring directly towards the precipice of the deep valley. What shocked them even more was that he radiated only a faint azure-white glow, without summoning any totemic beasts, yet he flew effortlessly in midair. Meanwhile, the palpable battle intent permeated the entire city, infecting all the generals gathered in the hall of the city lord's mansion. Even the mysterious golden-armored general seated beside the king of Southern Jin displayed a solemn expression. Uncle Yi, please refrain from mocking me. I have completely forgotten what transpired yesterday. Jian Quan exclaimed, slapping his head in bewilderment, struggling to recall the events of the prior day. The children, upon hearing they could rest and sing with the newly acquired knowledge, readily agreed with delight. Did we encounter those two sixth-tier mages from the island during our last confrontation with Alva? Are they deceased? Chun Chung inquired. Very well. Then let us proceed. Do not worry about me. Focus entirely on your own battle, Chun Chung declared. Chapter 83, A Grandfather-Grandson Mutual Deception. The servants ushered Su Rue inside, hastily shutting the door. The entrance was congested with common folk. Upon entering the manor, Su Rue walked slowly. The servants cried out, Young master, please say something. What is the matter with you? Su Rue's face burned crimson as he silently cursed. What are you shouting for? Hurry and fetch my clothes, you worthless fools. Do not dawdle. In the past, Zhang would have long since been unable to bear it and would have risen to work. Yet, with Chun Mama's words weighing heavily and Lin Qingji's threats looming, she resisted the urge to leave. The past few days were particularly arduous, yet slowly, she grew accustomed to the situation. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as, after a prolonged struggle, a nearly flawless formation revealed a subtle flaw. A minuscule opening that did not escape Lin Ye's keen eye. As his internal magic energy coalesced, the dark underworld sword trembled and struck fiercely at that very flaw. Chen Tianyu did not conceal anything. He recounted in detail how Xiao Su had feigned drunkenness to tease Lu Zichen. I merely wish to inquire if your senior brother has. He intended to inquire if there was any threat posed to her, but the abruptness of the thought caused him to swallow the words back. In Jiangnan, February heralds the warming of the earth, and by March, the weather becomes amiable. Flowers and trees begin to bloom with vitality. After a night of deliberation with his advisors, Lu Jingyuan arrived at the Song Manor the following day. Following his advisor's counsel, he did nothing but sit down for tea and engage in casual conversation. She extended her palm upward towards him in an ancient, pleading manner, her face radiating sincerity. Upon seeing the young master leave with the car keys, he initially intended to warn him that driving in his current state was perilous. However, before he could voice his concern, the young man had already disappeared from sight. Upon entering the inner chamber, Chu Suner beheld Xu Mia seated at the table, having ceased her weeping, though she still occasionally sniffled. Good heavens! They've even pulled out the military song repertoire. Those in the know realize we are dining, while those unaware might think it a military training ground. Jessica and Crystal's apartment was familiar to Zhou Jing from a previous visit, yet today, as he stepped inside, it felt as though he had stumbled upon a new realm. Continuously surveying his surroundings, yet avoiding eye contact with Jessica. It is futile. If I were to undertake a mission, it would merely provide Elder Sher with an opportunity to eliminate me. Out there, it would not be as simple as a single strike. He would devise all manner of schemes to ensure my demise. Naruto explained to Zhang Hanfeng. His internal conflict, a blend of a desire to descend further into depravity while also striving to cling to the edge of the pit, is perhaps beyond anyone's comprehension. They pondered whether, were they in his position, they could so effortlessly obliterate a formidable sage like Ziyang Tianzuan. Wu Ming furrowed his brow at the goodwill expressed by Chao Jiai but refrained from speaking, instead casually sweeping his hand across the tricolor feather fan. As the three-colored halo intensified, his gaze turned icy towards the encroaching cultivators. One cannot deny that the grand sacrificial wine, Chen Guanhai's maneuver, was exceedingly lethal, an instant kill. Yin Xinshui had initially halted at the doorway, intending to allow Lu Yan time to reconsider and apologize, but Lu Yan's resolute stance struck her heart, causing tears to silently cascade down her cheeks. Tang Tuo had already spotted a tent used by commanders during military campaigns while on the eagle's back. Yi Qiu and Chang Meizhenren had been walking in the maple forest for quite some time when they suddenly halted, observing a clearing 100 meters ahead where Chao Yuan and his companions faced off against their adversaries. Is your arm injury healing well? Shen Yu noticed Han Chu's displeasure and promptly shifted the topic. Having spoken, Zhang Yin nodded towards Wang Yun, continuing, Principal, I do not agree with Chairman Chao's idea. Although the 5 Tiger generals possess formidable martial skills, they are not necessarily adept at playing hockey. Why should we attack the enemy's strengths with our own weaknesses? Chapter 84. If you seek death, then bring it forth. Upon returning home, Su Qing immediately took the jewelry she had purchased that day into her room. While changing clothes, she summoned the system, Su Xiaoqing. Su Xiaoqing, I feel that Shen Zichen's favor towards me is rather good. Why has my affinity score not increased recently? Shen Zichen's attitude towards her had improved significantly, yet the system showed no response, leaving Su Qing at a loss regarding what actions to take to increase her favorability. She longed to depart swiftly from this situation. Moreover, weapons are prohibited during the preliminary rounds. Only inner strength techniques may be employed, primarily to assess the practitioner's foundational strength, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of disciple casualties. Make way for me. Wang Yan's voice boomed with authority, momentarily stunning the surrounding members of the Kill Tiger Alliance. Upon uttering those words, even the prince was taken aback by his own ruthlessness, having always believed himself to be a sentimental soul. It turned out that all his sentiments were merely a facade of indifference. Such was the case with Xiyun and Daijin alike. The two embraced for a time before reluctantly parting ways, each lying in their respective beds, equally restless and sleepless. Joy and delight abound, accompanied by myriad anticipations for the future. The burly man halted momentarily, his expression momentarily frozen, yet in the next instant, he strode towards the bonfire without a backward glance. Thus, after a brief circuit, matters returned once more to the Jin-Yi temple, where Ling Yunzi and his companions, initially engulfed in sorrow for the opportunity lost, found themselves grappling with the truth that to claim no desires is but self-deception, for as long as one is human, selfishness resides within. And to be devoid of such inclinations would render one divine. The journey home is invariably drawn out, yet Yang Jinxin showed no signs of pause. The victory in the war allowed her to board a vessel bound for Jinling directly from Hong Kong. The old woman and the maid remained oblivious to the identities of Daijin and the young lord, assuming merely that within the capital, it is not uncommon for wealthy sons to harbor clandestine relationships. They claim to have received orders from the great protector of the Demonwood clan, arriving from the Sea of Misery just 5 days prior, with the intent to develop advanced demonic toxins to penetrate the Fog Valley and rescue the elder Demonwood king. At this hour, it was already 11:30 at night. The streetlights flickered erratically as countless insects danced beneath the neon glow, while in certain corners, unseen souls writhed restlessly. Chun Mingqi did not respond to his words, yet stubbornly extended her hand, requesting to borrow his phone. Tears had blurred her makeup, rendering her countenance both absurd and grotesque. The fear and despair etched upon his face sent a shiver through all present. A young man seated on the inner steps raised a hand, tall and slender. He bore a firearm, his hands resting upon his knees. Despite Kofan's introduction, he did not cast a glance in their direction, his eyes fixated on the window. His demeanor indifferent. 2 seemingly weary gray horses exhaled sharply, emitting a low sound, startling the 4 proud red steeds that had been so haughty just moments prior, causing them to panic and bolt, dragging the cart away. Han Chen lifted his gaze. From his vantage point, he was directly facing Bai Jinxin. From this angle, her features appeared relaxed, her lips delicately pressed, giving her cheeks a slightly plump appearance. In slumber, she seemed less enchanting than in daylight, taking on a somewhat endearing quality. Indeed, Mr. Yiqiu, a reporter in his 30s, was remarkably polite, yet his tone was unyielding. 6 months had swiftly passed, and Su Zian on Mount Chongtian sat immobile within the bamboo pavilion, resembling a statue. The 2 half-formed primordial spirits within her sea of consciousness gradually matured into complete entities, though the aura they emanated had weakened considerably, falling to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 85. Enchantment. Su Qing felt a surge of elation. Her family was engaged in commerce. Zichen, can you investigate the Su family's business interests? Noticing the gleam in Su Qing's eyes, Shen Zichen instinctively shook his head. I cannot find out. It was not that he was incapable of discovering the truth, but rather that he was unwilling. As soon as Su Qing learned of the Su family's enterprises, she would undoubtedly devise ways to claim them for herself. Su Qing's departure hinged on 2 conditions: wealth and allies. Tang Qin had just soared to the center of the river when Luo Jiugao summoned the flower-patterned silk, simultaneously pulling the bamboo raft back. Before Zhang Yifan could gather his wits, the bubbles coalesced in a rush, forming a massive orb that enveloped both him and Shui Tianqi. Gazing deeply at Mustafa, I found myself at a loss for words. This individual had endured the most injuries today, suffering gravely. aside from minor wounds faced while confronting Betty. He had nearly perished against a lynx and the blood wolf, rendering this ordeal a profound blow to him. The issues between your second grandfather and your grandfather, the father exclaimed, a matter he and the second grandfather had long evaded, unexpectedly brought forth by him now. Rest assured, clan leader, the formation is already set. We merely await the commencement of the God-slaying conference. By harnessing the destructive force of their internal conflicts, along with the chaotic primal energy of the underworld, we shall surely breach the barriers of the Great Luo, embarking into the unknown realms beyond. Tianqing excitedly shook his fist. The headquarters of the Pingyuan Society was situated in a well-known enterprise on the outskirts of the city, a fact already established as the society straddled the line between legality and illegality, thus its background was notably intricate. Fifth brother, I shall make the illusory see your burial ground. Shirkong uttered softly, his countenance twisted with malevolence. With a fierce glare, a chilling aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire Tianhe riverbank. It appears you possess some talent. However, once you enter my Yuquilu, no matter your prowess, you shall meet your demise. Qin Ma stepped forward, having observed everything from the doorway. Upon hearing Bai Chi's words, I found them quite reasonable, yet as I prepared to devour the spirit of the mirror platform, I summoned Yu Yunchang. I feared that an unexpected turn of events might arise where he could lend assistance. Despite having acquired numerous unparalleled specters, it was Yu Yunchang who instilled a sense of security within me. Every weekend, during family reunions, Ji Xianghong longed to present all 8 culinary traditions upon the dining table. Though the betrothal had become void with the passing of the betrothed, the mere thought of their prior engagement led her to feel that Jean Rui's descent into a path of no return was a consequence of her meddling, rendering her a sinner in her own right. Chu Emo chuckled lightly, that one to do. If you fail to notice something, and I point it out, wouldn't that spell disaster for me? If you have the ability, then discover it for yourself. Towering bamboo stalks reached heights of over 10 zhang, their foliage exceedingly lush, and the clarity of the joints imparted a sense of immersion in a vast expanse of green bamboo. Li Qing was lost in reverie when he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in his palm. Turning in astonishment to see Lisa had taken his hand and placed it upon her ample bosom. At this moment, the leader of the Ice Thunder sect spoke up. Having heard of Chen Mingji's upright nature and integrity, he regarded him with a degree of respect. Had Yun Jianchun destroyed the sealing line before the formation of the earthbound array, their lives would have been in peril. Jean Mabe lowered his arms from Bai Chucheng, embracing her waist with one hand while cupping her chin with the other, gazing at her dazed expression. Indeed, in our square city, challenging the city lord is of great significance, the soldier continued. Chapter 86, The Gift. Are you suggesting that Su Rui walked naked down the street? Shen Zichen looked at Su Qing. His wife indeed had a rather ruthless hand. Such an affront was akin to a death sentence for Su Rui. Henceforth, even if he lived, he would find it difficult to hold his head high. Slowly, Su Rui made his way back to the Su residence, while the officials entered the palace. Shen Zichen chuckled with delight, lamenting how he had missed such a splendid scene. Even the emperor could not suppress a chuckle. Then I am more than willing, Park Ji-yun murmured softly, speaking to herself, to Yang Han, to the wind, to the air, to the drifting clouds, and to the lonely moon. There were a total of 666 seals, yet only 66 needed to be broken to disrupt their balance. In an instant, more than 10 explosive monkeys were reduced to 2, one injured, while the other had narrowly escaped due to its slower pace. The old Taoist, already advanced in age and as thin as a monkey, could scarcely withstand such brutal treatment. Wang Chen's ability to perform low-level optimizations on Android indicated that he was undoubtedly among the elite in programming. This next step was particularly challenging, as the individual leaving a spiritual imprint possessed strength far surpassing Wu Yun, making them exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, all the monks and soldiers exhibited expressions of fervent excitement, their mouths following the bald man's ramblings in unison. Yet they soon realized that other factions also harbored similar ambitions, prompting them to temporarily restrain themselves, biding their time for the opportune moment. The laughter was rather lascivious. Could you perhaps temper it a bit? Kim Tion noticed Yang Han's vacant gaze and couldn't help but smirk, finding his demeanor rather uncouth. Unable to restrain herself, she discreetly kicked him under the table. Sha Mok, disregarding Zhao Shu's words, continued, after I abdicate, I shall relinquish Wuling, allowing all my subjects to return to Yang, never to offend again. However, Mr. Ma shall remain within my clan to recuperate. Upon mentioning Ma Liang, his expression dimmed, as he was indeed a person of deep loyalty and affection. Ling Lingqian languidly slumped in her chair, an involuntary laugh escaping her lips as realization dawned. So that's how it is. I truly am foolish. How could I be so naive? She began to beat her head with her hands in frustration. Xiahou Dun had always been a supporter of Cao Zhang, a fact well known throughout the army, and thus, the other generals of Cao Zhang's faction voiced no dissent. However, Zhang he rose to say, if we do not swiftly punish the vile perpetrators, how can the spirit of our sovereign find peace? His words immediately garnered considerable agreement. It was impossible for Xiao Yumia to believe that Linghu Tianhai had lost all desire for vengeance on her behalf. Chen Shang was secretly astonished. It was still early in the evening, with at least another hour until darkness fell. Besides, he had mentioned that the Wei King was merely taking a nap, who could sleep until nightfall. Qinglan, is it truly you? You have really returned? Yu Zichen exclaimed joyfully, grasping her hand, nearly leaping with excitement, as if to embrace her. Let us go. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yun Shirtian leaped onto the steed, pulling the reins and galloping towards the horizon of Kyoto. Zhao Shu snapped back to reality, after such a long period without news of Rong'er. To claim he did not wish to see her was undoubtedly a falsehood. Turning to Huan Yi, he instructed, treat General Xia with utmost respect. Do not be rude. I have matters to attend to, and shall return shortly. Having said that, he followed Guanxing. The individuals they sought were in the maple forest, and it appeared those responsible for the misfortune of the Liu family were also within the same vicinity. What a coincidence. Unable to lament her predicament, Mo Qiongyan wore a smile as she pondered how to escape when suddenly, her previously serene expression shifted. For reasons unknown, despite sharing a chamber with him for several nights, she had never felt so uncomfortable as she did this evening. Su Zihen, perceiving the resolute determination of the two to depart, refrained from further persuasion. He simply expressed his gratitude once more before reluctantly seeing Liu Yong and Yu Gong out of the Su household. Chapter 87. The Prince's Speculation. When Shen Zichen saw Su Qing enter, he initially displayed little reaction. Yet, upon noticing the look in her eyes, he remembered the clothing in his hands. He hastily concealed it behind his back, then, feeling it inappropriate, tossed it to the ground. Su Qing approached, heading straight for the fallen garment. Shen Zichen quickly picked it up and hid it once more. Qinger, there is nothing worth seeing here. His heart raced, his face flushed. He withdrew his hand, shaking his head in resignation, realizing he could only do so much. The remaining injuries were left to his natural healing abilities. Time seemed to rewind, transporting him back many years to the misty and drizzling Yumming Wind Valley, where he wept freely for the first time in her presence. Director Chen Huayan was the first to rush outside, fuming. Who dares to drop a bomb into the National Security Bureau? Such audacity deserves the harshest punishment. As for whether Xiao Tian would reach the advanced stages of material manipulation, he had not contemplated. Gu Liuqi instinctively stood, lowering her gaze to the arrow lodged at her feet. Her complexion paled, and she reflexively rushed in front of Yi Yang, pushing him to leave. Let us not consider that for now. When Yeqiong's voice remained gentle, yet it delivered a solid blow to Gu Liuqi. A flash of light erupted as Mo Feng activated the teleportation array. At that moment, a powerful fist shattered the walls of the chamber, and Su Wen's external manifestation burst in. Seeing Mo Feng attempting to flee, he struck the teleportation array with a punch, causing the light to dim immediately. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Liang Jinghui was oblivious to these matters, yet her mood soured, and thus, Liang Jinghui would bear the brunt of her displeasure. For he was the one who had instigated it all, although she understood it was merely to detoxify her wounds. She was still somewhat incredulous that Mo Zili would go to such lengths for her. Inglay took a look and realized it was the leasing contract for the factory area established 5 years ago when the Dongqing branch was first formed, with a 10-year lease at an annual rent of 5 million. Upon reading this, Inglay furrowed her brows, thinking the rent was exorbitantly high. Xiang Molin had long sought an opportunity to discuss this, but had never found the right moment until now, and his words were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. While she had researched some materials about the realm of fantasy, there were still aspects she had not committed to memory, akin to the people of the current world. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shi realized there was likely something amiss in the tea she had just consumed, yet she remained calm. Recalling that among the items Lu Hong mentioned, she possessed one of them. Such an enormous night owl would spell doom for even a top-tier expert at the late stage of a half-step great sage. They would not dare to confront it. Not due to their strength, but because of the overwhelming numbers, seemingly endless. He understood Ling Meng's intent, to convey that she had grown up and found someone worthy of trust, allowing him, as her elder, to rest easy. Su Yuan was not devoid of emotion. He held affection for his master, his parents, his wife, and even for the Dongyi tribe. The old central heavenly king before him had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-imperial status, wielding such secret techniques to an unprecedented level of might that it was genuinely fearsome. The king of the spirit vulture perceived Li Chun's ceremonial gestures as imbued with a peculiar magic, captivating and ensnaring all who beheld them. Like the earlier speculations of Li Shangnan and Jiang Lao, the Gaia consciousness of Earth was in peril, hence the birth of the Earth Child. Were they, the chosen ones? Her hope? Chapter 88. Even grandfathers struggle. Ling Feng pondered for a long while about a place more brutal than the Dark Guard training camp. My lord, I am unaware. Shen Zichen said little as well. The only place he knew of that was particularly harsh was the Dark Guard training camp. Yet Su Qing, lacking even the basics of lightness skill, clearly did not hail from there. Without lightness skill, she was even less likely to belong to an assassin organization.
So,
Where exactly did Su Qing originate? Shen Zichen knew Su Qing was skilled in martial arts. Niao Momo had been by the Empress Dowager's side for quite some time and had engaged in countless covert dealings. Although she had never personally visited the North Ding Marquis residence, she was aware of some matters therein. By chance, you encountered my father and obtained my token.
today,
You have received this item. The mission of the Piaomiao clan now falls to you. Unlock our hidden realm and deliver the Tianqing Mufflower to the Luing family. After its delivery, the Piaomiao divine abilities you seek shall be imparted to you. By doing so, she would create a definitive separation from the officially assessed disciples. In truth, had there been no unforeseen life or death incidents, how would those elite youths, carefully selected from the immortal city, fall ill, necessitating his replacement? Master, I understand my error. Please spare me this once, and I shall never dare to offend again. The old woman prostrated herself on the ground, weeping bitterly, filled with regret. Huang Yujin's smile remained undiminished as he remarked, I still find young master more pleasing to the ear. He continued to stab at Xuanqing's chest with a knife. Upon hearing Wang Hong's words, I finally noticed Zhang the butcher, and my heart jolted. Zhang was still his boisterous self, yet his words were becoming incomprehensible. His body floated in and out of the water, surfacing for mere seconds before sinking again. I realized something was amiss. The water monkey was surely up to its mischief once more. The disciples of the heavenly Kuai sect fell like blades of grass, one cluster after another, as fresh crimson blood seeped into the withered, desolate grass. Yet, can my cultivation truly forge a blood contract with the celestial spirits? A sense of trepidation enveloped me. Mu Yun's concerns were not without merit, for his cultivation was woefully inadequate. To attempt such a contract at such a low level seemed excessively far-fetched. What if Mu Yun were unable to exert control? The Eastern King trailed behind Luoyu, gazing longingly at the area the magical beast had touched, yearning for the day he too could experience such a moment. Thus, it appears our leads have dwindled to these three captives. Yue raised an eyebrow, casting a spell to unravel the strands of spiritual energy binding the trio's mouths. He seized the hefty blade left on the coffee table by the bearded man and prepared to head towards the cocoon. On that fateful night dining with Chiu, Shao Jia learned of the existence of reconnaissance techniques in this world. However, he could only watch Kakashi without expressing his frustration, his face darkening as he delivered a few heavy taps upon Naruto's head. It was a stone orb, yet despite countless examinations upon its return, they found no peculiarities. Suddenly, a wild surge of magical elements converged around, startling the consummate expert, Solo. As the afternoon held the final match, Yi Fei did not linger in the Feiyang Internet Cafe. He merely glanced at his training companions before hastily departing. He had come to the Western Europa continent to annihilate the vampire clan, not to foster enmity with these nations. Before dying, I wish to pose a question. Are you a deity? The long-haired one gazed at Lin Feng, his expression one of bewilderment. Having already envisioned Lin Feng as a divine figure of justice, it is worth noting that the Seraph's glorious shield skill can protect him from harm for 10 seconds. With 4 seconds remaining, Yi Fei smiled slightly, decisively turning and sprinting into the distance. The fearless lion murmured to himself that things had gone awry, instinctively lowering his head to evade the anxious gaze of Chen Qingdi. Yi Fei surveyed his surroundings and could not help but chuckle, his laughter imbued with a tragic yet playful undertone. Chapter 89. Sincerity, a rare luxury. Elder Brother 8, Shen Zichen. In his youth, he lost the hearing in one ear due to the royal family's delayed rescue. He departed the capital to serve in the military at the borders and seldom returned, maintaining a distant relationship with the imperial family. The original host had returned only once after marrying Shen Zichen, accompanying the army to report military affairs. When the original host spoke to him, he outright ignored her, for his presence bore little impact on her. Wu Jieshan understood deep down that, despite their shared hypocrisy, she was reluctant to engage in such deeds, believing herself to be quite discerning. As noon approached, the rich aroma of dishes wafted from the kitchen, and Bai Tang and the others, having been busy all morning, could no longer suppress their rumbling stomachs. Though she was a rogue, her conscience still bore the weight of guilt. How would the other members of the Bat clan perceive her? Thus, she hesitated. As more armored soldiers climbed the ladders, the white figures formed into battle formations, gradually driving the dark yellow armored Eastern Wei army from the fortress walls. At this age, still so childish, the princess remarked, having witnessed the earlier scene, shaking her head in disapproval. When Zhai Hu led Li He and others into the manor, the servants of Zhai Hu displayed immense joy, swiftly reporting their arrival. At this moment, Hu Hai was stationed at Gaowang, tasked with monitoring the borders for the coalition and guarding against retaliation from Yizhan. Upon learning that Yizhan had dispatched over 100,000 tribal soldiers, Hu Hai was taken aback, hastily abandoning Gaowang and fleeing back to Fushi. Once he confirmed that Zhou Tong had exhausted his options, he would unleash his full strength to swiftly eliminate Zhou Tong. Although no such signs had yet emerged, Li He believed that Xiaoliang should gradually initiate reforms, slowly abolishing the rationing system and adopting a more flexible social distribution approach.
Meanwhile,
Ying Qian and Wei Yang returned to the residence of the King of Qing, informing him of the earlier altercation at the East City Gate. After a prolonged battle, many clones dissipated, leaving only one Xianzun, the true body, whose complexion appeared slightly pale, with 9 flames remaining. Oh dear, why bring me breakfast to work? I had already finished eating before coming in, Mama Fong scolded, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Mammon. She had heard of the Lin family's troubles and felt a deep sympathy for this understanding child. As they passed, few commoners wore single garments, their faces no longer bearing the numbness of over a month ago. With a deft twist of her wrist, she lifted the nearby teacup, savoring the tea with ease, nodding her head as she enjoyed each sip. Watching the flag of Li Shandao fade into the night, Su Shiji, Luo Xiaoda, Nia Haiden, and others displayed varying expressions as they bid farewell. Noting that Mu Tianhu had little understanding, Lin Fan ceased to inquire further and instead settled down to appreciate the unique natural ambience. You and I are akin to this tea. Once separated from the cup, we can never return. Lin Fan rose and walked to the window. After all, individuals like Gu Zheng were not easily accessible without recommendations in the circle. Bai Yiji and Su Qingfeng served as supporting figures, one skilled in massage recovery and the other adept at concocting vital tonics. A week after Han Ji called Chen Hao. Chen Hao, who was listening to music while seated on the sofa after dinner, received a sudden call from Su Qingqing. Her long, damp hair cascaded down, concealing much of her enchanting back but failing to obscure her nearly flawless figure. Noticing Zhou Qing's calm demeanor, he found a faint golden fist guard adorning his right hand, with a copper ring resembling a ring on his middle finger, embedded with a pitch-black scale, a stark contrast to his earlier desperate appearance. He had not closely examined the dress on Lu Wanning, but within him, her image continued to crumble. Chapter 90. The Pampered Prince, 9th Wangya. Third brother. I wish to seek out 8th brother personally. 8th brother harbors deep prejudices against a family. Sending someone else will surely yield no results. If I go myself and he refuses to return, I shall knock him unconscious and bring him back. 9th, take 9th Wang Fei with you, Shen Zichen contemplated. With 9th Wang Fei's presence, locating him would be expedited, and it might even help resolve the conflict between 8th brother and the family. Shen Zichen furrowed his brow. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards are now fully occupied. Each beauty has been assigned a rank, all chosen personally by Xiao Zichen. Tonight is especially significant. In an instant, he teleported to the front of the Blackrock tribe, his crystalline armor vanishing as he seized a person, placing his hand on their forehead. Instantly, all their memories flooded into his mind. Moreover, Yanba's health was far from robust, typically deprived of oil and water in school meals. A sudden indulgence in meat would likely lead to an upset stomach. After flying for some time towards the provincial city, he found a secluded area devoid of human presence to land, then re-entered the world of dinosaurs. Zheng Xian sat in the main seat, urging Xia Ju and the maids to hurriedly procure ingredients, sharpening their knives in preparation for the visitors. At the usual spot, he encountered Qin Qi, who remained unchanged, with breakfast resembling lunch and lunch akin to a feast. Li Su dragged the unconscious Shen Zichen into the cell where he had just been, locking the door behind him before swaggering out of the dungeon. Outside the cell, the waiting crowd had already been replaced, with Duke Du and others sprawled out by the roadside. Is there truly £1,000,000? Do not deceive me, Kelly exclaimed, astonished and disbelieving. Yet a glint of greed shone in her eyes after hearing Shirlene's words. Yuna pondered for a long time before departing from the back, taking a long detour to the parking lot and catching a ride back home. Seeing the aggressive demeanor of the middle-aged man was truly infuriating. Yangzi felt an overwhelming urge to give him a thorough beating, yet he managed to restrain himself. Tung Yuanxiang agreed, but secretly doubted, pondering that if even Daesk could not be subdued, his only recourse would be to coerce Jiang Yingyue into revealing the truth, leaving him with no other option but to await his demise. Is this so? The foul Taoist's gaze flickered, uncertain of how to respond. He had not anticipated such an outcome, which truly caught him off guard. The actions of others were all for your sake, yet you remain oblivious to their kindness, which is indeed disheartening. Hua Ruyu lamented with a tone of grievance. Zhuang Shirshir felt her heart, which had been hanging in suspense alongside Shen Rouge, finally ease. She had completely forgotten the tradition that forbids the groom and bride from meeting before the wedding and directly ushered him inside. Had it not been for the irrefutable evidence, Xia Ro would have preferred to avoid provoking this seemingly powerful young man lurking in the shadows. The four had just lifted their feet. Yet before they could step out of the police station, a man, clad in uniform and in his 50s with a buzz cut, rushed in with great urgency.
No.
I'm just eager to go shopping. Soon. I must help you select more outfits. Watching you swipe your card would be utterly delightful. Zhuang Shirshir forced a smile as she spoke. Band Ihan glanced at Old Lady Ban, his expression unreadable, yet his words left no room for refusal. The flashes of cameras erupted in succession as Qin Qianying and Shen Rouge stood like models for photographs, subsequently allocating 10 minutes for a QA session with reporters. Why remain in ignorance? Would it not be simpler to inform him directly? Inquired Mr. Wu. Indeed. Several elite guards surged in, intent on scouring every corner meticulously. Currently, the Phantom held a poor impression of these inspection teams and was eager to return to Tianyuan continent. Thus, he politely declined Elder Laley's invitation, turning to leave with the shameless monk and the big-headed ghost.
Chapter 91, King, my hand hurts.
Shen Zichen's hand throbbed painfully, yet his heart brimmed with delight. He could request Su Qing's care for a few more days. As long as he engaged her in conversation, opportunities would abound. He lowered his head in feigned humility. It's all right. It's just my skin condition. Su Qing opened her mouth, at a loss for words. A grown man, lamenting about his skin condition. How peculiar. Yes, and yet, how could one argue? If a man had overly fine skin, would that not be troubling? Was she particularly familiar with Lu Zongba? Might there be some underlying intrigue? No, she must observe them closely. Humph. Is it really necessary to continue this charade at such a juncture? Lin Chen scoffed, casting a sweeping glance. There's no choice. I've grown accustomed to it. Zhao Kuangyin replied with a faint smile, finally recognizing his utility. Nevertheless, it was advantageous not to fear being of use, rather than to be deemed useless. Although this utility was somewhat embarrassing, it was fortunate that Zongxin had proclaimed his longevity. Perhaps that was a blessing in disguise. Were it not for the annual need to contend with assaults from savage beasts, necessitating the deployment of most of their strength at the mountain pass, the tribal forces in other areas would not be so weakened. Hence, this sudden onslaught could not merely target a single tribe but could very well encompass 2, 3, or even 4. At that moment, he could discern that even his presence on the battlefield would hardly deter the moves of the great Zhou general. Mobilization? Although eunuch Huang lacked crucial details, he swiftly grasped the essence of Lei Qianhu's words. However, here, I can confidently affirm that such surprise attacks will never occur. Moreover, prior to my arrival at the Fish Tribe, our tribe had already dispatched special envoys to the Fire Tribe's stronghold to negotiate a military alliance. The Guo family remained silent, genuinely taken aback to discover they had been ensnared by a curse rather than poisoned. Regardless, the situation was troublesome enough that even Zongxin and Lei Hong felt the weight of the predicament. Surviving this ordeal would not be easy. Although 7 or 8 years had passed, the captain's visage remained striking enough to induce a metaphorical myocardial infarction upon recognition. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet daring to venture forth. Such is my brother's nature. But fear not. He is certainly aware of what he is doing, Lu Shuer reassured Li Yulan. During today's class meeting, Li Yulan's performance had greatly pleased Lu Shuer. However, This was merely the commencement, and the 99 players were still bewildered. Talented brother pondered momentarily, preparing to gamble. If one were to calculate based on the current 20,000 players in the southern region, then announcing the method to farm the king of men set would surely attract at least 1/10 of them wanting to purchase that information, which would amount to no less than 2,000 individuals. Yet, upon recalling the multitude of wealthy individuals nationwide, he regained his composure. Furthermore, this was his sole opportunity to make a fortune through gambling on the first successful completion of a high-level dungeon. Old man, you must make a decision soon. Otherwise, it will be too late when trouble arises, the matron urged anxiously. As the saying goes, the more one elaborates, the darker the situation becomes. Should I clarify this matter now, it would only serve to doom Ding Xuehua. At this moment, there was no time left to initiate a new combat technique. The swordsman had no choice but to cross his long blade in front of his chest, using it as a makeshift shield. How can we ascertain whether Ninth Senior Sister is genuine? Mu Wang expressed his concerns. Alternatively, could Lei Gong and Lady Tianyu imprison Long Ming in a private cell and specifically target Hao Ren, thereby endangering him further?
Indeed.
While the mountain ghost had a fatal flaw concerning inner demons and external evils, her overall strength and accumulation of cultivation were undeniably impeccable. The belt. Talented brother's eyes lit up as he directly picked it up. What incredible fortune. In every server, only the first person to slay the Wolf King would receive a belt specific to their class. Chapter 92. The Dream of a Sovereign Mother. Su Yu emerged from her room, colliding head-on with Su Mo, who stood in the courtyard. Clad in a blue long robe, he radiated the aura of a scholar. Anyone who beheld him could not help but exclaim in admiration, the second son of the Su family is truly a paragon of elegance. Everyone else sought out places to rest or engage in casual conversation, while Su Mo stood beneath the tree, savoring the scenery. Second brother. Your elder brother is still not in the best of spirits, Su Yu remarked, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having just wept. Before Su Yan could finish his fabricated tale, the expressionless Lin Qingxu rose and returned to her bedroom on the second floor, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Wei Qi Qianquan, having missed his opportunity, immediately exhibited a face of contrition upon hearing unspoken words. Could it be that the Xinang Palace is deliberately sowing discord between her and Jin Yi by claiming that Jin Mingyue fell into his embrace? Listen to your mother.
Do not dwell on that, Xiao Xiuzai.
If you wish to marry, I shall find you a suitable match, Lin Ershun comforted as she cradled Chuntao, wiping her tears with the hem of her garment. The deep forest resonated with such sounds at every hour, thus few dared to tread upon its grounds. All natural? Harmless? Li Jing'a chuckled softly to herself, awaiting Yun's response. The Xuanzi Guard could only be appointed by a respected figure. This individual before her had already attained the prowess of a sage at such a young age. Although the elder was at the foot of the slope, his physique exuded immense strength, and despite his body leaning, he moved with remarkable agility. Chun Yu was acutely aware of the Qiu family's animosity towards him, stemming from the incident in Qiang City when he had slain Qiu Daoling. He had heard that Qiu Daoling was a biological brother to the current head of the Qiu family, Qiu Daohai. It was no surprise that Qiu Daohai would harbor resentment towards him for the death of his own kin. Shortly after Yang Yun departed, Li Haijiao began moving her luggage into the kitchen, and as she approached the sweet potatoes, she felt an uncanny familiarity with them, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Upon encountering the completely unfamiliar face, Gu Lingji feigned surprise, turning to inquire of Lin Yue behind her. Vlad stood with his hands on his hips, laughter illuminating his face, as a massive shadow loomed over him. This sigh encapsulates a profound sense of helplessness. The prestigious sect, with a lineage spanning nearly a millennium, faces inevitable obsolescence amidst the relentless march of time, an inexorable tide of history that human efforts cannot reverse. Within the dense, swirling black mist, a million restless spirits roar vehemently, violently colliding with the ethereal, white-clad specters. The cultivators wield not merely lethal techniques for combat, but also a plethora of restorative skills, capable of concocting elixirs that transform the corporeal form, as well as spells that transmute decay into the miraculous. Whether exclaiming in astonishment or bellowing in rage, such cries resonate incessantly, yet the newcomers remain unfazed, steadily advancing towards the cell where the fiery fist and the straw hat are confined. As Hu Yuemin opened his mouth, his words flowed with fervor, only to be interrupted by Gu Yajing's dismissive glance. Don't know? Then why do your eyes evade mine? Look at me. Zhuo Zhizheng commanded as he turned Zhuo Zhijing's head to meet his gaze. Upon hearing Gu Ling's dazed utterance, Pan En felt a sudden pang of trepidation. Instinctively, he sensed that what Guling was about to say would be unwelcome. He had never contemplated this matter before. But now, as Yi Huang pointed it out, it seemed that indeed, the nations of Nan and Shishui may not hold De Zhao in high regard. After bidding farewell to the county magistrate, Wu Yong returned alongside Zhu Gui. Upon reaching the branch store, Zhu Gui commenced the task of auditing accounts, while Wu Yong, momentarily unoccupied, began to organize the information previously gathered regarding the mountain dwellers to avoid a chaotic scramble when the moment arrived. The music-playing music box, the rotating Rubik's Cube, and even the bicycle propped against the wall, all were novelties that Han Peipei had never encountered, and she lingered over each one with delight. Allowing Han Peipei to indulge in her revelry, Sun Siyuan engaged her in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 93. Astonishing. He is raising a wild breed. Although the young lady of the Kai gang holds a modest status, she is exceedingly affluent. She even aspires to increase the grain yield for the common folk, which earns her even greater admiration. Shen Zichen was pleased with the crowd's response. This prince shall also dedicate himself to swiftly promoting methods for enhancing grain production nationwide, ensuring that the populace is well-fed at the earliest opportunity. The crowd unanimously raised their thumbs in approval, hailing the prince as a true blessing for the common people. Upon noticing the change in Feng Shi's expression, Feng Jiyuan cast a disapproving glance at Su Feng and quickly offered comfort. The joyous sounds gradually faded, and Feng Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she summoned her strength to place the egg yolk pastry adorned with gardenia petals onto the shelf, silently praying within her heart. Every vein, every drop of blood, every sinew, every bone, and every organ was encompassed in her cultivation. None could be neglected. I have taught you everything. Make sure to do it well. Yet, a series of system alerts echoed in Feng Shi's mind. Her skin was as white and delicate as that of a newborn, and her pupils sparkled with unblemished clarity. Then, the very men who had just threatened Feng Shi were unceremoniously hurled out one by one. In the corridor between the two changing rooms, Chen Yang beheld King Holly of the Qing organization. One vial contained diluted blood, another further diluted, and the last was blood diluted to its utmost limit. Due to his rising notoriety, many extended invitations to Qin Shaoan for banquets, all of which he politely declined. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his words, rather than exonerating him, only served to deepen suspicions, revealing a hint of desperation. I apologize. When I left, my master specifically instructed me to take only 2 pieces, one of which is indeed on my person. As he spoke, I noticed a jade pendant identical to the one in his hand hanging from his waist. From her tone with the Mo Lingtian, it seemed she had grown increasingly unafraid of him, transitioning from initial trepidation to unabashed confidence. We just engaged in the most intimate of activities. The warmth still lingers post-encounter. And he is clad only in his undergarments. Now, the money before them was something they might never have the chance to see again in their lifetimes, causing every pair of eyes to fixate greedily upon it. For several days, I rested within the Camellia Cave, my wounds gradually healing, yet each night as I slept, I felt a tingling numbness in my knees, akin to the onset of a malevolent ailment, which troubled me greatly. In the Qin family's parlor, aside from Qin Songjing and Qin Han, there was an elderly man clad in a purple dragon-embroidered robe, a garb befitting only the theatrical stage in this era. Yet this elder was evidently no performer. Ling Hui felt a twinge of acidity in her nostrils, but the emotion passed almost as swiftly as it arose. As she spoke, Yun Yun unleashed twin streams of water toward the stone door, causing a plume of purple mist to rise from the lake bed. While Bai Qingshan's age and lineage could easily surpass several generations of Song Wuji's ancestors, this made addressing him somewhat awkward. Prompting Bai Qingshan to refer to Song Wuji as my uncle. Su Yang had recently graduated and secured a commendable position. She wished to have Ling Hui join her company. But Ling Hui's educational background posed a barrier, leaving her without any news following her interview. This was not the end. Long Li gracefully descended, seamlessly inserting a tricolored golden lightning fire into the breach before sealing it once more. Captain, should we report to our superiors? Ling Feng pondered, addressing the leader. Chapter 94. Seeking evidence is courting death. His wife had borne twins, and Zhou Yuan was surely the father. Thus, Zhou Shui must also be his. Yet, the Prince of Qin would never speak recklessly. Lady Zhou's eyes brimmed with anxiety as she grasped Zhou Yiha's sleeve, tears cascading down her cheeks. Husband, you must believe me, Zhou Shui is truly your daughter. Zhou Yiha found himself at a loss as to whom to trust. The 9th prince would not speak idly. His wife, who had shared the same bed for decades, would never lie. Indeed, Lu Jinhua sighed, having discerned that Lu Yunj held no affection for her. Moreover, the hospital's computer could temporarily assist her only in locating a patient named Zhou Manman. Although the figure before her remained obscured, he was tall and muscular, exuding a divine-like aura, standing there with an imposing presence reminiscent of a deity capable of creating the heavens and the earth. Yang Chung marveled at his sister-in-law's remarkable prowess in brewing a unique type of liquor that no one had ever encountered. Warsaw, will you not come to lend a hand? The man in black had ceased to underestimate them. If he continued to act independently, he might very well perish at their hands. One sought to bring the underworld under his dominion, offering various assurances of safety, while the other desired a peer-level department without any protection. Liu was never a simple individual. Thus, from the moment Shui Qingqing exposed her pretense of dementia for Lu Jing's sake, Liu contemplated the masked figure who had stormed into the Chen Guogong mansion that night. Perhaps he was aiding her in her endeavors. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yuan Yao, witnessing Tong Danqing's indifference towards the liquor, had nothing further to say and retreated into his room. After much effort, the tour bus finally started, and as it moved at a leisurely pace, the guide began recounting the history of Rome. At the Huo residence, He Lianyu was brought to Huiting's courtyard, where he stood at the entrance for a moment before the door opened. Within less than a minute, Ling Zhoutian retrieved the skewers from the grill. The rich, blue smoke wafted through the air, drawing the attention of passers-by, yet none could discern that Ling Zhoutian was conducting business, as no trade occurs without a call. It was then that the monk rose steadily, fixated on the dark aura emanating from the east, chanting, "This is the law of causation. On that day, I shattered your shamanic body, and today, I am pursued to this very place. Behold, this should be a node. If we can ascertain 3 such nodes, we will be able to determine the precise location of a realm." Lao Shao extended his hand towards one of the points, pulling forcefully to magnify it to encompass the entire spatial domain. I have categorized the civilian types into 3, the power-driven, the mechanically powered, and the auxiliary support types. While the power-driven variant remains in its infancy, the mechanically powered type has already reached maturity in my studies. 200,000 enemy troops, how formidable they are. Yet Yuan Fong remains unfazed, his calm demeanor offering a slight solace to Zhenmi and her companion. Before the turn of the millennium, the general living standards in Huaxiao lagged significantly behind those of the developed nations of the West, and naturally, the consumption levels followed suit. Although aware that the words of the old matron were merely meant to console, the sentiments did bring some comfort to Gongshi. After accepting a cup of warm tea from the matron and taking a sip to soothe her throat, Gongshi recounted the recent visit from Shenmu in detail. At this moment, Li Kuei was drenched in sweat, exhausted and momentarily halted, glaring furiously at Wu Dalong before him. For an unknown reason, upon seeing Yang Huanger, Jiao Fei felt a heavy melancholy swirling within him, an emotion that no incantation could dispel, leaving him at a loss for words to articulate the myriad feelings stirring in his heart, an experience he had never encountered before. Such a person, though lacking the imposing presence of Mao Qi, who can command attention with his silent authority, still inspires a sense of reliability, as if everything unfolds according to his meticulous plan. Chapter 95. Desiring to observe, not to be the spectacle. Zhou Yuan's words immediately cast Zhou Shui into an awkward predicament, drawing the attention of those around her. Zhou Yi and others gazed at her with skepticism. Panic surged within Zhou Shui. Should today's events be validated, she would not only lose her title as the young lady of the Zhou family, but might even jeopardize her very life. Steeling herself, Zhou Shui approached Shen Zichen with poise and grace. "Yusin, do refrain from consuming so much coffee. It would be wise to take a proper rest," Yan Xingyan remarked, glancing at the steaming coffee on the table, mistakenly believing Xiao Yusin sought it for stimulation. The corpses of the Sarala serpents lay in gruesome disarray, their valuable parts stripped away and the heaps of flesh rendered worthless. Yet Xiao Yusin remained unconcerned, for if she wished, the value of the earth-burrowing devil's yam far exceeded that of the Sarala serpents. This time, he donned a light blue garment, yet it failed to evoke any melancholic aura. Instead, it gave an impression of effortless ease. As they traversed a gentle slope, the wind suddenly intensified, rendering it impossible for ordinary foundation-building cultivators to ascend. Each fortified their protective spiritual energy before forging ahead. When Mo Qingchen uttered those words, observing the young man drop his chopsticks with a clatter and his youthful visage transformed to one of bewilderment, she calmly wiped her mouth, feeling a hint of mischief stirring within her. This winter was particularly frigid, Each outing necessitated thorough preparation to avoid frostbite, especially during the nightly task of clearing snow. "Uncle,
Look to the sky.
Ouyang Hai exclaimed, his blue garments catching the eye as he pointed to two streaks of light darting across the heavens like shooting stars, one azure, the other emerald, resplendent in their brilliance. Firstly, this matter is far from concluded. Regardless of how the righteous path alliance's cultivators choose to act, the Lord of Yugu City will undoubtedly be involved. The competition rules are quite simple. Teams drawn by lot must duel without employing skills unrelated to swordsmanship, such as magic. Additionally, competitors are forbidden from using their own swords, relying solely on those provided for the contest, and must refrain from causing fatal harm, among other stipulations. Since his arrival in this world, Liang had deceived countless beings, both human and beast, with his increasingly astute mind. Yet he never anticipated that, while hunting wild geese, he would himself fall prey to a fruit's deception. Originally devoted to painting during the day and enjoying commendable sales both online and offline, Liang Feng found himself engaging in manual labor, an unexpected turn that could be seen as a lamentable shift, bordering on the cold-blooded. However, the irritating shards of bone that had lodged in his lungs and esophagus had precipitated a degree of internal bleeding. Tang Yin found himself coughing and vomiting blood incessantly, gradually noticing the world around him blur and his mind grow hazy. At this juncture, his legs weakened and he stumbled as he walked. The repeated exertion of spatial rule powers to traverse dimensions proved excessively arduous for one just beginning to grasp the concept of spatial rules. And even with an abundance of precious materials, he nearly faltered. Mu Qingzhou raised his right arm once more. Dozens of independent mechanical structures shifting under the influence of an energy field, coiling together like an elongated serpent skeleton. Bathed in the radiant golden light of several sun-like lamps above, they appeared indescribably sacred and resplendent. Perhaps it was the dismal performance of the previous game that had dulled expectations. Today's match showcased mediocrity from both teams, leaving him notably composed and quiet. At that moment, Sister Gu became aware that something was amiss. The servants had just mentioned that the fire was at the Danja Hall. Caught unprepared in a sudden and tumultuous scene, Zhou Anren stood frozen, bracing for the impending agony. Chapter 96. Those who wound me, where shall I place my dignity? Su Yu's testimony bolstered public belief in Zhou Shui. Yet, despite this, none dared utter a word further. The suspicions of Prince Jin weighed heavily upon her. Zhou Shui understood that even if the entire world believed in her, it mattered not. Now it was the ninth prince's trust she needed to garner. As the situation began to shift favorably for her, Zhou Shui regained her composure and approached Shen Zichen. Upon hearing her mother declare intentions to sell the trinkets before her, Zhang Lin immediately objected, pouting in distress. "But mother, I truly adore these cherished items. Might you not keep some?" Nevertheless, it was indeed a compelling question. Cheng Yan's expression morphed into one of charming allure, rife with desire. The following day, the first rays of morning sun filtered through the valley, casting a serene glow upon the land. Wang Geng glanced at him. Recognizing that Guijia sought to make an impression, having contributed little during the Battle of Yingyin, an unacceptable reality for someone as proud as Guijia. However, discussing it now was futile. The yellow turbans were unlikely to emerge. "Ha! After seizing your body, I shall release your friends as a gesture of goodwill. Should I feel displeased, I will slay them using your visage. Imagine their reaction," the Emperor Hao Yan remarked nonchalantly, dismissing Xian Yuan Potion's grandiloquent rhetoric as mere dying words. In Huanyang County, the Xiongnu cavalry had besieged for several days, yet the memories of the massacre at Huanin County lingered vividly. The townsfolk fought desperately, bolstered by the proximity of the Huanshui River, which served as a natural barrier to the east. The Xiongnu could only attack from the west and north, thereby alleviating some pressure on the defenders. If we cannot fully occupy the stronghold, it may be prudent to refrain from hasty action to avoid attracting the attention of the discerning, for there are indeed many clever individuals in this world. Fan Chong pondered aloud. Is there a mental control user among their ranks? The clone Jingjia inquired, crouched on the rooftop, his gaze fixed below without lifting his head. Upon returning home, Qi Zixiao was greeted by the sight of Shiliu and Han Mei covering their ears, piquing his curiosity. How Xian had been engrossed in her meal. Yet as she continued, she realized she missed the usual disturbances from Xia Yanhua. Though she wished to laugh, the thought of Qin Shi's actions rendered her unable to smile. Wan Qing, did Mu Gongzi not mention his intentions regarding dongling? Bai Wangsheng felt something was amiss, recalling that he had come to propose just yesterday. Qian Nai, filled with excitement, grasped Li Zi's hand tightly, never expecting that Li Zi would actually agree to join her for the retreat.
Why?
Why should that despicable goose Shiran be the one to receive Mo Nanting's affection?
Why?
The opulent Hongbin building, renowned through the tales of previous visitors like Zhong Lian and others from Jiangling, had sparked much discussion about the governor's office in Jingzhou and its esteemed treatment of the worthy. The situation presented a certain complexity and, moreover, she was reluctant to waste time on such matters, the most critical point being that the Su family could not intervene. Su Yi had words on the tip of his tongue but found himself at a loss, much like Su Qiuyu, both of whom were not adept at expressing their feelings openly. Was it not the hallmark of a normal child, or rather, of an ordinary individual? Observing Zhu Xiaofeng's unperturbed demeanor, the crowd speculated that the emperor must be striving to suppress his sorrow as he dealt with state affairs. The onlookers, terrified, dared not rise. Bowing their heads to the ground, their foreheads pressed firmly against the earth, unwilling to gaze upon the divine statue. Though the medicine was not poison, rather a tonic. Administering it would elicit a rejection response from Bai Ziqing's body. It was merely a matter of balance. Although Elder Zheng had retired, in terms of military rank, he still surpassed many, and upon perceiving the anger in the other's words, this logistics minister wisely chose to withdraw, for the military consisted of 8 departments, and this matter had been deliberated among them. Should any complications arise, he would bear the burden of responsibility.
Chapter 97. Suin.
Do you truly intend to stand idly by as others suffer? Shen Ziru's eyes widened in disbelief. There were indeed events more shocking than Zhou Yi's infidelity. The crowd was equally astounded. What fresh revelations awaited at the choral feast hosted by Prince Yi today? Looking at the gazes fixed upon her, Zhou Shui repeatedly waved her hands in protest. Everyone, do not heed Su Qing's nonsensical ramblings. She climbed into the 9th prince's bed, through vile means. She is not a good person. With a single volley, the Spanish soldiers under Asner's command lost all will to resist. He now stood outside a room where doctors were treating Shisheng, listening to the sounds of anguish echoing within. Cui Dana felt a sense of helplessness, while the second steward of the Shi family recounted the day's events to the Chief Justice. Wei Chi Fan sat nearby, quietly observing her husband enjoying a late-night snack. Although they had only seen each other today, her heart warmed with the presence of their family's pillar, knowing that the sky would not collapse. For Feng Yuan, this task was truly a trifling matter. After conferring with the Jade Emperor, he arrived at the territory of the Wine Immortal, procuring several jars of exquisite wine, and then sought rare treasures from the God of Wealth, ultimately returning triumphantly to the 4th pass. The pace of battle exceeded their expectations, as the omniscient being could not discern Zhao Feng's figure, only catching fleeting shadows. Lei Buer, noticing Zhang Jun's lack of intention to don the exoskeleton armor, expressed his confusion, to which Zhang Jun shook his head. The dark liquid armor on his body extended into a concealed blade. After equipping this, he could not also wear the exoskeleton armor. With a thought, the Thunder Dragon was instantly summoned into his pet space, and with wings spread, Zhao Feng plunged downward. Tian Rui, bearing the Inferno Phoenix, soared into the distance. The Super Disguise Package, upon use, grants an extraordinary disguise effect lasting 60 minutes. Note: to conceal power and reputation. There is a chance to alter gender. However, true martial practitioners cannot change gender temporarily. Now, if the Rod King single-handedly slays the Mountain Demon, would he not next invade other nations to slay their celestial beasts and reclaim national artifacts? Since Yuan Shao had acquiesced, even if it was not the performance Guitu desired, the show must go on to avoid ridicule. You for Germany's submarine. Wang Ji, while forcing a smile, inwardly lamented his misfortune. He suspected he had sacrificed a lifetime of good luck to create such an impressive entity. While Wang Ji was preoccupied with the ominous black cross he had discovered on Chen Limin, a man with whom he shared a connection was also in turmoil 1,000 miles away. This formidable tool, originally intended for the final showdown, was unexpectedly interrupted by a sudden task from the main deity. Qin Feng could not ascertain how long had passed. During this interval, his cultivation remained stagnant, a waste for a genius of such caliber. At this moment, Lu Haoran disregarded all else, sprinting with Lu Shiyu in his arms. His speed surpassing even Lu Xiang's. Were he to compete in the Olympics, he would undoubtedly secure the gold medal. The Holy Sword's Judgment. Mo Tianzheng did not hesitate, responding immediately by unleashing the Holy Sword's Judgment upon Di Renjia. What was there to fear? Could he truly breach the barrier? The Archbishop remarked coolly, in this world, who can break the barrier of the Alps? Reassuring himself, Wang Yan had not set the coordinates for Donglai Mountain but instead for Washington, D.C. They were flying at high speed. Should they not halt, Earth's gravity would ensnare them, dragging them to the surface, resulting in catastrophic consequences for both Earth and themselves. A meteorite striking Earth would yield dire repercussions beyond imagination. Chapter 98. The greatest revenge is a life worse than death. Su Qing smiled slightly at Suyu's inquiry. Your Highness, please grant me this favor. Do not strike me down. Suyu stared at her in disbelief. What do you mean?
Suyin.
I implore you to save me. Suyu's tone implied a sense of entitlement, as if during her time in the Su family, whatever they commanded of her was merely her due obligation. The Su family's manipulation of Su Qing had become a habit. However, observing the nonchalant attitude of old Master Gu, no one dared to challenge Gu Weiron's authority. Zhang Caixin stepped out of the room, her heart feeling overwhelmingly empty and distressed. She was utterly certain that Feng Jun had tampered with the house, erasing the comforting sensations she had once felt. Yet now, both Zhuo Guangdou and Yang Lian's families had arrived in Yangzhou, weeping and demanding that he eradicate these guards in accordance with Emperor Chongzhen's decree, seeking vengeance for their fathers. What is this? Xiao Yi gazed at the adorable Shalebi, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had met. We did it. We succeeded. At that moment, the two old craftsmen, Sun and Lu, suddenly exclaimed, embracing each other in excitement. As the 20,000 troops crossed the border of the French family swiftly became aware of the enemy's advance and made immediate arrangements. A similarly sized aerial unit of around 20,000 ascended into the sky. The migration of such a force was no less significant than the essence of the five elements. While unafraid of exposure, the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Thus, after careful consideration, Qian Jie opted to inform only a few leaders of the five elements' tribulation to prepare in advance, intending to bring them back to Huaqing Kingdom upon his eventual return.
Ling Shi.
Just as Ling Shi opened her mouth to speak, Liao Jinghong descended the stairs. The two beings on the planet were unaware of its name. They had never left that place in their entire lives. Should Jiang Minan fall, Jiang Chen would be incapable of protecting Lian Cheng, for this was no longer a time when money spoke volumes. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss, unable to do anything but consult Lian Cheng for his opinion. The cave was perched on a sheer cliff, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. Its entrance shrouded in verdant foliage and scattered petals, appearing almost ethereal. In an effort to mask her inner turmoil, Hu Qing bit into a candied hawthorn, pondering her thoughts as she did so. The quail egg stretched lazily, quickly checking her phone screen. Fortunately, the camera had not been tampered with, and Lin Meng still lay asleep on the screen. Lu Dongting's tense expression relaxed slightly upon seeing her, as he unlocked the car with his key. Silence, please. Hengyu is merely asleep. Do not disturb him, Sho. Zhou Hengyu's mother gently closed the ward door and approached the bedside, delicately lifting the white cloth covering her son. The blinding crimson flooded her vision, and moments later, her heart-wrenching cries echoed for all outside to hear. By the way, I am rather hungry. Do you serve meals here? I wish to sample the culinary skills of the World Alliance's chefs, Chu Yang remarked, patting his stomach with an unabashed demeanor. Previously, Xin Shui had been perplexed as to why Chu Shaochen had developed a romantic relationship with Luo Jun.
Now,
with the facts laid bare before her, she finally comprehended the intricate twists of fate involved. Luffy began to sway his feet up and down, prompting everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. The Siamese cat, witnessing his incessant foot movements, let out an angry growl. What is this? Lu Cheng and Lin Yuchen were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to utter a single word. At present, I feel a considerable distance has grown between me and Sister Lan. In the past, I harbored a sense of reliance on her, always eager to discuss matters with her. However, now, every time I converse with her, I fear she will once again lecture me. Chapter 99. What is love? My head aches. Su Qing dispatched individuals to remove the two largest corals. Shen Zi's heart bled. He had intended to announce his capability to increase grain production at today's banquet, only to discover that Zhou Shui had deceived him, ultimately benefiting Shen Zichen. How could he have believed that the delicate young lady would concern herself with grain yields? In trying to steal a chicken, he ended up losing rice, and he sacrificed two of the largest corals.
Su.
Her words remained unfinished as Li Xian produced a finely crafted jade bell from her bosom, gently shaking it. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng leaned in to kiss her lips. Embraced by Lin Feng, Wu Jing's mind went blank, her hands awkwardly resting against her chest, overwhelmed by the potent scent of masculinity emanating from him, causing her to tremble and weaken at the knees. Moreover, The strength exhibited on the stage was remarkably similar, culminating in a climactic standoff where both parties were evenly matched. Not only him, but the entire silent filming set found their gazes irresistibly drawn to such a captivating beauty, reluctant to divert their eyes even for a moment. One glance, and I knelt, while Aoyang fared better, enduring only a few hits, Zichen retorted, unwilling to concede. Thus, Zhou Yan commenced his secluded cultivation within the esteemed guest house of the Zhongzhou Iron-Blooded Guards. After completing these tasks, he stealthily approached Wanying's bedside, careful not to disturb her. Lu Fengchuan opted to sit upon the carpet rather than disturb the bed. Otherwise, given this fellow's attire, dining in such a high-end restaurant would be utterly inconceivable. Lian Cheng sought to investigate the child who spoke with Yao Yuqing, but after Yao Yuqing returned home that day, she fell ill and never ventured outside again, leaving him with no opportunity to pursue the matter or even summon his servants to inquire. Upon witnessing the opponent summon their domain, he immediately analyzed the situation. Feeling the flow of his own vital energy and quickly discern the effects of the opponent's domain, he raised the demon-subduing pestle and launched it directly at them. At that moment, 3 individuals suddenly appeared, none other than the Wei brothers. Meanwhile, Fan Xiaodong and his companion descended from the Haoyu sword, which Fan Xiaodong promptly stowed away. Humph. I have lived for over half a lifetime. Even if you take my life, what would it matter? The village chief of Baiko sneered, displaying an air of indifference. The carefree king regarded him for a moment before bursting into laughter, realizing that trouble was undoubtedly brewing beneath the surface. His nerves began to tighten. What village are you from? We don't recognize you. After all this time, you still don't understand? Are you pretending to be confused? The surrounding youth began to jostle one another. With only these two, they believe they can challenge our Star Alliance? Is their arrogance not excessive? Haoran rubbed his fists and charged toward Shi Daoming. You refuse to be the crown princess, yet are willing to be a servant. How truly despicable, Yilin coldly mocked. Physician Si, Physician Qi, you may return to rest. Physicians Wang and Li Yuan must remain in Su Xiu courtyard tonight to keep watch. Xianyuan Rui arranged the night watch as per Yun Zhao's wishes. Bai Rushuang trembled violently, her face etched with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her head shaking incessantly as she attempted to break free from her captor's grasp, yet all her efforts were in vain. Go away, do not humiliate me any further. I can certainly manage this. Hurry and eat, or I shall refuse to settle the bill. Han Yan observed Yi Ying's delicate features, finding her seemingly innocent nature rather endearing. Venturing out without permission and being captured by assassins. How perilously reckless. Why was San Qi not allowed to protect you closely? If injured, you ought to return home to recuperate. Yet you dare to frequent the Qing courtyard? Xianyuan Rui chastised softly, his heart still gripped by anxiety. If that assassin harbored murderous intent, or worse, if he were to fail, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the consequences. Chapter 100. The princess may spend as she wishes. Su Qing was momentarily perplexed by Shen Zichen's meaning. Apart from being good-looking, what else is there? She scrutinized Shen Zichen's face, confirming it was indeed merely handsome. Shen Zichen sighed silently, allowing Su Qing's hands to linger on him. Originally lacking much enthusiasm, Su Qing felt a wave of disinterest wash over her at Shen Zichen's unresponsive demeanor. She pulled the blanket over herself and turned to sleep. Shen Zichen gazed at her back, raising his hand. Before Yabu could approach, Muyu's bullet flew forth, piercing a hole in Yabu's abdomen. Following that, a shadow elongated, akin to a tram, and unceremoniously cast Yabu off the stage. Facing the barrage of questions from reporters, Jean Rina's expression appeared to shift. Fortunately, her manager and bodyguards swiftly separated her from the crowd and escorted her into the nanny car, hastily departing the scene. If you have tried your utmost and still cannot love me, then when the time comes, if you remove this ring, I shall understand, Fang Haojie spoke with a smile, though his voice bore a melancholic resonance. Indeed, after the first wave of evening drums and morning bells was sounded, the encircling enemy forces began to recede. For a consecutive 10 seconds, the surroundings opened up considerably. Fang Haojie recited several dish names in one breath, all of which were favorites of Leng Yuru. To his surprise, Fang Haojie still remembered. Although she was aware it was largely for show, Leng Yuru felt a flicker of emotion within her heart. A petrified hand loomed overhead, poised to grasp the massive curved blade, when suddenly, the mysterious black scimitar vanished into the void, only to reappear again at an unexpected moment. Do not call him. I shall inform you, but you must keep it confidential. Moose Sinew required Xiao Luoza's assistance, thus, she deemed it permissible to share this information. although Jiang Shuiyan had arrived. Her circumstances differed significantly from those of Dongnan, who understood more than Zhu Hongyan and the rest. Visiting Jiang Shuiyan and lending her money stemmed from Dongnan's respect and care for his friend. As she spoke, she stood and reached out to check Jiang Bei's forehead, wishing to ascertain if he truly had fallen ill and was speaking nonsense. Tan Man was no stranger to the ring. It was their wedding ring, which she had worn for over 20 years. On the day of their divorce, she had removed it and returned it to him. He had once felt inferior, believing he was unworthy of her, desiring to provide her with a better life, which led him to remain in Beijing to toil. Glacial pathways? Nameless island? Destroyer of gods. Are you certain these two locations are not mere fabrications of your imagination? Tyrell's gaze brimmed with skepticism. He possessed millennia of memories and knowledge, yet scoured his entire recollection without finding any information on these two places. Why not we indulge in bumper cars, allowing all our frustrations to dissipate? He did not inquire as to why she suddenly burst into tears at the sight of the carousel, nor did he question her abrupt change in demeanor at the cake shop. Recently, the conflict with Chu Jun had reached a stalemate, yet the morale within the army soared to unprecedented heights. Ji Lingchuan did not disappoint him, showcasing his culinary talents by preparing a sumptuous dinner. Ma Hai let out a roar, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation from being injured by Zhang Ji and others, igniting a murderous intent within him. His emerald eyes seemed to blaze with flames, as if he wished to incinerate everyone around him. The following day, Chu Han, accompanied by several companions, ventured into the marketplace to inquire about the finest weapons foundry in Nandu City. After examining their creations and the persuasive abilities of their salespeople, Chu Han deemed these manufacturers rather unreliable. Meanwhile, Wen Su, along with her parents, engaged in discussions regarding overseas matters. As they conversed, the soft glow of the lights illuminated Wen Su, casting her nearly perfect profile in a gentle radiance. Tasked with delivering a graduation gift, Tang Isha's smile remained as tender as ever. He extended his hand, presenting an exquisitely crafted gift bag into Yi Jia's grasp. Chapter 101. Heartache and Jealousy. After bidding farewell to the emperor, the trio mounted their swift steeds and departed the capital. Shen Zichen was unaware of Shen Ziyuan's current whereabouts, and could only rely on the dark guards to uncover the last known location, Sujiang City. The journey to Sujiang City would require 3 days of swift riding from the border. Shen Ziyuan and his companions were leisurely traveling, leaving ample time for Shen Zichen. As long as Shen Ziyuan did not venture beyond the border, all would be well. The trio halted only when the sun dipped below the horizon, finding lodging in a small town. In retrospect, the declaration of war seemed childish, tedious, and even somewhat amusing, not to mention annoying and absurd. Yet, boys of that age found such declarations exhilarating, steeped in a youthful sense of bravado. I am always aware of your affairs. Uj would likely never know how many individuals Mr. Bai had secretly arranged to be by her side. I once heard an elder mutant mention an ancient mutant organization, reputed to be the oldest in existence, predating both the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men by a considerable margin. John Dao. Yen, what brings you here? I was worried when I couldn't find you, someone exclaimed behind, dramatically wrapping their arms around Su Zuiyan and pulling her a few steps back, distancing her from Yi Kaiqing and Gao Lingyun. Upon returning to the vast world, Pei Junlin sought to locate that mysterious organization, hoping to glean information about Wang Ziqiang from them, thus enabling a family reunion. Raymond made another trip to New York, retrieving 2 vials of harmless variant virus prepared by Tony, and also requested several simplified versions for backup. Only you would dare to strike my leg like that, Yi Kaiqing remarked, narrowing his eyes at Su Zuiyan as he withdrew his leg, simultaneously releasing her and flipping over to resume his slumber. The mech warrior had yet to react when the fire phoenix collided with his head, resulting in an explosion. Confronting soldiers who sought trouble and refused to heed commands with their own strength not only showcased their capabilities, but also reinforced military discipline, demonstrating the consequences of crossing them. People inherently fear the strong, and as long as Zichen stood firm, they would not dare to act with the same recklessness as before. After a few left, the soldiers were dispatched to investigate the matter of the belly band, temporarily leaving Tao Yao and her companions in the hall. Thus, when the celestial emperor-level powerhouse of the Yushui Palace attacked Yu Mengling, he not only refrained from retaliating but also feigned an inability to withstand the pressure of the celestial emperor's might, allowing his aura to gradually diminish during the battle with Qi Tian, all to convince the assassin of absolute belief that he had not surpassed the combat prowess of the celestial lord. Therefore, If one could merge the holy sword and boundless reincarnation, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, a groundbreaking breakthrough might be achieved. The so-called power of a definitive strike could potentially arise from this fusion. However, how to merge them and how to complement each other remained a conundrum. Farewell, everyone. Lan Ran smiled warmly as he waved to the crowd. I believe you will soon be begging me for information, Qin Yang remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Presently, this place was utterly transformed, with majestic palaces built against the mountain's contours, enveloped in rich spiritual energy, resembling an ethereal realm.
No, bastard.
Who dares to kill my son? Just as Duoluan's body was shattered and perished, a middle-aged man seated upon the throne in a lavish palace in Wuming City shouted, his pupils constricting with rage, crushing the exquisite wine cup in his hand with a resounding crack. My identity as Tiger Brother is somewhat inconvenient, as you well know. Lu Fei extinguished his cigarette, lighting another as he spoke. Several decaying corpses lay piled nearby, judging by their attire. They were clearly merchants who had traversed the desert but had now succumbed to a deadly fate. Chapter 102. Abduction. Su Qing remained oblivious to the undercurrents among the men. Even if she noticed, it would not concern her. What could possibly be more significant than a sumptuous meal to a man? Wenji, what brings you here? Shen Zichen asked with a smile. My uncle mentioned that the border trade is flourishing, so I thought I might earn a little extra. Su Qing glanced at him before lowering her gaze to continue eating. Fang Wenji hailed from a scholarly family, inherently possessing an air of superiority. I dislike the pompous attitude of the station master at that television station. Wang Chang replied earnestly. At that moment, she might become the second demon lord. Perhaps even more formidable than Mo Xia. What of the mission to protect? For that mission, her family was devastated, leaving her to suffer in solitude for over a decade. Her cold demeanor shaped by the relentless pressures of life. Where had she gone wrong? Why must she bear the burdens of her past life in this one? In the present, Liangzhou felt much chillier than Yu City. The biting wind lashed against her face like a razor, causing sharp pain. Ziyuan felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a thunderous voice echoing in her mind. No.
Impossible.
She then dashed into the room like a bolt of lightning, pointing at the startled Luoxue with wide, astonished eyes. His actions were tantamount to laying another matter bare. That is, the golden chair beneath him would never be passed on to this sixth prince. Delicate beaded curtains adorned with turquoise, tortoiseshell, and other gemstones danced with the breeze, their melodious sounds resonating in her ears, awakening a unique sentiment. For a moment, words failed them, yet the unspoken understanding shared between the two, standing so close, soothed their restless, vulnerable hearts. When the original intention of love has faded, what remnants might be left behind? Reflecting on the vastness of existence, one finds themselves weeping, even self-mockery unable to sustain. I said it. Do it again, she declared, despite her disdain. After all, she was still the CEO's assistant. What could she do? To so openly provoke her was to invite retribution. Yiwu slowly sat down, his expression grim, pale, and weak. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. A rare occurrence for someone of his stature. Mo Qianxia pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her heart beat steadily, not quickening at Lin Mohan's arrival. Was her heart truly numb? She leaned her head against the headboard in confusion. Let him speak. Suppressing his unwholesome imaginings, Zhang Jiaming fixed his reddening eyes on his confidant, gesturing for the soldiers to cease their actions. Recapturing LZ County is imperative. This consensus among the attending strategists persisted despite previous disagreements. The corpse of the eight-winged Bodera? Zhang Fan inquired, perplexed. Exchanging treasures or crystals for such a thing was one matter, but what purpose could the corpse of the eight-winged Bodera serve?
Su Xiao Xiao Nadith.
Then bestowed a sweet smile, rendering the guard momentarily dazed, his expression one of foolish bewilderment. Under ordinary circumstances, Gu Yi's situation necessitates an application. However, once submitted, one must await the verdict. Upon witnessing the ominous scene before her, Kai Binger, even a fool would comprehend, felt utterly deceived. Instinctively, she took several steps back. The recent misfortune that befell Dorand had caused him to plummet from grace, while he himself thrived within the Radiant sect. Nevertheless, his clandestine camaraderie with Dorand had never waned. And, even if the association's members became aware, they would not dare to obstruct him. The fierce clashes continued unabated, and Zhou Hua was amongst those mutant warriors who had not undergone extensive training, yet his numerous battles had endowed him with considerable sword-fighting skills. In Chapter 103, the warning was clear. Those who dared to seize her must prepare for death. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Qing hurled a few silver needles. expertly striking the acupoints of several individuals. Shen Zichen and Feng Wenji opened their eyes in succession, with Shen Zichen being the last to awaken. Su Qing's ability to neutralize the narcotic was unexpected to him. As time elapsed, it became evident that Su Qing possessed far more knowledge than he had anticipated. The car door swung open and they followed suit. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, the door was ajar. Yet, within 5 minutes, individuals emerged from the amusement park. Their faces etched with urgency as they inquired among the crowd. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden shout from behind pierced the air, sharp and frantic, leaving Yu Zhonghao somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Tian Xiang furrowed his brow. Time was of the essence. Confronted with such a multitude of giant hornets, escape seemed impossible. If all else failed, he would have to ally with the bear demon, but how could they extricate themselves from this predicament? A sudden blow startled a parent, jolting him awake. He gazed at the inscription on the medicine vial and murmured softly. Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. This scene quickly spread across vast distances, allowing countless observers to witness this marvel. Some, overwhelmed by divine power, knelt and began to pray silently. Unnecessary liqui. My life holds little value. If he desires it, let him take it. Wei Kongming remarked indifferently. Lin Feng seldom addressed Feng Renyao as young sect master, but now, for Xiaolan's sake, he felt compelled to do so, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Feng Yuan. Moments later, the aircraft began to move, and the passengers felt a sudden weight as it took off successfully. A vast, piercing aura surged through the entire space, causing it to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Bai Yu, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment. With a dry laugh, he explained, "This item is no easy feat to acquire. I dyed it with the blood of a rooster I kept for over a decade. It's quite a treasure." After speaking, Bai Yu touched his nose and quickly stepped aside. If one were to articulate the sentiments of Si Huzi following this event, it could indeed be described as the clarity of moonlight piercing through fog. The wind stream was overly loud, and the transitions between steps were somewhat awkward. He needed to clarify these matters swiftly before venturing into the vast wilderness. After giving birth to a mortal child, her waist remained slender. Yet her bosom was decidedly more voluptuous. When she donned her previous attire, the front appeared round and full, akin to 2 ripe fruits. Luhan couldn't help but feel a mild flush rise to his cheeks, quickly averting his gaze. Upon exiting the mercenary guild and walking along the main street into the mercenary gathering area, Li Yan's eyes were in constant motion, curiously surveying his surroundings. Everyone was incensed and eager to confront Tang Yao. However, Chu Tao gestured for everyone to disperse.
No.
I demand to duel this scoundrel to the death. Zhao Lin shouted angrily at Chu Tao. Yet even Xie Juanhe sheathed a sword. The memorial submitted reported nothing but silence, and after an indeterminate amount of time, the appointment for military service at the border finally arrived. Ma Xiaoyan remarked, "I merely speculated. I didn't take it seriously," followed by a lewd chuckle. Ling Yu and Jean Linger traveled southward as the sun gradually dipped in the west. The entire Hubei Great Wilderness transformed into a golden hue, and as the gentle breeze passed, the golden waves coursed gently across the slopes, presenting an expansive, boundless vista to the two. The fragrance of pollen grew increasingly rich, revealing a splendid garden filled with roses, trumpet vines, balsam, and peonies. Merely naming the flowers that Meng Zhu could identify numbered over 10, with countless unnamed blossoms congregating in this garden, resembling a magnificent floral exhibition. In Chapter 104, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boss Wang was firmly pinned down by Su Qing, his eyes nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. "I will not disclose it. Trafficking in humans is a minor offense, but selling them to the leaders beyond the borders equates to treason. That is a grave sin warranting the extermination of entire families." Seeing his silence, a silver needle pierced his brain, causing Boss Wang's body to stiffen instantly, teetering on the brink of death.
King Air.
"Do you intend to use him to reveal the whereabouts of those he sold? Ling Yi, please use your intellect when you speak next time. Do not be so gullible." Jing Zhu coldly instructed, her patience for Ling Yi's superficiality wearing thin.
Chu Sun lit stand intenti.
Discovering that the colossal tree on the island was merely a manifestation of the ancient Fusang tree, not the true ancient Fusang itself. These manifestations existed throughout the 10 veins of the Golden Crow. Nonetheless, he heeded Huaren's counsel and attempted to extract a fragment of spatial essence from Edward. It was evident that the players recruited by the studio possessed remarkable skills. Even the females were no exception. Of course, during the unbinding process, he inadvertently touched Rui. Jing Zhu was fully engaged, and the two conversed animatedly in the noodle shop, losing track of time until the proprietor interrupted them, prompting a somewhat embarrassed departure after settling their bill. Hua and scattered a pouch of gold coins across their room. The elderly couple, engrossed in recounting their son's misfortunes, suddenly found their space filled with coins, their previously grim expressions transforming into ecstasy as they frantically collected the gold. "Father, what if I insist on marrying Zhao Rui as my consort?" Qin Feng inquired of Emperor Qianyuan, articulating each word slowly and clearly. However, even the weakest marine battalion, once exposed in public, would inevitably pose a threat. Francus scratched his chin with sharp claws, his wheel-like eyes gleaming with avarice. Nearby, a tailor noticed Jisoo taking a couple of steps back, disrupting the neatly arranged garment, and hurried to fix it. In an instant he bit her lip, his agile tongue delving in, prying her lips apart with brute force, as if he wished to ravage her entirely. Fortunately, at that moment, the invincible battleship system's voice echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, Chu Tian observed the enormous nuclear submarine before him vanish into thin air. Yet, Xian Yi's undivided attention was not on the battle below, for he had already surmised the ensuing developments. Su Shen harbored doubts regarding whether the continued emanation of martial will from Gu Yu might induce cardiac arrest in those with frail constitutions. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong adversary. Before Qin Fan, these hidden sects were but frogs in a well. Enin's kindergarten fortuitously lay on the same street as SK Corporation, and as Fu Kai's vehicle passed by, he inadvertently caught sight of the blissful scene of the three of them embracing, causing a sharp pang of discomfort akin to a needle piercing his heart. There were no significant losses or repercussions. The attempts to tarnish Olivia's reputation proved futile. Li Feng sneered, his figure flashing as he charged at one of them, delivering a punch that sent the opponent flying. A sixth-grade soul soldier? The Assassin Alliance truly lacked memory. After one had perished, they sent more to their doom. Were there no formidable figures among them? Where's this place? Hong Jun vaguely recalled that before Chiao Yongxi entered the Jinlong Tower, the Xie prison had suddenly appeared and attacked them, causing the teleportation array to become unstable. Amidst the cacophony, they were transported to this inexplicable location. "What on earth are you?" Li Jinglong gazed intently at Lushan, murmuring before awaiting a response. As she approached Kai Yang, every step she took emanated the grandeur of the wedding, deeply realizing that it was all inextricably linked to Kai Yang's affections for her. The exquisite luxury of her wedding gown was irresistible, a mere brush against it evoking a noble elegance. Chapter 105. I Stand Behind You. Su Qing was meticulously examining the crevice at the entrance. There had once been an opening here. Even if it was blocked, it was merely a temporary closure. Shen Zichen's inquiry interrupted her observation. "Be quiet." Shen Zichen complied, though he was deeply concerned for Su Qing. He dared not intrude. Shortly,
Su indiscovered averli noticeable gap.
She retrieved an item from her possession. The man's fingers bore a thin layer of callus, and the palm itched, causing Wen Lu to stifle a laugh. The tip of the blade formed a colossal barrier, the internal force generated by its rotation sweeping through the air like a dragon in a tornado. "My affairs are none of your concern." Gong Jinxuan's cold voice pierced through the space, reaching Lu Jingchen's ears. Reality was harsh, yet he understood that Chu Zihong was correct. He merely felt that it was all due to his own faults. "You cannot strike him. He is your mother's only brother, your own uncle." The shadowy consort spoke with a tinge of sorrow. Su Xiangyang faced the Southern Shore Emperor, loudly reprimanding, "In the imperial court, the emperor's word is paramount. Xian Shirsan's disrespect towards the emperor is a capital offense." Su Xiangyang, indeed the prime minister, is cunning and astute. "I have heard my father mention that our family possesses a key concerning the lives of all, which he inadvertently revealed while intoxicated, yet I have never seen it. And he forbade me from inquiring further." Lin Jingchuan shook his head. "Let them fight among themselves for a while longer. We'll strike when the time is right." "Stand down." The ghost face signaled to cease. "Your Highness, why not let Su Ling conduct the interrogation?" Su Fong proposed, sensing a shift in her master's mood. Her eyes resembled pure glass, clean and transparent, akin to the dreamy allure of the crystal bottle, evoking boundless imagination. Thus, when faced with a dozen or so bodyguards, Zhang Yan's expression grew increasingly serious. Xiao Yan found himself momentarily stunned. His source soul power had reached considerable heights. And aside from formidable beings like the nine-tailed fox and the ethereal ancestor, he felt confident that others could not escape his notice, especially someone as familiar as Sonaire. He thought to drive, taking Cheng Nua through winding streets, ultimately stopping at a secluded restaurant in the bustling district. She was uncertain why she had followed him. Perhaps it was due to their subtly intertwined relationship. Observing Hu Biao's serious expression, Lin Yasi refrained from further comments. Fortunately, after more than a month, she had grown accustomed to the lifestyle of camping and marching in the wilderness, even learning to fall asleep at a moment's notice. Upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, the ice-cold beauty Morong Rushua seemed to awaken from her nostalgic reverie, meeting Zhang Yan's intensely fiery gaze as she turned. When Yunqi arrived at the Kundef Palace, the Empress had already received news of the Emperor bestowing the title of Princess upon Li Jingyi. After years in the Central Palace, she personally drafted the decree and instructed Qingyang to select the rewards to be sent to the Princess of Jinyang. The individual swiftly collected the jade pendant and exited the room, clearly motivated by a desire for wealth. Online, discussions flourished, with the love triangle between Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Ling, and Lin Yueru being particularly popular. Those in the know speculated on her connections to the city lord's mansion and various prominent families, their gazes shifting accordingly. While siblings conversed, the souls of the demon clan in their resting place had vanished. With their disappearance, the lingering ominous aura dissipated, and even the dilapidated camp had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the distant Yumming Star welcomed its first batch of inhabitants. Li Xian stood his ground, not out of a lack of compassion, but because the matter was of utmost importance and could not afford any missteps. Had other young men hired him and breached their contracts, he would have long since gone to teach them a lesson. Chapter 106. If you dislike it, why save me? The sensation of being cared for was rather pleasant. Su Qing leaned against Shen Zichen's embrace. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she had always relied on herself. Now, there was someone she could lean on. The man carried her with steadiness. She gazed up at him, wishing she could rely on him indefinitely, though alas, such a notion was impossible. I also find it curious. Did you not see how violently he struck those people? It was truly somewhat terrifying, Roman replied, his eyes unconsciously fixed on Yuichio. When she noticed Yuichio looking back at her, she was instantly startled and quickly turned away. Moreover, Yanji Yuan will find a place for us to meet and discuss significant matters. Yu Qinghuan expressed her mild exasperation. The chieftain had not held the position long. Prior to his assumption, the previous elder had been present, and he had been largely unaware of clan affairs. Following his rise, being young, he had committed many indiscretions, and clan matters were no longer discussed with her, leading to her ignorance of many issues. As luck would have it, when the two of them rode near Nyosho Mountain, they were suddenly surrounded by bandits who demanded to take He Huab the mountain to become the second-in-command as wife. Gu Chaoyan handed the Zhan Tian sword to Duan Feng, though she did not retrieve the box containing the fragments of the scroll. Accompanying Lin Dongyang by Yuan Kai and Sun Xiaoya were 5 tall men clad in black suits, professional bodyguards assigned by the Bai family to ensure Bai Yuan Kai's safety. All right then, Cain reluctantly acquiesced. She would not be so ungrateful as to offend the Elven King, especially since he was from her own clan. Some individuals, regardless of their makeup, remained unattractive. Yet, others retain their beauty even without adornment, showcasing a stark contrast. Luo Heng, while working, would often glance at his computer desk, where the game remained open. His friend list still displayed. However, he could not find any medicinal herbs among the items he had. In his first job after coming to the continent, Xian was both a superstar and an investment partner, making Zhou Shihao appear somewhat constrained. Snatching the ice cola from Lu Baobao, he took a hearty sip, finally suppressing the surge of irritation. Zhou Xian retorted, General Deng, your words are misguided. Our master has imparted his craft upon us. Even if it costs us our lives, we must rescue him. Otherwise, we would be unworthy disciples. He believed that irrespective of the consequences, they should directly rescue him and consider any death as a means of repaying their gratitude. Sha Wuhan seemed to understand that his life was not in peril. The adversary merely sought the hostage in his possession. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Huangfu Shui had never participated in a hunt. In her previous life, there had been none. And in the present, the advocacy for wildlife protection was strong, unlike now, where the emperor personally led hunting expeditions. The original host had seldom left home, thus had never had the chance to partake in such activities. Hearing this, Huangfu Shui felt a surge of excitement. The ground erupted as 5 flying knives shot up, and He Wu Jia swiftly dodged to the side. However, immediately afterward, the threads pulled back and the 5 knives circled around, while simultaneously, 5 more knives were launched. And at some point, 4 threads formed a grid, sealing He Wu Jia's movement space. Her body, having fused with the T-virus, experienced enhancements that transcended mere flesh and blood. Her mind, too, was developed, and this enhancement and development continued to ascend steadily, albeit slowly, yet it was an incessant progression. Each department had its head tasked with the primary responsibility of overseeing training, and there was no need to elaborate on Yang Rui's cohort. Throughout the 575 ship, apart from a few veteran engine masters and some missile commanders, they were undoubtedly the most seasoned. Chapter 107. I must save her. As the bandits moved the stones aside, Shen Zichen's face emerged at the cave's entrance. Old Nine, I knew you would come to rescue us. Shen Zichen, close to the boulder. Evidence that he had indeed located an exit, though it remained stubbornly unopened. Shen Zichen reached out to pull Shen Zichen and Fang Wenji up. Old Nine, there is a long passageway down here. As Shen Zichen ascended, he grimaced in pain. Su Qing glanced over. The Sea of Consciousness, unlike the Dantian, not only housed the divine sense but also safeguarded the soul, even if the divine sense were depleted, as long as one drew breath. The soul persisted within the Sea of Consciousness. My goodness! Exclaimed the commanding officer stationed here, hastily ordering his subordinates to cease fire, then reporting upwards via the communicator. After they finished their scavenging, the old man took a bamboo pole to poke the water. As the pole sank, he pressed down on its tip, and upon withdrawing it, a golden pearl rolled out and plopped into the pool. Observing the male protagonist who had approached the bed and naturally embraced her, Mu Xiaoxiao's body stiffened. What sort of plot twist was this? This letter bore a peculiar emblem. If Gu Bei's guess was correct, it should be the family crest of the Xiao clan. People of the Jiuli tribe, you have come here for inheritance, yet why attack the newcomers? The descendant of Fuxi formally inquired. It was only when the contemporary saint of heavenly mechanisms attained sanctification that the mighty realized a new era was approaching. Perhaps the millennium of suppression was merely a prelude to the forthcoming age. Xiao Yechen had indeed been busy of late. Glancing at the date, he noted that it had been over half a month since Mu Xiaoxiao was discharged from the hospital. Yet she conceded that she was indeed ensnared by some bond. Even knowing that her Yish could not possibly be such a being, she slowly closed her eyes, calming her spirit, in the expanse of heaven and earth. It felt as though she were the sole inhabitant, as if separated from the world. Jin Guangyan pondered for a moment before agreeing. In truth, he did not perceive any issue with stepping forward. He merely understood Xiao Xiao and wished not to bring her sorrow over trivial matters. After all, this Zhang Xiaoxiao was someone she cared about deeply. He could only hope Zhang Xiaoxiao regarded Xiao Xiao as a friend and would not escalate the situation. She opened her arms, wrapping them tenderly around Fang Yu's neck, and under the watchful eyes of her sister Fang Mei and the diners, offered her sweet lips, seductively pouring wine into her husband's mouth. Then, she delicately brushed aside her sleeves, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. What had begun as mere persuasion for Ning Wang's sake turned into a moment of melancholy for her by the end. At the entrance of the idol garden, the maid Grenia had long been waiting. Upon seeing Feng Qian's carriage from afar, she opened her umbrella and approached. However, this was merely a superficial promise. Should she engage in indiscriminate slaughter during this period, she would naturally forfeit her command without needing others to push her. Lifting the curtain, she beheld Luo Qing, who was engrossed in tactical contemplation with his back to her, and Yu Zhongli furrowed his brow to call out a report.
Oyi.
You have finally distanced yourself from them, yet Lin Mo remains oblivious to such phrasing. The fundamental reason one could endeavor to do so, through their own efforts, was also a clear understanding of how the developments in these matters would unfold. Suddenly, the bride from the wedding appeared, with a large bald patch atop her head, sporting an explosive hairstyle with smoke wafting from it. Her face dirty as she glared coldly at the camera. Dong Feng Yi's gaze fell upon Luo Yishuan's instep, where he noticed a deep green bruise glaringly prominent against her fair skin. Dong Feng Yi's eyes brimmed with shadows, exuding a chilling aura. Who did this? He inquired in a steady tone. My grandson was originally named Zhangsun Chongkong. Now he is called Gu Chongkong. If you agree, I shall release them, Gu Tsong said leisurely, his gaze instinctively flickering towards Mu Yuhua. Chapter 108. Indeed, Officer Zheng, I just joined the police force last week. In the presence of the most renowned Chinese figure in the police, Kuang Tianyu involuntarily straightened his posture. When she proposed to cultivate the marrow washing technique, the master of the Flower Fairy Mountain, Xiang Mo, set forth particularly stringent demands. Jiang Luo could not help but curse internally. Exterminating all the frenzied creatures in the vast expanse of the Star Sea Lake would take a month, and what of seeking the cause? What a farce. Not a single clue in sight. He was the king of prisons, not a law-abiding citizen, yet he had never confined himself within the bounds of law. Were it not for the formations in place, The very presence of that body would make those nearby exceedingly uncomfortable. As of now, the forces able to offer a bounty were evidently clear: the city lord's mansion, the Wang family, and the 10,000 treasures hall. Yet the question remains, are you not the Royal Harbor Island Police? Is it truly wise to sit so crookedly? Suddenly, two mid-level peak individuals unleashed an overwhelming pressure, causing the remaining 7 to change countenance and release their own auras to resist. The Feng family had already acquired a chancellor, an inspector general ranking just below the chancellor, and a son-in-law concurrently serving as the ritual wine master of the Great Qing Academy. Now the emperor sought to bestow upon the Feng family the honor of the king of the night in Xianying. Although the primordial golden immortal remained beneath his consideration, the identity of the son of the Great Path could not be overlooked. From the stage manager Du Feng, Tongya learned that Yi Chunying intended to accompany Tian Shaojing to a newly opened bar nearby, prompting her to set a trap in advance, bribing the thugs who frequented the bar to slip some hallucinogenic and addictive pills into her drink while she was unguarded. Mu Jun followed closely behind Mu Chun. As time ticked away, even as Mu Chun turned the house upside down, she could not locate anyone, yet she kept an eye on the door, noting that no one had exited. Just as the voice of the ancestor echoed with uncertainty, the previously somewhat ethereal figure finally became distinct. After a night of sweet dreams, when Mu Chun opened her eyes again, her entire body had rolled to the other side of the bed, the blanket at the foot neatly folded, and the twisted towel had vanished. In one corner of this stone chamber lay a carved map documenting the terrain of the ancient tomb. Ao Tian exited the immortal ancient battlefield, wandering the eastern domain with a man and a wolf, looking about with great delight. Be good, Zhu Zhu. As long as you don't wish to leave Daddy, I will always stay by your side. Chen Mo felt a pang of heartache. Instantly, Li Chui became even more reticent, offering a reserved smile to Jiao Jiao while glancing at the object in Gu Sirui's hand, her eyes filled with conflict. Wu Shixue reached her hand into the fish pond, knowing that Shen Mu had understood and would find an opportunity to inform Zhou Yi of this matter. Chen Daochang's expression shifted slightly. This large cauldron had been passed down through Wudong for hundreds of years, and there was no reason to part with it lightly. The newly brewed liquor, however, had undergone multiple distillations, resulting in a high-proof spirit of 30 degrees, enhanced with a sprinkling of osmanthus. Although Kitagawa Makoto knew no one would respond with "you've returned," he still wished to indulge in the ceremonial and polite gesture of declaring, "I have returned." "Thank you, senior." Yun Xiu bowed deeply. The assistance offered was already a significant favor, and naturally, Yun Xiu could not allow the other party to tire themselves over someone else's issues. He felt quite dejected, staring at the table. The lavish feast that had once delighted him now left him utterly devoid of appetite. Ling Su quickly recognized several individuals as cultivators from the Nine Fiends Palace, which piqued his curiosity.
Consequently,
He unleashed his spiritual consciousness to infiltrate the soundproof barrier and eavesdrop on their conversation. The chilling aura emanating from Xiao Qi, coupled with the murderous intent reflected in his dark eyes, made Xia Weiwei acutely aware that this man harbored genuine intentions to kill her. Moreover, such an act seemed unwarranted. With the world having only just stabilized, rekindling conflict would undoubtedly disturb the heavens. Qin Chamu cast a discreet glance at Bei Jihan, who wore a gloomy countenance, his expression far from pleasant. Yet, Chun Chi's suggestion appeared like a gust of wind on the vast sea, propelling the solitary heart of Ing Zhao forward. Yi Yu had just unleashed a formidable strike, but in a moment of carelessness, he found himself ensnared by 20 tentacles, binding his limbs with unyielding restraint. At last, the elder ceased his contemplation, opened his eyes, and raised his head, sweeping the crowd with an exceptionally sharp gaze. However, Wang Xishu observed Wang Bing with tear-streaked cheeks, devoid of any joy, only an overwhelming sorrow. Her hands, poised to retrieve a ceramic gift from behind her, involuntarily slowed. Upon hearing Sun Li's words, Yi Tian inwardly acknowledged the close call. Nevertheless, he addressed Sun Li, stating, "Teacher, I have a stomach ache. I shall not attend this evening, but will return tomorrow." Clutching his abdomen, Yi Tian dashed out of the classroom, his speed so swift that neither Sun Li nor the surrounding students had time to react before he vanished. When the beast beheld the towering giant that had suddenly appeared, it instinctively recoiled. The courtyard was not far from the hospital. The ambulance arrived in under 10 minutes. However, by the time Su Xiangqing reached the scene, Lu Shuyan had already lost her breath. Even so, Su Xiangqing was determined to attempt a miracle. Observing her reaction, Lu Chenyang skillfully stripped her of her defenses as if peeling a banana, advancing toward her with intent. Ren Chongfeng's ethereal shadow flickered, soaring amidst the enemy ranks. while those surrounding him found themselves unable to approach. Meanwhile, the enforcers intensified their efforts, ultimately ceasing only after striking the 15th baguette, revealing Yu's form. Yet, in the next instant, Yi Yu and Shen Bing inexplicably appeared 5,000 meters away. Yuan Ming acknowledged with a subtle yes, stealing a glance at Jingwei. Witnessing Jingwei meticulously wipe down the Tao's tea set, he felt a pang in his heart and quietly withdrew. Only after Yuan Ming had stepped back did Jingwei cease her actions, gazing wistfully at his departing figure. Galuro, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that these tailed beasts were akin to ticking time bombs for the village. One day, humanity would choose to combat the Akatsuki for the sake of the tailed beasts, thus igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War, a notion many had not contemplated. Largely due to Uchiha Obito's somewhat reckless machinations. Chapter 109. The Reward. The spectators gazed at Chen Xiao with expressions of bewilderment, utterly failing to comprehend how he had endured such trials. The Qing dynasty had fallen, followed by Yuan Shikai, and, subsequently, the warlord-led government. In February 1932, Japan supported the establishment of the puppet state of Manchukuo, prompting Qing loyalist Zheng Xiaoxiu to invite him to be the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xinjiang. He replied, "Puyi has become a child emperor for the Japanese. I cannot bear such disgrace." Mu Hongyu's eyes flickered with a wild light as a brawny hand gently caressed Mu Qianxuan's delicate cheek. Fortunately, they encountered Mr. Nanshan and, thankfully, Ling Xing had left behind the cold Star Jade Order. Otherwise, on this rainy day, he would have suffered excruciating pain once more, not to mention the day's events. Tian Xian nodded in response, acknowledging that he possessed little related to dragons. The dragon ascension technique merely contained a hint of impure dragon aura. What he had felt from that starry sky was merely a marvelous sensation, devoid of any substantial essence to present. The governor of Jikingfu would issue orders to the generals of the 9 major cities, commanding them to lead troops to eradicate these arrogant forces. As they reveled in their merriment, a commotion erupted nearby, as if 2 factions were clashing, armed with clubs. The task hall had become desolate. With the remaining disciples occupied with their own assignments, they had invited several individuals, all of whom had declined. Concealing their activities proved rather troublesome. Yi Qingqing frowned, then turned, directing her gaze toward the sphere, contemplating an idea involving it. Tian Xian calmly observed the scarred man venting his frustrations, and when the attacks diminished, he wielded his long spear and struck decisively. 3 days later, the Beastmaster city mobilized towards the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range, a location reminiscent of the Yingjian Peak, where Yuio had once resided, devoid of formidable beasts, populated instead by creatures below level 8. Ideal for the younger generation of the Beastmaster sect to hone their skills. Not to mention that, even if her brother intervened, she could single-handedly resolve matters. With the whip in her hand, she could easily dispatch all 4 adversaries at once. Han Sanbian extended his palm, revealing a transparent longsword, while Yuio, confident in the protection of his Luyun spear, charged forward once more towards Han Sanbian. However, Han Sanbian's sword pierced through Yuio's defenses. Their capabilities were simply inadequate. Had their team possessed merely half of their coordination, their strength would have multiplied. A panda's demeanor was thus: if you spoke it, I would achieve it, repaying your kindness. If I could not fulfill it, I would remain forthright, merely parting ways without grievance. The burden of owing a sage a karmic debt was indeed unbearable. Merely contemplating it kept him awake at night. Upon hearing this, the disciples collectively exhaled in relief, genuinely fearing that Jiang Shichuan might impulsively commit some outrageous act. Meanwhile, the demonic beings had established a unique cultivation system, leading to the fact that those below level 6 had become mindless, soulless husks. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smile graced the faces of those before him. However, just as this idea took root in Han Ontong's mind, he suddenly fell silent. Coming to a halt, Ji Xuanhao murmured to himself, reflecting on the fact that he had resided in the realm of time for over 4 years, with a 100-fold enhancement. While only 15 days had passed outside, he had lived through more than 4 years. Song Yi looked to the Xianjing ruler and the Haotian ruler for assistance, hoping they would cease their brawl to aid him in vanquishing the Minister of War. Lu Qian's mind raced as he swiftly turned and approached the edge of a pit. Reaching inside to test the breath of the fallen, confirming he was unconscious, he gripped the man's wrist, exerting tremendous effort to finally drag him out. These few landmines had been ingeniously repurposed from jars used by farmers for pickling vegetables. They contained not only black powder and a few yellow explosives in Li Ziyuan's possession but also numerous iron nails. Furthermore, to deceive the Japanese puppet army, Li Ziyuan had planted many false landmines within the ambush zone. The individual who originally devised such a martial technique was truly a genius of unparalleled caliber. It was a profound regret not to have met him, such is life's lament. Tian Ci sighed softly, a glimmer of awe illuminating his gaze. The members of the team felt quite satisfied, save for Qiu Liang, who sensed that he might never again have the opportunity to level up alongside a master of Nan Xiang Qingfeng's caliber. In the period that followed, Han Lang initially believed he would enjoy some peace, following his grand display of prowess in the previous battle. Many assumed he was formidable and would not seek him out for trouble. Before shifting his focus, Hu Guoshan needed to ascertain the situation in the 5th war zone. Otherwise, the ensuing actions might jeopardize the 3rd Regiment. Yi Shiliang, having weathered many storms, maintained a relatively calm demeanor. With Zhao Qin and Yi Shiliang both present, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Why isn't Zhao Lin's bodyguard here?" I recall Zhao Qin mentioning previously that he had secretly dispatched a master to protect her. Ping Ruoyu led the way ahead, with the 4 of them filing into the dungeon in single file. Ping Zhuangzhu closely followed, while Zhang Lichen and Xian Shuang brought up the rear, whispering to one another. Ping Zhuangzhu had intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, but despite straining to hear, he found it nearly impossible to catch even a fragment of their discussion. The dwarf blacksmith, or more appropriately referred to by his true name, Aoli Ge, was imbued with a sense of fervor that illuminated his eyes. In an instant, Xue Hai, her brows dancing with delight, approached and inhaled deeply. Delicious. Truly delightful. The array of pastries, each uniquely shaped and vibrantly colored, made her mouth water. Chapter 110. Far Yet Near. Su Qing felt a twinge of confusion regarding the sudden shift in Shen Ziyuan's demeanor towards her. However, she quickly dismissed it, realizing that his attitude bore no significance. "Princess Jiu, what should we do about this matter?" Shen Zichen inquired, filling her cup with tea and smiling as he sought her counsel. Su Qing glanced at Shen Zichen, pondering why this was his responsibility to address, rather than her own as the princess. Driven by curiosity, he grasped the well rope and slid down, only to discover below a decaying male corpse. "Yes, my lord," Kata responded respectfully. Despite the unmistakable surveillance and distrust emanating from Kai Su's words, Kata felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, at that moment, he was far too preoccupied with the potential dangers of his own impending downfall to be concerned about the slightest hint of mistrust from his counterpart. With a thunderous crash, a massive timber plunged into the water, sending a spray of droplets into the air as we nimbly continued our ascent. Observing the 6 or so Qin soldiers being carried out, Beichen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. These individuals appeared tormented, their cries echoing painfully, making it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. Beichen nodded in agreement, aware that his audacious confrontation with Zhang Liang was predicated on one key factor. Zhang Liang did not recognize him. "Boss, there is something I must bring to your attention. Initially, I thought it inconsequential, but upon reflection, it might pertain to your very survival," Chu Feng said nervously, glancing at the affable Lin Di. "You're pushing me," Zhu Jianhui remarked, making a gesture as over 20 armored warriors emerged behind her. On Hao observed the scene from below, perhaps having never encountered such a spectacle before. Yet, among so many enterprises, it was he who dared to voice his dissent against authority, showcasing remarkable courage. The light in Shin Sanyang's eyes reignited as she proclaimed, "Brother Bai's talents are unparalleled in the world. In terms of martial prowess, wit, and bravery, no one can compare to him." One glance into her eyes revealed her profound admiration and respect for her brother Bai. At such a level of perfection, surely no one could harbor disdain for her.
Could they?
Hey. Narrator, can you be a bit more certain? This is being recorded, after all. Though, to be fair, the visuals do indeed evoke annoyance. He had initially planned to dash forward, employing the Fire Lotus Heart technique to deliver a flurry of blows, followed by the Divine Flame Fist to extinguish the life of the beast. Song Yu understood that the assailants holding hostages sought a chance to escape and would refrain from harming Pei Xiaoxiao for the time being. The Li family, looking down upon the common folk, intended to postpone matters until after the imperial examination, thus causing a delay in his marriage. 1 or 2 could be overlooked. But when Zhou Linglan foolishly boasted in front of the entire school, now having fallen from grace, what utility was there in seeking her out? Countless minuscule currents coursed across the metallic surface, rendering the object both unsafe and unstable. No wonder the Northern Domain's heavenly sect placed such emphasis on the comprehension of realms, particularly for disciples capable of manifesting domains. As the call ended, Feng Qinghua gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. After much effort, She had managed to distance herself from Jiang Yuya, hoping to avoid repeating past mistakes. She understood that if she sought him out, everything would unravel and lose all significance. The middle-aged nurse watched his figure recede into the distance before heading to Meng Yuyu's ward to replace her saline drip, knowing that once this final bag was administered, she would be discharged. Yet, just as the beast men could not resist the allure of bloodlust, the blood elves were equally captivated by magic, and the goblins were irresistibly drawn to the clinking of silver and gold coins. The immense force, weighing over 10,000 pounds, struck the divine general, producing a deep, resonant sound. Chapter 111. Oh my. Orthopedics. The three Shen brothers exchanged glances. Close at hand? Could it be in Sujiang City? Yet, this location was a day's ride from the border. The king and prince beyond the pass were excessively audacious. Were they not concerned about the potential consequences of their arrival? Qing is right. You are not a deity, Shen Zichen remarked with a kind smile.
King, I shall send Scouts to investigate.
Would you care to join us? Inside the carriage, Han Zaicheng remained oblivious to Hui Kai's silent tears. He was still mulling over her earlier words, which, for him,
stirred no emotion.
Whether it was due to a lack of heart, or because his heart had already been given to Min Xiaoying, he felt utterly indifferent to Hui Kai's tears cascading down. Man Jia gazed vacantly, devoid of any reaction, merely watching as Chen Zimo cried out in anguish. Am I too petty? Am I too stubborn? Should I turn a blind eye? They say love sometimes requires compromise, but does it truly matter? Man Jia squinted at the tender scene before her, brainstorming countless reasons to cheer up Yan Xiujuan, yet found herself incapable of articulating a single one. Shui Yulian was in the midst of speaking when someone arrived. Before her words could settle, the bamboo curtain was abruptly lifted, revealing Jiang Su holding a kettle, while Qin cradled several cups in her hands. Cheng Qianzhong, Qing Qianwan, Wei Qi and Wei Qi Song jovially pushed and pulled Shueding Shan into the room. Qin Long couldn't help but recall Super Central Anna, wondering how the Ability Alliance was faring nowadays and if the momentum of the Skynet still dominated as before. This silence was genuine silence, persisting from the onset of war until engulfed. Hong Jun had never publicly expressed any opinions or thoughts on the matter. In truth, Hong Jun had grown exceedingly discreet, choosing to retreat step by step in the face of the overwhelming onslaught. Si Qin chose to disregard him, and the wedding dress assistant promptly approached, accompanying her as they moved to the back. She felt entirely uncomfortable. Her top was far too sheer, her skirt too short, and her heels uncomfortably high. She had never felt this shy about her appearance on her wedding day, and now she hesitated to step out in such an ensemble. In the afternoon, Shui Rower awoke and immediately went to visit Bai Fenghua, who was still in slumber. Shui Rower sat by Bai Fenghua's bedside for a considerable time, her heart finally at ease upon witnessing Bai Fenghua's rosy complexion. The young assassin now exuded the essence of a martial arts master. Observing the splashes of water kicked up by the knife's wind and the mournful sounds of the piercing air, leaving one almost reluctant to face the impending onslaught. The monsters, having only heard that consuming Tang Seng's flesh could grant longevity, were also aware of specific methods to achieve such immortality. Unable to contemplate further, if a glimmer of hope truly lay within the 9 towering peaks, it should logically correspond to the 7th peak. Yuan Feng immediately utilized the 9 heavens mirror to fixate on Zhang Yunao. However, Zhang Yunao showed no inclination to flee, her power surging rapidly. In the next moment, a figure lunged towards him, unmistakably Huang Ziki, who delivered a hand strike that pierced through Zhang Yunao's chest. Below the city, Lin Yu prepared to unleash a stunning wave palm to breach the defenses of Tianfang City when the city gates swung open. Lu Nu, riding his steed Yan, gallantly burst forth, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Yu, and with such fervor, it was clear that Lu Nu was at the helm of this fiery display. It must be admitted that Noah's maneuver was ruthlessly cunning, leveraging verbal superiority to corner fists into a precarious dilemma. Were it not for the abject failure of a thoroughly incompetent researcher, or perhaps a deliberate ploy by an academic charlatan exploiting low-value research, the situation would not have unfolded as such. Simultaneously, while the Ming Group branch in Songhai City was under attack, the Ming Group laboratory and suburban estate in Songlan City also faced assaults from the forces of Xian Badao and Chu Batian, among others from the poison sect. Chapter 112. Earning money too easily. The gazes of the two brothers were fixed intently on Su Qing. What is orthopedics? It could make Su Qing's eyes widen to their limits. Qinger, what are you staring at? Shen Zichen could not help but inquire. Su Qing came back to her senses. Waving her hand with a cheerful smile, it's nothing. Let us go catch someone. In that fleeting moment as she turned, A hint of regret lingered in her eyes, leaving the two brothers perplexed. Old Ninth, the creation of memories from thin air is what we refer to as ZOE. Such memories often can only exist within pre-prepared memory spaces. Before long, the vast ocean surrounding an iceberg transformed into endless fertile land. It was akin to the blink of an eye, where the sea became fields. Unbeknownst to Long Duo, he was swiftly suppressed by the force of the earth elemental energy that had been conjured, with no time to even entertain the thought of escape. Bordeaux was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that what seemed like a dire crisis in his eyes was merely an act of assistance in Angel's perspective, whether it was the Empire or humanity. It appeared that in Angel's mind, none held any significant importance. As long as humanity did not face extinction, her requirements were fulfilled. Of course, there were disciples who eagerly chimed in, asserting that not only Xin Lang, but even if Chong and Liu Yang were to join forces, they still could not evade the fate of being hung from the trees. Malka's response left Li Bin profoundly frustrated. He had initially hoped to glean insights into the chaotic energy within him that he could not yet control from Malka. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity to discuss it. While instructing 10,000 sea beast doctors to immediately tend to the severely injured crab soldiers and shrimp generals of Chongqing Sea, Pangu opted to release 13,000 shark spirits from the nurturing bottle within the supreme breath-holding formation of the rebirth pool. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think we're easily intimidated? The man's expression darkened as he glared, bolstering the courage of his brothers behind him. Tang Feng maintained a smile, listening quietly without any change in emotion or desire to engage in conversation. So, you haven't seen your cold uncle in 5 years?
Dan Feng pondered,
Interrupting Huzi's narrative while handing him a cup of tea. Through this exchange, both gained something, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and joy, making the journey worthwhile. Indeed, they nodded, and with a surge of divine power, they propelled themselves towards the ethereal flame body in fluid forms. This ethereal body, previously languid, gradually regained its full combat prowess as the powerful flames reignited. Thus, as their will became more concentrated, their thoughts followed suit, growing stronger in the dream world, ultimately reaching a state of omnipotence, completely coalescing, transcending all else, achieving a realm devoid of dreams, or perhaps a waking dream indistinguishable from reality. Powerful enough to even manipulate the cosmos of dream and extinction. The appearance of Yi Han prompted Yi Li, suspended in the void above, to nod in acknowledgement. Among his family, he had high hopes for 3 individuals. Yi Han, who was composed and unflappable, exhibiting a fortitude that far surpassed other youths. On the screen, Dylan Dahl could hardly conceal his excitement, for becoming the speaker was no small feat. The Tottenham goalkeeper Gomez, defenders Hutton, Gallas, Kabul, and Hector, midfielders Lennon, Jenez, Modric, Bale, Van der Vaart, and the lone striker Pavlyuchenko. After saying this, Zhou Dongfei couldn't help but laugh, prompting others to realize the humor and join in, all praising Zhou Dongfei's cleverness. As the army reached the foot of the city, Zhang Fei and Dian Wei had long been waiting below, alongside several commanders of the southern Xiongnu who had been eagerly anticipating Lu Long's forces. Chapter 113. Quite the acting. Just as he lunged forward, Su Qing swiftly dodged to the side of the table. Bilge was momentarily taken aback, only to then see the beauty smile. "Beauty, watch me catch you." Su Qing calculated the time. Bilge's father, the king of the outer regions, should be arriving soon. She was biding her time for their reunion. "Let us take them all out." Su Qing dodged once more, her laughter ringing out. "My lord, come." He floated above the black vortex, the potent energy within him resonating, rivaling even the power of the 4-element vortex. When Ding Hu's gaze fell upon him, as if sensing something, he opened his eyes. Originally, El had thought that the colossal beast in the iron shed was the primary adversary they needed to face, the ultimate goal of Master Alpha's relentless training. Typically, Li Tianyu might have departed, but he had come here seeking an opportunity to break through to the 8 Desolation Extreme Realm, and thus he could not turn back. This jungle, though modest in size, was teeming with prey. In no time, Tang Xiao had a bountiful harvest. Once those words were spoken, the body of the Black Butcher Yuan Sheng completely transformed into a speck of light, vanishing from sight, perhaps leaving behind even the last vestige of earthly attachment. Hong Xiang quickly denied, "No, this servant will drink it now." Saying this, she finished a cup of steaming tea in one gulp. Upon closer inspection in the heavens above, a man clad in golden armor floated majestically, his visage strikingly handsome, yet exuding an aura of authority without anger, akin to the descent of a war deity. At that moment, Had Dinghua triumphed over the 6 paths, he would precisely secure the crucial 3 points, while the 6 paths, suffering from this defeat, would be unable to earn any scores, thereby allowing Dinghua to become the champion among the top 10. Upon returning to the Dark Temple, Daimos changed into the divine attire and boots, taking a seat on the throne in the main hall. However, Su Tian was different, within a 10-meter radius. Everything fell under his perception, and no trace could evade him. Thus, when a dozen hidden weapons were shot towards him, with a mere thought, he summoned the void-breaking gun, effortlessly and silently dispatching the projectiles. The man, who had been shaking his car keys, paused his actions and spoke to his companion, who had also halted, twisting his golden ring. Chao Chun recognized Zhang Fei and knew that his loud voice could be heard from afar, buzzing in his ears. Since Zhang Fei was present, Liu Bei must be nearby. The battle was about to commence, and it was prudent to assess the surrounding situation first.
Consequently,
Zhang Yingjie purchased a few sheep for himself, finding it quite pleasant to roam the mountains daily. The Dark Emperor's palace was the most powerful and mysterious force in the Haotian star domain, a mystery even among the angel and demon races. General, since we couldn't infiltrate Chang'an City, it would be better to continue trying in Huaili, he suggested to Ma Chao, proposing they continue to masquerade as Wei troops in hopes of infiltrating Huaili and easily seizing the city. Ribbon fish? The one that looks like a dead snake? The short soldier trailing behind, He Longzi found that creature far too fishy. Chi let out a sigh of relief as Li Jingjia made a gesture to seal his lips towards Jin Xuejuan, who nodded repeatedly before continuing onward. The space was also divided in two, with Saitama and Boros standing on opposite sides of the alternate dimension. At the fracture of space, endless void was visible, with turbulent spatial currents surging into the other dimension. What are you asking me for leave? You are the boss. Do as you please. If this company goes under, you'll be the one losing money, Jia Yun Chao retorted angrily. Su Yimin nodded, realizing she rarely saw Jiang He in such a state. Typically, Jiang He exuded confidence. Upon their first meeting, he had analyzed numerous useful clues with just a glance. Yet now, Su Yimin sensed a change in Jiang He. Chapter 114. The Unpredictable Fool. The king of the outer regions had already agreed to provide an explanation, and Shen Zichen and the others departed. Shen Ziru cast a worried glance at Bilge. Upon leaving the inn, he intercepted the two. Princess, if we leave like this, what will we do if Bilge speaks the truth? Bilge has been schemed against. The king of the outer regions will not easily let it go. Shen Zichen gazed at Su Qing with a smile, confident that her audacity would surely yield a solution. At the very least, this allowed him to observe her while she deftly concealed her true intentions. The middle-aged man appeared exceedingly irate, questioning the assailant among the humans, resulting in an unsatisfactory conclusion. A startling shout reverberated through the air, rousing the entire capital from its slumber, quickly followed by a chorus of additional cries. A rubber raft, powered to its utmost capacity, surged forth, cutting through the waves and approaching the two individuals. Subsequently, I settled cross-legged on the ground, utilizing the true dragon chi contained within the jade ring to restore some of my Dao energy, and then employed this energy to directly activate the MOE pearl. To put it another way, given your current age, you must have just graduated from university. May I inquire whether your major was related to tourism? Yu Ying's gaze fixated onto Prung, as if she could see through him entirely. Esteemed benefactor, one should exercise mercy. I hope you can spare a path for survival, spoke the ancient Buddha. Yes, your majesty, Su Shi replied, his body trembling slightly, appearing utterly helpless. When the final group of travelers arrived at a barren plot behind the factory, they were suddenly startled by a peculiar sound. 5 minutes later, Ning Tao had already expended 50,000 yuan, while Feng Shui Kuaji had similarly spent nearly the same amount. Neither of them had succeeded in any transformations, and the price of the luck stone had continuously doubled, surpassing 10,000. Such was the bizarre nature of the luck stone, its value escalating with each failure. However, from this day forth, she intended to oppose Yuanzhen, knowing that to elevate San Huangge to the throne would undoubtedly require Ning Yi and even Duke Ning's assistance. There should be none, right? Previously, Miss Jiang expressed considerable dissatisfaction towards me, but she hasn't appeared since. I thought she had withdrawn in the face of difficulty. Encountering her today is quite unexpected, Ning Lan remarked. Despite her initial condescension, Yi Fan's formidable prowess was now beyond question. Is everyone intoxicated? What awareness remains? She sighed. Leaning in, as the towel barely touched his face, the person beneath her suddenly pulled her down onto the bed, Shi Xianrui flipping over to pin her down. The scent of alcohol overwhelming. Laner and I have faced numerous tribulations. Whether she returns or not, my heart shall always be with her. Should it be another? It is absolutely forbidden. Mother, please remember this, Rong Fei implored. The three individuals on the sofa quickly turned towards the sound, only to see Nangong Qian and Zhan Wuji entering. The sea erupted into a boiling frenzy, with countless black mists, monsters, and even bizarre creatures surging from the depths towards the light of the Church of the Illuminated. You speak nonsense. Who do you think you are? Why would we ever like you? The man shouted, enraged and humiliated. Is it still time for jokes? Very well, I shall take your words as flattery, Pu Jie remarked, simultaneously resetting the man's arms. The second prince staggered slightly. Since the founding of the nation, no heir had ever sat alongside the emperor. His elder brother not only achieved this feat, but consistently provoked him with daily challenges. The core issue of the Great Sway requires resolute measures. Your Majesty knows this. Allowing Inger to stir up some chaos might yield unexpected joys.
Dugugelio smiled.
When she had taken out the golden tablet, she merely observed it without attempting to grasp it. The experts had spoken lightly of it, yet she remained unconvinced. However, upon handling it, she realized its astonishing lightness. Chapter 115, Zichen, please assist me. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, Su Qing, feeling overstuffed, reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard to digest her meal. Shen Zichen, concerned for her rest, purchased an entire courtyard. Qinger, with nothing pressing at present, we may linger here for a while longer. The scenery is exquisite. We can explore the mountains and waters, Shen Zichen said, sitting beside Su Qing, separated only by a stone table laden with various fruits. They were unaware of which were poisonous or safe, and even more incredulous that the Qin army possessed such toxins. Li Yin fell silent for a moment. Although he had been away from the capital for quite some time, he had heard of Gao Xiaofu's exploits. Lin Yi held her breath, anxiously listening for Xin Zhong's response, too nervous to gaze upon Qin Shuohin's countenance. Fu Siyuan cherished her, indulging her every flaw and temper, enveloping her in boundless tenderness, assisting her in resolving various dilemmas.
Understood. Tan Hung acknowledged.
He was aware that Xia Qing was not an impulsive individual, yet he still reported to headquarters, requesting support. However, with emergencies being reported from all quarters, it was likely that headquarters could not spare personnel for assistance. Qiu Mingming glanced around. The windows were clear, the room immaculate. Realizing that all prior events had merely been a dream, yet felt so real. Only Cheng Yansheng possessed the insight to discern the essence beyond appearances, recognizing the alluring scenery concealed within the fabric. He lifted her into his arms, causing Wen Yan to gasp in shock, before she could utter a word. Cheng Yansheng set her atop the bar counter, the cold sensation sending shivers through her. The ghostly hand clutching the one-eyed remnant withdrew into the forest, the parted grass closing once again, restoring an eerie silence to the woods. Once the chair was assembled, Xia Qing sat upon it to test its sturdiness. It was remarkably stable, her first satisfactory piece of furniture. With a scoff, Xue Jingru pocketed her phone, resuming her facade of a refined lady as she elegantly exited the staircase. In response, Imu exhibited an extraordinary reaction. Her seemingly frail hand accurately blocked the incoming force. Yet upon sensing the impact, her brow instinctively furrowed, so heavy. Lin Mian sat at the table by the window, donned in a mid-length black velvet dress with puffed sleeves that accentuated her delicate, fair arms. Ge Jihua was not speaking aimlessly. She had witnessed more clarity and truth at the temporal juncture than those with Jiang Yi and the others. Yet she had not noticed in Jingya's slightly raised eyebrow of triumph directed at Suzhou, whose expression darkened as he chose to disregard him. A few days prior, he had encountered Lu Qiaofeng at the bar. Lu Qiaofeng possessed a certain charm, prompting Wolf Brother to reluctantly accept her. Gu Siqing and He Yunxi exchanged not a word from the hospital to home. He Yunxi felt overwhelmed, deciding that she should speak first. For who would expect a humble worker like her to remain silent? For the sake of the antagonist brother's darkening value and affection. He had initially believed that only when diagnosing others' ailments would this set of calligraphic characters appear before him. At that moment, the 9 elders, with the exception of the missing long-faced elder, swiftly turned their attention towards Chiga. 7 were currently serving, while 2 were on the verge of retirement. Concluding his remarks, the assistant principal immediately moved to the other side, for he had already completed his shift and deemed it unnecessary to linger.
Wow.
This Tai Chi is truly profound and mysterious, and has so many benefits. It seems I must practice diligently, Li Feng remarked with a hint of astonishment. The chubby fellow clutched the back of his head, his face filled with grievance as he nodded and continued to munch on instant noodles. If you comply, I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall roast you for dinner. Old Tung's flavor must be delightful. Yao Mukin licked his lips, his gaze chillingly sharp. May I inquire, why does the Marquis take an interest in me? Liao Kai asked, his curiosity piqued. With a roar, the great golden toad, upon seeing someone snatch food from its mouth, immediately became agitated. Its enormous eyes shot forth two brilliant golden beams, akin to solid pillars of light, crashing against the black furnace. Chapter 116. I've heard that only Su Qing can counteract the poison. Shen Zichen expressed skepticism. Wherever there is poison, there exists an antidote. The poison contained within the plum leaves is slow-acting. There is still time. Zichen, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Shen Zichen understood that he was off to seek a physician and did not attempt to dissuade him. Su Qing insisted that only she could neutralize the toxin. Indeed, she had never erred in this regard, not even in the eyes of the emperor. After the Lugo Bridge incident, soldiers from Sichuan eagerly sought to distinguish themselves. Yet there was a widespread consensus that the Sichuan army was the most incompetent of all. When the rain finally ceased, we arrived at the vines, the very place where I first encountered the python. At that moment, the vines were in disarray. It was unclear whether they had been severed by the serpent or torn apart by the fierce winds. A pristine handkerchief was offered to me from behind, but Su Jinshu did not accept it directly. Instead, she raised her gaze to the owner of the handkerchief. Zhang Yang resumed his actions, gradually massaging Su Meilin's head to conceal his divine powers and facilitate an explanation, as the mountain god's strength surged through his fingertips and into Su Meilin's mind once more. My suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, the sea god tribe held a deep-seated animosity towards the volcano tribe, a conflict imbued with profound hatred. Shanju appeared momentarily bewildered, leaning closely against me, trembling involuntarily in the face of formidable foes. Lin Dali spoke indiscreetly, yet his careless words struck a chord within Guan Jinlin and Rong Shermian's hearts. Zhao Taizhu spotted Mu Shui as soon as he descended the stairs. She nodded gently, indicating that she had resolved her matters. However, Prince Wanhe felt unfulfilled after finding solace in Guan Jinlin's presence and sought to deepen their connection. On the second day of Su Ranran's arrival in province, she rose at 7 in the morning, her first act being to witness the morning sea of flowers, inhaling the fresh air with immense satisfaction. Zhu Ling consistently served me meat, which I placed into the lily bowl, only for the lily to return it to my bowl, as our chopsticks clashed awkwardly together. I believed myself fortunate to receive such special attention from Li Jiu. Luo Feng, did you know that I attempted suicide 12 times after my mother's death? I said, removing my watch. It seemed he had not slept so soundly in a long time, only awakening slowly as the morning sun streamed through the window. However, the darkness remained oblivious to the nature of the rapidly growing bird. Would it bring harm or unexpected joy? Su Hao and Tu Chung no longer hesitated, their heights allowing them to descend directly into the courtyard's pavilion. Inside the hall, a multitude of individuals gathered around us, pointing and whispering in my direction. My initial foray into this realm lacked caution. I had not contemplated safety measures. After the second incident, I still took no precautions, and when I realized I needed medication, I hastily sent Yu Minghui to procure it. Later, when Yu Minghui was away on business, I rushed to the pharmacy, desperate enough to buy a pill in hopes of remedying my situation. Looking around, Uncle Mu's residence was shrouded in darkness. Typically, he would not yet be resting at this hour. Regardless of our fates, will anything ever reach our planet? Chi Chizu inquired once more. His breath enveloped me, and as he gazed at me, I sensed a peculiar depth in his bright eyes. Had it not been for His Majesty Sakri's suspicion that Gallop was the leader of the rebels, he would not have permitted Gallop to set foot in the capital again. The colors of the figures in this mural were indistinguishable from those surrounding it. I recognized its uniqueness purely by chance. Ing Wuxia descended from the air, observing Yang Yi as one might regard a corpse. His right hand formed a seal, and amidst a flow of radiant light, a menacing aura suddenly surged forth. Chapter 117. A desire for repetition. Su Qing's hand continued its descent, inciting a shiver from her partner below. She had reached her intended destination, just as she had anticipated. Even without mutual affection, men remained capable. This indicated that mutual feelings were of little consequence. It was merely a ruse. Zicheng, I have arrived, Su Qing declared, shedding her outer garments and draping them over him. She lowered her head gently, pressing her lips against those she favored. Before Chu Jinran could react, Air Mao began to cough up blood again. Chu Jinran hastily opened the rabbit cage, intending to lift Air Mao, but the moment her hand brushed against him, he convulsed, rolling in agony. In mere moments, blood trickled from Air Mao's mouth, and he collapsed, motionless. At the Emperor Phoenix Villa, visitors typically rang the doorbell. Yet only the ever-faithful butler maintained the habit of knocking. The journey was already long, and had Shen Zichen been seated beside her, she would have suspected that her first destination in Country F would be a psychiatric hospital. Witnessing Xia Feng's eyes redden, she suddenly felt a wave of shame for her earlier thoughts regarding Xia Feng's sordid nature. Although Bai Mir often made subtle attempts to befriend her, Gu Mianyan consistently maintained a respectful distance. Yu Chun and the others were not fools. Their minds remained sharp. Upon hearing Zhou Qianxin's words, they instinctively sensed something amiss. Moreover, Liao Chen's attacks posed minimal threat, likely only superficial harm. The glass in the vehicle shattered completely, leaving my hands and cheeks lacerated, though the severity of the injuries remained uncertain. 3 fingers on my left hand were severely deformed, clearly broken, yet the pain was manageable, merely a throbbing heat. Mu Ruxue instinctively shot a glare at Xia Feng, urging him to hurry, while Xia Feng, now cradling soft jade, felt a lingering reluctance. Good news! Gaolan has already set out, and is expected to arrive in Puyang in 3 days, Zhang Liang exclaimed with delight. Li Hua and Lu Shi regarded old Zheng, their expressions grim, clearly indicating the intensity of their feelings. Both Li Hua and Lu Shi shared Han Wei's sentiments, albeit with less fervor, still within tolerable limits. Tang Yun departed Kai's room, emerging from the drunken flower pavilion, and gazed at the sunlight outside, inexplicably feeling as though she had not seen the sun in ages. The passage was shrouded in profound darkness, yet the energy within surged increasingly, reaching a nearly overwhelming intensity. When his servant went to fetch a doctor, he was so incensed that he insisted on taking matters into his own hands, determined to capture the one who dared to shoot him. Consequently, Zhong felt an urge to curse, yet upon looking up, he discovered that the cashier who had just given him change had inexplicably vanished, causing him to become frightfully alarmed. Not long after, Zhong found his surroundings transformed entirely. Naturally, some arrived with their wives, while others had their lovers in tow. These were secrets unspoken within their circles, which they had grown accustomed to over time. Zhang Ning breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the other party had not intended to ambush him but had nearly caused a fatal mistake in their pursuit of the martial artist. A faint breeze swept through, prompting Zhao Qilong to abruptly open his eyes, his gaze fixated on the ruins. This time, he exerted his full strength, distinctly sensing a delicate wave of energy fluctuations. We fight not merely for bread, but for pride. They were all seasoned veterans from the military district, well acquainted with one another. A dismal defeat would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule behind closed doors. The bus was exquisitely arranged, with soft blankets laid across the seats, delicate curtains hanging at the windows, and each seat adorned with warm fabrics and white gauze, an extravagant luxury in the apocalypse. The villagers fell to their knees, fervently bowing their heads. Even those mourning the dead dared not utter threats against this malevolent spirit, who would dare to slay a dragon. Chapter 118, Survival of the Fittest. After breakfast, Su Qing strolled leisurely in the courtyard. The small estate that Shen Zichen had purchased boasted an exceptionally beautiful view. Zicheng, is the fish here delicious? Su Qing inquired, eyeing the plump fish in the pond. Qinger, these fish are ornamental, not for eating, he replied. Anything visible to her could potentially become a coveted delicacy in Su Qing's eyes. Shen Zichen pieced together an image of Su Qing in his mind. At this moment, the once tranquil room was filled with lively chatter, as Queen Mary, Princess Elizabeth, and the married Queen Catherine gathered together, each vying to outshine the other, creating a scene that was particularly delightful to behold. After all, beautiful vases are plentiful both in Hong Kong and the mainland. The acting skills of Kenji Lin are rather mediocre, relying solely on her natural charisma. Replacing such an actress would hardly make a difference. This was a segment of the purification chant, intended to cleanse the sacred altar. With Tang Chen's divination skills, he discerned that the villa of the fourth brother harbored some hidden malevolent energy, albeit overshadowed by an abundance of auspicious aura. Nonetheless, adhering to the principle of being prepared for the unexpected, Tang Chen had conducted thorough research. The presence of such a fearsome individual, one that instilled dread and caused faces to pale at the mere mention of his name, was undeniably unnerving. Surprisingly, Lin Xiao exhibited no particular feelings towards killing. He understood that he was not a bloodthirsty person, and this might simply be an inevitable outcome of his transformation into a demon. Tang Qin dared to take such actions under the influence of Zhou Xianing, whose relatives harbored ill intentions, fearful that outsiders might seize their share of the family fortune. With malicious intent, Tang Qin could hardly be blamed for his lack of mercy in his words. Fortunately, Tang Qin still exercised some restraint. Otherwise, his remarks might have been even more cutting. The voice of the middle-aged man was chillingly cold. As a guardian of the heavenly way, his duty was to eradicate those who disrupted the world's order. During the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Wuhou utilized the eastern wind, establishing the 8 trigrams formation, which required the initial steps of the battle to summon deities and command spirits for extraordinary feats. Additionally, figures like Jiang Taigong from the Zhou dynasty and Sun Bin from the spring and autumn period achieved divine communication through similar methods, enabling them to summon deities to assist in battle and secure victory. Each student remained composed under Lin Xiao's words, as if the language of the spirit were the drums of war, instilling them with courage and confidence, prompting them to retrieve their weapons. These were the very same weapons that Lin Xiao had returned to them, permitting their use for a period.
Yicky.
Possessing the ability to absorb numerous souls and consciousnesses, recognized the essence of these mathematical and physical prodigies simply by casually unearthing stones from the ground. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Xian continued to stride forward, as Lin Wanyan's subsequent remarks echoed in his ears. Boss, I wish to participate in this event. Hua Simu raised the promotional flyer in her hand, calling for the boss to come over. This was a method of reconstruction following destruction, divided into 9 levels. Each level's cultivation path astonishingly simple, involving the Dantian energy doubling its impact on the meridians, with one complete cycle representing 1 level, followed by 4 times, 8 times, 16 times, and 32 times. He had suspected as much. The girl had hurried off for a significant reason. Did she know when trouble would arise? Truly, she lacked an appreciation for enjoyment. Su Sheng sighed, one hand clutching orange juice and the other holding a steak as he returned to Su Mei's side. Every encounter with Su Wei left Uncle Yang in awe. He had never witnessed such extraordinary battle talent in a genius. Initially, he thought Gao Chonglu's desire to cook was merely a fleeting whim, but to his surprise, Gao Chonglu appeared to have spent several days immersed in the kitchen, leading to fervent rumors circulating within the palace, primarily revolving around a few key points. Going home? The two of them had no home. Yi Yao hailed from Earth, and even if she had a home, she could not return. As for Yuan Yi, his origin was shrouded in mystery. For him, Vitro was home. Yet he knew not where his true homeland lay, nor did he wish to know. Chapter 119. I have power to rely on, while you do not. Very well. If there are things I can accomplish, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Please rise. Zhou Wutian, seeing his attempts at persuasion were futile, acquiesced to the leader's request, though without a definitive commitment. Such actions would disrupt the order of this world. Zeke had warned Alona more than once. Yet she remained indifferent to the concept of order, for her sole concern was her own happiness, oblivious to the consequences that might ensue. And Ran nodded. Were it solely her decision, she would never accompany Chi Hao home for the new year, but there was still her mother to consider. Chen Lin's father was not so ill as to be excessively reliant on caregivers, yet given their financial means, Chen Lin felt no pain in offering red envelopes, as long as they treated his father well.
No.
I hurriedly replied. I simply did not react in time. As I spoke, I raised my hand. Considering that I must find a way to obfuscate the situation, I could not afford to be suspected for a refusal at this moment.
Someone.
Damn it, kill him.
Kill him.
The other 2 robbers finally reacted, their gazes locking onto Chen Lin. Chen Lin instructed the 3 individuals for a while, guiding them through several movements when the phone rang. Lu Zhen unexpectedly slept for more than 2 hours. Upon returning to the backyard, it was just past noon, and when he awoke and glanced out the window, he discovered that night had already fallen. How vexing. Once again, Sun Yuan felt as though her mind had faltered. How had she not perceived such an obvious trap? Her intelligence seemed perpetually offline. Thus, no one was willing to believe Teacher Lin. Chi Hao was unconcerned, merely hoping that on the day the results were released, these individuals wouldn't be too astonished. Chi Hao understood that these creatures were not sea serpents, but rather parasites that infested the roots of plants. Feng Xia slowly opened his eyes, only managing to open his right eye, and the first sight that greeted him was Feng Tianmu, whose gaze sparkled with the essence of stars. Feng Xia did not display much reaction. He merely paused for a brief moment before shifting his focus to Zhai Qiuzi. He lowered his head, observing Feng Tianmu, whose life and death he held entirely in his grasp. Time seemed to freeze as he stared intently for a long while, marking his first decision after ascension. Su Tsong nearly let something slip. Upon seeing Lu Ding-ti on board the ironwood boat, he quickly pointed downward, and a beam of azure light shot forth from his fingertip, striking the ironwood boat beneath him. Simultaneously, within the magma of Shifu Mountain's volcano, Yun Chen remained curled up like an infant, his expression appearing exceedingly serene. However, the white light surrounding him was remarkably bright, flickering with traces of life energy, creating an enchanting spectacle. As he spoke, he shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and continued to scrutinize the large spider. With the new year approaching, Chi Hao had yet to restore his health, so he remained indoors, studying the personnel returning to the village for the holiday. After Qinlin had walked approximately 100 meters, Xiao Ruoyao, for reasons unknown, followed Qinlin's silhouette, wanting to see him board the vehicle before returning. Qin Ming understood that the director feared any unfavorable news leaking out, which could impact the show's viewership and ratings upon release. While pondering this, the safety door that Enran had just departed through swung open, and Enran rushed in, her face a picture of shock, bearing a distinct five-finger mark, clearly having been slapped. When David presented the photo to his classmates, they immediately connected it with Japan's frequent disasters and the direction of the flames, concluding it was indeed Japan, especially since they had previously inquired with some nearby Japanese individuals, confirming the location. Frequently, they would seize dozens of pieces of leather goods and make off. Should the stall owner pursue them, they would merely offer $1 or $2 silver. More often than not, they would be brutally beaten, as the border residents harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Master, the beacon tower is also ready. Sha Wanjing indicated towards a nearby pile of wood on the city wall. Jiang Qi, gritting his teeth against the pain, emerged from the smoke, his figure darting like the wind, executing a spinning kick that landed squarely on Go Erzhan's shoulder. Upon hearing this news, the Prince of Longevity sought them out that very day, his expression dark and stormy, his eyes scrutinizing Gu Yifeng, who remained composed and steady, unaffected by the scrutiny. Following the onset of war, the Zhongjin Railway was disrupted. Though it was later restored, there were only 2 trains daily. During this period, the young marshal announced another campaign against bandits, severing transportation once more. Yang Rong and the others had no time to spare. The only way to extricate themselves from the harrowing entanglement was to penetrate the Harriers' formation and then maneuver around. Here, Korea is seizing China's Dragon Boat Festival? No need to snatch. I shall bestow it upon you. Confucius may take it too. However, I wonder, would you dare accept it, Korea, if I, China, were to offer? In an instant, all Special Operations team members aimed their weapons at every hatch around them. At the slightest hint of abnormality, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Over 200 worker bees tirelessly gathered the spiritual stones from the spirit veins, sending them into the corruption pool, where they were transformed into energy by the insectoid digestion fluid, subsequently fed into the incubation nest. Song Shui claimed to be a mere pawn, an unreturnable pawn on the chessboard, yet how was Fang Yichen not also an irretrievable pawn? Regrettably, Jiang Han was not in the same predicament. Even though he had just discovered that his primordial spirit power seemed to have reached the mid-stage level during the recent experiment, he still had a long way to go. Upon arriving at the connection passageway, Section 2, Xia Yeyu's expression changed in shock as he promptly lunged forward, dropping to the ground. If this were to leak out, even those of the stubborn stone level would likely be suspected after comprehending it once. Though thousands of kilometers away, perhaps due to the source of their powers being the same, Xiao Jian distinctly felt the pressure emanating from the giant beast ragu. Nevertheless, within Xiao Jian's heart, there burned an unwavering conviction of victory. Chapter 120. The Past. Su Qing swiftly detoxified the 2 individuals, and Shen Zichen departed with Mei Yi. Before leaving, he warned Su Qing, trust no one. Su Qing was bewildered, while Shen Zichen's countenance turned grim. Su Qing was exceedingly astute. With a single phrase, she discerned the underlying meaning. He hurriedly turned to Su Qing. What does beige mean? A master of deceit, he played the game expertly. Su Qing shook her head, no. Upon hearing this, Yu Luming gently nodded, yet in his heart, he pondered, given the strength of the Shui clan, how could the far-off capital be so deficient in supplies? What was the situation like elsewhere? The old monk, who had previously exuded the aura of a Zen master, began to expand at a visible rate, ultimately bursting through his monk robes, transforming into a 3-meter-tall black monstrosity. Mo Song gazed at the wailing fiery horse, slightly astonished but not overly surprised. After all, compared to the dark cold worm that had been thrashed by blue flames, this fiery horse was of little consequence.
Ding!
A cold ray struck Mo Song's hand. It was the tail of a purple evil scorpion, causing his expression to shift as he instinctively reacted. Crack. The entity harmed was not the black wolf that lay on the ground, but rather the teeth of the white wolf. The white wolf had always believed its teeth to be sufficiently robust, yet this time it met an obstacle, unable to penetrate the black wolf's skin, which was as hard as marble. Thankfully, the white wolf's teeth were indeed strong enough to avoid shattering. To achieve such strength upon a recent breakthrough, one could die without regrets. The cultivator of the majestic mountains coldly regarded the dragon's movement. A once-in-a-millennium genius of cultivation, confined to the perception range of merely one city? Ningya's expression suddenly grew peculiar. What a terrifying visage it was, filled with sharp, jagged teeth, its eyes a pure black, exuding coldness and savagery. The face smeared with blood and fragments of entrails, interlaced with black stripes. Its hands were covered in black scales, sharp claws glimmering with a chilling light. Having entirely transcended the form of humanity, grant yourself a moment to prepare. Even if you perish, ensure that your opponent loses all their teeth. All stars simultaneously raised their support banners for Su Qinjun. A silver-white ocean instantly emerged in the audience, with not a corner left untouched. Some, though lacking banners, shouted Su Qinjun's name with even greater fervor. Passing through Bird Island, Zhangfang Waterfall, Sun Island, Mosquito Island, Tiger Island, the Seabed, Lonely Stone Bay, and 12 Caves. Along with the breathtaking scenery of Shigue Bay, this route was a classic one painstakingly compiled by many predecessors, allowing for nearly everything to be explored. Upon witnessing this scene, Richard began to feel anxious. This was an exceedingly rare choice. Behind Ambrosini lay a threat, while ahead was Maldini. Slowing down would allow Ambrosini to catch up, and any attempt to change direction would surely result in a tackle from Maldini. One could say he was in a deadlock. The four individuals were Death, Vladimir, the Void Emperor, and the Moon Goddess. For reasons unknown, the Saint Hero had not accompanied them this time. Once the comic was completed, releasing 2 or 3 episodes of the anime within a week would pose no issue, especially with the presence of top-tier effect production masters from GX Company. For these masters, earning money was all that mattered, as long as someone paid their wages. Enormous as a blue whale, nay, larger than a blue whale, it entirely surpassed the size of the vessel, resembling a blue monster with fish-like gills, casting a terrifying shadow over all who beheld it. Upon uttering this statement, Daglish could not be bothered to cast a glance at Richard, brushing past him to enter the Scottish Football Association building. He glanced at Yuna for help. In matters such as these, he was no different from an ordinary person, utterly unsure of how to respond. Chapter 121. Is there any inappropriateness?
Su Qing momentarily paused in surprise.
It was not disdain, but concern. No, we possess immunity.
Su Qing spoke in a calm tone,
striving to conceal her thoughts from Shen Zichen, as if engaging in casual conversation. What is immunity? Shen Zichen pressed. Since Su Qing acknowledged that she was not Su Qing, her dialogue with him had noticeably increased, alongside an emergence of many terms he did not understand. The lack of innovative capability was a common ailment of new companies. However, to not even dare to shoot was an entirely different matter. Li Donglai's tone turned somewhat serious. I fear that after today, the law enforcement elder will be hunting you down.
Sao Ling erklärte Casey her face icy.
Thus, she frequently fantasized about encountering such situations. Indeed, today she had finally experienced it, making it impossible for her to easily relinquish, for it was a dream she had envisioned countless times. Everyone shouted in unison. At this moment, Aoyu was no longer their young master. Since he was to lead them in the underworld, no term was more fitting than godfather for Aoyu. It was unclear who instigated it, but Aoyu's subordinates began to chant his name in unison. Zhu Guliang's lips twitched slightly. He was at a loss for words. The palace of 10,000 monsters was indeed peculiar, as it comprised beings who had undergone millions of years of cultivation, and moreover, the reproduction of monsters was far more challenging than that of humans, let alone those of great power. It was uncertain how much time had passed. But when the final white stone fell on the chessboard, this game finally drew to a close. Various commentators eagerly expressed their opinions, seeking to assert their presence. As if overnight, the wind had shifted dramatically, with all voices casting blame upon Li Donglai for his actions as a butcher. Although there were suspicions of taking advantage of the state, many were engaged in similar practices. The Li family was genuinely preparing to invest 6 million in building a school, which was considerably more honorable than those who inflated figures from 2 million to 20 million. Enough, some matters can be discussed later. I shall first resolve the troubles here. Yun Yang once more manifested a terrifying giant hand, thoroughly gripping the bull-headed horse-faced creature. With the slightest exertion, he could crush them to smithereens. The distance was less than 5 miles, and all were flying at a swift pace. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they had already spotted the glowing tent. The only possibility was that through the ironback reagent, the human body had rapidly absorbed numerous substances from the external environment, thus forming the ironback. Was it truly so? Fortunately, the next day the Hong family and the guard team found their way here. Initially, those individuals were unaware. They charged in to subdue Yi Chen, only to be sent flying off the mountain with a mere flick of Yi Chen's hand. Even drawing guns proved utterly futile. Upon reaching their residence, it was a simple 3-bedroom apartment, one for the nanny, one for the children's room, and one for Wang Yunqi. As for Mao Qiufeng, he is deeply concerned for the safety of his disciples. The disciples of the Liuye sect unexpectedly employed dual-element spiritual techniques, rendering the situation akin to a 2-against-1 battle, with the outcome all but predetermined. Should the adversaries show no mercy, Zhao Lai would be in grave danger. Amelia paused her meal, her large, twinkling eyes fixed on Mo Fei as he pointed out the landscape, her expression contemplative. He forcefully pushed and then yanked the arm of the black-clad man on his left, dislocating one of his arms in the process. The room was well-equipped, and the two quickly located 2 large water tanks filled with clear water. Once they submerged their hands, a transformation began within a minute, specifically in the capturing gloves. The oversized gloves started to soften and dissolve, gradually vanishing into the water. Numerous gruesome examples had compelled those attending the underground fighting auction to adhere strictly to the rules. After all, if one truly possessed strength, the rules would ultimately work in their favor. Chapter 122. Will you do everything I love? Only when the flame of the candle flickered high did Shen Zichen rise from his bed. Su Qing had already succumbed to a deep slumber. With a sense of resignation, he gathered the dishes and utensils, finishing his meal before retiring to bed. It was indeed a refreshing experience. As he stepped out of the room, Ling Feng was waiting at the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing Shen Zichen emerge, he hurriedly approached to take the items from him. Your Highness, why is there no light? The room is shrouded in darkness, Ling Feng remarked. Nan Minghui and Yun Yicheng awoke from their reverie, exchanging a knowing smile. Having known each other for quite some time, they no longer felt the need for formality or pleasantries. Xiao Shiwei raised her gaze towards Granny Cui, seemingly anticipating her words, and casually remarked, "Follow me." She then walked past Granny Cui without a backward glance. Amidst the flying dust and wind, the expressions of those present were obscured. However, when that piercing gaze broke through the layers of obstruction, transforming into a tangible and fierce glare, Yun Shu instantly recognized it as by Li Yan without a doubt. The bustling marketplace of Handan, renowned for its bright moon, was just beginning the day's trade, while countless Zhao people resumed their ordinary lives as usual. The slightly shorter Shu Qi was diligently practicing swordplay, each move executed with great care. He would occasionally crouch low or leap high, resembling a hawk soaring between the rocky cliffs, his 3-foot sword serving as his iron beak. He was determined to master his swordsmanship and become a master of the sword path like his mentor. Mingyue furrowed his brow. Initially believing that the conditions in the western and southern villages were similar, both plagued by bandits that tormented the locals, rendering the populace unable to thrive, thus calling for his intervention. Yet, it appeared that while the water bandits in the western region were indeed vicious, the mountain bandits in the southern region, though despised by the aristocracy, surprisingly held a good reputation among the common folk. The witch's cultivation had reached a critical juncture, presenting ominous signs. While the flow of the clouds could weave auspicious omens, though brief, it was sufficient to obscure the ominous signs that had arisen during her successful cultivation. Nevertheless, there remained some doubt among the onlookers. While it was acceptable to retreat into seclusion for cultivation, claiming to refine pills seemed erroneous. Could she truly concoct pills? Such a skill was not within the reach of ordinary cultivators and required specific equipment. Did she possess any? The serpent monster seemed to sense its impending doom, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar, and soon its 9 heads began to thrash wildly along with its enormous body. This individual, like Lu Yi and Zhao Shi, was among the talents nurtured during the era of Zhao's martial spirit Qing. Following the coup at Shaoqiao Palace, the internal atmosphere of Zhao was fraught with anxiety, causing a mass exodus of talented individuals. Zhu Xian, having heard of King Zhao of Yan constructing the Golden Terrace and in dire need of wise counsel, went to assist and was likewise appointed as a minister, being ranked alongside Guo Kuei and Zhou Yan. Currently, the only lead pointed towards the White Orphanage. What connection do you have with this orphanage? Bradley inquired during one of his interrogations with Avi. The eagle soaring in the sky abruptly ceased its circling, descending onto the battlements of the city wall, transforming into various human forms, including Stick, Van, and also Solano's, Gecko, alongside several unfamiliar figures that Abby had no recollection of. Reverse Command turned to Dr. Cha beside him and asked, "How is the energy supply of the Ark? What is its stability?" Reverse Command was not particularly well-versed in the specifics of the Ark, but he understood that these two metrics were crucial in assessing the Ark's viability. Liang Sheng's keen eyes revealed that the spirits, having been trained with secret arts, were continuously flowing from the mouth of the bronze statue. Any ordinary person encountering this technique would either suffer from madness, leading to mutual slaughter, or, in more severe cases, become possessed by vengeful spirits, enduring unbearable torment. In this life, being together with Green was akin to being lost souls in the world, and their conversations were plentiful. They also yearned to gaze upon the endless starry sky. Wu Fan promptly leaped onto the back of the descendant of Di Jiang, and with a command, they soared into the sky. When it came to speed, even those with cultivation at the Star Immortal stage would struggle to keep up. Even if they managed to, the descendant of Di Jiang could disappear from their sight at will. Chapter 123. In this life, there is only Su Qing. Noticing the gaze Su Qing fixed upon him, Shen Zichen realized he had misspoken. "Qinger, let us eat." Su Qing did not elaborate further. Regardless of his willingness, she would take action by nightfall. Sleeping would indeed yield increased values. Do not make it too easy. Shen Zichen spent 3 days exploring the city with Su Qing, who then expressed her desire to return home. This took Shen Zichen by surprise. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to her wishes and arranged for a carriage. However, these wolves were gray wolves, lacking the skill to climb trees, thus they could only circle and whine beneath, coldly observing the Su siblings perched above. The aircraft did not rest upon the surface of the sea, but hovered a meter above it. Ji Tianxi felt a circular airflow form around the plane, with 2 powerful currents supporting the aircraft's base, preventing it from descending. However, the extraordinary were not our enemies. They had coexisted with us on this land since time immemorial. We shared common ancestry. They were a part of humanity. They merely required more effective regulation. "Brother Yi, what happened to your eyes?" Upon seeing Yi Jinghong's increasingly reddened eyes, Wang Yuan could not help but inquire. Yet, upon meeting Aziza's resolute gaze, Xing Jie realized he had no choice but to follow him to the bitter end. Recalling the scene of Professor Clint and the others kindly escorting Miller back to camp, he felt a chill run down his spine. If the boss truly relinquished control over the music sector, allowing it to fend for itself, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. "I am still not entirely sure. In any case, something feels amiss," he muttered, pressing his forehead in discomfort. Disguised as a monk, Tortle appeared in the corner of the church. He glanced at the main door before proceeding further into the church. "Cease your actions, or you shall forever lose the chance to return to hell, demon." The space fractured once more, and Night Angel Layla burst in. In contrast, the ray of Zai Paleao that poured forth from his wrist shot towards the blue sky, dispersing a thick mass of white clouds. Though Second Aunt remembered Sister Allen, often saving her rations to bring back, in the end, all were consumed by Grandma. Sister Allen would continue to endure beatings, going hungry, and could only share a bit of the wild vegetables they consumed to stave off starvation. Yet, Sister Allen ultimately perished. All for a cold bun. The defeated side would face long-term suppression, finding it difficult to rise again. After all, the qualifications of the entry-level disciples were inadequate, making it challenging to surpass their opponents. Eason glanced at Steve, somewhat perplexed, as they had previously agreed to present this contract only after Zhang Yunan ingested the tainted wine. But now the other party was sober. How could they possibly sign such an obviously unfair contract? At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he had fought 13 consecutive battles over a day and night, ultimately exhausting himself to the point of despair. Inside the departing vehicle, Tang Bingyu and Zhou Zikai held hands. Zhou Zikai leaned back, weary, closing his eyes to rest while Tang Bingyu stole glances at him and then at their clasped hands, suddenly feeling at a loss. Subsequently, a thunderous roar erupted as the azure divine light pierced through all obstacles, shattering countless boulders in its path, creating a gaping hole through several mountains, and ultimately detonating several dozen miles away, unleashing a blinding brilliance that shook the earth and conjured a terrifying spectacle. And Ran swiftly turned to leave, feeling utterly humiliated. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have donned her undergarments. A colossal sound erupted, reminiscent of gods and demons howling, resonating with such intensity that it reached the jade ring, carrying a unique vibration that directly impacted the soul, tearing at it as if intent on rending it apart. Although the banyan tree spirit displayed formidable prowess, having reached the pinnacle of mid-stage golden core, it ultimately succumbed to Wu Daozi's life-bound artifact, the sky-transforming bowl. Chapter 124. A Slow Reaction. In the carriage on the way back, Su Qing closed her eyes to recuperate. Having made her decision, she would not dwell on it further, though a subtle bitterness lingered in her heart. She was acutely aware of her desires. She disliked the presence of others around Shen Zichen but felt powerless to intervene. She had not yet deluded herself into thinking she could alter societal norms single-handedly. Even as the leader of a post-apocalyptic world, she still adhered to its rules. Seeking her place within them, Lu Na picked up her phone, hesitating multiple times as she contemplated calling Chen Lin for advice, yet lacking the courage to do so. She internally scorned herself, wondering when the decisive Lu Na had transformed into this indecisive, sentimental version of herself. His hands firmly held down Yao Yulian, as the two arms opportunely lifted, ensnaring her tightly behind. They had finally recognized her, Fendi, the biological sister of Suoyin from the Eagle team. Despite the stringent regulations of the Continental Guild, kinship visits were not to be denied. Her mother, Li Yan, never remembered to feed the dog. Had she not recalled to refill the dog's food bowl daily, the creature might have starved long ago. Is that fellow even 2 meters tall? Deng Liang gazed at a player wearing number 9, inhaling sharply. Gong Yang Ruyue stared blankly as I confidently walked out, perplexed as to what had come over her. For the first time, ripples of emotion stirred within her towards an outsider. However, today seemed different. In truth, nothing had changed. He remained diligently controlling the ball, organizing plays, passing it to Cheng Fei, or any brother who sought to receive it, feeling more fatigued than in any previous match. Behind him loomed the scoreboard reading 36-13, alongside the solemn faces of the second-class players. Yin Wei, who had maintained a stoic expression, bowed his head. He too sensed the hope of victory slipping away. At this moment, she was rendered mute, her limbs immobilized, her sparkling eyes the sole conveyance of her fury, a scene strikingly beautiful, like 2 glistening springs beneath the moonlight. Wu Song, if we leave now, will we ever return? Cavalin cast a reluctant glance back at the crumbling world behind them. In response, Su Yang expressed understanding. Although he felt a pang of discontent within, he chose to silently support her from the shadows, striving to fulfill his duties as a father in other ways. Xiao Jinping could be considered a gentleman in the political arena, and thus, while harboring doubts, he merely murmured a few words to his subordinates before continuing to issue orders at the municipal office, overseeing various government tasks, particularly the preparations for the World Expo. What further exacerbated Bei Gongling's anxiety was the potential for this matter to reach the media, especially if manipulated by malicious intent, which would obliterate the hard-earned reputation of Jinding. Shi Fei followed silently behind Zelia, accompanying her, as they passed by Dragon Ming Wang and Blood Drink Wang, who, after respectfully greeting Song Tong, instinctively fell in line behind. The terrifying whirlpool that had nearly claimed their lives now left only a vague silhouette swiftly fading away. I can handle it. I happen to be hungry. The cougar raised its head, gazing at Chen Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xiao received such a message. The spiritual herbs of the cultivation realm proved effective. Before long, the three observed their complexions brightening, breathing becoming steady, and their meridians gradually recovering. However, during the offensive maneuver, the cross technique required the use of both hands to parry the opponent's attacks while leaping closer to strike through their defenses. Realizing that one should not judge by appearances, even the seemingly cunning Dan Chen was not far behind. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth, vowing to return and smash that fat man's backside to bits. Whether deemed selfish or heartless, the truth remained. He cared for only a select few, particularly Mu Yan, and he would never allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. Chapter 125. Even if returning to hell, fear not. After hearing Shun Zhiwen's words, Shen Zichen stood and walked towards a room. He wished he could slap himself. Su Qing had afforded him an opportunity, yet he failed to seize it. He had not recognized it immediately. Shen Zichen hurriedly made his way to the room door. The lights were on inside, and the window was partially ajar. Suing, practicing her calligraphy at the desk, had already heard his footsteps. He lingered in the courtyard, hesitant to enter, uncertain if it was toxic. As he approached, Yi Piaoling involuntarily recalled the alluring scene from the bathroom, instinctively taking a step back. The chaotic primordial force controlled by Wan Yen Fufeng was not overly powerful, yet his life-bound spirit tool, the chaotic primordial talisman, dramatically enhanced his chaotic energy to nearly mid-level of the fifth realm. Luo Qing could even detect the choked emotion in his voice. Perhaps he was crying. However, upon hearing the name Garen, Luo Qing's heart suddenly ached. As if a knife were twisting within, or something was consuming her heart, leaving her pale and nearly fainting from the pain.
Haojia, did you really see Dad walking with Yazi?
Even though he was our adoptive father, he had shown us no affection. Yet we could not place the blame of his crimes upon him. Yu Haoyang reached out, clasping Yu Haojia's hand, wishing to convey a warmth of kinship to his younger brother. The S building occupied a vast area but was not tall, merely spanning 2 or 3 stories, while below lay expansive ecological laboratory grounds. In the distance, a towering edifice stretched into the clouds, which was the actual office building of S. As long as one cultivates a habit of regular exercise, none of this is insurmountable, Xu Wan remarked, pulling out a towel to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Director, do you truly not remember ordering Yu Haojia as dismissal? Bai Yanming countered. And do not ever mention that despicable person in my presence again. I never wished to see her at home. She departed in anger, disregarding his words, nor did she care whether he had taken his medication. The man, upon hearing this, did not hesitate, immediately accepting the order to lead the remaining 1,000 soldiers of the Thunder God camp in pursuit of the Rock Tiger camp. He had been preoccupied with official duties and had left early. Wan Ning gently brushed the leaves of the ageless plant beside her. It seemed the issue was not a lack of presence, but rather whether this person was willing to allow them to discover it, which heightened his anticipation for the black-clad individual spoken of by Nangong Xiaoran. After years of searching, he had finally found someone capable of rivaling Tuo Bixiong, and he certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity. Just as Bai Junzuo was pondering this, she suddenly felt a chill breeze behind her. A hand covered her mouth, while another grasped her waist, and in an instant, she was lifted into the trees. She set the photo album aside, and stood up, the guard biting his fingers in pain, while old Master Lu trembled in fury. Lin Jingyi recorded every word spoken by Feng Huiying on a tape recorder, intending to hand it to the police upon their arrival. I don't know, Mo Qinger retorted defiantly, raising an eyebrow. A smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Quan Mo Qin Chenxi and Qin Tianhua had agreed to keep their relationship under wraps for the time being. Apart from Zhen Ai, no one at Qingtian International Group knew that Qin Chenxi was their boss's wife. Cold-hearted? What could possibly be wrong with her? Upon hearing this, Feng Qiza was somewhat perplexed, murmuring a few words. Just as he turned his gaze to observe Du Yunxi, he discovered that she had leaped down from the soft couch. It then dawned on Quan Mo that Misu had indeed entered the hospital this time due to excessive fatigue, resulting in what was termed insufficient blood supply to the heart, truly a case of overextending one's health. After uttering this remark, Feng Qiza resumed his tasks. Finding himself more adept than at the outset, his pace had notably quickened. However, Xiao Mo, being a practitioner of the heart and a soul from a future era, held no belief in the supernatural, regarding such notions as mere fanciful discourse. Chapter 126. It turned out to be a dog. Su Qing felt a bit lightheaded. Normally, she had no issue with consuming such beverages, but today, for reasons unknown, after only 2 flasks, she felt slightly intoxicated. As she gazed at the woman approaching her, Su Qing found her unfamiliar. Consuming such fare is beneath even a dog. I've heard that the 9th prince didn't even provide you with basic sustenance. Lacking funds, perhaps? The woman donned a pink garment, adorned with a plethora of golden jewelry atop her head, seemingly eager to broadcast her wealth. Leaf, hailing from a family of martial artists, bore numerous scars and was assisted by 2 disciples as he made his way towards the exit. Yi Feng, seated in an off-road vehicle, occasionally waved to the citizens flanking the streets, who greeted him with fervor, creating an atmosphere that was nothing short of electric, reaching a fever pitch. Hu Li's complexion gradually flushed, while Huang Fu directed his breath towards Hu Li's lips, fervently pressing against her chest for several minutes. Yet she showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Of course, this demon lord also possessed another identity in the Red Realm, much like the Heavenly Punisher, who rarely employed the title of Divine Retribution. This other identity of the demon lord remained seldom encountered. Nevertheless, as a demon lord in the Red Realm, he still occupied a position of considerable authority. If you wish to prevent my fall to my demise, kindly refrain from letting go of my hand, Jiang Fan remarked with a smile. And Qingwen casually estimated in her mind that there were no fewer than 10 individuals who would undoubtedly leap at the chance to join. And the thought of their astonished and ecstatic expressions upon learning of this matter brought a slight smile to her lips.
Heh, ye like Yang.
Do you genuinely believe that taking hostages could intimidate us? He holds no value to me. Jiang Fan chuckled. Let us get in the car and wait. It's rather chilly outside. Yi Feng waved his hand, leading Zhao Long into the first large truck, where they settled in the driver's cabin in quiet anticipation. However, Feng Zhe was not employed at the Bade Company. That evening, he received news that Feng Zhe had infiltrated the M Country embassy, and the ambassador of M Country had conveniently concocted an excuse to dispatch his deputy under the pretext of returning home for business, taking a private jet on the same day back to M Country. This temporal traversal was, in fact, instigated by Huolingxi's selfish motives. The most straightforward and direct solution to thoroughly resolve the issue of the Hongmeng space would be to archive and reset, annihilating the Hongmeng space to revert it entirely to its primordial essence of Hongmeng Qi. "How did you know I was on the road?" Yilin asked, slightly taken aback. Inquiring of the person on the other end of the call, Xiao Mashuan. Tang Luoluo genuinely felt this way. She was uncertain how to respond given the awkward situation at hand. Consolidating the power of the 5 elements, using a spiritual formation to evolve the might of heaven and earth, the endless interplay of the 5 elements, beyond the realm of void gods, which can dismantle formations by virtue of their laws. Nearly insurmountable arrays exist beneath that level, Chu Chen remarked nonchalantly. "What brings you back?" The figure from the power center, Ling, regarded Zhang Yu with a sense of speculation. Could it be that the return of the sinful was indicative of some trouble? Yet, the ability to wield light-based power to such an extent undoubtedly opened a new door for Xiang. The intricacies of light law surpassed his previous assumptions. Jingji knew without needing to look that these matters were undoubtedly something his esteemed president preferred to keep from prying eyes. This allowed for observation of the nation's military movements and scrutiny for any potential traitors, as Zhang Yu articulated. Within the meridians, the explosive force of the winged bloodline surged forth, rampaging with a ferocity akin to crashing waves, wreaking havoc and impacting every meridian of Yihuan. Subsequently, there was an impatient desire to peruse the comments beneath the news. In modern society, comments often captivated more interest than the news itself. Even at this moment, Tang Luoluo earnestly posed a question to their Grand President. Chapter 127. Is it my turn now? The hand on her back continued to soothe, akin to lulling a child to rest. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight, a fleeting sweetness brushing her heart. Her radiant smile struck the man's gaze directly. Congratulations, host. Heartfelt value, 70. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Qing beamed even brighter. Had Shen Zichen truly developed feelings for her? It seemed she had begun to comprehend what it meant to be moved. Qinger, in this life, I have only you. Damn it. The head of the gang seized a nearby thermos and hurled it at the young man. Upon witnessing Zion's solitary return, I had calculated every possibility. Yet I never anticipated this outcome. He had just checked the information for this table, revealing them to be ordinary customers, not VIPs from their establishment. Heaven granted man a mouth not solely for the purpose of eating and nurturing the body, but more importantly, to engage in speech, Uncle Chen remarked with an unchanged expression. Yu Feng afforded him no respite, swinging the shattering club forward and unleashing a flurry of strikes, causing the ground to tremble slightly. She retrieved her phone and sent another message to Ji Yun. Ji Yun, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? I know a splendid Western restaurant. After dining, we could enjoy the night view by the river and perhaps gaze at the stars together. Zhang Shui believed she had made her intentions quite clear. The might of this sword exceeded imagination, even repelling the Buddha's primordial spirit's decline, revealing its true countenance, momentarily awakening it. In his mind, Yu Feng had already become unfathomable. This shadowy emperor, who had slumbered for countless years, must possess immense strength. With less than a minute remaining in the 4th match, the journalists wearily lowered their cameras, yet Qin Mengmeng remained steadfast, diligently observing the changes on the court. Your Majesty, this centipede spirit has cultivated for a millennium, nearing transformation into a dragon. I believe a mere taste of its flesh would not only elevate a person to celestial heights, but might also grant them eternal life.
Fu Tianqiu whispered in suggestion.
Yet, it remained uncertain whether he refrained from approaching the 7-star tower out of fear of attracting calamity or due to overwhelming excitement. Su Hong, Yu Lu's manager, possessed an astute eye for talent and a unique understanding of music. The spaceship traversed the starry expanse. Despite achieving near-light speed, it appeared to advance at a glacial pace amidst the vast cosmos. I contemplated briefly, deciding it was best to refrain. Should light awaken and encounter this, it would lead to considerable complications. He already harbored enough troubles. Thus, I wished not to add to his burdens. Collaborative efforts to enhance strength were the subjects that warranted deeper discussions moving forward. Though seemingly illustrious, John was plagued by numerous troubles. Setting aside the disdain from those pure-blooded aristocrats, the hostility, was indeed burdensome. At 11:30, at de Zhuang, let us not miss each other. It would be best if you brought along that boyfriend of yours whom I cannot afford to offend, Wang Hongji remarked with a cold smile. The wounded poison dragon grew increasingly ferocious. With a swift turn of its body, its massive tail lashed out towards Qin Guan like a divine pillar striking a mountain, exuding tremendous force. Qin Guan activated the earthly golden light technique to evade, once more summoning the thunder-severing sword to strike back. What is going on? Was it not agreed that once this matter was resolved, we would be square? I pondered briefly, ultimately deciding to step outside and inquire. In an empire where kneeling was not customary, even bowing was regarded as a considerable courtesy. Richard could bend before Lorne, proving that the Morris family was indeed out of options. In the entirety of the empire, only the northern territories still possessed any remaining strength. Do you not believe that they could simply vanish? Even the blind refuse to accept the existence of a sun, yet the sun continues to shine. Within the eerie educational building, an unsettling silence enveloped the air. Xia Dongqing glanced at her phone, which displayed no signal, her face paling. After all, the first police academy was established in the heart of the city. Chapter 128. Princess Tuya enters the capital. Shen Zichen endured relentless torment until dawn, only for Su Qing to finally release him. As Su Qing succumbed to a deep slumber, Shen Zichen rose to dress. He had to reassure his wife before heading to the palace to address the matter of their marriage alliance. The moment he stepped outside, he felt a slight discomfort in his lower back, making every movement less than pleasant. Upon exiting the courtyard, he spotted Shen Zichen sitting by the garden pond, cracking sunflower seeds. "Old Nine, why are you just now getting up?" he inquired. As for the bombings, Kunming and Chongqing had become prime targets for the Japanese aerial assaults, with the reopened Burma Road receiving particular attention from Japanese aircraft. Luo Ke could not conjure up any brilliant ideas. Yet he had correctly surmised that the current victors and the Sheng family were teetering on the brink of madness. For the sake of those 200,000 taels of silver, they would stop at nothing to fight fiercely. Poverty is akin to a disease. If one truly had wealth, who would still regard life as expendable? However, as news spread and the world erupted in vehement condemnation, the online discourse denounced the brutality and savagery of the Foot Basin people. Contemplating this, Fang Su's murderous intent towards the 10,000 Poison Palace intensified, but the connection between the 10,000 Poison Palace and the Bone Sect suggested that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Zhang Zilin gasped, her large eyes blinking rapidly as she covered her astonished mouth with her hand, captivated by the dazzling light emanating from the box. When Fang Zhe encountered Zhu Yajun in the reception room, Li Yifei was engaged in conversation with him, aware that he too was a business owner and one of Huizhong's partners, and thus warranted respect. Lu Xiang reviewed the report from Nanjian County. The total number of urban and rural starvation casualties reached over 1,000 daily, with more than 80,000 starving citizens perishing since February 1st. The Super Bowl is a battleground for merchants. Hundreds of television stations globally broadcast this year's Super Bowl final, with an average cost of $2.5 million for a 30-second advertisement. Following last Thanksgiving, all 70 advertising slots for this year's Super Bowl final had already been sold out. What should have been a 2-day journey stretched into 4, and after passing Huaiyuan, they finally entered the jurisdiction of Fengyang Prefecture. He immediately commanded the accompanying Black Iron Cavalry to distribute the medicinal liquid, ensuring that under their formidable reputation, there would be no competition among the crowd. As he brushed past Qi Yunma, 2 guards, burdened with Lu Yuan, respectfully nodded their heads in greeting. In a moment of distraction, Tang Wanwan was suddenly enveloped in an embrace, momentarily taken aback. The cool scent of sandalwood emanating from Gu Jingxiu enveloped her, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his sturdy back, resting her chin on a shoulder, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Speak the truth. What is the nature of your relationship with Sui Kurson? She visited me today with your mother, and claimed you would take responsibility for her. What have you done, Mr.
Fu asked.
Tang Wanwan, unwilling to engage in further trivialities, was perplexed by how he had discovered her phone number. However, her mood was soured, her irritation reaching a peak. And she snapped back, "What do you want?" The faint fragrance emanating from her was a constant assault on Qin Yixiao's patience, especially those luminous eyes, tinged with a hint of helplessness and confusion, were simply irresistible to him. If Lu Xiang's deep, dark eyes were akin to a night sky filled with endless darkness and shimmering stars, then Jiang Ranan's eyes radiated the warmth of sunlight, penetrating to the depths of the heart. Naturally, one would not utilize an entire pig for a celebratory feast. 3/4 of the meat would be sold. leaving merely a quarter for the banquet. Situ Jingting hastily pressed the emergency call button and then knelt on the ground, lifting the fallen Tang Wanwan and allowing her to lean against her shoulder. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao stubbornly refused to leave Lin Cici's residence, leaving Lin Cici thoroughly exasperated and unwilling to argue, thus silently permitting Lin Xiao to stay. Chapter 129. The Ninth Princess Consort, a fortuitous encounter. Tuya, astride a majestic steed, wielded her whip in front of the Prince Chen's residence. A throng of onlookers had gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. From a carriage by the roadside, someone lifted the curtain. Su Mo was sprawled inside, while Su Yu's hand had swollen like a doughy bun. On the ground lay a corpse, long deceased. Su De parted the curtain to peer outside, his expression darkening as he glared at the Prince Chen's residence. Upon witnessing Tuya's clamorous display before the entrance, it became evident to Chu how that he could not perceive the indigenous people and spirits as mere phantoms. Fixating on Gong Yais, his irritation grew. While others may have had grievances, this individual had the audacity to question him. Were it not for his desire to uncover the reason for his exposure to Feng Shui, he would have already silenced him. Ivan hesitated, becoming a serf, joining a suicide squad, and charging into the front lines only to attain the status of a free citizen through near-death experiences was clearly not the best path for serfs. Most soldiers present hailed from serf backgrounds and were naturally reluctant for their new brethren to follow such a course. As this matter stirred fervently online, the new session of the China U.S. Special Defense Forum convened, with the United States hosting this year. The founder of Onping Technologies' impending marriage was undoubtedly a significant event, as the company had recently been deemed the most influential enterprise globally by the media. Meng Fan's safe house was a quintessential example, furnished with only a remarkably comfortable bed and various first aid tools alongside long-lasting compressed food. According to Feng Nan, it was best to avoid unnecessary fights, lest one find themselves in mortal danger after just a few encounters. Feng Shui was confident that should things proceed as they were, within a year, he would attain legendary status. The interior of the inner hall was also quite simple, consisting of a bed, a table, and a chair. It seemed that Lord Kaiser harbored an aversion to extravagance. Perhaps he believed that simplicity was the truest form of existence. Upon entering the hall, the two placed Long Yun upon the bed. "Let me take a look." Ming, proficient in medicine, promptly approached to assess Long Yun's condition, observing her steady breathing and flushed complexion. Upon closer inspection, he noted a faint crack in the moonstone adorning her neck. As a unique divine beast born from the essence of heaven and earth, Taotai required only to continuously devour and digest to sustain itself. Yet, the resources of the world were finite, a fact that Dong Zhuo, as an outsider, was well aware of. Presently, a dilemma loomed. If she were not to have her clothes removed and dried, her life may be in jeopardy, but should he undress her and she awaken, it would result in his own peril. "Here it is," he said. "I have named it Absolute. Truly one of a kind." Long Yun beamed with joy, revealing a smile brimming with happiness. "If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. We are all family here, and there are no outsiders." However, the countenance of the elder Jiang shifted dramatically as he sat upon the chair in the main hall, supported by Jiang Ming.
Su banjo oferta non comital smile.
Her laughter reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through willow branches, exceedingly soft. After all, it was her own labor of love, while she did not mind it being shared. There was no need to rush it out for others without ulterior motives. "It seems you possess keen intellect. Dealing with intelligent adversaries saves a great deal of trouble." Jiang Fanchuan's expression shifted numerous times. 3 days hence, Lu Bu selected 2,000 elite soldiers, commandeered 20 ships, and marched alongside King Chongjing to Oceania. By the end of April, the army arrived in Oceania. A few strands of white hair sprouted, marking his 30-second white hair, glimmering like jade and radiating a hazy glow. Ziju Zhikong glanced around, noting the scarcely changed surroundings, and promptly pondered within her heart. Chapter 130. Truly, this is the rumored foolish ninth princess. Tuya ascended the steps, standing side by side with Su Qing. As the host, Su Qing was naturally meant to lead the way, leaving Tuya to wait for her to proceed first. Su Qing offered a slight nod, her smile remaining gentle. "I kindly ask Princess Tuya to wait a moment." Upon finishing her words, the guards presented 2 trays laden with an abundance of copper coins. From her elevated position on the steps, Su Qing surveyed the gathered populace. Her voice was soft, her gaze warm, every gesture exuded grace. Within the grand hall, the ordinary onlookers were oblivious to the presence of an imposing bronze statue of the revered deity Guan Yu. standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, which held within it a genuine spirit essence. For 4 years, he had been consumed by his duties, never truly appreciating the nocturnal scenery before him. This marked his first formal observation, and he felt a twinge of trepidation. The two women scrutinized each other, a silence enveloping them as no words were exchanged. The already tranquil night deepened into an even greater stillness, interrupted only by the subtle chirping of insects. It was rather embarrassing to admit, for he had never felt so absent-minded before. Fortunately, Junzi's relaxed demeanor meant he would not dwell on such matters. As Zhui stepped out from her room, she held a tightly sealed jar, and upon opening it, a rich fragrance wafted forth. Simultaneously, 100,000 Black Forest troops besieged the outer gates of Blackwind Pass. The giant Black Forest soldiers, endowed with innate divine power, were slowly gnawing away at the seemingly unyielding stone walls. Though his body retained the momentum of a charge, he soared 2 meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling and twisting uncontrollably thereafter. Observing Qing retreating from the room, her complexion pale, Shan Wenyu nestled closer into Chu Mohan's embrace. She could naturally sense his concern, prompting her desire to contribute more, unwilling to always rely on his protection. I offered a word of praise, and then took my position behind the third, with Xian in between. I recalled. The 3 of them, without further contemplation, swiftly stepped into the darkness. The 10 major sects of the Xianzhan alliance oversaw the realms of various human empires. Yet the vast distances between these sects meant that their arrivals were inevitably delayed. Harry Kane's goals were predominantly assisted by Li Mingyu, showcasing the extent of Kane's reliance on him. Few factions could master the secret art of splitting the primordial spirit, and even among those, only a select few core disciples were privy to such knowledge. As the surrounding storm of true energy intensified, countless green leaves coalesced before Zhao Ai, swiftly forming a colossal sword of several zhang in length. Clearly, Anji Xia's recent act of humility did little to placate Li Yulan's ire. She was now seeking retribution. At the heaven sacrifice platform, only emperors, only true sovereigns endowed with fate and fortune, could rightfully ascend. Su Jia gazed at the bizarre functions, her mind swirling with geometric shapes. After separating the papers, she turned and passed them to Zhang Lingxian, seated behind her. Having endured years of hardship, the remaining populace had long since succumbed to despair, aware that the world had irrevocably changed, and the tranquility of yesteryears was a distant memory. At that moment, he lay atop a high building adjacent to the southern section of the 4th Ring Road, affording him a vantage point over most of the streets, with the location of the corpses strikingly central. Following nearly a decade since Spain's fall from the world number 1 ranking in 2014, the team once again ascended to the pinnacle of global football. They sought to consume one another, only to discover that neither could gain the upper hand. After testing one another, the black fog and white mist reached a tacit understanding, allowing the 2 weary serpents encircling Lu Jia to peacefully slumber. Tian Ximin's hand, outstretched in a bid to retain, froze in midair, her complexion paling abruptly, a mirrored reaction evident in Yulai. Chapter 131. Once within the royal residence, all shall fall under the purview of the princess. The prince has arrived. Before Su Qing could respond, Shen Zichen entered the chamber. A smile instantly graced Tuya's face as she stood, her body inclined outward. Shen Zichen would inevitably pass right before her. The man she had longed for over the years was finally before her once more. Countless midnight reveries had seen her dreaming of sharing a life with him. Since Shen Zichen's entrance, her gaze remained steadfastly upon him. By the way, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Zhao Gan interjected, pausing from his cutting of steak. Yes. The officials of Yuegang displayed immediate excitement upon hearing the order, with several already drawing their swords. Xiao Yan recognized that the figure lying beside him was indeed his comrade. He wished to shout, yet the relentless footfalls of Tianju rendered him voiceless, only able to emit muffled cries of anguish. Very well, very well. As commanded, Zhao Gan obediently took a seat at the dining table, partaking in the most uncomfortable breakfast of his life. However, Qianji had long since departed this world, and Tang Yao, a master of poison, had vanished into oblivion as well. Who could possibly unravel this toxic curse? Only Jiang Xiaoyan could. I shall seek out Jiang Xiaoyan.
Chu Tao De Let.
Indignant as he brandished his sword, yet was halted by the swordsmen of the Zhu Yu sword sect. Enough. Let us not speak of him. Song Duanwu glanced at Zhou Yafu in the rearview mirror, offering a smile that seemed to carry a symbolic apology. Well aware of the identity of the he referred to, he lay sprawled on the ground, arms outstretched, wishing for a dreamless slumber. In that dream, a remarkably adorable figure smiled sweetly, leaping freely, like a butterfly upon the fields. The group was enveloped by a chilling aura. Yet it did not impede their perception of the river's terror. The true spirits flowed unceasingly within the river of corpse souls, drifting along with the current. Pursue! Upon issuing the command, June unexpectedly tilted and knelt. Instinctively, he attempted to steady himself with his sword, but his palm slipped over the hilt. The broken sword lay askew on the ground, just out of reach of his fingers. As the others rushed forward to assist, he collapsed limply. In the distance, they beheld an expanse of desolation, the air thick with dust and sand, the acrid scent of scorched earth filling their nostrils. The resultant effect was one of hypocrisy. Policies intended for the benefit of the people, once implemented, had transformed in essence, leading to a swell of public discontent that became increasingly unmanageable. The sounds of whispers drifted in from outside the door, and Yin Zixuan, sensing that someone had words for him, chose not to admit anyone but instead stepped outside. "Let us go and assess the situation," Nia Foam declared, initiating the flight of their vessel. The autopilot was indeed convenient, requiring little oversight. They merely needed to set the destination. Left Xiaoyang's anger contorted his features, thinking, if you do not wish to answer, why waste so much effort? Then let us proceed as you suggest, the foreign mused, considering that at least such welfare would be granted. Whether one chose to appreciate it or not was beyond their control, and it was unreasonable to bear blame for others' ingratitude. Observing her expression and tone, Luo Qingfeng immediately surmised whom she was referring to. Ultimately, Xiao Kai's forces decisively shut the palace gates, while the remnants of Tian Heng's army prepared to assault the palace. Noticing the perilous situation, Xiao Kai hastily dispatched his captain to seek aid from Xiang Zhuang. Left Xiaoyang could only hoist the banner and approach, placing it aside. Unloading the medicinal box from his back and bowing respectfully to the seated elders, deliberately ignoring the plump tea merchant, Zhu Zhonggui, from the Golden Jade Tavern. He lifted his robes and settled onto a bamboo chair. I nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Ming was the sovereign of the underworld, a true anomaly born in the same era as Hong Yuan. His depth of cultivation remained uncertain. Yet I retained confidence in my ability to vanquish him in a one-on-one confrontation. My only concern was his potential trickery. Chapter 132, A Performance. The light gauze unfurled. The night deepened. The air was thick with the aroma of exquisite cuisine. After dinner, Tuya sauntered into the garden. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers. Apart from the passing servants, no one was there to appreciate its beauty, leaving Tuya in a state of perplexity. Beyond the great wall lay desolate fields, primarily covered with wild grasses and the occasional wildflower. Such an abundance of exquisite varieties was nowhere to be found. Yet here, they flourished within the courtyard, visible in every corner. If there were only a few of us, there might be a glimmer of hope for escape, but the likelihood was minimal, especially considering we had to take along my father, who was utterly incapacitated. At this moment, Qiyun's breath began to grow increasingly erratic. After all, the volume of concoctions he had been producing was overwhelming, requiring a level of concentration that was even more exhausting than engaging in battle. The terrifying sounds he had heard last night had robbed him of a restful night, leaving him in a rather dreadful state. After absorbing so many rare herbs and treasures, the body of the Grand Celestial had become increasingly formidable, and the power of his Bone Emperor blade had magnified significantly upon merging with him. Despite the allure of the EO Media Concert, featuring over 100 renowned rock stars, the draw of such a gathering would not falter. This place was a crucial battleground for them, and although Emperor Xian was present, Lin Feiyu still felt a twinge of unease. As they conversed, they made their way to the kitchen, leaving Zhao Xueqian bewildered and directionless, having completely forgotten her purpose for being there, and thus joined Zhu Xiaoji in enjoying dumplings. Yang Zhenyu wore a smug smile. With such a lineup, even if Shurgang himself were to arrive, it would be nearly impossible to take anyone away. Typically, dinner was served around this time, and with guests visiting today, Aunt Lon had likely made ample preparations. A sigh of resignation escaped him, his handsome features etched with concern. His beloved wife and younger kin were possessed by that strange artifact, leaving him in a constant state of anxiety about their potential consumption by it. Little did he anticipate such formidable foes would emerge. Indeed, it was no wonder he displayed such warmth upon encountering a nourishing dish, rich in yin-replenishing, kidney-strengthening, and blood-activating properties. The situation had become quite apparent. The noise ahead grew increasingly pronounced, and Lan Yuming could distinctly sense something approaching, the heavy footfalls and labored breathing reminiscent of a fierce soldier steadily advancing towards his demise. Upon hearing Li Ziyuan's response, the commander's lips curled into a knowing smile before he gestured to indicate his understanding. The commander's somewhat enigmatic smile sent a chill down Li Ziyuan's spine, compelling him to refrain from lingering any longer. Helen deftly evaded the attack, simultaneously wielding her steel whip to intercept their path. The golden arrow, having missed its mark, turned back on its own accord, aimed sharply at Helen. Just as the old drunkard was engaged in combat with the Tao of Heaven, Li Tianyu had ingested a copious amount of healing elixirs, successfully suppressing the sword energy within him, while his injured meridians steadily healed. Since arriving on Qingyang Island, Yan Nanfang had remained in a deep slumber. Despite Pang Qingyang exerting all his efforts, he could only preserve the young man's life. What did the master believe would be the first move after the prince ascended the throne? Mu Er rarely sat face-to-face with Gulinga. He was a loquacious individual, and silencing him was akin to sentencing him to death. With Gulinga remaining silent, he had no choice but to pose his own inquiries. Yet, despite this, their status as descendants of the divine remained unchanged. The demigod society sought to demonstrate this fact to the world, restoring the rightful identity of these beings with extraordinary abilities. When Li Ziyuan spoke these words, the chill in his tone and the ferocity etched upon his face startled Li Ziyuan and Changwan, who had never before witnessed such a ruthless display from him. At that moment, Li Ziyuan completely shattered the image they had previously held of him. Chapter 133. Shen Zichen. Return to me. Shen Zichen pushed aside the covers and stepped down from the bed, reaching for the garments atop the rack. This matter is between my spouse and me. The princess has no authority to interfere. Tuya was left speechless by his retort. Yet, witnessing the degradation of her beloved, she was consumed with unwillingness. Shen Zichen exited the room and made his way to the small hall, with Tuya trailing behind him. Do you have any idea what Su Qing is like in the residence?
She.
The current head of the Dongfang family, one of the key figures managing their external alliances, Heisai Dongfang Yuheng, observed Yan Tao's demeanor, which underwent a remarkable transformation from confusion to shock and finally to fear. Under Qin Feng's command, the yacht gradually began to move, as the two lost themselves in their private world, the chaos of life entirely separated by the river's flow. Southeast. Southwest, it seems rather mundane, doesn't it? I still have my titles as the Eastern Evil, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, and Central Divine. The earlier mention of Nanshan couldn't possibly refer to the South, could it? Upon hearing these 5 titles, Lu Yuan felt as though he were watching a martial arts film. The troops led by Yu Fei arrived at Yan County, drawing the attention of Han army soldiers upon their arrival. Moreover, with each training session, as the internal organs were restored, new strength merged into the 3 forces, reinforcing the organs themselves. Over time, the difficulties once faced during breakthroughs in internal cultivation no longer existed. The office was desolate, devoid of anyone but him. Gazing out at the dazzling nightscape, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness and solitude. This individual was neither righteous nor wicked, acting in peculiar ways, with a proud and ruthless heart, having cultivated astonishing skills. His life marked by erratic behavior, yet his wisdom, martial prowess, and courage were unparalleled. Lu Jinping had already resolved to deliver this letter directly to Li Longji. Longji was a wise ruler, at least in the early days, and he would undoubtedly grasp the implications of this matter, ensuring the information remained confidential. The dynamic between Lu Mang and the system, the roles of dominance and subservience, had surreptitiously shifted without notice. A large furnace came into view, the night spirit pearls on the wall illuminating the cavern. Scattered around the furnace were various casting tools, all coated in dust. Fear not. Allow me to see if I can purge the poison for you. Daoist Mu Shi grasped her wrist, closing his eyes to sense her pulse.
Mumenjlate.
A warm current flowed through his arm, gradually spreading throughout her body. The following morning, upon noticing that Shinboru had yet to rise, Luo Chong pushed open the door to Shinboru's room, only to find him still lounging in bed. After a moment of shifting expressions, Shi Guoqing withdrew from Chong Li's side, holding a bowl. Chong Li stared at Shi Guoqing's retreating figure in a daze before resuming his meal of the now-cold food. Having dressed himself, Shen Shi-san remained bare-chested, while Lan Lixue did not rush to dress him again. Firstly, his inner garments were in tatters, and secondly, she had turned to examine the wounds on his back. Cold-blooded? Ruthless? That seems somewhat reasonable. Indeed, I am such a person. Nodding to himself, it appeared he had accepted Li Yanqing's words. Among the 9 passages of the ancient ruins, Mu Qin walked within one, the the sound of his footsteps echoing eerily back to him, instilling a sense of loneliness and strangeness, as if the road ahead would never reach its end. "Thank you, Second Prince." Yi Yun's face was alight with a smile, appearing courteous, yet it masked a rather exasperating countenance. At this moment, the army had arrived at the foot of the tower, and an unavoidable confrontation unfolded between the clan and the crown prince. Of course, with Xue Huai deceased and his remains dispatched for immediate cremation at Beima Temple, the resolution of this matter could not simply end with the disappearance of his body. There remained much for them to accomplish on behalf of the martial emperor. Chapter 134. Never Leave Me. Shen Zichen lay motionless on the couch, not even sparing a glance at Su Qing. He exuded an air of defiance, as if to say, "I will not return. What can you do about it?" The thought of those beautiful garments brought an involuntary smile to Su Qing's lips. She sat beside the couch, while Shen Zichen kept his eyes closed, refusing to look at her. Indeed, Shen Zichen possessed striking beauty, since he was unwilling to leave. Being here was not altogether unacceptable. At that moment, Shen Zichen opened his eyes and glared. After the common folk were rescued, they returned to Bingjia village, where they found Bing Sheng, who had been hiding in the tunnels. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Yunsha ferry to assist the populace, Bing Sheng felt immense joy and organized the villagers to prepare for a decisive strike against all the bee demons on Yunsha Mountain. Su Xia turned her head away, not wanting to meet his gaze, her face blossoming with the vivid hue of a rouge flower. In most instances this was the case, yet it was not absolute. Some individuals, with exceptional insight that transcended time, could compensate for their innate deficiencies through relentless effort, ultimately achieving supreme status. Following this defeat, the fierce demon lord realized that to continue preparing for battle against the imperial army of the Tang in the Yunhai Mountains, he must eliminate the celestial master of Yunhai. Thus, he devised a meticulous plan targeting the Yunhai cave, intending to capture them all in one fell swoop. Nonetheless, despite her lingering fears, she was not one to relinquish this hard-won opportunity easily. She glided to one side, her hands moving with unceasing vigor as the spiritual energy surged through her meridians, her palms radiating with potent force, executing the 8 palms of qi. It was due to Xiao Han's mother blocking the door with her body that Xiao Han managed to escape through the back entrance. After the beast demon slaughtered Xiao Han's mother, it chased him to the rear door. However, the complex terrain led it into a trap set by Xiao Han, forcing it to retreat to Tianling Mountain to report the situation to the Tianling beast. "I never intended to harm the innocent. I merely sought to make a little money. However, since you are so untrustworthy, I shall play this game to the end. I demand to see your leader," he shouted. After descending the stairs, Zuoluan could not help but glance back. The lights in Vice Captain Mi's room had gone out. Zuoluan instinctively smiled before returning to the male dormitory. Instantly, the picturesque mountain peaks appeared as if they were rippling like water, tearing open a portal. "Who dares to challenge me? Surely you do not wish for Ray and the others to face me?" Gaia scoffed. Aside from deer, roe deer, and wild boars, there were also domesticated pigs and sheep, both semi-wild and semi-domesticated. "Come to the mountain to catch them if you wish to eat." Outside, teammates were still frantically banging on the door, awakening everyone in the training base, some emerging from their rooms resembling ghosts, either with disheveled hair or wearing expressions akin to a ghostly matron. Yunxia, smiling, attempted to strike her, but was hindered by the constraints of her impeccably tailored qipao. Xiao Yichen's gaze flickered among the flowers, eventually raising his hand to accept the bouquet under the ecstatic gaze of Yi Moxing. At that moment, a peculiar warmth surged within his heart, a gentle, tingling sensation. Fang Yuxing noticed Li Jingyi abandon him to run over, and reluctantly parked the car before making his way toward them. This contrarian approach might not always be effective, yet it certainly proved fruitful in Mr. Charlie's case. The act of licking one's lips inherently bore a hint of seduction, and in this context, it seemed to express a lingering taste of her palm, steeped in ambiguity. He understood that since she had resolved to marry, she would accompany him through any trials they might face. He felt as though he were walking a tightrope over a precipice that night, nearly falling twice, yet miraculously surviving in the end. The destination for this segment was Tibet, and upon arriving, Fang Guojun immediately sensed the crew's overwhelming malice, while the other seasoned guests appeared to be enjoying a leisurely trip with friends. In fact, just a moment ago, her cultivated mental energy had fortuitously surged to the 6th level. She could easily erase any memories related to today from Lianju's mind, thus avoiding complications. Chapter 135. I Will Not Leave. Su Qing gazed into the depths of his dark eyes, which brimmed with palpable unease. How did Shen Zichen know she would leave? Was he truly afraid of her departure?
Why?
Their relationship was merely a temporary partnership. Zichen, why do you harbor such concerns? Su Qing inquired with perplexity. Shen Zichen placed her hand in his palm. Qinger, you need only answer me. Qiu Dongdong, having transformed from rebelliousness to a devoted mother, truly cherished her son. Had she known someone would harm him, she could only imagine the lengths she would go to.
Tai Gong was taken aback.
Initially thinking it was a maid from the estate, only to discover it was a disciple of the Juling sect, a younger sister accompanying the dowry. Jean Lan was bewildered, raising her hand to slap Gu Du, questioning whether Feng Jiu's death had activated something or if Gu Du had utilized this assassination attempt to sever her escape route. All were delicacies from the sea. My senior brothers knew of my fondness for such flavors and had a friend by the seaside procure some for me. My senior brother promised that whatever I desired in the future, they would find a way to provide, for I was their sole junior sister. Yu Pan declared with pride, thinking, I will not only vex you but also incite your jealousy. After spending over a year in the eastern district of Ning City, intimidating others was his forte, behaving as though he were about to devour Qin and the others. Were anyone to glimpse Ning Chen's spiritual realm, they would find it not pure white, but a grayish chaos, reminiscent of the state of the universe at its inception. Vast, expansive, and boundless. Upon recalling Su Meiyu, Cui Yuyang suddenly remembered their shared enchantment. He wondered where she was currently imprisoned. Ranner, things are not as you imagine. Will you listen to my explanation? Chu Xian suddenly stated seriously. Lu Shihua sullenly took her son's hand and returned home, casting a fierce glare at Yu Pan as they entered. She thought to herself that this trip to the dock certainly could not be avoided. Otherwise, how could they release so many fishing boats from the packaging? Xiaoji's gaze grew somewhat rigid, his body stiffening, and suddenly, he closed his eyes and fell backward, landing heavily on the couch with a muted thud. Simultaneously, Luo Ziqi's muscles bulged, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed Shen Wuxia's presence nearby. Lord True Dragon, I had no choice but to resort to this. If I could, I would gladly dwell in rivers and seas. Changchun River is far too foul. The dragon lamented. The duo of Fu Yi entered the nascent soul area. Lu Fu, being at the golden core stage, was not permitted to conduct transactions in this realm according to the rules. Fu Yi intended to first lay bare their intentions here, hinting at the wind of the robbery cloud tea tree. When the time came, whether Lu Fu came personally or his backing approached them, they could continue to draw them in. Logically, Hong Zhuang could exit through the cave's mouth. Yet, now her martial prowess was suppressed by Yan Er's techniques, rendering her unable to exert her skills, trapping her here. I stepped onto the moss-covered stone steps and reached for the wooden door. Upon contact with the door panel, a powerful force drew me inside. When I turned to look back, that door had already closed again, or perhaps it had never truly opened at all. I could not tell. The following day, Zhang Han, accompanied by Du Hong, sought out Meng Fong to relay his experience of being ambushed and his request for protection. Not good. I must use rosemary to dispel the stench of blood from the house. Otherwise, the pursuers will notice the moment they enter, Hong Zhuang remarked, heading into another room. Meng Shi exhibited remarkable prowess. She was indeed decisive in her actions, yet possessed a compassionate heart. In truth, this matter was somewhat challenging. Yet I had harbored it in my heart for a long time. Originally, when you came last time, I intended to ask you to handle it. But since you were bound for the Western continent, I did not mention it. My elder brother said this, producing a map from his pocket and handing it to me. Chapter 136. To witness the spectacle together.
Suin scrutinized So Benton.
He was fair-skinned and had a gentle, jade-like demeanor. Another scholar. He had an upright figure and spirited eyes, precisely the type Malian favored. He was also the kind of boy that men liked to protect. No wonder he caught the eye of Malian's son, Jiang Yan. Malian is a formidable individual. She chose to marry into the Jiang family precisely because of their relatively weak influence, making them easier to manipulate. She continued to scrutinize. Li Jue chuckled lightly and remarked, "It's nothing, you carry on," his tone as unremarkable as ever. However, Mingzhu couldn't help but sense an undercurrent of resentment. As if those simple words were laced with a hint of menace. Xia Yuan tiptoed to peer inside. But her average height made it difficult to see through the throng of people obstructing her view of the unfolding events. Liang Feng was escorted to the VIP reception room, where attentive staff promptly presented him with hot coffee and pastries. Such meticulous service left Liang Feng feeling somewhat ill at ease. During the transformation phase, sea monsters can assume human forms and evolve various magical abilities, comparable to the human race's nascent soul stage. Brother, Tianqi is going to guard the borders between Bai and the western regions. I will accompany him. So you must take good care of father in the palace. He seems to be in poor health, Beima Shui said while glancing at the bowed head Suing Shue beside her. It is unnecessary for you to inform me of my whereabouts. Mo Chenyu retorted coldly, his tone commanding and devoid of warmth. I believe your intentions are rather unwise, the shadow murmured as it trailed behind him. Grumbling a few more words, but observing Feng Yu's lack of reaction, it fell silent. As he stepped into a patch of shadow, his form seemed to dissolve like ripples in water. Just as they were conversing, Wang Hao's phone vibrated, revealing a call from his class teacher, Morong Jing. The future of the empire remains uncertain. As generals, we must contemplate the empire's destiny and the safety of its citizens, Major General Ning Wei-Qin remarked. Initially taken aback, the master of all flavors soon trembled uncontrollably, a distinguished golden core elder, suddenly fearful of mishearing, forgetting even to extend his divine sense. Instead craning his neck towards the direction of the sound, straining to catch a glimpse. In truth, Li Na did not wish to divulge everything about the space, if possible. She would prefer to carry the secret to her grave. Such a grand affair could easily rival a military confrontation. The unicorn rhinoceros was not a mindless brute, and surely possessed means of counteraction. Recently, his wife had been acting strangely. Previously, she would merely sulk, but now, if she desired a cold war, Li Na could only endure for a day or two before her resolve would wane. On that day, Ling Outyen was immersed in his cultivation when he was abruptly roused from his meditative state by the hurried approach of Feng Qingyi. After all, their primary focus remained on issues threatening national security, including politics, economics, and military matters. Just as those vanquished powers reveled in their triumph amidst the swirling dust, a figure shot forth like lightning, penetrating their ranks before they had the chance to react. Warsaw, stop dreaming. Your wife has many affairs, and I have no idea what is happening. Where could I possibly find an antidote? Along the journey, as they advanced, the crowd only grew denser, and numerous factions erupted into conflicts, yet none dared to provoke Wei Yuan and his companions. What nonsense! You truly are a fool,
Sudi exclaimed,
frustrated at Zhu Jingjing's actions. Indeed, its initial form was the first-tier fire lizard used during the second round of the Wuhu 6 Schools joint examination. Upon advancing to the second tier, the issues of the fire lizard transforming into a close combat infantry were significantly alleviated. Chapter 137. An interesting man. Shen Zichen, hearing Su Qing's thoughts, gently spoke. Qing, the matriarch of the Jiang family, will soon celebrate her birthday. Let us attend together. Zhou Wenton was left dumbfounded. The Jiang family was a minor family of no significance. Shen Zichen was the esteemed 9th prince. How could he possibly attend the matriarch's birthday? Su Qing was equally perplexed. Just as she was pondering, Shen Ziru, Shen Zili, and Shen Ziyu all expressed their desire to join. Realizing that the bullets fired from 2 handguns had formed a barrage before him, Song Jie finally drew the twin swords from his back, deftly parrying the bullets while gracefully charging towards the nearby puppet. Then I shall commence. Please step back a little. I need to use a formation to suppress the poison within Uncle's body, Luo Yi declared, waving his hand. With successive crisp sounds, all the descending blood-sucking demon bats were instantly obliterated, transforming into countless blood mists that could not harm Luo Yi in the slightest. A voice, reminiscent of the heavens, echoed, "Were all 8 Shaolin disciples on the summit slain by you?"
Ding Yin waited.
After Su Kuachui led the soldiers to either stab or drive away the refugees assaulting the city wall, he stood at the edge and observed the absurd scene, shaking his head in disbelief, for they were indeed a rabble without military discipline. Yes, I have meticulously studied this movement technique, and I have truly mastered it.
Luo Yi nodded in affirmation.
Aside from a cake, the rest belongs to my family as Chongmen and Matsu, so do not worry about us. You should focus on serving everyone well. I must take my leave. After casting a glance at Song Jie, Su Yanjiao pushed the tray containing her desired items towards her 2 sisters. From now on, just call me Jie. It sounds better than Jiejuan, Song Jie mused, sharing his thoughts. Then you should be even more aware that cosmetics exist in that world. Buying so many is utterly unnecessary, Song Jie remarked, puzzled as he looked at Jinghua, unable to fathom her reasoning. Young master, what is this writing? I cannot comprehend. Shirin had approached Du Rui's side, craning her neck for a long time, but failing to make sense of it. Zhao Ji was left dumbfounded by this profound technique. Was this technique? No. This ultimate skill truly so terrifying? Thanks to Li Mu securing the safety of Zhao's northern borders, the Zhao court could focus on combating the annexation war from the powerful Qing in the west without any concerns. In reality, Every victory in political and military struggles by figures such as Lin Xiangru, Lian Pe, and Zhao Xi was inseparably tied to Li Mu's collaborative support. According to him, the weak would eventually be slain. Rather than perish at the hands of emotional criminals, it was wiser to become a powerful stepping stone for one's companions. As Schuster jotted down notes, he nodded, intending to inquire about the situation within the city, only to notice Schuster's unusual gaze. Turning back, he found Baoxia's eyes vacant. Upon noticing his stare, she forced a smile before softly collapsing. Lu Guanying, witnessing her brother being struck, immediately sprang to her feet, ready to charge at Xiong Mingyang, but was yanked back by Zhang Xiehua. "Do not harm my brother, you bandits!" Lu Guanying cried out. The Dreamland continent is home to over 200 sovereign-level powerhouses, thousands of imperial-level experts, and countless royal-level beings. Thus, beyond this Dreamland continent, there likely exists a multitude of even stronger entities. In comparison, Zhao Chun, as a king-level powerhouse, would scarcely be regarded as more than an ant in the grand world. Beneath the prominent roadblock, Morong Shao, astride the imposing blue fire steed, calmly observed the continuously rotating high-definition camera. The battle occurring in Qingfeng village inadvertently stretched throughout the afternoon. Now, Quelsolaras was already draped in the hues of a setting sun. Descending into night. Chapter 138. The Ninth Prince Feels Wronged. Shen Zichen hurriedly departed. Su Qing opened the box, her eyes immediately gleaming.
Wow. Gold.
This craftsmanship must be worth at least 100 taels of gold. Shen Zichen is indeed wealthy. It seems I must often enlist his help to dress alluringly, so I can entice him and receive gold in return. Standing outside, Shen Zichen nearly stumbled into the pool. His jewelry had been prepared in advance. It was not her doing at all. I truly dare not fabricate tales about this individual, for she is the esteemed aunt of the Jade Emperor. Should I audaciously declare her my sister, elevating myself to the status of a senior of the Jade Emperor, I cannot guarantee that the heavens would not unleash thunder upon me. I am compelled to inquire of Yama. If I were to be struck by lightning due to this matter, could it be classified as an occupational hazard? Lu Kuan's countenance bore a grave expression, his limbs trembling slightly as he incessantly summoned demonic energy to replenish himself. Who are you? That you would so brazenly insult my Shadowblade sect? Are you seeking death? The middle-aged man was taken aback by Shin Tian's words, and then, in a fit of rage, he began to laugh maniacally. Upon engaging with this Taoist of heavenly fire, Xiao Hongfei quickly realized that this individual was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. The dark red flames were undoubtedly the primal earth fire he had refined, endowing his magical artifacts with astonishing power. Indeed, Barufi and Kenate quickly mobilized their support troops, pushing wooden carts to prepare for resupply. It is not your fault. The fact that you are still alive is already a stroke of good fortune. Why does he always feel the need to apologize? Lin sighed. Until now, the tales of conflict and carnage had merely been stories told by others, but today, the narrative tore open a gory wound and leapt forth, revealing the stark truth. The stories were indeed real, and they bore the weight of mortality. In the darkness, the heads of the parasitic beings ensnared within the incantation circle silently burst, releasing a mist of blood, resulting in immediate demise. Lu Feng paid little heed to these occurrences. He had come primarily to gather intelligence, while the intoxicated immortal brew was merely a novelty for him. What Brother Xinghuan says is indeed accurate, and I fear it is not solely the great powers of Yunzhou that will take action. The Shadow Demon sect will undoubtedly strike again, especially that fellow Ling Tianzhan, who is no trifling opponent. Having suffered defeat at your hands during the alchemy conference, he is sure to seek retribution, Su Xiangyang speculated gravely. At that moment, a convoy of armed off-road vehicles and heavily laden trucks filled with soldiers appeared, and the heavily armed members of the Wolf Clan's special forces leapt from their vehicles, advancing towards the headquarters of the 7th Division. As the vehicle came to a halt, the driver flung open the door and stormed toward the vehicle ahead, seething with anger. On the riverbank, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as they pursued Yulise Heng, paying no mind to her as she fell into the river. Recently, she had developed a particular fondness for sweet treats, concocting various delicacies. With freshly made sweet rice wine available in the kitchen, she prepared sweet steamed pastries. It was not that she resembled Cece, but rather her expression immediately evoked thoughts of Cece in my mind. After a moment of contemplation, I understood he was referencing the incident when I was cast out by the Song family, and I offered a brief explanation. In reflecting upon this, I felt a twinge of resentment. How could someone calculate emotions to such an extent? Yet, upon awakening and opening my eyes, a sense of tranquility washed over me. No matter how meticulously Gu Shi plotted, he ultimately chose me over the boundless possibilities that lay with Xin Shi. Why should I dwell on the process? They spoke of a western open-pit mine, within which resided a brothel frequented by a miner's captain, who, it was said, once held the rank of centurion in the Yunnan governor's office and had taken a liking to a middle-aged courtesan within. I am aware that in doing this, I have acted melodramatically and unjustly, but who can comprehend the panic that resides within me? I believe that during these days, he has finally come to terms with certain matters and made decisions. Otherwise, he would not have come to bid me farewell. Although I have never seen the desolate gloomy spear, merely listening to Matthew's descriptions and recalling the tales I had once heard from the cursed blade regarding the demon realm, I am left with a vivid imagination. Chapter 139. The ninth princess desires to witness the commotion, and indeed, it is quite different. Zhou Wentong, observing that everyone had gathered in the main hall, quietly made his way to the backyard. While passing through a small grove, he was suddenly seized by an arm and swiftly pinned to the ground. At that moment, he recognized the assailant as Jiang Yan from the Jiang family, who appeared to be quite inebriated. Zhou Wentong couldn't help but curse him for failing to seize the opportunity, especially with so many princes present today, a most fortuitous occasion. Yi Yunjing did not respond to her, but instead gathered his belongings and led Gu Fenghua out of the cave. Luo Nen and Lu Sanju followed closely behind, while Pu Jiaojiao and Zhong Lingxiu hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and following suit. Before he could finish his words, Captain Luo, without even drawing his sword, unleashed a palm strike that shattered Zhong Libao's crown, obliterating not just his physical form but also his soul, reducing it to a wisp of smoke that dissipated into the void, rendering him irretrievably dead. It appeared that all plans must be hastened. After a considerable pause, Sima Yi finally addressed the crowd with a voice as cold as ice. At the critical moment, it was still Su Bingqian's cleverness that shone through. Without waiting for Qin Xian to introduce himself, she hastily assumed the identity of a servant to cover for Lin Xiaoya. With Zilong present, what could go wrong? Does His Majesty not recognize Zilong's capabilities? Guojia remarked with a smile after hearing Lu Bian's words. In the desolate mountains and wilderness, devoid of any signs of civilization, an overwhelming aura of solitude enveloped the area. As he climbed to a vantage point, gazing at the golden sun setting in the west, Wang Feng's heart swelled with boundless ambition. Yet in just a day's time, the elite forces cultivated by Jiang over many years and his wealth amassed over 2 decades had all turned to naught. Before Duan Rui ascended to immortality, the Star of Venus had visited him once, expressing intentions to guide him to transcendence, but Duan Rui had declined. Later, the Star of Venus returned, urging him to ascend swiftly to facilitate his entry into the heavenly court to receive divine status, yet Duan Rui remained indifferent. However, the Qin family would not share this perspective. It is well known that the Qin family is the puppet master of the arms market, possessing extensive knowledge of various firearms and machinery. Just after hanging up the phone, Qinwan felt as though the light around her had been obstructed. Looking up, she saw Zhou Bin, drenched in sweat and with disheveled hair. She is my cousin, and I merely hope you can conduct yourself like a man, Yang and declared before stepping away, leaving Qiao Dong in a state of daze. Though she wished to speak boldly, she faltered under his fierce gaze, stripping her previously sweet voice of its usual charm, leaving only a quivering fear that was unspeakable. Do the two leaders have something to say? The once imposing boss Chen turned to Niu Dun, his demeanor now as docile as a Persian cat. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had followed them all the way here without departing, and it dawned on him. No wonder he had been so accommodating to Dongfang Che along the way. Could it be that he had a request of the Dongfang clan leader?
Suzu,
regaining his composure from his earlier panic, advised Duan Rui not to be swayed by the flowery words of those false monks. Meanwhile, Chen Hong observed Liang Xiwan's actions, and upon hearing him call out Big Brother, she recognized that this fool lacked emotional intelligence, living up to his reputation. Beside them, Kong Ming Shiri remained silent, his figure vanishing into the darkness, as if he had never been present. However, as a disciple of the Taoist master, he was a distinguished guest of the clan. The ancestor had personally issued an edict for the two to escort him, making it inappropriate for him to discipline his sister in front of Chu Mu. Moreover, Huang Jinxiu still exhibited some decorum, revealing only trivial secrets that posed no significant harm. Otherwise, if the matter were truly grave, he would not stand idly by. 6 talismans transformed into a colossal fiery hand, a towering ancient bronze tree, a divine sword piercing the heavens, a heavy earth-toned tortoiseshell, a magnificent ice mountain, and a formidable frost giant wolf. Chapter 140. all are wastrels. The Jiang family members were all crowded together. The matriarch of the Jiang family pushed through the throng. Shameless fools, return at once, she commanded, shoving her way into the crowd, causing onlookers to part to create a path. The servants who entered first dragged Zhou Wentong out. Kill this thing for me. Upon hearing this, Mei Lian immediately knelt before the matriarch. I'm afraid it was on the way to Kobo Park with Conan that he was spotted by Vermouth, which explains her unusual presence here.
Chef Huang Qingwei.
Along with assistants Yu Yuchen and Xie Xing, will prepare the meal while others may freely engage in activities as they wait for dinner. The only course of action they can undertake is to drag the son of the wealthy family down, stir up the waters, and escalate the situation. Wei Yong stepped out from the void passage, gazing at the somewhat familiar undulating mountains before him, a smile gracing his face. Brother, are they your friends? Suddenly, an enchanting voice filled with laughter interrupted their conversation. When she inadvertently mentioned this distressing topic while on the phone with Yan Heqiu, he chuckled softly on the other end. After savoring what Lu Qingfeng had provided, it licked its lips with lingering satisfaction. Subsequently, by preaching across the realm and garnering support from several prominent families, the influence of the Taiping Dao grew ever more formidable. Thus, the fervor ignited by his Weibo post swiftly unveiled Wan Qingwei's true nature to those previously in the dark. His gaze pierced through the shadows of his cloak, observing the immense city before him and the throngs of people bustling along the spacious streets.
Wen Tang Suden Li Panik.
Gripping the doorframe tightly, her body straining in the opposite direction. Moreover, as today marked the day of his union with the one he cherished, Ji Huainan was elated, his eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and joy that was nearly uncontainable. Although he had only met Luo Weiwei twice and had encountered Yang Shui and I merely once, Shen Yunshu sensed their genuine desire to cultivate a relationship with her. Consequently, he agreed to part ways with Shen Yunshu, succumbing to his mother's pleas and Shen Yunxiu's tears, consenting to be with Shen Yunxiu instead. Lu Mingxian was entirely devoted to his family. Given her wealth and influence, she would likely not face any repercussions, perhaps even having her actions tacitly approved, yet Zhao Fengyi would certainly not allow such leniency. The temperature approached 40 degrees, with not a single pedestrian in sight. Surrounded by barren land and desolation, yet this group managed to live as if they were on a vacation. However, Li Xiuli's feelings towards Wang Hao were unmistakably perceptible to Qin Qing now. Jin Cheng remained silent as he walked home, while Zhang Mingrui casually glanced at Yuan Bing. When the clan leader, Li Yun, was absent from the mountain stronghold, Lu Bo had predominantly been in charge, and now, overseeing the Ten Kings stronghold felt like second nature. After all, they were high school classmates. Zhang Yannan would somewhat consider their shared history and lend a hand to Song Yingzi. The pain and urgency etched on his face resembled that of a father concerned for his underage son, caring for him with utmost attentiveness. Yet Fu Tiantian, who had been closely monitoring the situation, stifled a laugh, preparing to find an opportunity to rally everyone over. His comment, akin to gilding the lily, rendered the Emperor Jia Cheng's petulant behavior both childish and ludicrous. The Emperor Kai's deepest fears materialized as the perfect experiment of power turned against him. What a charade! Mo Xian scoffed, suddenly firing a shot that pinned a ghastly visage in place. After all, the influence of variety shows was confined to Huagua, remaining obscure on a global scale. In this era of information overload, without a corresponding momentum, it could never be classified as a major entertainment genre. Chapter 141. Total Annihilation. Su Qing casually accepted the fruit offered by Shen Zichen, her focus shifting to the unfolding spectacle. She remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Zichen was interrupting her thoughts. Had she continued, Su Qing might have uttered something truly shocking. The Shen family would have to witness his folly. Before long, Shen Ziyuan's associates brought Mei Yi and Shen Ziyuan. Shen Ziyuan's countenance was exceedingly grim as he glared furiously at Shen Ziyuan. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The room was not particularly large, and it took little time to survey. I earnestly circled around, even tapping on the walls, fearful of missing anything. We both turned towards the door just as Wu Pongzi entered from outside. As she spoke, she offered me a piece of white-cut chicken. I swallowed hard, then placed the chicken into my mouth. Mr. Baojing nodded, extending his right hand, revealing a golden mirror from which a beam of light shot forth, forming a vortex. Chun Feng felt an immense pull from the vortex, relentlessly tugging at his secret consciousness. After handling these matters, Ling Zhoutian found himself at a loss, initially intending to capitalize on his online popularity, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Yu Zisher glanced back at Su Yin, whose beautiful, Captivating eyes sparkled with joy while glistening like the most exquisite pearls, adorning her window and expressing her heartfelt emotions. Deeply moving you Zisher, in an instant. A lifetime of experiences cannot be grasped in a moment. Both could only skim the surface of understanding. However, the life depicted in the stone tablet left a profound impression, one they would not soon forget, to be savored slowly over time. I only know that my parents are the most magnificent, the ones who love us the most in this world, and would never harm me. Therefore, their standing in my heart is paramount, Bai Xiaobo murmured. No, it's nothing. She flusteredly escaped his gaze, wrapping her arms around his neck, burying her face in his embrace. Uncertain if it was deliberate or accidental, he sought the green stone poplar that Tang Zhe had inquired about earlier, using its residual aura to frighten off the pursuing sand ghosts. The next day, Zhang Feng, supported by Sang Yuan and another, got out of bed to move around. Seeing a group of children practicing Tai Chi, he couldn't help but smile, especially upon witnessing Shi Fu joining them. The shock was beyond words. Upon hearing this, Granny Lu's expression softened. Though her master appeared cold, he truly cared for her deeply, even allowing her to stay in bed during her monthly cycle. Suddenly, Han Ren exhibited extraordinary strength, leaving Zhang Luo in a quandary. He couldn't simply kill him, and felt quite uncomfortable being restrained. His expression was difficult to discern, but I sensed a chill. I couldn't tell if he was pleased or displeased. A hoarse voice echoed from the phone, causing Qing Junwan to momentarily pause, revealing a hint of bitterness on her face. Lin Yusher, upon hearing this, delayed her departure, waiting for the eldest girl to regain her composure before stepping out together. Then I'll inform Mr. Yen, there are currently no patients arriving. Fang Changxue felt a surge of temptation, swiftly placing the herbs in his drawer before heading to the backyard. Had I not married him, I would have never known if his surname was truly Xiao or not. Enough. I have no time to debate his surname. I must check on the status of those shops. She understood that in such circumstances, those remaining in the company were undoubtedly loyal, and if such individuals were not promoted, who would be? Trust me, Xiao Li earnestly told me, her gaze fixed on the car pursuing us rather than on me. Even if his martial prowess had significantly increased, he too would lead an ordinary life. The heroic figures of television, who punish evil and uphold justice, belong to a world entirely separate from his own. Chapter 142. I wish to borrow your family's 9th princess. The Jiang family's birthday banquet transformed into a political cleansing gathering. The crowd lost all interest in the spectacle. The dozen families taken away were all wailing and lamenting. Yet, before Shen Zichen, they dared not overstep. With hundreds of family members left behind, any wrongdoing could imprison the entire family. The old emperor's face turned ashen with rage. Shen Zichen merely ordered everyone confined within the Ministry of Justice's prison. He intended to thoroughly investigate the matter upon his return. The imperial edict. That would depend on whether they possessed the capability to do so. He snorted coldly, utterly unmoved. Tian Bai dialed several times again, yet the other party remained unresponsive, though their phone was not turned off. What do you think your brain is for? He pondered. Its purpose is to bring oneself joy, with all else as a mere objective. If your goal is to get entangled in a conundrum, why not just grow a pair of horns? Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, ultimately biting her lip, suppressing her inquiries, and departed. Enough is enough. Qin Ting thought to herself as she returned home that evening. Upon entering the foyer, she was immediately pulled by He Luyang to do this and that. It was already the second time today. If this continued, she would surely go mad. Ruo Xian felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to respond to her questions. In the early hours of the next day, Yu Song Yuan was awakened by the cacophony of baboons and wild boars outside his window. He opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was 6 o'clock sharp. Since his military days, he had cultivated the habit of waking up promptly at this hour each morning. At that moment, the blood-blind were multiplied to 9 and dashed toward a pair of foxes, swiftly ensnaring them in a formation. However, He Luyang lacked the patience to engage with them further. Had he not been so intent on making Qin Ting sweat, he might have entertained their antics longer, but now he desired a swift resolution. Words are futile if they don't bring about understanding, Lu Wei coldly remarked, scanning the area with his consciousness. Noticing that Qian Huai's injuries were merely superficial and had not affected his core, he lost interest in further entanglements, pulling Qian Huai away to leave. After all, a pierced chest, even for a remarkably resilient test subject, could not heal instantaneously, and recovery demanded substantial energy. Coupled with ongoing combat against Wu Qi, energy would continuously deplete, exacerbating the bleeding. Yuling Xiao had not reveled in his joy for long when he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, accompanied by the sound of applause behind him. I rented it, Ying stated. Although she carried matches and flint, their efficacy was limited and prone to extinguishing, nothing compared to the convenience of a luminous pearl. The elder had hinted at the cave's darkness, indicating deeper implications that could not be resolved with mere everyday items. Once again, she was caressing someone's chest muscles and touching their face, akin to how an infatuated fan behaves upon encountering their idol. Countless years later, the universe returned to its former splendor, and he truly became the seeker of life's essence in the cosmos. Aunt Zhang sensed something was amiss. She quickly retrieved her phone, uncertain of whom to call. After all, she had encountered militarized matters before, many of which she had never had the opportunity to engage with in her past life, having only glimpsed them on television. Why did you and Mummy part ways? Did you mistreat her? Suli felt the need to clarify. If he had indeed wronged Mummy, he would not be forgiven. Clean, fair, and delicate, yet she grasped the edge of his sword with her bare hands, not a drop of blood spilling forth. Tong Guai curiously turned her head and spotted the man who had been with Hula that day. He held a McDonald's bag and was searching for Hula. Upon seeing de Guai, he instinctively clutched the bag tighter. Chapter 143. Terrified to death. When Su Qing heard Shen Ziyuan's request, she became fully alert.
Qing,
Please help Ba Ge. Shen Zichen looked earnest. Mei Yen remained obstinate. However, Su Qing possessed knowledge of metaphysics, persuading her should not prove difficult. Shen Ziyuan had come to seek Su Qing only after Shen Ziyu mentioned her. Why should I assist him?
Su hindi plaid kuli.
She abstained from unbeneficial endeavors. The aerial firepower had already enveloped the area, incessantly reaping the lives of fireflies, yet this region appeared to be a veritable stronghold for them, unyielding to extermination. The Demon Emperor, upon being named, lifted his eyelids to glance at Ming Xiao and Xiaji, his eyes filled with indifference. Gu Yanqing paused in his water-splashing motion, then gently scrubbed Shen Zichen, his voice soothing. The Buddhist realm, it seemed, had previously been too lenient with them, allowing them to nurture rebellious thoughts. Upon hearing the system announce the successful planting, Shen Zichen's lips curled into a smile, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Do not be deceived by her cultivation. She is still the least favored elder among them. For instance, Li Qiuling had only just begun to suspect that Wu Huanyan might harbor ulterior motives. Is it still possible for us to seek a proposal from Mo Sihai? Duan Shurha inquired, as they all assumed Qing Shi was Mo Sihai's disciple. He intended to inspect the defenses beyond the city, as these cunning insects would exploit their engagement with frontal foes to launch surprise attacks from behind, leaving them vulnerable. Humph. Even if you know, what of it? As long as I do not acknowledge it, you possess no evidence or witnesses to implicate me. Even those unversed in magic or combat could grasp that achieving such feats was only possible through a unique blend of both. Tianhua had trained the bloodthirsty demon lion for several days and had discreetly solicited combat techniques from Yunlongzi for his own magical beast. Under his tutelage, the demon lion's combat prowess significantly improved. After Qin Feng finished his instructions, he did not dwell on the matter further, turning to return to slumber. Block everyone's ears and blind their eyes, and they will remain oblivious to my misdeeds. He was genuinely uncertain, since his severe injury and subsequent return. He had been in seclusion for years, showing no signs of emerging, even though fluctuations emanated from his retreat. Gan Hong appeared equally perplexed by this. Seeing all this, Helis and Gohan gazed in disbelief at Broly, who withstood their full-force onslaught. The following morning, the foolish disciples of Tianmen prepared to bid farewell to the disciples of Yunlong, only to find the outer affairs hall surrounded by the soldiers of the provincial governor's office. Provincial Governor Mu Rongtian led several spiritual lords and a dozen spiritual disciples as they descended into the outer affairs hall's courtyard. Suddenly, the demon Majin Bu extended his hand, catching the fists of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then violently flinging them away. The office building was equipped with all the essential facilities, with each functional area already delineated. The wallpaper, carpeting, and ceiling required no further alterations. Merely embellishing the reception area would suffice for immediate occupancy. Observing Yun Chang's eyes wide as saucers, Luo Chen felt genuine concern that something might inadvertently fall, prompting him to swiftly affirm Yun Chang's thoughts. This reminder made him realize that he could no longer procrastinate regarding Mu Shuling. If he continued to delay, Feng Zijuan might seize the opportunity. Su Chen's eyes widened in a daze as he collapsed into his chair, a sight that made Yang Yiru and Lu Yu inwardly anxious. Yet, his sulking demeanor was somewhat hard to bear. His regal aura did not suit such childish displays, yet strangely, Yuan Danshan found him oddly endearing. Chapter 144. Those closest to you are most likely to betray. The shadow in the air was nearly transparent, circling around Su Qing, yet it could not depart. Your vendetta shall be avenged. Deep-seated obsessions bring no benefit to you. Overly entangled in earthly desires, you become unable to move on, consequently hindering your reincarnation. With the passage of time, you'll transform into a restless spirit. Miss Su, we cannot leave. It is not that we do not wish to. Mei's mother stated with difficulty. In truth, Lu Mingfei's words had provided a sense of reassurance to the mixed-blood individuals on the verge of engaging in a full-blown brawl. The unreal sensation from days prior had dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of groundedness. Norton extended his hand, only to shut his eyes against the suddenly radiant sun, as if relinquishing the most precious aspect of his existence. Her fingertips traced the contours of his lips, leaving behind ambiguous traces, gradually dismantling his stoic fortress. With a flicker of darkness in her gaze, the man's fervent breath momentarily stilled. Indeed, Odin had concealed his plans with utmost secrecy and had orchestrated them long ago. However, the information now in Lu Mingfei's possession was considerable, beginning from Herzog's dispatch to the Black Swan, where the shadow of the Gattuso family had been ever present. In her past life, Xie Jing was captured and sentenced, thereby nullifying her engagement with Lu Guangding, which was instead assumed by Su Cheng. The sight of her tragic form elicited a natural sense of pity. She reflected on the days spent beside Chu Jing, from her initial bewilderment and helplessness after her demise, grappling with a wailing child, to the subsequent frustration of her parents and friends urging him to remarry. Contemplating this made Cui Shuang tremble with rage. What had she done wrong to deserve such burdens? Han Zhanjing had been rendered speechless, now behaving obediently like a humble student, digesting the lessons imparted by his teacher before seeking clarification on his confusions. If it were possible, Yi Qingxian wished that these were the words instigated by Xia Haidong. Yet alas, such was merely a fanciful wish. However, today was peculiar. The streets were bustling with a multitude of passers-by, engaged in various conversations. Xiaoyan realized that Dreamheart did not harbor disdain for humanity. Rather, she cared for them, albeit inappropriately. To avoid conflict, he chose to retreat, which explained his melancholic demeanor. She suddenly noticed that his gaze, for a fleeting moment, brightened with warmth, but it swiftly reverted to its usual coldness as he regarded her. He instructed Li Guangtou and Shou Lang to select several silver-tier warriors, demanding they protect Elder Jiao without pause as they departed the foot of the mountain in 2 armored vehicles, heading toward the distant city. The venom of the golden silkworm could induce suffering, causing one's abdomen to writhe in agony, swelling like a vat, culminating in a death marked by blood from all 7 orifices. A sudden explosion erupted, and as He Ming collided with the burly figure, they both rapidly retreated, but could not withstand the nearly meter-wide sphere of light that engulfed them in a cloud of swirling dust. If not awakened now, when would they be? The cry filled with primal force surged forth, charging toward the icy armor and breaking the water's surface. He should have anticipated that Chu Tao, having Wind Ruhan as his mentor, would only reach the pinnacle of Longha Insiu when Chu Tao was absent. Yet, had he not long since wandered away? Could it be that he had foreseen this all along and had never truly departed? Moments later, Guochang ascended Wonia Mountain, encountering 2 lackeys, who led him upward. Zhao Ziyun's behavior further indicated that Xie Zhangquan was indeed a person of considerable significance. Chen Song was somewhat astonished. Thankfully, he had refrained from confronting Li Mufeng directly, otherwise he would have been at a disadvantage, as he was even slightly more formidable than Miss Qingyi, which was truly astonishing. Chapter 145. The Emperor's Gift, Not to be Coveted. The Emperor decreed that after Su Qing awoke, she should enter the palace. As Shen Zichen brought Su Qing into the palace, Shen Ziyuan was kneeling before the old emperor. This matter was absolutely unacceptable. Listening to the old emperor's tone, Su Qing could surmise the nature of the issue. Zichen brings the princess to greet his majesty. The old emperor's previously grim visage softened considerably upon seeing Shen Zichen. He smiled at Su Qing. "Qing'er, come quickly." The momentary flash of surprise and admiration on Gongsuan's face greatly pleased the 9th prince, dispelling the lingering gloom he had felt. As Wenweng stepped into the bedroom, his phone vibrated once more, displaying a call from Lan Haijun. Without a mother, he felt little attachment to his maternal family, merely sharing festive cheer during holidays. During dinner, Parker had his mask removed. However, standing guard beside Sabah, his powers were entirely suppressed. Perhaps aware of the nightmare awaiting him, this once mighty figure had lost his appetite, eating only a few bites of salad before setting down his utensils, signaling his fullness. Yet, he constantly sensed someone lurking in the shadows, contemplating harm against Qin Yafu. A person capable of harboring such deep-seated hatred and committing extreme acts. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most likely suspect was Xue Jingjing. The night sky was clear, with a solitary moon hanging high, casting a silvery glow upon the river surface, where the water, once tranquil, roiled into white caps, the shimmering waves rippling outward. Let us proceed first, preparing everything for third brother, so when the Liu family enters the mansion, it will not be inconvenient. Is it not inappropriate for third brother, newly married, to rely solely on servants for arrangements, without even a banner-bearer? Fourth lady felt somewhat guilty. Fourth Wu, the divine beast. Based on its aura, Yi Qin instantly assessed its cultivation level. However, just as she took a few steps, Shen Peining, disheveled from the operating room, rushed out, seizing her tied-up ponytail, forcing her to step back in pain. It appeared that the monk Lin Gaqin's entrance into the city was due to insufficient forces, yet in reality, it was a scheme by exile, intending to facilitate the meeting between the two thieves, Lin and Li, and incite discord among the Guangdong bandits. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of Xian Juniao's enthusiastic seed-spitting was particularly pronounced in the tranquil cliffs. Even her long-cherished Nie family, the culmination of her father's lifelong efforts, now amounted to little more than the character Nie, who did not know that the true power holder had long been Fu Jingxing. His understanding of Yuer still lingered on that carefree, cheerful girl. It was the first time he had seen her with such a melancholic expression, causing a sense of unease to stir within him. If such a scandal were to arise, how would the younger sisters marry in the future? How could their parents maintain face? How would they confront their ancestors in the afterlife?
Vinsuklanchet herfists.
Her mind racing as she pondered how to console her son, when a deep male voice rang out once more. Gu Chongjin stood there, dazed, clutching his phone. The night was serene, the myriad lights had faded into darkness. He had once genuinely believed that every couple in the world would eventually part ways. Except for him and Mingrong. Perhaps heaven had truly pitied her. During her painful childhood, not only did it send him, but also a big brother whom she loved dearly. In the courtyard before the door, as the name of the courtyard suggested, many emerald bamboos were planted, lush and green, infusing vitality into the entire garden. The moment he stepped inside, she curled up in pain. Even her cries of agony were timid. This remark plunged the already quiet atmosphere within the car into a profound silence. Guan Chen's grip on the steering wheel tightened noticeably. His knuckles stood out, seemingly repressing something. Chapter 146, The Reward. It was said that Shen Zichen and Su Qing entered the palace, just as Shen Zichen and Shen Ziyu arrived at the door. Upon hearing Su Qing's thoughts, they nearly burst into laughter. If you wish to laugh, then laugh. Why hold it in? Shen Zili approached from behind. Wherever Su Qing was, they wished to be present, especially Shen Ziyu, who longed to find Su Qing. There were many intriguing tales to hear. What thoughts might the emperor harbor?
Haha.
If she were truly that fragile, she would have jumped into the lake hundreds of times by now. How could it fall to him to deliver such a fatal blow? Emoji narrowed his eyes, his icy demeanor evident on his face. He understood that Lin Feng was a person from the Yan Kingdom, and sending Lin Feng to seek out Old Kong was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, only Lin Feng could emerge alive from that forbidden land with the spirit herbs. By midday, relatives and friends had gathered in significant numbers, convening in the courtyard of Yang Huazhong's residence. Shen Wei and Ling Wanji leisurely finished their afternoon tea before meandering to a nearby succulent plant gallery. Within the gallery lay a delightful assortment of adorable succulents, commonplace varieties, rare beauties, and hybrid species, alongside various ancient specimens worthy of admiration. Chen Xiao was almost certain that if he were to lose, he would ultimately have to surrender Li Yeye unless he were to rebel against the Tang dynasty. A peculiar radiance flickered around the elderly man with grizzled hair and a hawkish nose, enveloping the hundreds of onlookers, and in the next instant, they all vanished from sight. With a flick of his sleeve, Tang Fugue departed in a fit of rage, yet even in his utmost fury, he maintained a composed demeanor, refraining from displaying any overt emotional upheaval or even uttering a reprimand, let alone resorting to violence. Tang Fugue was, of course, an upright gentleman, and his decision to remain in gratitude was entirely reasonable, leaving no room for dissent among the crowd, who found nothing peculiar about it.
Dan sat motionless.
Her brow furrowed as she attempted to scrutinize the medicine in Su Qiaohong's hand. She had come to understand that as long as she did not eat, Song Tianma would not depart, filling her heart with an unusual sweetness as she reached out to accept the bowl from his hands. In an instant flames erupted, And Li Qinghe's expression shifted drastically. He hastily formed a protective water-blue barrier around himself, then executed another incantation, summoning 2 water serpents that coiled protectively around him. Knowing that the Dolua shrine was above only intensified his desire to ascend, and as he pondered, he activated the Juyang divine art, channeling his soul power through his legs to enhance his speed. With his brain feeling as if it might explode, and his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his tail, covered in hard scales, thrashed wildly, wreaking havoc around him. "Does Brother Qingrang feel unwell?" Su Bai inquired, frowning as he attempted to place his hand on Liang Qingrang's forehead, only for Liang Qingrang to instinctively evade him. The superhuman suicide that occurred in the central district seemed to validate the words of the homeland's people. As super-terrorists began wreaking havoc upon the city, the moment Liang she coughed lightly, the crowd understood she was about to broach the subject. And the private room fell into a profound silence. Hong Qianru's other roommate, Li Hongying, upon learning of the unexpectedly splendid treatment they were to receive that night, immediately sighed in disappointment, lamenting that she would have chosen not to go on a date with her boyfriend had she known. The surprise was overwhelming. Situnaza nodded vigorously, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. For instance, merging and splitting provinces, appointing a governor as the head of each province, imposing extensive commercial taxes, delegating tax authorities, reducing miscellaneous taxes, sharing tax revenues, and establishing new judicial divisions for legal separation, among other reforms.
After su departed,
He fan-signaled for David to join Wang Zijie and others at the door, aware that Zhang Qi likely desired some tranquility. Perhaps the recent series of events had left her in a state of confusion, unsure of how to confront the situation.
Xiao.
"Why do you think elder sister insists on taking us out of the 10,000 great mountains?" Responding with a counter-question was one way to answer. But Su Xiao was not one to fall for such tactics. Chapter 147. The prince's performance was commendable. All members of the Shen family in the room perked up their ears. They learned that Su Qing could still leave for other realms, piquing everyone's curiosity further. They had never heard of a place that could accommodate numerous men. Who was Su Qing conversing with? A mission? What kind of mission could it be? Shen Zichen was equally curious, yet no answers were forthcoming. Upon completing the mission, Su Qing would be free to depart. What's wrong? With a furrowed brow, Yang Fan looked up in surprise at Zhang Ku'er. However, upon reaching the cliff's bottom, their descent slowed, and they landed steadily on the ground. The matter primarily hinged on the relations among the 3 prominent families. If the Zheng and Hai families supported the Yun family, the issue would likely be suppressed. But if not, the Yun family could face significant repercussions. "I am willing to speak. Please do not kill me," one individual pleaded urgently, gripped by fear of death. "What the hell? Didn't your bar do well?" Upon hearing this, Li Kuei's irritation flared as he glared at the tiger, his eyes wide and his voice bellowing like an enraged bull, as if ready to pounce at the slightest misstep from the tiger. Could it be that brother turned them all into zombies? Ling Er peered out, fixated on EAI. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang's shooting had already awakened. She gazed at Hong Jintao, who was carrying her, recalling his anxious demeanor while she was unconscious, which prompted a faint smile to grace her lips. They indeed found an assistant's office at the end of the corridor, and without knocking, she strode in. She could not comprehend why her heart ached so, for she clearly disliked Yi Ling and felt a strong aversion towards him. "By the way, Yi Kai, don't you have 2 phones? Why did you buy another one?" she asked curiously. Before her stood a majestic mountain, yet nestled in its core was the Qingshu Temple, which at that moment gave Jiang Chen a sense of desolation, had it been affected by the recent onslaught from the alliance of heaven and earth. She had witnessed her father suffering from illness to the point of being unrecognizable, feeling somewhat disconnected from that reality. Yet, Xia Hua lacked the courage to undergo further examinations at the hospital, as it had become her mental torment. "Given the current circumstances, Mr. Bai, your body can no longer adapt to a normal life. I am truly sorry. I am powerless to assist you," a doctor clad in a white coat lamented, shaking his head at the young man before him. Observing the belly band in Hukuan's hands, Xian Yuan he narrowed his eyes but said nothing, simply placing Yao Yu at the entrance of the tent. In truth, Yao Yu did not wish to sleep on the ground. She felt unsafe anywhere but in Hukuan's embrace, for who could say what lurked in the mountains? Yet, Xian Yuan, he kept a watchful eye, leaving Yao Yu no opportunity to snuggle closer to Hukuan, though thankfully, Hukuan stayed close, not straying far from her. And Ruo she wore a face full of mockery and derision, as these oblivious fools dared to challenge their master. Was this not courting death? Zhou Guangxing wiped his face with his sleeve and continued, "When I departed, The governor instructed me to atone for my sins through meritorious deeds and reminded me to stay true to my original intentions. Upon hearing his mother's scolding, Zhao Yang hurriedly turned to her, bowing and expressing gratitude. "Thank you, mother. Thank you." Having said that, he dashed towards the delivery room, only to be intercepted at the door. I felt somewhat dejected, as though my entire repertoire of dragon-slaying techniques had found no outlet for expression. Upon closer inspection, I recognized that these 5 individuals were indeed the 5 corpses we had previously seen. It appeared they had transformed into living dead. This situation was giving Yun Qian a tremendous headache, while Ah Lin and her group were resolute in their decision to remain at Tianxian Peak, unwilling to budge. Although Yun Qian could drive them away with force, given that they had just assisted her in battle, it would not be right to burn bridges.